Summary.
Logan had everything he could ever want: a vast fortune, luxury cars, and a private jet to whisk him away to any destination he desired. But his heart remained empty, until one fateful night when he met a mysterious stranger named Olivia. Olivia had just been dumped by her boyfriend, and was feeling lost, and Logan had everything he could ever want: a vast fortune, luxury cars, and a private jet to whisk him away to any destination he desired. But his heart remained empty, until one fateful night when he met a mysterious stranger named Olivia. Olivia had just been dumped by her boyfriend, and was feeling lost and alone. Seeking solace in the arms of a stranger, she found herself drawn to the enigmatic Logan. What began as a one-night stand soon became something more as Logan and Olivia embarked on a whirlwind romance, filled with passion and excitement. But as their worlds collided, they soon realized that their love was not without its challenges. With Logan past threatening to destroy their future, Olivia must decide whether to trust the billionaire with her heart, or walk away from the man she loves. In this captivating story of love, lust, and betrayal, Logan and Olivia must navigate the treacherous waters of their own desires, and the obstacles that threaten to tear them apart. Will their love be enough to overcome the odds, or will they be doomed to a lifetime of regret? Chapter 1: Anniversary and Breakup. Olivia. Okay, so we have the reservation at 7 p.m., the flowers are ordered, and the menu is set, I said, ticking off each item on the list. My best friend Jamie nodded in agreement. Yes, and the restaurant has confirmed everything, so we're good to go. I grinned, feeling excited for the surprise dinner we had planned for my boyfriend Alex. Our anniversary was coming up, and I had a feeling he was going to propose. Jamie and I had been planning this for weeks, and everything was falling into place. Do you think he will suspect anything? Jamie asked, taking a sip of her coffee. I don't think so, I replied. He's been so busy with work, he hasn't had time to think about anything else. Jamie nodded. Good. That means the surprise will be even better. I couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement in my chest. This was going to be perfect. A romantic dinner with the man I love and hopefully, a proposal. But just in case he doesn't propose, we have a backup plan, right? Jamie asked, with a mischievous glint in her eye. I laughed. Of course. I have a few hints saved on my phone in case he needs a little nudge. Jamie grinned. You're such a romantic, Liv. I hope he appreciates all the effort you've put into this. I smiled, feeling grateful for Jamie's support. She had been my rock throughout my relationship with Alex, always there to listen and give advice. Thanks, Jamie. I'm just hoping for a perfect evening. And you'll have it, she said firmly. No matter what happens, we'll make sure it's a night to remember. I felt a rush of gratitude for my best friend. With her by my side, I knew I could handle anything. And with this surprise dinner, I was hoping to take our relationship to the next level. After finishing our coffee, Jamie and I decided to go shopping for a new outfit for my surprise dinner. We went to a few stores, trying on dresses and skirts until we finally found the perfect outfit. This one looks amazing on you, Liv, Jamie said, admiring the blue dress I was wearing. And it's so comfortable too. I twirled around, feeling happy with the choice. Thanks, Jamie. I couldn't have done this without you. Next, we headed to a nearby spa to get our hair done. We sat back and relaxed as the stylists worked their magic, chatting about our plans for the evening. I'm so excited for you, Liv, Jamie said, as her hair was being styled into loose curls. I can't wait to see Alex's face when he sees you in that dress. I blushed, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement. I hope he likes it. He will, Jamie said confidently. And even if he doesn't propose tonight, he's crazy if he doesn't see how amazing you are. After our spa appointment, we headed back to my apartment to get ready. Jamie helped me with my makeup, and we talked and laughed as we got ready for the evening. Okay, you look amazing, Jamie said, as I finished putting on my earrings. Now, it's time to call Alex and let him know you're ready. I felt a flutter of nerves as I dialed his number, hoping he was just as excited for our surprise dinner as I was. Hey Alex, it's me, I said, trying to sound calm. Hey Liv, are you ready? He asked, his voice warm and loving. Yes, I am, I replied, feeling a smile spreading across my face. I can't wait to see you, he said, his voice full of excitement. Me too, I said, feeling my heart flutter with anticipation. I hung up the phone, feeling excited and nervous. Jamie gave me a reassuring smile. Jamie left afterwards. My heart was pounding as I stood in front of the door, waiting for Alex to arrive. I had spent hours getting ready for this night, trying to make sure I looked my best. My nerves were on edge as I waited for him, wondering what he had planned for us. Finally, the doorbell rang, and I felt my stomach flip over. I took a deep breath and unlocked the door, my eyes widening as I saw Alex's handsome face. Hey Alex, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Hey Liv, he replied, his eyes twinkling as he looked at me. I couldn't help but smile as I noticed the small bouquet of my favorite flowers in his hand. It was such a sweet gesture, and I felt my heart swell with love for him. These are beautiful, I said, taking the flowers from him. I got them for you, he said, his voice low and husky. I want to make tonight special. My cheeks flushed with pleasure, and I leaned in to give him a kiss. As we broke apart, Alex took my hand and led me to the living room. The room was dimly lit, with candles flickering on the coffee table. The effort I had put in to make tonight special. I have a surprise for you, he said, grinning at me. My heart skipped a beat as I wondered what he had in store. I let him lead me closer to the candles, feeling his strong arm around my waist. As the night went on, I fell more in love with Alex. The way he looked at me, the way he held me close, made me feel like I was the only person in the world that mattered. I knew then that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him, and I couldn't wait to see what the future held for us. We eat dinner while having small conversation until Alex broke the silence that prevailed. Olivia, we need to talk, he said, his voice tense. My heart sank. This is the right time, Olivia. He's going to propose. My inside thumped with excitement. I stared at me with my best smile. I don't think we should see each other anymore, he said, his eyes avoiding mine. What? Why? I asked, feeling confused and hurt, my smile immediately fading away. It's just not working out. We're too different, and I don't think we're meant to be together, he replied, still not meeting my gaze. I felt my heart plummet as Alex's words sunk in. What? Are you serious? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Alex didn't respond. Instead, he just sat there with his eyes fixed on the door. My mind was racing as I tried to process what was happening. Had I done something wrong? Was there someone else? I couldn't understand why he would suddenly want to end things. As my eyes fell on the bouquet of flowers he had given me earlier, I felt a wave of confusion and hurt wash over me. How could he do this after being so sweet and thoughtful? Alex, please talk to me, I pleaded, feeling tears starting to prick at the corners of my eyes. He finally turned to look at me, his face unreadable. I'm sorry, Olivia, he said softly. But I can't do this anymore. We should go our separate ways. I felt like the wind had been knocked out of me as he stood up and headed for the door. I couldn't believe this was happening. All I could do was sit there, staring at the flowers in my lap, trying to make sense of what had just happened. As the door closed behind him, I felt a single tear roll down my cheek. I knew that my heart was broken, and that it was going to take a long time to heal. But for now, all I could do was sit there in silence, trying to come to terms with the fact that my relationship with Alex was over. I was still in the daze when Jamie's call came through. With shaky voice, I placed the phone to my ears. Hey Liv, tell me he proposed. I could feel my heart pulse rate dropping. My vision turned blurry. Alex, he broke up with me, I said in one breath as I slouched down on the cold tiled floor. I heard Jamie gasp on the other end of the line. Oh Liv, I'm so sorry, she said softly. What happened? I took a deep breath, trying to steady my voice. He just said he couldn't do it anymore, I said, my voice breaking. There was a long pause on the other end of the line before Jamie spoke again. I can't believe he would do this, she said. You deserve so much better than that. Tears were streaming down my face as I sat there on the cold floor, feeling completely broken. I don't know what to do, I whispered. I thought he was the one. Listen, Liv, Jamie said, her voice gentle but firm. "You are strong and independent, and you will get through this. You deserve someone who will love and cherish you, not someone who will just walk away." "But Jamie, calm down. Take a deep breath. You will be fine." I didn't have the energy to answer her again. I dropped the phone on the floor. I sat there on the floor for what felt like hours, my mind racing with thoughts and emotions. I couldn't believe that Alex had just walked out of my life like that. It was like a bad dream that I couldn't wake up from. Despite Jamie's words of encouragement, I couldn't shake the pain in my chest. It felt like a constant ache that was digging a hole inside of me. I knew that I needed to pick myself up and move forward, but it felt like an impossible task. As I sat there, lost in my thoughts, I suddenly heard a knock at the door. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of who it could be, but eventually got up to answer it. To my surprise, it was Jamie standing on the other side of the door. She had a concerned look on her face as she pulled me into a tight embrace. "I couldn't just sit at home and do nothing," she said softly. As she held me, I felt a sense of comfort wash over me. It was like a small ray of light in the darkness that had enveloped me. I knew that I had a long road ahead of me, but with Jamie by my side, I felt like I could face it. "Thank you for coming," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Anytime, Liv," Jamie replied. "Let's get you out of here and do something to take your mind off things." With a small smile, I nodded and let her lead me out of the apartment. Even though the pain was still there, I knew that I wasn't alone, and that was enough to give me hope for the future. Chapter 2, Wedding Guest. Olivia. I woke up early the next morning with a throbbing headache. As I lay in bed, flashes of the previous night kept running through my mind. The breakup with Alex was still fresh and painful, and I couldn't believe he had really ended things between us. I had thought that we were in it for the long haul, but apparently I was wrong. I got out of bed and walked over to the window, looking out at the bright morning sun. It was a new day, but it didn't feel like it. I couldn't shake off the feeling of disappointment and hurt that I felt inside. As I made breakfast, my phone beeped, indicating that I had received a message. I picked up my phone and my vision turned blurry as I read the contents of the message. It was an invitation from Alex to his wedding. My heart sank at the sight of the message. How could he move on so quickly? Was our love really that meaningless to him? I sat down at the table, trying to process my emotions. I was devastated and angry all at once. How could he do this to me? I couldn't believe that he had moved on so quickly and was getting married to someone else. It felt like a betrayal, and it was a painful reminder that our relationship was over. As I sat there lost in my thoughts, I heard a knock on my door. I got up to answer it, not sure who it could be. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see my neighbor, Mrs. Jerkins. "Good morning, Olivia," she said with a warm smile. "How are you doing today?" I forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine, thanks for asking." Mrs. Jerkins looked at me for a moment before saying, "If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. I recently moved in the apartment." Mrs. Jerkins seems like a nice person. We bump into each other at times. I nodded, grateful for her concern. I thanked her and watched as she made her way back to her own apartment. As I stood there alone in my apartment, I couldn't help but wonder what my future held. With Alex getting married, it felt like my world was falling apart. But then again, maybe it was time for me to move on too. I just didn't know where to begin. I continued sobbing uncontrollably, my face buried in my hands. I heard a loud banging on the door, and then Jamie's voice calling out my name. "Olivia, it's me, Jamie. Open up." I stumbled to my feet and made my way to the door. As soon as I opened it, Jamie rushed in and wrapped her arms around me. I felt her warmth and comfort as she held me tightly. "What's wrong, Liv?" she asked gently. I handed her my phone and watched as her face turned to shock and anger. "That bastard," she exclaimed. "How could he do this to you?" I could feel the tears streaming down my face again as Jamie pulled me into a tight embrace. "It's not fair," I sobbed. "Why did he have to hurt me like this?" "I don't know, Liv," Jamie replied. "But I'm here for you. Whatever you need, I'm here for you." "What are you going to do?" she asked me. "I can't go to the wedding, Jamie," I said, my voice shaking. "I can't bear to see him marry someone else." Jamie nodded, understanding written on her face. "Then what's your plan?" "I don't know," I said, shrugging. "I just want to focus on my life, get back to work at the animal clinic. Maybe start over." Jamie smiled at me, proud of my decision. "That's the spirit," she said. "You'll get through this, Liv, I know it." I wiped my tears and smiled weakly. "Thanks, Jamie. You always know what to say." I sat on my bed, my mind racing with anger and confusion. How could Alex lie to me about his cousin? I once saw them together and he told me she's his cousin. How stupid I was to believe that. And what else had he lied to me about? I knew I shouldn't check his social media, but my curiosity got the best of me. As soon as I saw the picture of them, my anger boiled over. How could he cheat on me and lie to me at the same time? I felt like a fool for believing him, and for trusting him with my heart. But then, a new thought entered my mind. If Alex thought he could just walk away from me and marry someone else without any consequences, he had another thing coming. I would show him that he had lost a great woman, and I wouldn't let him get away with his lies and betrayal. With that decision made, I quickly texted Jamie to let her know that I would be attending the wedding after all, even if I had to hire someone to accompany me. It was time to take control of my life and show Alex what he was missing. I woke up to the sound of knocking on my door, and as I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes, I saw Jamie's face peering through the doorway. She looked worried. "Do you think it's a good idea to go like this?" Jamie asked me. "I mean, what if you break down there?" I sat up and gave her a determined look. "I'm not that weak, you know. If he thinks he can throw away our relationship just like that, I will show him he lost a great woman. Help me with whatever you can. The wedding is in a few hours from now." "Who is going to accompany you then?" she asked. "I mean, are you going to go empty-handed?" I stared in thinking. That should not be a problem. With me alone, I have the strength. "You're in or not?" I asked, getting impatient. Jamie gave me a hesitant look. "Of course I'm in, Liv. I'm just worried about you," she said softly. I appreciated her concern, but I couldn't let her worry about me. I had to be strong and show Alex what he had lost. "I'll be fine, Jamie. Thank you for being here for me," I said, grateful for her support. Together, we got ready for the wedding, picking out a beautiful dress for me to wear and fixing my hair and makeup. As I looked at myself in the mirror, I felt a sense of determination wash over me. I was ready to face Alex and show him that he couldn't break me. Once we arrived at the wedding venue, I could feel my nerves starting to get the best of me. Jamie grabbed my hand reassuringly and gave me a small smile. "Ready?" she asked. I took a deep breath and nodded. "Let's do this." Jamie and I made our way inside the hall that was filled up with people and soft music playing. I couldn't help but feel nervous inside. "Remember, you're not here to break down. Keep your head high," Jamie whispered beside me. I flashed her a smile. "Even though I have no idea whether that is going to happen." We sauntered to the bar counter where delicacies of different type were arranged on the table. I picked up a glass of wine and took a sip, trying to steady my nerves. Jamie opted for a glass of water. As we were chatting, I noticed someone walking towards us. It was Alex, looking dapper in his suit. "Olivia, Jamie, it's good to see you guys here," he said, his voice cool and distant. I felt a pang of anger as I remembered what he had done to me. But I tried to keep my composure and replied, "Yeah, we're here to celebrate your big day." He nodded, but there was something in his eyes that made me feel like he was hiding something. Before I could say anything else, his bride-to-be appeared next to him, a radiant smile on her face. "Hi, I'm Emily," she said, extending her hand. I shook her hand and gave her a smile, but inside I was seething. It was hard to be happy for someone who had taken away the person I love. But I tried to put on a brave face, reminding myself that I was here to show Alex what he had lost. As they walked away hand in hand, I couldn't help but imagine myself in Emily's shoe instead. I would have been the one holding him by the arm. I would have been the one getting all the spotlight. But here I am watching everything from afar, I dropped my drink. "I will be back, Jamie." She looked at me suspiciously. "To where? Hope you're no. Don't worry. I'm not going to grab Alex by the neck. I'm just going to the restroom." She nodded her head. "All right, go on." I walked towards the restroom, but as I passed by the main hall, I saw Alex's eyes on me. I stopped on my tracks and we locked eyes for a moment. I could feel my heart racing. Should I approach him? Should I say something? But then I saw her. The woman he was with earlier. She was whispering something in his ear, and he was laughing. Anger boiled up inside me. How could he move on so quickly? How could he forget about our relationship just like that? I turned on my heels and marched towards the restroom, tears streaming down my face. As soon as I entered the restroom, I splashed water on my face and took deep breaths, trying to calm myself down. I can't let him see me cry. I can't let him have that power over me. I wiped away my tears and took one last deep breath before walking out of the restroom, determined to enjoy the rest of the evening on my own terms. Chapter 3, Night with a Stranger. Olivia. By the time I went back to the stand, Jamie was no more in sight. My thought wandered to Alex and his new bride. There was no slight of remorse on his face. How easy it was for him to move on. "What would you like, ma'am?" The bartender spoke up. There was something in his eyes. Like he knew I was in some kind of predicament situation. "Olivia, even other people can see right through your pain. Just walk out. Staying and watch your heart sink will not make you feel better." My inner voice echoed. However, some part of me wants to stay and maybe drink away my pain. "Give me the strongest drink you have," I muffled out. The bartender hesitated for a moment before nodding his head and started preparing my drink. As I waited, my mind kept going back and forth on whether I should stay or leave. But before I could make up my mind, the bartender placed the drink in front of me. I took a deep breath before downing the drink in one go. The alcohol burned my throat, but I welcomed the sensation. I tried calling Jamie, but she isn't picking up. I felt so alone there. Maybe I should have come in the first place. I should have stayed at home or go to work. I've not opened the animal clinic for like 2 days now. Or I can pay my grandmother a visit. Maybe it would have been better. Maybe, just maybe, I won't have to witness seeing Alex with another woman. A beautiful lady like you shouldn't dwell herself with a strong drink. "A wedding is going on," a voice said beside me. A light chuckle escaped me. "A wedding?" I repeated the words, sounding bitter on my tongue. The alcohol is already making its effect in my body. I poured in and gulped it down in one go. Who says marriage is important for two lovers? People are taking the marriage thing too serious. I let out, adjusting my sitting position on the stool. "Marriage is a beautiful thing. It brings two people together," the stranger said. "What if you realize they're not the one for you after the marriage?" I gulped down another glass. My head had began spinning already. "Unless you didn't talk it over before the marriage. The responsibilities and the consequences. You know, marriage is a lifetime commitment. We can't risk committing to the wrong person at that moment." I turned my face to take a look at the stranger beside me. My breathing hitched as his eyes dug a hole in mine. I realized that I didn't know this man at all. He was just a random person who happened to be sitting next to me at the bar. Embarrassment crept over me as I realized how much I had been pouring my heart out to him. How my mouth chose to blabber to a stranger. "Great, Olivia. Just great." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude," I said, feeling my face flush with embarrassment. The stranger just smiled and said, "No need to apologize, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes it's easier to talk to a stranger than someone we know." I took a deep breath and tried to compose myself. "You're right. It is better. Not people who break your trust." A moment of silence suddenly fell. Only the sound of the microphone could be heard. I didn't want to turn around. "It's better to drink away. When Jamie comes back we leave." "And that's it? Bride side or groom side?" he asked. Annoyance settled at the pit of my stomach. "What's with him and asking question?" "Groom," I stated out. "Why aren't you participating then?" "What about you? Aren't you also here for the wedding?" I asked back. We once again stared at each other. I was the first to break the silence. There's nothing to participate. I wish them a happy married life. Why do I feel like you're heartbroken? Shut it. I found myself hissing out. He was quite taken aback by my outburst. What does he know? Guess I pressed the wrong button. He raised his hands in surrender. I reached for the bottle only to get it snatched away by him. I'm afraid you will pass out before the wedding finish. Let go, I said as calmly as I can. Letting our emotions to get the best of us is the worst thing that will ever happen to us. He pulled the bottle and set it by his side. That is. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. To celebrate the bride and groom, we would like to open up the dance floor. If you know you got the steps, this is for you. But mind you, this is strictly for couples. You know what I mean. The words went to my ears straightforward. I clenched my jaw. If I'm not mistaken, the words were directed at me. Alex knew what he was doing when he sent me the wedding invitation. He sure wants to break me completely. The stranger next to me cleared his throat, drawing my attention back to him. Do you want to dance? He asked, extending his hand towards me. I raised an eyebrow, surprised by his sudden offer. Why would you want to dance with me? I asked, eyeing him suspiciously. He chuckled, a warm smile spreading across his face. Why not? It's a wedding after all. And besides, it might cheer you up a bit. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. But then I looked around the room and saw all the happy couples dancing together, lost in their own little worlds. Maybe he was right. Maybe dancing would help me forget, even if just for a moment. Okay, I said, placing my hand in his. Let's dance. He led me to the dance floor, and we swayed to the music, his hand on my waist and mine on his shoulder. I closed my eyes, trying to forget everything else and just focus on the moment. For a while it worked. The music was soothing, and the stranger's touch was comforting. But then, as if on cue, a slow song started playing, and I couldn't help but think of Alex again. I tried to pull away, but the stranger held me close. Just breathe, he whispered in my ear. Don't let him ruin this moment for you. I was taken aback. The fact that he could see right through me. He knows what I was going through. I felt embarrassed for allowing myself to weaken around a stranger. Thank you, I muttered. What will you repay me with for saving your day? Because it seems it's hitting him right where it should. He whispered to my ears, sending what I don't know down my body. I slightly shifted my face towards Alex, finding him looking at us with some kind of unreadable expression. SX, I blurted out. The stranger's hands went rigid around my waist. Even I was surprised at my answer. But isn't that what most of the things men wants? I have no money to give him. And he doesn't look like someone who is poor. Just his 2 pieces black suit screams luxury. Are you sure? Because I'm not going to decline the offer. An amused smile was playing at his lips. Won't you be happy for a free SX on a platter? What the hell are you doing, Olivia? Back out. I'm in then. I won't say no to an exciting offer. I know if I want to, I can back out and leave, but somehow, the stranger resting his hands on my waist is the solution to my problems. I nodded my head, snaking my arms around his neck while closing the remaining gap between us. The music was blaring through the speakers, the rhythm vibrating through my body. I was lost in the moment, my head thrown back as I laughed, my arms wrapped around the stranger's neck. We had danced for what seemed like hours, moving together in perfect sync, our bodies melding together as if we were made for each other. I couldn't believe how good it felt to be in his arms, to feel his breath on my skin, his hands roaming over my body. As the song ended, the stranger pulled away slightly, his eyes locking onto mine. I could see the desire burning in his gaze, and I knew that I was feeling the same way. Without a word, he led me off the dance floor, his hand clasping mine tightly as he pulled me towards the exit. I didn't resist, following him without hesitation. As we stepped out into the cool night air, he turned to me, his eyes searching mine. I don't want this to end, he said softly. I know we just met, but I feel like I've known you forever. I couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions at his words. He was right, it felt like we had an instant connection, as if we were meant to find each other in that crowded room. I feel the same way, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. He leaned in closer, his breath hot against my cheek. Then come with me, he said, his voice low and husky. Let me show you what it's like to be truly loved. I didn't hesitate. Taking his hand, I let him lead me away into the night, knowing that whatever lay ahead, I was ready to face it.
Chapter 4. Is it a coincidence? Logan. As the sound of my alarm blares loudly, I reach over and slam my hand down on the snooze button. Time to start another day. I quickly get out of bed and make my way to the shower. The water is cold, but it helps wake me up. I spend the next 30 minutes getting ready and dressing in my usual crisp suit and tie. After grabbing a cup of coffee and a quick breakfast, I head out to my car and drive to the office. The traffic is light this morning, so I made good time and arrive at the building within 20 minutes. As the CEO of a successful tech company, my days are always busy. Meetings, phone calls, emails, and presentations fill up my schedule. But I enjoy the challenge and the thrill of leading a team that is changing the world with our innovative technology. I spend most of my day in my office poring over spreadsheets, checking in with my team, and making strategic decisions for the company's future. It's a lot of responsibility, but it's also incredibly rewarding. A knock sounded from my office door, followed by Abigail, my secretary. "Good morning, sir," she greeted, placing a pile of papers in front of me. "Morning, Abigail," I stick to short reply. They knew not to misbehave around me. "Should I get your coffee?" "No need." She nodded her head and walked out. She didn't shut the door as Brian stepped in. "Learn how to call before showing up?" I threw hissing out. Brian chuckled as he took a seat in front of my desk. "Sorry, man. I figured since we're best friends, I could just barge in whenever." I rolled my eyes. "What do you want?" "I wanted to check in on you. It's been a while since we hung out outside of work." I sighed. Brian was right. It had been a while since we caught up outside of work. But with the demands of my job, it was hard to find time for anything else. "I know, man. It's just been really busy lately," I said. "I get it, but you need to take a break every once in a while. You're going to burn out if you keep this up," Brian said, concern etched on his face. "No one is going to take care of the company if I don't work hard. You know how my father is," I reminded him. "If there's one thing father gets worried on, is his company. Too bad he's not in the condition to take care of the company himself. His legs are no longer strong enough for him to walk around." "And also the prying eyes of other people," Brian added. "The other people, like my brothers, they're looking for one mistake and they will turn it against me. I once allowed them to control me. I won't do that again." Talking about that, my thoughts wandered to last night, the mysterious woman I met at the reception. To be honest, I didn't expect to enjoy the wedding. I went for the sake of Emily. Emily is my distant cousin, although we don't keep tabs that much, but I wanted to be there on her big day, and obviously because her father has supported our company quite well. What I didn't expect is to meet the woman. Funny enough, we both didn't know each other's name. It was a steamy night for me. "What are you busy smiling about?" Brian's voice snapped me out of my trance. I cleared my throat. "Remember I attended a wedding last night, right?" "Yeah, I do. I was supposed to tag along, but you ditched me," he said with a glare at me. "So I met a woman there." "Don't tell me you." He trailed off, eyeing me suspiciously. A light smile escaped me. "I didn't plan on venturing into that, but she proposed that herself. I can't say no to free SX, can I?" "Wow. Just wow. What a night. With the way you're smiling, it shows you really enjoyed it." I shrugged my shoulder. "Of course. It looks like she needed someone to tame her desires, and I happened to be the perfect person," I proudly said, reminiscing all the event. How her soft curves and the way she moved beneath me tainted my mind. Brian raised his eyebrows at me. "And you don't even know her name?" I shook my head. "Nope, we never really got around to introducing ourselves, but it doesn't matter. It was just a one-time thing." Brian chuckled. "Well, I hope you at least used protection. You can't risk getting involved with the wrong woman and having it affect the company." I rolled my eyes. "I know how to handle myself, Brian. It was a one-night stand, nothing more." But even as I said the words, I couldn't help but wonder about her. Who was she? What did she do? I pushed the thoughts aside and focused on the work in front of me. The rest of the day went by in a blur of meetings and phone calls. By the time I left the office, it was already dark outside. I grabbed my coat and headed for the elevator. I was greeted with noise from the entrance door. It has become like a daily routine. The family always have or two things to argue about. I didn't spare any of them a glance and sauntered to my room. We are a big family living in one big mansion, although everyone had their own apartment inside the mansion. But we all gather in the main living room for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It was a tradition that has been there for years, since my grandparents' time. Father is still implementing it, even though we are all grown and have our own lives. I entered my room and threw my coat on the bed. I took off my tie and unbuttoned my shirt. The thought of her kept coming back to my mind. I wanted to forget her, but it seemed impossible. I walked to my balcony and leaned against the railing. The view from here was breathtaking. The city lights sparkled like stars in the dark sky. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, trying to clear my mind. Suddenly, my phone vibrated from the bed. A frustrated hiss left my lips as I saw Abigail's name plastered on the screen. "Sorry to bother you, sir, but there's an urgent matter that needs your attention," she said, her voice sounding urgent from the other end. I sighed. "What is it?" I asked. "It's the project that we've been working on for the past month. The investors are asking for an update, and the deadline is tomorrow," she explained. I felt a pang of frustration. "Why didn't anyone inform me about this earlier?" I asked, irritated. "Everyone thought that you were busy with other matters and didn't want to bother you." I shook my head. "I'll take care of it. Schedule a meeting with the investors for tomorrow afternoon. I'll have the updated report ready by then," I said, already thinking about the work that needed to be done. "Okay, sir. I will do that right away. Good night." I rubbed my temples, feeling a headache coming on. It was going to be a long night. I retired to bed without waiting for feedback from Abigail. She knows what to do. I don't have to tell her what to do. Morning came faster than I anticipated. I tried as much as I can not to be intimidated by my brother's presence. I ate as quietly as I can before heading to work. Normally, before I leave the house, my dog will run to me, but today I didn't get such, which was quite weird. At first I thought of leaving, but decided to check and see. The only thing keeping me company is the dog. Stillness greeted me as I approached the doghouse. "Bob," I called out. That was the name given to it by my mother. I still remember when she got it for me when it was still a baby. Now the dog has grown up. Too bad my mother is not alive to witness that. "Are you there, Bob?" I called out again. Silence. Pushing the door, I was met with a scene that scared me. Bob was laying down weakly. I rushed to him, taking him onto my laps. "What is wrong with you, Bob?" I quickly checked his breathing and pulse. They were weak, and his eyes were half open. Panic rose in me as I tried to figure out what could be wrong with him. I had never seen him like this before. I scooped him up and drove straight to the animal clinic, which wasn't close to the house. It was a long, intense ride as I tried to keep Bob comfortable while speeding through traffic. When we got to there, they took him in immediately, and I was left in the waiting room, pacing back and forth. It felt like an eternity before the vet came out to talk to me. "Your dog has ingested something toxic," she said, holding out a plastic bag with some pills in it. "These pills are what we found in his stomach. Do you recognize them?" I took the bag and examined it closely. My heart sank as I recognized the pills. They were some of the sleeping pills I had been prescribed a while back, but had forgotten to take. I must have dropped them on the floor, and Bob had gotten hold of them. I felt a wave of guilt and sadness wash over me. It was my carelessness that had put my loyal companion in this state. "Yes, it was my mistake. How is he now?" I asked. "He should be fine after some rest. If you can wait for some time or leave him here. My boss will be back soon." The young girl didn't finish closing her mouth when the door to the clinic was pushed open. Surprise occupied me as we came face to face with the mysterious woman from the wedding reception. She looked just as beautiful as she did last night, and my heart skipped a beat as our eyes met. "What are you doing here?" I asked, trying to hide my surprise. "I work here," she replied, a hint of a smile on her face. "Oh, I see," I said, feeling foolish for not realizing that earlier. "Well, I'm glad to see you again. But first I need to take care of Bob. Can you help me with that?" "Of course," she said, and we followed the vet into the back room where Bob was resting. I was relieved to see that he was already looking better. She helped me give Bob his medicine and gave me some instructions on how to take care of him over the next few days. As we were leaving, she handed me a card with her name and number on it. "If you ever need anything, just give me a call," she said. The smile I once saw earlier wasn't there anymore. "Olivia," I read out, It was nice seeing you again. I'm Logan." I fished out my card and handed it to her. She accessed it before slipping it inside her white coat. "Thank you, Logan. Goodbye, then," and she walked back inside. I couldn't help but feel grateful for her help and also intrigued by the possibility of seeing her again. As I walked towards my car, I couldn't help but wonder what other surprises life has in store for me.
Chapter 5, Unexpected News. Olivia. It's been a week. A whole week since Alex's wedding and my encounter with Logan. I thought I would be able to forget the night, but the heartache Alex put me through drove me to the extent of sleeping with a total stranger. I always hit myself when I recall how I offered myself to the stranger. And to be honest, when he came to the animal clinic, I was much convinced I made a mistake. I didn't act all friendly to him on purpose. We have nothing to get along about. It might be normal to him, but the embarrassment is still nagging me at the pit of my stomach. I haven't been able to stop thinking about him. His touch, his kisses, the way he made me feel. But I won't be carried away by the way he gave me pleasure. People like him look like the type who doesn't have regard for relationships and only cares about their own pleasure. I was lost in my thoughts when the door to the clinic was pushed open. I quickly got up from the chair only for my eyes to land on Logan. He had a bouquet of flowers in his hand and a solemn expression on his face. "Hi, Olivia," he said, his voice laced with excitement. "I'm here with Bob again." "Bob?" I found myself repeating, my brows creasing. "Bob, my dog," he said, marching forward with a smile. That was when I noticed the dog appearing behind him. "What the hell, Olivia? Right, Bob? What is wrong with him this time?" I crouched down to the dog level. "He has a high temperature," I said, looking up to Logan. "Where should I keep this?" He gestured to the bouquet of flowers. I stretched out my hand and took the flowers. "Thank you." I placed it on my desk before focusing on the work at hand. "He's been like that for 3 days now." 3 days? "And you didn't bring him?" My contact number was written on the card I gave him. "Unless he chose not to call and decided to show up today." "I'm sorry, I've been busy with work," Logan said, his eyes filled with remorse. "But I knew I had to bring him in today." I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Logan seemed genuinely concerned about his pet, and here I was judging him based on one night of passion. "It's okay," I said, trying to be more understanding. "Let me take a look at Bob and see what's wrong." I carefully examined Bob, checking his temperature and heartbeat. "It looks like he has a fever. I'll prescribe some medication for him, and he should be back to normal in a few days." "Thank you, Olivia," Logan said, relief evident in his voice. "I really appreciate your help." I nodded, still feeling awkward around him. As he paid for Bob's treatment, I couldn't help but think about the night we had together. Despite my initial reservations, there was no denying the intense chemistry between us. But I knew I couldn't let my guard down again. Not after what happened with Alex. "Take care of Bob, okay?" I said, handing over the medication. "I will," Logan said, giving me a small smile before walking out of the clinic with his dog. As I watched him leave, I couldn't help but wonder what would happen if we ever crossed paths again. "Stop being paranoid, Olivia. Just because he came with his dog again doesn't mean you two will cross path again," I muffled out. I didn't get to watch him drive away when Lisa walked in. "Isn't that the dog owner from last time?" she asked, pointing outside. "Yeah, the dog is still suffering from fever. But I've given him the medication that will cure it completely." "Check on Mr. Cameron dog," Lisa nodded and walked away. As I closed the clinic for the day, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to going back home and sorting myself out. As I walked towards my car, my thoughts began to wander off to Logan. There was something about him that drew me in, something about his presence that exuded power and confidence. It was strange because we had only met twice, but for some reason, I couldn't shake off the feeling that he was someone important. As I sat on my couch, I couldn't resist the urge to search for his name on the internet. What I found shocked me to the core. Logan Nero is the CEO of one of the largest tech companies in the world. No wonder he had such an air of authority around him. I read through more information. My eyes lingered on the screen for a while. He's engaged. I couldn't help but zoom through the picture taken with his fiancée. She has a model-like body. So upon all this, he went ahead and accepted my offer. What did that make me then? I felt a bit foolish for offering myself to someone who was already engaged. I felt like I had made a mistake, and I wonder what Logan thought of me now. Did he think I was just an easy woman? I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. I shouldn't dwell on this anymore. I needed to move on and forget about Logan. He was just a customer who happened to bring his dog to my clinic. I sighed and stood up, deciding to distract myself with some work. The next few days went by in a blur of work and routine. I tried to keep myself occupied, but Logan's face kept creeping into my thoughts. It was a Friday evening, and I had just finished up for the day. I was about to leave the clinic when my phone rang. It was an unknown number, but something made me answer it. "Hello," I said hesitantly. "Hi Olivia, it's Logan," the voice on the other end said. My heart skipped a beat at the sound of his voice. "Oh hi," I replied, trying to sound casual. "I was wondering if you'd like to grab a drink with me tonight." "Just to say thank you for taking care of Bob," he said. I hesitated for a moment. I knew I shouldn't go, but my curiosity got the better of me. "Sure, why not?" I said, surprising myself. "Great, I'll pick you up at 7, he said before hanging up. I stood there for a moment, wondering what I had just gotten myself into. I decided to call Jamie to come help me with the dressing. It's not like it's something special, but I felt like I should look my best. He should not see me as an easy woman. I will have to tell him he should not contact me again too. We're two different people. He's engaged and I'm nursing my broken heart. My main focus is on building my life. By the time Jamie arrived, she bombarded me with questions. "I thought you guys are over it already. Why the meeting again?" she said, dropping her bag on the couch and focused on me. "I know, right? I agreed to the dinner because I want to tell him not to contact me again. Do you know this man is the CEO of the largest tech company in this city? And he's engaged," I emphasized on the last part. "I can't believe I acted stupid that night." "You're joking, right?" "I'm not." "Search his name Logan Nero." Jamie went silent for a while. "I will do that later. For now let's focus on you. You should start getting ready." Jamie helped me with the dressing. I went for a black, knee-length dress that made me feel confident and empowered. All of a sudden I began feeling somehow. At first I discarded it, but as we went on with the makeup, I couldn't help but bite my bottom lip. Jamie noticed my mood. "Are you okay?" she asked, concern laced on her face. "I don't know. I'm feeling somehow. As if I'm going to throw up." I muffled out, placing my palm on my chest. "What did you eat?" "I ate sandwich for lunch." "It shouldn't make me feel this way. Let me get you a glass of water," and she rushed out. I waited for her to arrive as I tried to calm the bile in my throat. I rushed to the bathroom when it got worse. I threw up completely. "Liv." Jamie rushed up to me, patting my back gently. "I think we should go to the hospital," she said worriedly. I lifted my face to her. I didn't want to jump to conclusions yet, but my mind was telling me something is going wrong. "Can you get me the pregnancy test instrument from my nightstand drawer?" Jamie's eyes widened. "What for?" "I just want to make sure," I replied, my voice shaky. Jamie nodded and hurried off to get the instrument. I took the test and waited for what felt like forever. When the timer went off, I picked up the instrument to read the results. Positive. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the little screen in disbelief. I was pregnant. How was this even possible? I hadn't been with anyone since Alex. Only, I suddenly realized that the nausea I had been feeling wasn't because of the sandwich. It was morning sickness. Tears streamed down my face as Jamie came back into the room. "Liv, what's going on? What did the test say?" I held up the instrument, tears falling down my cheeks. Jamie's eyes widened in shock. We both knew that this was going to change everything. Chapter 6: Confronting Responsibilities. Olivia. My whole mind wasn't with my body as I walked into the restaurant where Logan and I will be meeting. Getting myself into a big trouble is the last thing I want to happen. I didn't think about the responsibilities when my emotions took better of me. At first I wanted to call Logan and tell him I won't be able to make it, but Jamie convinced me that it's the chance to tell him about the pregnancy. I don't know how he'd react to it. For someone with high profile. What will people think if they find out? A man engaged slept with another woman and got her pregnant. I sunk in a deep breath when I sighted him from afar, his head down staring at his phone. At that very moment, I knew I've made a big mistake for myself. As I walked towards him, my heart pounding in my chest, Logan looked up and our eyes met. He stood up and smiled at me. "Olivia, you look beautiful," he said. "Thank you," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. I sat down opposite him and fidgeted with my fingers, unsure of what to say. Logan noticed my nervousness and reached across the table, intertwining his hands. "Is everything okay?" he asked, concern etched on his face. I took a deep breath and looked him in the eye. I don't think I will be able to stay calm if I don't tell him everything right that instant. "Logan, there's something I need to tell you," I began, my heart thumping loudly in its ribcage. The nervousness inside me was something I've never experienced before. Not even the time Alex first proposed to me. This one occupied my brain cells with fear. Fear of what will follow. "I'm pregnant," I finally uttered in one breath. For a moment, there was complete silence. Logan's expression changed from concern to shock, then to anger. "What?" he exclaimed, pulling his hand away. "How could you let this happen, Olivia? I'm engaged, for God's sake." "I know, and I'm sorry," I said, tears welling up in my eyes. "I didn't plan for this to happen. It was a mistake." "A mistake," Logan repeated, his voice rising. "This is more than just a mistake, Olivia. This is going to ruin everything." "I understand that," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know what to do, Logan. I just want to be honest with you." Logan sat back in his chair and ran a hand through his hair. "I need some time to think about this," he said finally. "I can't make any decisions right now. You should have been careful." "What?" I asked, not believing he'd say such. "Last time I checked, he's practically at fault too. We were both consumed by our desires. You know I didn't put this inside me, right?" "You didn't, but you should have taken extra measures." I tried to read something in his face. Reality hit me hard. This is someone I know nothing about. Looking at him now, it was as if I'm meeting him for the first time. "Are you blaming me?" I muffled out as calmly as I can. "It's not the time for me to raise my voice. After all, we're in a public." "No, I'm not blaming you," Logan replied, his voice softening slightly. "I just need some time to process everything. This is a big decision for both of us." I nodded, feeling a knot form in my stomach. I knew he was right, but it didn't make the situation any less difficult. "I understand," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. There was an awkward silence between us for a few moments, and I couldn't help but feel like the entire world was staring at us. "Look, Olivia, I have to go," Logan said finally, standing up from the table. "But we'll talk soon, I promise." I nodded again, feeling numb as I watched him leave. It was clear that things were going to be different between us from now on, and I wasn't sure how to deal with it. All I knew was that my life was about to change drastically, and I had no idea what the future held for me. After Logan left the restaurant, I was left feeling even more confused and unsure of what to do next. I walked out into the cool night air and took a deep breath, trying to clear my head. What was I thinking? How could I have been so reckless and naive? I felt a vibration in my pocket and pulled out my phone. It was a message from Jamie. "Hey Liv, how did it go?" I sighed and typed back. "Not good. He needs time to think about it." A few moments passed before Jamie replied. "Don't worry, Liv, everything will be okay. Just give him some space and time to think. In the meantime, take care of yourself and the baby." I felt a pang in my chest at the mention of the baby. It was a reminder of the new reality I was facing, one that I wasn't quite ready for. But Jamie was right. I needed to focus on taking care of myself and the life growing inside of me. I took another deep breath and started walking home. As I walked, I couldn't help but wonder what the future held for me and this child. Would I be able to handle it on my own? How would I explain this to my grandmother? What will she think of me? What will people think of me when they found out about it? I knew that the road ahead would not be easy, but I was determined to face it head on. I had made a mistake, but I was not going to let it define me. I would do whatever it takes to be the best mother I could be, even if it meant doing it alone. Regret filled my heart for what I did. I should have stayed at home and not attend Alex's wedding. Such thing wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have gotten drunk and met Logan. I couldn't help but worry about the feedback I would get from Logan. This is something I didn't expect to happen to me. A storm all at the same time. Will I be able to handle it all alone? What if I didn't hear from Logan again? What if he abandoned me and the growing baby inside me? Different thought ran through my mind as I went back home. I didn't care to change out of my outfit. I got under the covers and pulled the covers to my neck while I stared at the ceiling above me. The sound of my phone ringing startled me. I reached for it on the bedside table, seeing a notification from Logan. I hesitated to open it, scared of what it might contain. Eventually, my curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the message. I'm sorry for how I acted earlier. I was just caught off guard. We'll talk about this properly tomorrow. Good night. Relief washed over me as I read his message. At least he didn't abandon me completely. I couldn't imagine going through this alone. But still, the uncertainty of our situation lingered in my mind, making it hard to fall asleep. The next few days were a blur. I barely left my apartment, except for when I needed to see a doctor. My mind was in constant turmoil, replaying the events of that night with Logan over and over again. I couldn't shake off the feeling of regret and shame. Since the night I didn't hear from him again. He didn't call or message. The nagging feeling inside me convinced me that he has abandoned me. There's no way around that. I also couldn't stop thinking about the baby growing inside of me. I knew I had a huge responsibility to take care of the little life that was depending on me. But how was I supposed to do that alone? My grandmother lives miles away. Jamie is the only one keeping me company. But even at that, it isn't enough for me to be back to my normal self. I know I have to do something. I'm not entirely at fault too. Logan has responsibility too. With that, I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, my inside thumping with what might follow. Hello, his husky voice resonate from the other end, making me more nervous than before. Hello, Logan. How have you been? I commenced. I'm good. How are you too? His voice doesn't sound like someone who is worried. He's even telling me he's good. While I'm left depressed with a whole lot of problems. I didn't hear from you since that day. You said you why? Look, Olivia, I have a lot on my plate, so I didn't get time to call you. I've not forgotten about our conversation. Give me some time. How long? I asked, getting irritated at his response. How long will I wait for you? It's been a week since our encounter. Don't you think we should sit and talk about the responsibilities? I said give me some time. I'll get back to you when I have things figured out, Logan replied, his tone firm. I don't have all the time in the world, Logan. This is something that requires immediate attention. It's not just about me, it's about the life of an innocent child. Are you trying to run away from your responsibility? I said, trying to hold back my tears. There was a brief moment of silence on the line before Logan spoke again. I understand that, Olivia. And I'm not trying to run away from my responsibility for the child. But we need to figure out how to handle this situation in the best way possible. I need some time to figure things out. If words get leaked out, my business will be in jeopardy. And my fiancée, I need to figure how to explain the situation to her. My heart sank as he mentioned of his fiancée. I couldn't believe I had allowed myself to get into this mess. It looks like he's worried about his reputation only. Not the situation I was in or will be in later on. Olivia, don't blame him for what you have a fault in. Remember, you offered yourself to him in the first place. I didn't miss the bitterness that settled at the pit of my stomach at the reminder of that. Okay, I'll wait for your call, I said before hanging up the phone. What the hell did you get yourself into, Olivia? Your life is now messier than before, I cried out.
Chapter 7, 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 Measures. Logan? I was seated at the meeting hall, listening to the board members discuss the future of our tech company. We're currently in the middle of a big project, and there's a lot riding on its success. I know I should be paying attention, but my mind keeps drifting back to Olivia and the news she dropped on me. I still can't believe it. I haven't talked to her since that night, and I know I need to sort things out. But it's not easy when there's so much at stake here. The success of this project could make or break the company. I can't let my personal life affect my business decisions. As the meeting continues, I try to focus on the discussion. We're talking about implementing a new AI system that will revolutionize the industry. It's a risky move, but I believe it's the right one. I voice my support for the project, and after some deliberation, the board agrees. I feel a sense of relief as the meeting comes to an end, but as the others file out, my thoughts turn back to Olivia. I need to talk to her and figure out what we're going to do. But first, I need to figure out how to balance my personal life with the demands of the company. I quickly gathered my things and headed back to my office. I needed to clear my head and figure out my next move. I sat down at my desk and took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. The door was suddenly pushed open, cutting short my thinking. Brian walked in just when I needed someone to talk to. "Hello, our young CEO," he teased. I didn't have the strength to reciprocate his gesture back. He noticed my demeanor, and a frown occupied his face instead. "It seems the latest project is taking a huge toll on you," he said, grabbing the visitor's seat. I pushed my hand front, intertwining them. "It's not about that Brian," I inhaled in a sharp breath. "I'm in big trouble," I let out. I took a deep breath again, steeling myself for what I was about to say. "Brian, she's pregnant," I said, the weight of those words heavy on my chest. Brian's eyes widened in shock. "What? Olivia is pregnant?" he exclaimed. I nodded slowly, feeling a sense of relief that I had finally told someone. "Yes, and I don't know what to do," I admitted, running a hand through my hair. Brian leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Well, the first thing you need to do is talk to her and figure out what she wants to do," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. "I know, but what about the company? What will people say if they find out?" I asked, my mind racing with all the possible scenarios. Brian shook his head. "Logan, you can't worry about that right now. This is a personal matter, and it needs to be handled as such. You and Olivia need to figure out what's best for the both of you and the baby," he said firmly. I took in his words, knowing he was right. "You're right, Brian. I just need to figure out what to do next," I said, feeling slightly more at ease now that I had someone to talk to. "But how do I commenced, getting cut off by the bang on the door. An unfamiliar woman stormed in. I was taken aback by the sudden intrusion. The woman stood in front of me, arms crossed, and a stern look on her face. "How could you do this to her?" she started, not even bothering with greetings. "You know how fragile she is, and you just left her alone to deal with this on her own." "Who are you?" I asked. She took another step, not bothering about how she was blocking Brian's view. "I'm Jamie, Olivia's best friend. I'm here to warn you. I didn't know when a chuckle escaped me. I accessed her from head to toe. There's no denying the both of them are of the same class." "Warn me on?" I questioned. "You know what you did?" I leaned back in my chair, folding my arms across my chest. "I don't think I do," I replied, trying to keep my tone level. "You got her pregnant and then disappeared," Jamie accused, her voice rising. "She's been a mess since that night, and you haven't even bothered to check on her." "I know," I said, feeling a pang of guilt. "And I'm sorry. I didn't mean for things to turn out this way." "Sorry?" Jamie scoffed. "Sorry isn't going to fix this. You need to step up and take responsibility for your actions." "I know that," I said, feeling the weight of the situation on my shoulders. "And I will. I just need some time to figure things out." "Well, you better figure things out fast," Jamie said, her eyes narrowing. "Olivia's not going to be able to deal with this on her own." "I'll be there," I promised, even though I'm not sure if I will really keep my word. "It's easier said than done," she spat again. "Calm down, woman," Brian interfered. She shot him a look. I could see how Brian's body went weak by her glare. "Instead of you to advise him on taking his responsibility, you're here warming seat." "Warming? Just mind your business. I'm giving you 24 hours to reach out to us. If not, you won't like what I will do to you." "You know quite well what I mean with that." She turned on her heels and stormed out, leaving Brian and I in a stunned silence. Brian let out a low whistle. "She's something else." I nodded absent-mindedly, still trying to process everything. Did she just threaten me? Well, by the looks of it, they're willing to take this matter further. I advise you to do the needful. If words get out, you know it will damage your reputation. Brian is right. I can't let a mere woman demolish my hard-earned reputation. I need to act fast. You're right. My family shouldn't know about this. I know I will be able to handle her. I told her I have a fiancé. Brian's eyes went wide in my revelation. A ghost fiancé or what? Last time I checked you're single. After, I cut him off, not wanting to be reminded of how my fiancé left me on the altar. It's a long story, I said, not wanting to delve into it, but I need to come up with a plan. Brian leaned forward, his eyes brightening up with interest. Let's brainstorm. What are your options? I sat back in my chair, my mind racing. I could try to convince her to have an abortion, or I could offer to pay for everything and take care of the child without involving her. Brian nodded slowly. Those are options, but they don't address the root problem. You need to take responsibility for your actions. I know, I sighed, but I'm not ready to be a father. I have a company to run. I can't let this derail everything I've worked for. Brian shook his head. I understand, but you can't just walk away from this. It's not fair to Olivia or the child. I know, I said again, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over me. But what am I supposed to do? Brian leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. I have an idea. It's a long shot, but it might work. I leaned forward, eager to hear what he had in mind. What is it? Brian leaned forward too and whispered, What if we stage a fake engagement? I raised an eyebrow, unsure of what he meant. What do you mean? I mean, what if we find someone to pretend to be your fiancé for a while? It'll buy us some time to figure things out and hopefully convince Jamie and Olivia that you're not the heartless jerk they think you are. That won't work. My fiancé picture is all over the internet. I'm sure she has seen it, I lamented. You're right. That will complicate things more. I have another idea. What if we bring Olivia to your family house and pretend she's my cousin's sister? We can say that she's visiting and needs a place to stay. I considered his suggestion for a moment before nodding slowly. That could work. It's a better plan than finding someone new to pretend to be my fiancé. Exactly, Brian said with a grin. We'll just have to make sure we sell the story to your family. You can say she came for an internship, and you know I don't have enough space for her to stay in. You know how to make it up. Discuss with Olivia if she's okay with it. I nodded again, feeling relieved that we had a plan in place. All right, let's do it. I'll call Olivia for a meet-up. Brian clapped his hands together. Good call, Logan. I have a feeling this is going to work out just fine.
Chapter 8. Finding Way Forward. Olivia. I arrived at the restaurant early, still feeling unsure about meeting Logan. He has been avoiding him since our last encounter. I bet Jamie's threats had worked on him. I spotted him sitting at a table by the window and made my way towards him. He stood up as I approached, a smile on his face. Hi, Miss Olivia, he said, holding out a chair for me. Thanks for coming. I took a seat, feeling a little nervous. What did you want to talk about? I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. I came up with a solution, he began, leaning forward. It's a bit unconventional, but I think it's the best way to keep both of our reputations intact. I raised an eyebrow, already feeling skeptical. What do you mean? Well, he hesitated. I will take you to my family house and tell them you're my friend's cousin's sister who came for an internship and needed a place to stay. That way, you will be able to be taken care of, and they won't assume we're involved romantically. Our secret will be safe. I was taken aback, feeling my face flush with anger. Absolutely not, I said firmly. I won't pretend to be someone I'm not just to save your reputation. It's always about his reputation. Logan sighed, looking defeated. I understand how you feel, Miss Olivia. But think about it. What will the society say if they found out about your pregnancy? Your reputation will be ruined, and it will affect your career prospects. This is the only way to protect both of us. I sat there in silence, contemplating his words. He had a point. As unfair as it was, women were often judged harshly for their actions, especially in conservative circles. And I couldn't risk my career just because of one mistake. I don't think we should resort to this. I can take care of myself pretty fine without your help. What about my reputation? He blurted out. Reputation. It's only about your reputation. Are you afraid I will run my mouth to the public? He was a bit taken aback by my outburst, but later heaved out a deep breath. Look here, Miss Olivia, in this world we only care about ourselves. When we get bashed in the eyes of the world, no one will able to bring us back to our old self. And this is a win-win situation. I'm not running away from my responsibility. This is me doing the needful. An annoyed chuckle escaped me as I gulped down the glass of water in one go. You're wrong, Mr. 𝒍𝒂𝒚. We shouldn't live to impress the world, instead we should live for ourselves. That is the mistake a lot of people are making. We do things to impress people and not caring whether we're okay with it. If that's how you think, then I'm sorry, you don't have to take the responsibility. We don't have to contact each other again. Goodbye. I pulled the chair back and stood up. With my heart heavy, I exited the restaurant. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The weight of his words hung heavily on my mind. But I couldn't bring myself to agree to his plan. It just didn't feel right. I made my way back to my apartment, lost in thought. I knew Logan was right about the society we lived in, but it didn't make it any easier to accept. I couldn't believe I was in this situation. I had always been so careful, so calculated. And yet, one mistake had led me down this path. As I entered my apartment, my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a message from Logan. I'm sorry, Miss Olivia. I didn't mean to upset you. I just wanted to find a way to make this right. I stared at the message for a moment, feeling conflicted. Part of me wanted to forgive him and accept his plan, but the other part of me couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong. After a few minutes of contemplation, I decided to reply. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Logan. But I can't go through with your plan. I'll figure something out on my own. I hit send and let out a deep breath. It was time to take matters into my own hands. Few minutes later, Jamie barged in. How did it go, Liv? She asked, crashing next to me. I didn't say anything for some seconds, trying to collect myself first. Talk to me. Did he tell you rubbish again? I swear if. Calm down, Jamie. I profound, taking a deep breath before breaking the news to her. I looked at Jamie, my heart heavy with the weight of my decision. He came up with a solution, I said slowly. But I don't know if I can go through with it. What solution? Jamie asked, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. He wants me to pretend to be his friend's cousin's sister who came for an internship and is looking for a place to stay, I explained. He'll take me to his family's house, and we'll stay there until he finds another alternative. Jamie's eyes widened in shock. That's crazy, she exclaimed. You can't go through with that. It's not fair to you. I know, I said, tears stinging my eyes. But he's right. If the society finds out, it will ruin my reputation and my career prospects. But what about your happiness? Jamie asked, her voice softening. What about your future? I don't know, I admitted. But I can't let this mistake define my life. Jamie hugged me tightly. Whatever you decide to do, Liv, I'll be here for you, she said firmly. You're not alone in this. I nodded, feeling grateful for Jamie's unwavering support. Thank you, I whispered. I don't know what I would do without you. We'll get through this together, she replied, squeezing my shoulder before standing up. Let me make us something to eat. I'm sure you have not eaten anything. I couldn't help but let out a smile. She knows me too well. I watched as Jamie disappeared into the kitchen, feeling grateful for her presence in my life. Despite the difficult situation, I knew I could count on her to support me. As I waited for her to prepare the food, my mind raced with thoughts of what to do next. I couldn't just sit and do nothing, but I didn't want to resort to Logan's plan either. The rest of the afternoon went by, and all I could think of was our conversation with Logan. No matter what, I couldn't think of any option. How do I take care of the baby alone when I have no money? I can't leave the burden to my grandmother. She's old and needed the care from me. And if she found out about my situation, she'd be devastated. Going to the countryside to live with my grandma wouldn't solve the problem. As I sat in bed, with no sight of sleep in my eyes, different thoughts and scenarios kept rolling in my brain. My phone buzzed beside me. My vision turned blurry seeing the picture of Alex and his wife in a beach. Their lips sealed together and the caption went on my man. I sighed and put the phone down, feeling a pang of jealousy. I couldn't help but think about how easy it was for some people to have a happy ending. But for me, everything seemed to be falling apart. But wait. If Alex could move on and be happy, why can't I? Why should I be the only one falling apart? If this baby inside me is the glimmer of happiness I will have in the future, why should I suffer alone? Without thinking, I grabbed my phone once again and dial. Hello. Mr. 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. I will accept your request only if you agree to accept mine. I uttered, feeling some sort of encouragement. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Logan replied. Okay, I'm listening. What's your request? I want us to enter into a co-parenting agreement, I said firmly. I don't want to go through this alone, but I also want to make sure I would be left out in the future. We can share custody of the child and split the expenses equally. And also, I want us to get married first. What? Marriage? I could hear the sharpness in his voice. Yes, marriage. I can't risk staying at your family house just like that. And the co-parenting agreement isn't enough. I'm sure you will be able to do this if you want to save your reputation. And then our secret will be safe. Just between you and me. I didn't know how I got the strength from all of a sudden. The idea of taking matters in my own hands sounds good. There was a moment of silence before Logan spoke up. I can't say I expected that. Let's talk more about the details tomorrow. We can meet at the park at noon. Why going to the hassle? I will send you my address. You know, to save yourself from prying eyes, I ended with a light smile. I heard his sharp breath from the other end before he answered. All right. Do so. I nodded, feeling relieved that he was going according to my books. Okay, I'll see you then. As I hung up the phone, a wave of uncertainty washed over me. Was this really the right decision? Am I making a mistake by involving Logan in my life again? But then when I thought of my baby, and the hope it brought me, I knew that I had to do whatever it takes to give it the best life possible. Chapter 9, Co-Parenting Marriage. Olivia. I sat nervously in the lawyer's office, fidgeting with my bracelet. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. I'm going to face Logan and make a decision about the future of my unborn child. My lawyer, Ms. Martin, sat across from me, looking poised and professional as always. She gave me a reassuring smile, and I tried to return it, but I'm sure it came out as a grimace. We'll get through this, Olivia, she said, patting my hand. Just remember, we have the law on our side. I nodded, trying to take comfort in her words. I had been hesitant to involve lawyers in this situation, but Jamie had convinced me that it was the best way to protect my rights as a mother. After what felt like hours, there was a knock on the door. My heart started pounding in my chest, and I took a deep breath before calling out, "Come in." Logan stepped into the room, looking surprisingly calm and collected. He nodded to Miss Martin before turning to face me. "Olivia," he said, his voice surprisingly soft. "Let's get straight to the point," I said, my voice steady. "I've made my decision. I want full custody." Logan's expression darkened, and for a moment, I thought he was going to protest. But then he nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I understand," he said. "And I'm willing to support you in any way I can. Financially, emotionally, whatever you need." I raised an eyebrow, surprised by his sudden change of heart. "What's the catch?" I asked suspiciously. Logan held up his hands in surrender. "No catch. I've had some time to think things over, and I realize that I don't want to be the kind of father who abandons his child." I stared at him, unsure whether to believe him or not. But then I remembered what Jamie had said: trust, but verify. "Fine," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "But we need to set some ground rules. You can't just waltz in and out of the child's life whenever you feel like it. You need to be committed." Logan nodded. "I understand. And I'm willing to sign any agreement that you and your lawyer come up with." Martin cleared her throat, drawing our attention back to her. "Well then, let's get started, shall we?" she said, pulling out a stack of papers. I took a deep breath as Ms. Martin pulled out the stack of papers. This was it. The moment of truth. I glanced over at Logan, who seemed calm and collected, but I knew that there was still a chance he could back out. Martin began to explain the co-parenting agreement to him, and I could see the realization dawning on his face. He had already given his word, and he couldn't back out now. But when Miss Martin mentioned the marriage agreement, I saw Logan's eyes widen in surprise. He turned to me, clearly taken aback. "I didn't agree to that," he said firmly. I could understand his concern. Logan had a reputation to uphold, and being married to a pregnant woman wasn't exactly going to help that. But I also knew that this was the only way I could trust him to take responsibility for our child. "Logan, I know what you're afraid of," I said, taking a deep breath. "But we need to do this. It's the only way I can trust that you'll take care of our child." "By getting married?" he asked with a hint of annoyance in his voice. "You know quite well that I have a fiancé." A smile found its way out of me. "You don't," I said boldly. "You're not wearing any ring." I gestured to his hand that was resting on his laps. "I noticed that since that day." "You can't fool me with that," I said. "If there are no more questions from you, Miss Martin will go on. I'm sure you have somewhere to be." There was no denying that he was taken aback by my revelation. He had me feeling guilty that his fiancée would be concerned in our problems. Turns out he broke up with her. I don't know the full story yet, but Jamie told me he broke up with her on the day of their wedding. I don't know where she got the news from. There was nothing of such on the internet. Miss Martin cleared her throat, bringing our attention back to the matter at hand. "As I was saying, we can draw up a co-parenting agreement that outlines both of your responsibilities and rights as parents. And we can also draft a marriage agreement that takes into account your individual concerns and ensures that both parties are protected." Logan looked at me, clearly still processing the fact that he was no longer engaged. I need some time to think about this," he said finally. "Can we reconvene in a few days?" Martin interjected. "Mr. Logan, I understand your concern, but the earlier you sort things out, the better it will be for all parties involved. It's best to have everything in writing and settled before the baby arrives. That way, there won't be any confusion or disputes later on." Logan let out a deep sigh, clearly frustrated. "Fine, but let's get this over with quickly." Martin went over the co-parenting agreement with us, detailing our respective responsibilities and rights as parents. It was a long and tedious process, but we finally reached an agreement and signed the necessary documents. "Now on to the marriage agreement," Martin said, pulling out another stack of papers. I could see the hesitation and fear in Logan's eyes as he looked at the papers. I knew it was a lot to ask of him, but it was the only way I could trust that he would be there for our child. "Logan, please. This is the only way I can trust you to take responsibility," I pleaded with him. He let out a deep sigh before nodding his head. "Okay, fine. Let's get it over with." We spent the next hour going over the marriage agreement, discussing the terms and conditions, and finally signing the papers. It was a surreal experience, knowing that I was getting married to someone I barely knew, and only for the sake of our child. As Logan got up to leave, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Relief that everything was settled, fear of what the future held, and a strange sense of gratitude towards Logan for agreeing to this arrangement. "Thank you," I said softly as he walked towards the door. Logan turned to face me, his expression softening for a brief moment. "I still can't believe I've gotten myself into this mess," he said with a hint of regret in his voice. I could tell he was feeling uneasy about the situation. "I'm sorry for using that word, Olivia. I didn't mean to make it sound like our child is a burden or something negative. I just can't believe how my life has taken this turn," he said, sensing the expression on my face, his voice laced with regret. I nodded, understanding his perspective, but not wanting to let him off the hook too easily. "I know. But this is the only way to make it work. And for your offer, I will go to your family house," I stated, forming my lips into a thin line. "How long do you want me to give you to get prepared?" "There's nothing to get prepared for. I can go anytime. It's fine by me." "All right then." I will pick you up tomorrow morning. Do you need a ride home? Logan asked. I hesitated for a moment, considering the offer. It would save me the trouble of hailing a taxi, but I didn't want to inconvenience him any further. If it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate it, I finally replied. Logan nodded, and we drove in silence to my house. Once we arrived, he walked me to the door and waited until I was safely inside. Thank you for the ride, I said, turning to face him. It was my pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow, he replied with a small smile. As soon as I crashed on the couch, I let out a deep breath. The events of the day were still sinking in, and I couldn't believe that I was going to pretend to be Logan's best friend's cousin when I'm married to him. But it was the only way to ensure that he would take responsibility for our child. I was still seated on the couch when the door suddenly banged open and Jamie stormed in, clearly upset. What the hell, Olivia? You're making major life decisions without even telling me, Jamie fumed. I'm sorry, Jamie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the loop. I just didn't know how to bring it up, I apologized. Jamie's expression softened slightly. I understand that this is a difficult situation, but you can't shut me out like this. We're in this together, remember? I nodded in agreement. You're right. I should have talked to you about it first. I promise to do better in the future. Jamie sighed. Okay, apology accepted. But you owe me an explanation of everything that's going on. I smiled in return. She sighed, hugged me. I'm proud of you, girl. Logan has no choice but to go by your books. Anyways, congratulations, married woman. You're off the market now. I rolled my eyes in return. It's not like it's something serious. I had to do this, I said, letting out a weary sigh. It's an agreement. We both will focus on our business. Jamie nodded her head. As long as you're not going to take all this alone, it's fine. On that accord, let's order food. I'm starving, I shook my head. Jamie and eating are like two peas in a pod. Sure thing, I said with a smile. What do you want to eat? Jamie grinned mischievously. How about we order everything on the menu? I laughed. You're going to bankrupt us, Jamie. She shrugged. Well, you're married to Logan Nero, so it's worth it for the good food. We spent the rest of the day catching up and enjoying each other's company, grateful for the support we had in each other during these trying times.
Chapter 10. A new member in the family. Logan. As I drove back to my office, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions swirling inside me. On one hand, I was relieved that our agreement didn't end up in an argument, and that we could focus on our businesses without any distractions. On the other hand, I couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt for having to lie to my family about our situation. I knew my family would never approve of the co-parenting agreement, let alone the idea of getting married to someone I barely knew, but it was the only solution I could come up with to save my business and my reputation, and Olivia was the only one who was willing to help me out. As I pulled up to my office, I knew I had to come up with a plan to break the news to my family without them suspecting anything. I couldn't just show up with a sudden fiancé out of the blue, but I had to act fast before any rumors or gossip could start circulating. I decided to focus on the meeting at hand that will be taking place the next day, discussing some important business matters, and also plan out how to break the news to my family. I knew my family would be curious, but it was the perfect opportunity to bring my plan to life. As I settled into my office chair, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. This was uncharted territory for me, and I had no idea how things would turn out, but I knew I had to stay focused and do whatever it takes to protect my business and my family's reputation. With a deep sigh, I picked up my phone and dialed my secretary number. It was time to start planning for the meeting. My assistant picked up after the second ring, her voice crisp and professional. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" "Good afternoon, Abigail. I need you to reschedule a meeting with the board of directors for tomorrow at noon." There was a pause on the other end of the line before Abigail spoke again. "Is everything all right, sir?" I hesitated for a moment before answering. "Yes, everything is fine, but we have some important matters to discuss." "Understood, sir. I'll take care of it right away." "Thank you, Abigail, and please make sure that everyone is present. This is a crucial meeting." "Of course, sir. I'll send out the invitations immediately." I hung up the phone and leaned back in my chair, my mind racing with thoughts of what was to come. I knew that the meeting would not be an easy one, but it was necessary. My family's reputation and our business were at stake, and I couldn't afford to let them suffer because of my personal life. I spent the rest of the afternoon preparing for the meeting, going over reports and presentations, and making sure that everything was in order. By the time I left the office, it was already dark outside, and the streets were quiet. As I drove home, my thoughts drifted back to Olivia. I wondered how she was doing and whether she is preparing for tomorrow. I knew that we had a long road ahead of us, but I was determined to make things work. I walked into the dining room to find my entire family seated and engaged in lively conversation. It was as if nothing had changed, but I knew that everything had. As soon as I entered the room, all eyes turned to me. My father's voice boomed across the room. "Are you going to stand there and watch us eat, or are you going to join us?" I took a deep breath and walked over to my usual seat at the table. As I sat down, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. How was I going to keep up this facade? As the meal progressed, I found myself lost in my own thoughts. I couldn't even tell you what we were eating or what my family was talking about. All I could think about was the upcoming meeting with Olivia and how I was going to navigate the situation without revealing our true relationship. My stepmother must have noticed my distraction, because she placed a hand on my arm and asked, "Is everything okay, dear? You seem a bit preoccupied." I forced a smile and nodded. "Just some business matters that I need to attend to." My father spoke up. "Speaking of business, Logan, we have an important meeting tomorrow with one of our biggest clients. I trust you're prepared?" I nodded again. "Of course, Father. I have everything under control." I cleared my throat and put down my fork. The silence at the dining table gave me the perfect opportunity to speak up. "Actually, I want to let everyone know that we will have a guest tomorrow," I said. My father looked up at me, confused. "A guest? Who is it?" I took a deep breath. "It's a friend's cousin. She's doing an internship here and needed a place to stay." My brother Scott, who was sitting across from me, chimed in. "What kind of internship doesn't provide housing for its interns?" I shrugged. "I'm not sure, but that's not our concern. I just wanted to let everyone know in advance." My sister-in-law, Sarah, my second brother wife, who had been silent up until that point, spoke up. "Well, I'm happy to help out in any way I can. Just let me know what I can do." I nodded, grateful for her offer. "Thank you. I appreciate it. We're one big family. The first son of the family is Scott, then comes me, the one following me is Bernard, and then there's Liam, and lastly the youngest one is Collins. We're all males with different mothers. Scott and Liam are from the same mother, then Bernard and Collins. I was born as an only son to my mother, who unfortunately is no more alive." The rest of dinner passed by in a blur. I couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt for not telling them the truth about Olivia and me. But I knew it was for the best. My family had a certain reputation to uphold, and I couldn't risk tarnishing it with my personal affairs. As we finished up, I excused myself to my room. Tomorrow was going to be a busy day, and I needed to prepare for the meeting with the client. But as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. I just couldn't put my finger on it. The next morning, I woke up early and got ready for the meeting. I double-checked all the documents and reports, making sure everything was in order. I knew this was a crucial meeting, and I had to make a good impression. As I arrived at the meeting venue, I saw our biggest client's team waiting for us. I took a deep breath and walked in, ready to present our proposal. As the meeting came to a close, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me. Our presentation had gone smoothly, and the client seemed pleased with our proposal. I was proud of the team's hard work, and it was satisfying to see it pay off. After the meeting, we all went for a celebratory lunch, and it was heartening to see the team bonding and enjoying themselves. However, as much as I wanted to bask in the moment, I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling in me. It was time to pick up Olivia, and I had already sent her a message earlier that I would come for her in the evening. As Brian and I made our way to pick up Olivia, he tried to reassure me about the situation with my family. "Don't worry about it, Logan. You already told your family and about Olivia, even though it's not the real truth. They don't really care about your affairs, so you don't have to stress about it." I nodded my head in answer. He's right. I let out a sigh of relief. That's one less thing to worry about. "But, eventually you'll have to tell your father and stepbrothers," Brian added. "I know," I replied, "but for now, I just want to focus on the business and making sure everything runs smoothly." Brian nodded in agreement. "I understand. Just remember, we're all here to support you, man." I smiled appreciatively at him. "Thanks, Brian. I'm glad to have you on my side." When Olivia opened the door, my breath caught in my throat. She looked stunning. I couldn't help but have all sort of thoughts. Should I say dirty thoughts? I quickly scolded my brain for having all sort of thoughts for Olivia, but at the same time I can't deny the feeling guilty and nervous about our relationship. We exchanged pleasantries, and I couldn't help but notice the slight tension in her demeanor. I knew she was worried about meeting my family and the potential consequences of our relationship being exposed. As we pulled up to the driveway of the mansion, I felt a sense of dread wash over me. Even though Brian had assured me that everything was under control, I know I have to worry about how my family would react to Olivia's presence in our home. As we got out of the car, I took a deep breath and made my way inside with Olivia by my side. As Olivia and I made our way inside, we found only my two sister-in-laws in the living room. The volume of the TV was loud, and they seemed to be engrossed in their show, not noticing our arrival. We exchanged looks and were about to move on when a maid approached us. "Welcome, sir," she greeted me, bowing her head a bit. "Take her bag to the guest room and make sure the room is tidied up," I instructed. After she left, Scott's wife, Amelia, finally noticed our presence, but only for a brief moment before turning her attention back to the TV. Can you take me to my room?" Olivia broke out beside me. I forced out a smile, trying to discard the thick air in the room. As made our way to the stairs, we heard the laughter of the two women. It was clear that they didn't care much about our arrival, but I didn't let that bother me. I knew what I had to do, and I was ready to take charge.
Chapter 11, Rules and Traditions. Olivia. Finding myself in the kitchen at 6 o'clock a day after my arrival at Logan's family house is the last thing I expected to happen to me. My sleep from last night to morning was like a 1-hour nap. I couldn't help but feel a bit confused. The maid had said my attention was needed at the kitchen, but now it seemed like there was no one around. I glanced at the clock on the wall, confirming that it was indeed 6 o'clock in the morning. It was still early, and I wondered why I had been called to the kitchen at this time. Feeling a mix of curiosity and apprehension, I decided to explore the kitchen a bit more. Perhaps someone would show up soon and shed some light on why I was summoned here. As I walked around, I noticed the neatly arranged pots and pans, the gleaming countertops, and the faint aroma of freshly brewed coffee lingering in the air. It was a well-maintained and organized kitchen, reflecting the grandeur of the mansion. I took a seat at the island in the center of the kitchen, hoping that someone would come in soon. The silence was unnerving, and my mind began to wander. What could be so urgent that required my presence here? Was there some task or responsibility assigned to me? Questions swirled in my mind, and I couldn't shake off the feeling of uncertainty. Just as I was starting to wonder if I had misunderstood the maid's message, the sound of footsteps approached the kitchen. I turned my head to see one of the women from yesterday, her gaze fixed on me. Good morning," I stammered, trying to maintain my composure. She assessed me from head to toe, her eyes lingering on my abdomen. Confusion washed over me as I wondered why she was looking at me like that. "You're pregnant," she stated matter-of-factly. My heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down my spine as her words sank in. I instinctively held onto the counter to steady myself. "Sorry, I don't understand," I managed to croak, my voice coming out hoarse with disbelief. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she walked closer to me. "The moment you stepped into the house, I noticed. And no, I'm not a witch. I'm a doctor." It was easy to guess. "Let's say I have that ability," she explained, her tone filled with a hint of amusement. My mouth hung open in shock. I struggled to find words as a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions swirled within me. How could she have known? As I tried to regain my composure, she continued. "But that's not why I called you out here." Her words piqued my curiosity, diverting my attention from the whirlwind of thoughts racing through my mind. She extended her hand towards. "Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Amelia, the first and eldest daughter-in-law of the family. I'm married to Logan's eldest brother, Scott." Her voice carried a sense of pride and authority, making it clear that she held a respected position within the family. I hesitantly shook her hand, still feeling a bit overwhelmed by the situation. "Nice to meet you, Amelia. I'm Olivia," I replied, my voice tinged with a mix of gratitude and uncertainty. Amelia nodded, her gaze searching mine. "Olivia, I can see that you're going through a lot right now. From what Logan told us, you're here for an internship. I know it's not my place to interrogate you on the child you're carrying, but that would not change the rules we have in this house." My brows furrowed in confusion as Amelia mentioned the existence of rules in the house. "Rules?" I repeated, seeking clarification. Amelia's gaze remained steady as she nodded. "Yes, Olivia. There are certain rules that we follow in this house. And as the eldest daughter-in-law of the family, it's my duty to explain them to you." Curiosity and a sense of apprehension filled my mind. I wondered what these rules entailed and how they would affect me. I wasn't technically a member of the family, so I couldn't help but feel a slight unease at the prospect of having to adhere to their traditions. Amelia took a moment to compose herself before continuing. "Firstly, it is a tradition in this house that every member eats together. Be it breakfast, lunch, or dinner, we gather as a family. Additionally, the women of the house are in charge of cooking all the meals." Her words struck me, and I couldn't help but interject. "But I'm not part of the family," I stated, a tinge of uncertainty in my voice. Amelia smiled softly, her eyes filled with understanding. "I understand that, Olivia. However, as long as you're living under the Nero Mansion's roof, you are considered part of the household. Therefore, it is expected that you abide by these rules." I took a moment to absorb her words, realizing that living in this house meant adhering to their customs and traditions. It was a reminder that I was no longer living in a world solely governed by my own choices. Amelia continued, moving on to the second rule. "Another rule we have is that no woman stays out past 10 p.m. It doesn't matter what holds you up. You should be back at the mansion before that time. I hope you understand the importance of abiding by these rules." As Amelia spoke, her tone conveyed a sense of concern, almost like a protective figure guiding me. Her mention of getting carried away by fake promises struck a chord within me, reminding me of the choices I had made and the consequences I now faced. With a nod, I replied, "Thank you, Amelia, for explaining the rules to me." Amelia's smile widened, a sense of approval evident in her eyes. "I'm glad to hear that, Olivia. We value unity and tradition in this house, and I believe that together we can create a harmonious environment." As I sat alone in my room, the events of the breakfast replayed in my mind. The atmosphere at the dining table had been tense, and I couldn't shake off the feeling of being scrutinized. Amelia's constant glances in my direction only heightened my unease. It seemed that my presence in the house had disrupted the usual dynamics, and no one seemed particularly welcoming. Logan seemed distant during the meal. His silence spoke volumes, and I couldn't help but wonder if my decision to be with him and enter into his world was a mistake. Had I rushed into this without fully considering the consequences? Was I truly ready to bear the weight of responsibility that came with it? As I pondered these questions, doubts crept into my mind. The unfamiliarity of the house and the strained interactions with the family members left me feeling out of place. As the day progressed, I found myself in the kitchen once again, tasked with cutting onions while Amelia and Sarah engaged in a discussion. A sense of bitterness settled in the pit of my stomach, mingling with the worry that had been gnawing at me since Amelia mentioned my pregnancy. How would we navigate the situation when my baby bump began to show? What would the family say? And most importantly, would Logan reveal the truth to them before it became evident? Lost in my thoughts, I was abruptly snapped out of my trance by Sarah's high-pitched voice. "Hey, watch what you're doing." Startled, I apologized, my words muffled and tinged with embarrassment. "I'm sorry," I refocused my attention on the task at hand, trying to silence the whirlwind of concerns swirling within me. Dinner arrived, just as quiet and isolating as breakfast and lunch had been. Logan was absent during lunch, probably at the office, leaving me to eat alone with my own thoughts as my companions. But then he joined dinner. As the meal drew to a close and Logan excused himself, I felt a strong urge to talk to him. I called out his name as he approached his room, hoping to share my feelings and fears with him. He paused, his brows furrowing, as if he hadn't anticipated my approach. I mustered up the courage to speak, my voice filled with a mix of vulnerability and determination. "Logan, can we talk for a moment?" A sharp breath escaped him, and weariness lined his face. He hesitated before responding. "Olivia, I'm really tired right now. Can we discuss this tomorrow?" Taken aback by his response, I quickly masked my surprise, not wanting to burden him further. With a forced calmness, "I won't take up much of your time. I just wanted to let you know that Amelia is aware of my pregnancy." Without waiting for a reply, I turned and retreated to my room. The weight of uncertainty and unanswered questions lingered in the air, but I couldn't force him to engage in a conversation when he was clearly exhausted. In the solitude of my room, I allowed myself to feel a mix of emotions: disappointment, worry, and a lingering sense of loneliness. It seemed that the distance between us was growing, and I couldn't help but question the choices I had made. Had I rushed into this relationship without fully considering the consequences? Was I truly ready to face the challenges and judgments that awaited us?
Chapter 12, Fractured Trust. Logan, I sounded my fist on Olivia's door while waiting for her to open up. I'm running late, and after what she told me last night, we have to be cautious. My family shouldn't know about it. I have to warn her to be careful. Olive. And then the door swung open, revealing Olivia in her sleep-rumpled state. I don't know if the rules have been explained to her. "Good morning," she muffled out, yawning. I walked past her into the room, a sense of urgency driving my words. "We have to be careful," I started, my tone serious. "Last night, you mentioned that Amelia knows about your pregnancy. It's crucial that we keep this information hidden from the rest of the family. They can't find out." Olivia regained her composure, her eyes meeting mine in disbelief. "You should have informed me that your sister-in-law is a doctor. I wouldn't have agreed to come to your house if I knew that." I ran my hands through my hair in frustration, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on me. "That doesn't matter now. What's done is done. The point is, you need to know how to behave around my family." "What are you trying to say? That I run my mouth to Amelia?" Olivia's voice held a mix of anger and hurt. "That's not what I meant," I replied, my tone softer now, realizing the impact of my words. "I just want you to be careful, Olivia. We can't afford any slip-ups that could expose our secret." She looked at me, her expression hardened. "When you took me to your bed, did you ever think about the consequences? Just because I'm carrying your baby doesn't mean I'll blindly abide by every rule. I'm here for my baby, not for your family or you." Her words hit me like a blow, and frustration welled up within me. I took a deep breath, trying to maintain my composure. "Let's just drop this discussion for now," I said, my voice tinged with exhaustion. "You should get some rest." I turned to leave, not bothering to close the door fully. But before I could step away, her voice reached my ears. "I'm not sick." Her words lingered in the air, carrying a weight of defiance and self-assurance. It struck a chord within me, reminding me that she was more than just a bearer of my child. She was an individual with her own strength and determination. I closed my eyes briefly, letting her words sink in. Despite our differences, we shared a connection through our unborn child, and it was my responsibility to support her in this journey. As I made my way to the car, my brother Liam approached me. "Logan, can I join you on the ride today?" "I don't remember us sharing cars before. You have yours. I'm running late," I replied firmly, emphasizing that we each had our own vehicles. I didn't have the time or energy to entertain his company at the moment. Liam seemed taken aback by my response, but nodded understandingly. "All right, no problem. Catch you later then," he said with a shrug before heading towards his own car. I watched him go, feeling a mix of relief and unease. With Liam out of the picture, I entered my car and started the engine, my mind still preoccupied with the discussion I had with Olivia. It was becoming increasingly clear that things were not going to be as easy as I had initially thought. I entered my office, shutting the door behind me, seeking a moment of solitude. The room was adorned with pictures of my family, a constant reminder of the responsibilities and expectations that came with being a part of the Nero household. The weight of those expectations now felt even heavier with Olivia's presence in my life. A knock sounded on the door, followed by the appearance of Abigail with a stack of papers in her hand. She dropped them on the desk. "Good morning, Mr. Logan." "Morning, Abigail." She knew my routines well and began updating me on the day's schedule, her voice carrying a professional tone that helped ground me. "First on the agenda, you have a meeting with the Johnsons at 10 a.m. to discuss the new project proposal," Abigail informed me, her voice cutting through the mental chaos. I nodded, absorbing the details, although my mind kept wandering back to Olivia and the challenges we faced. "Then, at 12 p.m., you have a conference call with the marketing team to go over the campaign strategy," Abigail continued, her efficiency a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. The call was essential, but my mind remained preoccupied. "And just leave the schedule. I will figure the rest out myself," I said, dismissing her. Her eyes danced with curiosity, but she dared not to question me. As she left my office, leaving me to my thoughts, I leaned back in my chair, the weight of responsibility bearing down on me once again. I knew I needed to reach out to Olivia later in the day. We had to have a calm and honest conversation to address our differences and ensure our actions aligned for the sake of our child. But for now, I had to compartmentalize my personal concerns and focus on the tasks at hand. Pushing Olivia and our relationship to the back of my mind, I straightened up in my chair and immersed myself in the work that awaited me. The demands of the day loomed large, and I had to find a way to navigate both my professional responsibilities and the delicate path I was treading in my personal life. The rest of the day flew by in a whirlwind of work and outdoor meetings. As I finally arrived back home, I entered the dining room to find my family already seated at the table. I exchanged a brief greeting with my father before taking my designated seat. Our eyes briefly met, but Olivia quickly looked away, and a pang of sadness tugged at my heart. Soon I felt Scott's gaze on me, his eyes filled with unspoken questions. I knew exactly what he was referring to. The tension was palpable, threatening to disrupt the peaceful atmosphere we once enjoyed. "Do you have something to say to me?" I spoke up, meeting Scott's gaze directly, fully aware of the underlying tension between us. "I just can't seem to understand why she's here," Scott replied, his tone laced with frustration and confusion. I sighed inwardly, knowing this conversation had the potential to spiral into yet another heated debate. "Are we talking about this again? Thought we're supposed to enjoy the meal and focus on our business." "No one is saying we shouldn't focus on our meals, but Scott has a point. How can we have any privacy or discuss matters freely with a stranger present?" Sarah chimed in, her words tinged with annoyance. My gaze involuntarily shifted to Olivia once more, capturing the sadness etched in her eyes. "Let's just eat," I interjected, my voice firm yet tinged with a hint of exhaustion. "But," my stepmother began, only to be cut off by my father's intervention. "Linda, let's eat," he asserted, his voice carrying a tone that brooked no argument. The room fell into a heavy silence as we all reluctantly focused on our plates. The weight of unspoken words hung in the air, casting a shadow over the once warm and inviting atmosphere of our family meals. At some point, my body went weak as I watched Olivia excuse herself from the dining table. I wasted no time in following her, desperate to console her. "Don't take what they said to heart," I uttered, trying to catch up to her. She abruptly stopped in her tracks, and my heart sank as I saw the tears welling up in her eyes. "What do you want me to do? They're clearly mocking me," she said, her voice filled with pain and frustration. I took a step closer, wanting to offer her comfort, but she raised her hand, signaling for me to stay away. "Please stay where you are. I don't need your sympathy. I'm exhausted from today's ordeal," she added, her voice trembling. As she turned to make her way to her room, my determination grew. I couldn't bear the thought of her feeling this way, and I knew we had to resolve the mounting tensions between us and my family. Before she could unlock the door, I reached out and gently held her hand. Her eyes glanced down at our joined hands, and I instinctively withdrew mine, unsure of how to proceed. "Look, I didn't bring you here so my family could make you feel bad. I know it's complicated, but you have to understand that I brought you here to take responsibility," I said earnestly, my voice filled with sincerity. "Responsibility? I'm fed up with hearing that, Logan. At this point, I feel like you're a liar," she exclaimed, her words striking a chord deep within me. I stood there, wide-eyed, unable to comprehend her accusation. "Liar," I stuttered, feeling a mix of disbelief and hurt coursing through me. Her gaze held a fiery determination as she met my eyes. "If you're not a liar, then prove it to me. Show me what you can do. Remember, we signed the marriage agreement. This isn't just about your reputation anymore. Prove to me that you can be a good father to your child, she challenged, her words resonating with both defiance and vulnerability. I was completely stunned, my mind racing to find the right words to respond. But before I could gather my thoughts, she spoke again, her tone resolute. "Oh, and I'm resuming work tomorrow. Make the necessary preparations, because it seems like your family is interested in knowing what kind of life I lead," she declared firmly. With those final words, she shut the door flat in my face, leaving me standing outside her room, bewildered and filled with a mixture of emotions. Her outburst had caught me off guard, and I realized that the challenges ahead were far greater than I had anticipated. As her words echoed in my mind, I vowed to prove to her that I could be the father our child deserved. With a heavy sigh, I turned away from the closed door, knowing that my problems are far from over. It was clear that there were still hurdles to overcome.
Chapter 13, Cravings and Calls. Olivia. So you mean to tell me that you can't stay outside past 10 p.m.? Jamie asked after I broke the news of the rules and traditions in the Nero family. Yes, that's what I was told, I replied, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. Jamie's disbelief mirrored my own sentiments. It seemed unfair and restrictive, but I knew I had to abide by these rules for the time being. Wow. What a tradition. But that's bullshit. You're not part of the family, so I don't see the reason why you would be included in their traditions, Jamie exclaimed, voicing the thoughts that echoed in my mind. If it were Jamie in my position, she would never agree to such limitations. And to be honest, neither would I under normal circumstances. But now I had to prioritize my baby's well-being and make sacrifices. I'm part of the family and yet not part of the family, I mused, sitting up as a customer walked into the clinic. Being in a complicated situation like this required delicate balance and tact. I had to find a way to navigate these boundaries while maintaining my own sense of identity. I attended to the patient, my mind preoccupied with the ongoing predicament. Once I finished, I returned to Jamie, who was waiting for me with curiosity in her eyes. "So, what are you going to do now? Did you try speaking to Logan?" Jamie asked, her concern evident in her voice. I sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. "I don't think he's any different from the rest of them," I replied, my tone tinged with bitterness. I told him that if he truly intends to fulfill his responsibilities, he needs to prove it because he's not doing anything. I can't just stay in a house full of strangers. I didn't ask for this child to be placed on me. Emotions welled up inside me, threatening to spill over. Jamie reached out and gently patted my shoulder in comfort. "All of this shouldn't be something you have to shoulder alone. You should use this opportunity to assert your rights." Confusion furrowed my brows as I tried to comprehend her words. "What rights are you talking about?" "Your rights as the mother of his child," Jamie explained, her voice filled with determination. "You know very well that if the baby turns out to be a boy, he would be the first in line for the family's expectations. They would want an heir, especially since all the grandchildren so far are girls. This is your chance to make your voice heard." A wave of realization washed over me. I hadn't considered the implications beyond the immediate challenges. What if the baby turned out to be a girl? Would my significance diminish in their eyes? Thoughts raced through my mind as I contemplated the possibilities. "Even if the baby turns out to be a girl," Jamie continued, her voice filled with conviction, "you still have the right to be acknowledged as the mother, to be respected and supported. Don't let anyone diminish your role or underestimate your worth." Her words resonated deeply within me. I had allowed myself to be overshadowed by the complexities of the situation, but now I saw an opportunity to stand up for myself and for the future of my child. It was time to claim my rights and demand the recognition I deserved. As the day carried on, I attended to patients and went about my duties, all while the weight of my situation lingered in the back of my mind. The evening arrived, and I returned to the Nero household, feeling a mix of exhaustion and uncertainty. As I stepped through the door, I could sense the tension in the air. The atmosphere had shifted. Uncertain of how I would be received, I mumbled a brief greeting, unsure of who would respond, or if anyone would acknowledge my presence at all. I began to make my way upstairs, ready to retire for the night, when Amelia's voice cut through the silence. "Olivia, aren't you going to join us for dinner?" Her tone held a hint of curiosity, perhaps even something else beneath the surface. Summoning a smile, though forced, I replied, "Actually, I've already eaten. I think I'll just rest for the evening." My eyes briefly locked with Logan's, and I could see the warning in his gaze, silently urging me not to cause a scene. Little did he know that I had no intention of allowing their rules and traditions to change who I was or dictate my every move. I was determined to do things my own way. Walking away, I couldn't help but feel a surge of defiance coursing through my veins. I wouldn't allow myself to be molded by their expectations or confined by their restrictions. My journey as a mother would be unique, guided by my own instincts and choices. It was time to assert my independence and assert my right to shape my own path, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. With each step towards my room, my resolve grew stronger. I knew that the road ahead wouldn't be easy, and I would undoubtedly face resistance and opposition. Feeling a mixture of exhaustion, I headed to the bathroom, seeking solace in a nerve-calming shower. The warm water cascaded over me, washing away the day's worries and tensions. Refreshed, I changed into my comfortable sleeping gown and settled onto the bed. But as if on cue, my stomach growled, reminding me that I had yet to satisfy its craving. It was true that I had claimed to have already eaten, not wanting to feel like an outsider among Logan's family. However, the hunger gnawing at me couldn't be ignored any longer. An idea sparked in my mind. Why should I burden myself when Logan was right here, capable of offering support? Determined to take matters into my own hands, I reached for my phone on the nightstand and composed a text message to Logan, requesting his assistance. Minutes ticked by, and frustration seeped in as no reply came. An annoyed hiss escaped my lips. "You don't want to reply, huh?" Growing impatient, I dialed his number instead. The phone rang, and to my dismay, he didn't answer. Undeterred, I tried again, and this time he picked up, his voice filled with annoyance. "Why are you calling me?" he snapped. The weight of my hunger and frustration compelled me to break through his curt demeanor. "I'm hungry," I blurted out. "What? What do you mean you're hungry?" "I thought you said you had already eaten," he retorted, his voice low and hoarse. I sat up, adjusting the phone to my ear, determined not to back down. "I haven't eaten. I want spicy chicken nuggets and Chinese fries. Please make it snappy. I can't sleep with an empty stomach." With that, I ended the call, tossing the phone aside with a mischievous smile playing at my lips. Maybe, just maybe, I could use this pregnancy to put some sense into him and remind him of his responsibilities. As I waited for his response, a sense of satisfaction washed over me. It was a small act of asserting my needs and desires, a reminder that I deserved to be cared for and supported during this journey. No longer would I let myself be silenced or diminished. This was my time to carve out my own path and ensure that my voice was heard. 30 minutes going to 40 long minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Logan. Impatience gnawed at me as my stomach continued its persistent rumbling. Should I call him again? I paced back and forth in the room, contemplating my next move. Just as I was about to reach for my phone, a knock echoed through the door, followed by Logan's face appearing. I didn't care about the frown etched on his face. All I wanted was the food he held in his hands. I eagerly took the package from him and made my way back to the bed, my hunger driving my actions. "What was that?" Logan's voice broke through my anticipation, making me pause and turn towards him. "What was what?" I replied, feigning innocence. "I'm sure there's food in the house. Why did you have to buy from outside?" His confusion was evident, but I was determined to make him understand. "There's a difference between a pregnant woman and someone who isn't pregnant," I retorted. "You can't expect me to eat just anything that's being cooked in this house. Pregnancy cravings strike at any time, and it's your responsibility to fulfill them for me." "You can't be serious," he uttered, clearly taken aback by my demand. "Oh, I'm absolutely serious," I asserted, my gaze fixed on him. "These cravings are a result of our baby, and you should do whatever it takes to ensure my health and well-being. After all, you don't want anyone finding out about our arrangement, do you? You know what could happen if I were to fall ill." I watched as a flicker of horror crossed his eyes, and for a brief moment, it gave me a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps, just perhaps, my stay in this house wouldn't be as bad as I had initially feared. As I settled back onto the bed, opening the package and savoring the delicious aromas, I couldn't help but feel a glimmer of control. It was a small victory, a reminder that I held power over my own circumstances. With each bite, I relished the idea that I had found a way to make my presence known, to assert my needs and desires. "Well, good night then," I responded with a mischievous glimmer in my eyes, enjoying the late-night meal in front of me. It seemed as though I had momentarily forgotten that Logan was still standing there, observing my actions. "Enjoy your late-night dinner, but make sure you don't call me in the middle of the night," he warned, his tone slightly annoyed. I couldn't help but chuckle at his remark. "Is that some sort of warning, Mr. Logan?" I asked playfully, enjoying the banter between us. "Call it whatever you want. Just don't disturb me." "I have an early morning meeting tomorrow," he replied curtly, his gaze already shifting towards the exit. I watched as he sauntered out of the room, a smirk forming on my lips. "You have not seen anything yet, Logan," I whispered to myself, a sense of determination fueling my words. I turned my attention back to the delicious snack before me, relishing the small victory and savoring the satisfaction that came from asserting myself in this unfamiliar territory. As I indulged in my late-night feast, I couldn't help but feel a newfound sense of empowerment. I had discovered a way to navigate through the intricacies of the Nero household, one small victory at a time. It was a reminder to myself that I had the ability to assert my needs and desires, even in the face of adversity. I groaned in response to the knock on my door, the sound piercing through my drowsy state. "Who's that?" I grumbled, my voice hoarse as I pulled the covers over my face, desperately trying to cling to a few more precious minutes of sleep. "Open the door, Olivia." Logan's voice resonated through the door, and I couldn't help but smile. The reason behind his early morning visit became clear to me. I had intentionally called his number in the middle of the night when I found myself unable to fall asleep. It seemed my little prank had worked. "Can you please allow me to sleep? Go to work." "You'll be late," I called out, my voice filled with a mixture of amusement and feigned annoyance. The covers cocooned me, offering a sense of comfort and protection. There was a brief pause, as if Logan was contemplating his next move, before his voice broke the silence once again. "We'll talk about this when I get back home later. Be prepared," he declared, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. And with that, I heard his footsteps slowly fade away. I chuckled to myself, feeling a sense of satisfaction in my little act of mischief. Logan's warning didn't faze me. After all, what could he really do to me? Chapter 14, Whispers of Deception. "Olivia." I thought I would be able to go back to sleep, but as soon as I heard the knock from the door followed by the maid voice, "I know my sleep will be short-lived." "Yeah, I will be on my way now," I yelled out before she could announce to me. "I'm ready for them today. I'm definitely going to break a rule today. That one is for sure. And Logan will have to bear the consequences for that." As I finally mustered the courage to get out of bed, I walked straight to the bathroom and took a shower before I embark on the journey to the kitchen. Only for me to see the maid there. I wonder why they choose to hire one maid. Is it because of the so-called tradition? "Where are the rest?" I asked her. "They're. Amelia has left for the hospital. I'm the only one here. Looks like you've gotten ready for the today already." Sarah accessed my body as she stepped into the kitchen. I couldn't help but be cautious of how her eyes raked my body. I shrugged off Sarah's comment, trying not to let her judgmental gaze affect me. "I just wanted to be prepared for the day ahead," I replied, mustering up a confident smile. She chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Well, Olivia, you're certainly not wasting any time. But let me remind you that there are certain rules and expectations in this house. It would be wise for you to remember them." I scoffed inwardly, not wanting to show any signs of vulnerability. "I'm well aware of the rules, Sarah. But I also believe that some of them are unnecessary. I'm not going to conform to everything just because it's tradition." She raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by my boldness. "You may have some courage, Olivia, but don't underestimate the power of family and tradition. It runs deep in the Nero blood." I held her gaze, refusing to back down. "I understand that, But I also believe that there should be room for compromise. After all, I'm just here for a purpose. Not really a member of the family. We shared a heated gaze. I was the first to tore my gaze away, clapping my hand together. I guess we shouldn't start our morning bad. I can see you have nowhere going this morning. My eyes raked her body. She was still wearing her nightgown. I'm leaving work by 10 a.m. With that, I turned to the maid to take off work. We work almost in silent. The glance we kept advancing at each other being our conversation. If they think they have equal right in the house, so do I. I'm married to Logan and carrying his child. Just that it is unknown to them. We set the table before the rest of the members made their presence known. Olivia, I haven't tasted the food yet, but my mouth is already watering, Logan's stepmother uttered as she sat down on her usual spot. She was looking all dashing. Should I add that she looked young to be mother of the grown-up men? I forced out a smile. Thank you, ma'am. As Logan's father joined the breakfast, total silence was maintained all through. Maybe it is also part of the so-called rules and traditions that no words should be spoken while eating. Although it's part of table manners. I observed the tense atmosphere at the breakfast table, feeling the weight of unspoken expectations hanging in the air. As the others began eating in silence, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It seemed that every action and word was being carefully monitored, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking on thin ice. Logan's stepmother, Mrs. 𝐻𝒗, broke the silence with a gentle smile. Olivia dear, could you pass me the salt, please? I nodded, reaching for the salt shaker and passing it to her without a word. The interaction felt superficial, lacking any genuine connection or warmth. It was as if we were all playing roles, adhering to the predetermined script of this family's dynamics. The rest of the meal continued in the same manner, with minimal conversation and strained politeness. I somehow felt a pang of sadness at the lack of genuine connection among the family members. Was this what their lives had become, governed by rules and traditions, devoid of authentic emotions? As breakfast came to an end, I excused myself from the table, feeling the need to escape the suffocating atmosphere. As I entered the clinic, I was greeted by Lisa. Good morning, ma'am. Morning, Lisa. Hope you had a great night. Yes, ma'am, I did. Hope you did too. I couldn't help but smile recalling how my night went. I nodded my head, dropping my bag on my desk. And that was how I started my day, going over the dogs that were being brought in for treatment. At exactly 2 p.m., my phone buzzed with the alarm. A reminder of my plan to visit the hospital for checkup. Ever since I found out I'm pregnant, I haven't gone to the hospital. With that, I grabbed my bag. Lisa, I'm closing for the day. Make sure you close the windows and the backyard door. Sure, ma'am. See you tomorrow. I smiled at Lisa, appreciating her reliability and efficiency. Thank you, Lisa. Have a great evening. With my bag slung over my shoulder, I made my way out of the clinic, the weight of the day's events still lingering in my mind. As I stepped outside into the fresh air, a sense of liberation washed over me. The outside world felt like a welcome escape from the confines of the Nero household. I hailed a taxi and directed the driver to the hospital. During the ride, I found myself lost in my thoughts, contemplating the choices I had made and the path I was forging for myself and my unborn child. Arriving at the hospital, I took a deep breath and entered the familiar building. The smell of antiseptic and the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, reminding me of previous visits and checkups. I approached the reception desk and greeted the receptionist with a polite smile. I have an appointment with Dr. Bennett, I informed her, handing over my identification. The receptionist checked her records and nodded. Yes, it's Olivia, you're scheduled for a routine checkup. Please have a seat, and the nurse will call you shortly. I found an empty seat in the waiting area and settled down, observing the other expectant mothers and individuals coming and going. The mixture of excitement and nervousness in the air was palpable, reminding me of the journey I was embarking on. After a short wait, a nurse called my name, and I followed her into an examination room. Dr. Bennett, a kind and experienced obstetrician, greeted me with a warm smile as he reviewed my medical records and asked me about any changes or concerns. As I sat there, listening to the doctor's assessment, a mix of emotions washed over me. Hearing the steady heartbeat of my growing baby filled me with a sense of awe and wonder. It was a beautiful reminder that a new life was forming within me. But as the doctor addressed me as Miss, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. The mention of a husband only served as a painful reminder of the truth I had hidden from everyone. I plastered a smile on my face, concealing the turmoil inside me. "He's kind of busy with work," I replied, attempting to downplay the absence of a partner by my side. It was a lie, a facade I had to maintain to protect myself and my unborn child. The truth would only complicate things further, and I couldn't afford to let that happen. The doctor nodded understandingly, scribbling something on a piece of paper. He began advising me on how to take care of myself during this early stage of pregnancy. He spoke about the importance of a balanced diet, regular exercise, and proper rest. It was a lot to take in, realizing that I had to prioritize the needs of my baby over my own desires. As he continued with his guidance, I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the weight of my new reality. Being pregnant wasn't going to be easy. There would be sacrifices to make, cravings to resist, and moments of discomfort and pain. The 9-month journey ahead seemed both daunting and miraculous. The love I already felt for this little life growing within me was enough to empower me to face whatever came my way. Leaving the doctor's office, I carried with me a mix of emotions. There was joy and excitement for the future, but also a tinge of sadness for the secrets I had to keep. I knew that I couldn't share the truth with anyone, not even the doctor who had just examined me. It was a lonely path to walk, but one I was willing to endure for the sake of my child. As I stepped outside, the world seemed to blur around me. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that I wasn't alone. I had a precious life growing within me, a life that relied on me for protection and care. With that thought in mind, I straightened my posture and embraced the journey ahead.
Chapter 15. Confronting Conflicts. Logan. Today had been one hectic day for me. First of all, I didn't get enough sleep. Only I know the amount of rage that filled me when my phone rang in the middle of the night, waking me up from the sleep I struggled to create for myself. It took every ounce of patience within me not to storm to Olivia's room and give her a piece of my mind. Living with anxiety has always made falling asleep one of the hardest things for me. The medication that Amelia prescribed used to work, but now it feels like the anxiety has overpowered its effects. It's a constant battle, and it leaves me feeling exhausted and on edge. Secondly, the meeting with the investors was beyond stressful. Running a business isn't easy. There are constant challenges, ups and downs, and today was no exception. Negotiations, financial projections, and high expectations weighed heavily on my shoulders. It's a delicate balancing act, trying to secure deals while maintaining the stability and growth of the company. As I finally returned home, fatigue consumed me, both physically and mentally. I couldn't shake off the mix of emotions swirling within me. Frustration and a tinge of fear danced in my mind. How did we end up here? How do I navigate the complexities of this situation? Much to my expectations, Olivia was absent from the dining room. It couldn't be that she was planning on ordering food instead of eating together with the family. The thought gnawed at me, fueling my frustration more. Taking my usual spot at the table, I proceeded to dish out the food, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. The room felt emptier, the atmosphere tinged with an unspoken tension. "Logan, I thought you were coming back together with Olivia." Sarah's voice broke the silence. I shot her a questioning look, puzzled by her assumption. "I don't get you. I don't remember us leaving together this morning." "Well, because you brought her to this house and she's not yet back. So I'm wondering if maybe you're coming back together," she explained, her words laced with curiosity. "So she's not back yet?" The realization struck me. I tried to conceal my concern, not wanting to let Sarah or anyone else see the impact the situation had on me. I focused on my food, hoping to distract myself from the growing unease. "I'm sure she would be back. It's not yet 10 p.m., I replied, forcing confidence into my tone. Something flickered in Amelia's eyes, a hint of knowing, yet she didn't say anything. I was relieved that no one pushed further with my question, allowing the subject to hang in the air. The rest of the meal passed in an uncomfortable silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. When our father stood up, breaking the stillness, a sense of apprehension gripped me. "Meet me in my study room when you're done eating, Logan," he said, his tone serious and commanding. I knew it had to be about the meeting today. I had already briefed him earlier about the difficulties I faced with the investors and their unwillingness to negotiate. With a mixture of determination and anxiety, I excused myself from the table and made my way to the study room. The hallways felt eerily quiet, shadows dancing on the walls, mirroring the uncertainty that lingered within me. As I approached the door, I took a deep breath, mentally preparing myself for whatever awaited me on the other side. The familiar scent of the study engulfed me as I stepped inside, greeted by the sight of my father, sitting behind his desk, his expression stern yet composed. He wasted no time and went straight to the point, addressing the challenges with the investors. "Logan, if these investors are not ready to negotiate, then we shouldn't waste our time with them. Remember, it is they who seek us, not the other way around. Our company's success speaks for itself." I nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I've already given them a last chance. If they don't respond by tomorrow, they're out. We cannot afford to be held back by those unwilling to see the value we bring." My father nodded in agreement, acknowledging my decision. However, what he said next caught me off guard. "Logan, you know as well as I do that we have a reputation to uphold. I cannot tolerate anyone tarnishing it, regardless of their standing in this family. If Olivia is going to stay under our roof, she must abide by our rules." A lump formed in my throat as I absorbed my father's words. The weight of his expectations, the value he placed on our family's reputation, it was overwhelming. I knew I had to keep Olivia in place. I couldn't allow even the slightest slip that would reveal her pregnancy. "Yes, father, I understand." Leaving my father's study room, I retrieved my phone from my pocket and dialed Olivia's number. "Where are you?" I asked as the call connected. The sound of pulsating music and chatter in the background made me run my hands through my hair in frustration. "Are you at the club?" I muffled out. "Are you crazy? What would a pregnant woman be doing at the club?" Her voice rose to a high pitch, causing me to quickly move the phone away from my ear for a moment. "Then what sound am I hearing? And why aren't you back yet?" "It's almost 10 p.m., I said, glancing at my wrist to check the time. Less than 15 minutes remained until 10 p.m. "Why are you so worried? Did the family ask about me? Did they notice I didn't come back home to prepare dinner?" Olivia's questions flooded through the phone, and I closed my eyes briefly, trying to gather my thoughts. I glanced down the hallway, making sure no one was eavesdropping. "Where are you right now? Just send me the address," I urged, my voice filled with a mix of concern and anger. The situation was becoming more complicated, and I needed to find out where she was and why she hadn't returned home. Anger surged through me as I found myself standing in front of a stranger's door. "I'm sorry. I think I got the wrong door," I quickly apologized before making my way back. The elderly woman behind the door was clearly irritated by my interruption, and I couldn't blame her. Frustrated, I fished out my phone once again and double-checked the message Olivia had sent me. It was indeed the correct door number she had given me. Why then did I encounter someone else behind that door? What kind of game was she playing? I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself. This was not the time to lose control. I had enough on my plate already. I dialed Olivia's number once again, my voice filled with frustration. "Where the hell are you, Olivia? Don't test my patience. Why did you give me the wrong door number?" I vented my frustration. "I didn't give you the wrong door number. Maybe you went to the wrong door. But I'm right there." Olivia's voice came through the phone, and I scoffed in disbelief. "Right where, Olivia? You made me leave the house when I'm supposed to be resting, and now you're playing games with me," I retorted. "Calm down. I'm behind you," she calmly replied, and that was when I turned around, coming face to face with her standing just a few steps away from me. "Why are you getting stressed out? It's not like I ran away with your baby," she said as she approached me, her tone laced with frustration. I took a moment to collect myself, my eyes locked on the woman standing before me. "What do you want, Olivia? What are you trying to do?" I asked, my voice filled with exasperation. "I'm not trying to do anything. Maybe you're the one blowing things out of proportion. Just because I didn't come back home, you're already on edge. Are you afraid the family will find out about your little secret?" she retorted, her words stinging. "It's not about the family, Olivia. I have a lot on my plate right now. Please don't add to my problems. Don't make me question if bringing you into my family was the right choice," I responded, my voice tinged with more frustration. "What?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "So you think I'm the problem here? Is that what you believe? Her voice grew louder, echoing through the apartment. You think I don't have my own feelings? You think I'm doing this because I want to? I don't want all of this. I'm not ready to be a mother yet. I'm not prepared to enter an unfamiliar world. And you think I'm adding to your problems? Fine then. Maybe I should just leave and go my own way, she declared, her voice filled with a mix of anger and hurt. She ran her hands through her hair, and I saw a single tear escape from her eyes. My body went weak, and I instinctively moved toward her, but she threw me a pained look, stopping me in my tracks. You know what? There's no point in talking to you about all this. You won't understand. All you care about is yourself and your so-called reputation, she uttered, her words cutting deep. And just like that, she walked away, leaving me standing there, filled with regret and a heavy heart.
Chapter 16, Bickering. Olivia. I could feel his gaze as he followed me downstairs out of Jamie's apartment. I didn't know what has gotten into me that I lash out on him. At some point, I needed someone to let out my anger on. Some part of me wants him to care, even if not for me. At least for the baby. I know there's no way he will leave there without me, not with the way his eye danced with sadness after my outburst. At least he would drive me home for the sake of his so-called reputation. The night was already mingling with the clouds of midnight. There are barely taxis passing by. Get in the car, I heard him say. I pretended as if I didn't hear him until he said it again. I rolled my eyes before walking towards the car. As I got in the car, I could feel the tension thickening in the air. The silence between us was suffocating, heavy with unspoken words and unresolved emotions. I slid into the passenger seat, avoiding eye contact with Logan. The engine roared to life, breaking the silence with its familiar hum. I glanced out the window, watching the city lights blur into streaks of color as we drove through the night. The rhythmic sound of raindrops tapping against the windshield added to the melancholic atmosphere. We drove in silence, the weight of our argument hanging heavily between us. The streets were deserted, mirroring the emptiness I felt inside. A part of me wanted to break the silence, to bridge the gap that had formed between us, but another part of me was filled with anger and hurt. Finally, Logan broke the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. I was quite surprised at his outburst, not expecting him to apologize. I didn't mean to upset you, Olivia. I have a lot on my plate right now, and I didn't handle things well. I clenched my jaw, fighting back tears that threatened to spill over. It's not just about you, Logan. I'm going through this too. I never asked for any of this, but here we are. He sighed, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. I know, Olivia. I know I've been selfish, and I'm sorry. I should have been more understanding and supportive. I promise I'll try to do better. I turned my gaze towards him, studying his expression. There was a mix of regret and sincerity in his eyes that tugged at my heartstrings. Despite the anger, I couldn't deny the flicker of hope that ignited within me. I don't want us to keep fighting like this, I admitted, my voice barely audible. We're going to have a child together, and we need to figure things out. Logan nodded, his eyes filled with remorse. You're right. Let's try to find a way to make this work, for the sake of our child. As the car rolled to a stop in front of a convenience store, I shot my eyes towards Logan with a questioning look. What are we doing here? Don't tell me you plan to go back home on an empty stomach, he said, withdrawing the seat belt. My insides swelled up with excitement at the thought of him getting me something to eat, but I kept on a stern face instead. I didn't say I'm hungry, I muffled out, turning my face outside. A chuckle found its way out of him, making me to glare at him. Even if I am, you should ask me what I want to eat. There are some things that are not good for the baby. This time around his chuckle widened. That means you're really hungry. No, I'm not. I'm just. And that was when my stomach decided to disgrace me and make a sound. I did eat at Jamie's when she made a special pasta, as she insisted, topping it with the music all to cheer me up. Don't know why I'm feeling hungry again. Logan shook his head with a light smile. I didn't miss to notice the dimples on his cheeks. Olivia, pull your shits together. You're not here to check him out. He closed the door back, snapping me out of my trance. Tell me, what do you want to eat? He questioned, adjusting his sitting position the way he was facing me. I took a moment to compose myself, reminding myself that I needed to focus on what was best for the baby. With a deep breath, I began listing out the food items that I deemed suitable for my current condition. "Well, I could go for a fresh salad with lots of greens and some grilled chicken," I replied, trying to be specific yet mindful of my dietary needs. "And maybe some fruit, like sliced watermelon or grapes. Oh, and a bottle of water too, to stay hydrated." Logan's eyes went wide. "You're going to eat all what you listed?" I formed my lips into a thin line. "I'm not really the one that will eat it, you know." I trailed off. "The baby," I sense his hesitation. "Never mind if it's too much for you. I can just sleep like that." I pouted, folding my arms across my chest. "I'm sorry. I know it's for the baby. I'm just worried about me getting fat, right? I knew it. You want me to be slim like a stick." His eyes slightly went wide. And maybe unknowingly he didn't know he grabbed my hand. "That's not what I mean. You will get that all. I know a restaurant nearby." With that he roared the engine to life. A smile found its way out of me, the fact that I was able to make him listen to me. As we drove to the nearby restaurant, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It seemed like Logan was finally understanding my perspective and taking my needs into consideration. I glanced at him, noticing the determination in his eyes as he focused on the road. The restaurant was cozy and inviting, with soft lighting and a warm ambience. We found a table near the window, and I took a moment to appreciate the pleasant surroundings. It felt good to be out, away from the tension and uncertainty that had filled the air earlier. Logan handed me a menu, and I scanned it, looking for options that would satisfy my cravings while also considering the nutritional requirements for the baby. As I made my selection, I couldn't help but notice Logan observing me. "Are you sure that's enough?" he asked, his voice tinged with worry. I smiled reassuringly. "Yes, it's just the right amount. I want to make sure I'm taking care of both myself and the baby." He nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "I'm glad to hear that." The meal arrived after a while, my stomach getting more impatient at the sight of the food. That was when I realized how hungry I was. I wasted no time in digging in, not caring about the look Logan kept advancing at me. "Take it easy," he said, making me to look up at him. I gulped down a glass of water. "Want to have a taste?" He shook his head. "No, I'm fine. Enjoy. Finish up, let's get going. It's getting close to 12 a.m. "I know. The family," I muffled out. "It's not really about the family. I just don't want you to be outside at this hour. At least you should keep the baby warm indoors." I paused mid-bite, my fork hovering in the air as his words sank in. It was a small yet significant gesture of concern, one that touched me deeply. Despite our differences and the challenges we faced, there was a part of Logan that genuinely cared about my well-being and the well-being of our baby. "You're right," I replied softly, setting my fork down. "The baby's health and safety are my top priority. I appreciate your concern." I took out my phone and scrolled through my Instagram as I waited for Logan outside while he went on to pay the bills. Alex and Emily's picture flashed before the screen. My hand wants to scroll down, but my heart pushed me to check the comment section. All the comments were hearts and emojis and well-wishing. Some part of me was sad at the fact that Alex is happy with his new lover. At some point, I felt a pang of regret. Nothing of this would have happened if Alex and I didn't break up. "Let's go," Logan ushered behind me, and I quickly turned off the light of the phone, slipping it back to my bag. As I slipped my phone back into my bag, I couldn't shake off the mixed emotions that surfaced within me. Seeing Alex and Emily's picture had stirred up old memories and regrets. It was a stark reminder of the path not taken, the life that could have been if things had worked out differently. But dwelling on what ifs and past mistakes wouldn't do me any good. I needed to focus on the present and the future, especially now that I was carrying another life within me. As we made our way to the car, I couldn't help but steal a glance at Logan. His expression was unreadable, but I sensed a certain tension lingering between us. As we drove back home, the silence enveloped us once again. I stared out of the window, lost in my thoughts. The glow of streetlights passed by in a blur, casting fleeting shadows on my face. I wonder about the path I had chosen and the challenges that lay ahead. When we finally arrived back at the house, I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath, trying to calm the swirl of emotions within me. This was a new beginning, a chance to redefine my life and create a nurturing environment for my child. As I walked through the hallway towards our door, Logan's voice broke through the silence. "Get some rest. Good night." I nodded my head in answer as I watched him unlock his door and got in. "Good night," I muffled out before getting inside my own room. Inside the quiet confines of my room, I took a moment to reflect on the events of the evening. The roller coaster of emotions, the tensions, and the glimpses of understanding between Logan and me. It had been an exhausting day, both physically and emotionally. As I lay in bed, the rhythmic sound of my breathing gradually eased my mind. I surrendered myself to the embrace of sleep, allowing it to wash away the worries and uncertainties that had plagued me throughout the day. Chapter 17, Uninvited Slap. Olivia. I lifted my face from the computer screen as Mr. Cameroon walked into the clinic with his dog. A smile immediately spread across my face as I greeted them both. With enthusiasm, I crouched down to the dog's level and began petting him gently. "Hey buddy, how have you been?" I cheerfully asked the furry friend, who responded with a wagging tongue and wiggling body. Mr. Cameroon stood by, a grateful smile playing on his lips. "Well, he's been pretty fine. He wouldn't allow me to rest ever since he got his energy back," Mr. Cameroon shared, and I nodded in understanding. "I'm glad he is," I replied, genuinely happy to hear about the dog's progress. Mr. Cameroon's appreciative smile grew wider. "I was on my way from meeting a friend when I thought I'd stop by to check up on you." "Glad you're good," he said, his kind words touching my heart. "Thank you, Mr. Cameroon. Let me get you a cup of coffee," I offered, wanting to show my gratitude for his unexpected visit. But he shook his head politely. "No, I'm fine. I will be on my way," he declined, and we exchanged farewells. I watched as he and his dog left the clinic, their figures slowly disappearing from sight. A smile remained on my face as I reflected on the encounter. Mr. Cameroon had shown me such unexpected kindness, taking the time out of his day to visit and check on me. It was gestures like these that reminded me of the goodness in people and the power of simple acts of compassion. Mr. Cameroon, with his gentle demeanor and handsome presence, left a lasting impression on me. Despite not being young, he exuded a certain charm and warmth that was hard to resist. As I stood there, I couldn't help but feel grateful for the connections I made in my work at the clinic. It was not only about caring for the animals, but also about forming meaningful bonds with their owners. It was these moments of unexpected kindness that made my job fulfilling and rewarding. As the day came to a close, I decided to treat myself to some chicken nuggets. I had been craving them since morning, but with the busyness of the day, I hadn't had a chance to order lunch. It was a small indulgence, but sometimes a simple meal could bring immense satisfaction. On my way home, I couldn't help but think about Logan. We hadn't crossed paths that morning, and I assumed he was an early morning person, leaving for work before I even woke up. I understood why he had mentioned having a lot on his plate. Balancing work and personal commitments could be overwhelming at times. As I entered the house, ready to unwind and relax, the sound of voices caught my attention. I furrowed my brows in confusion, wondering what could be causing such a commotion. Walking further into the house, I was met with a surprising scene. Sarah and Amelia were engaged in a heated argument, their voices filled with frustration and anger. "I dare you to throw me out of the house, Amelia. Just because you're Scott's wife doesn't give you the privilege to run your mouth however you please. I am also a daughter-in-law of this house," Sarah shouted, her words laced with defiance. Initially, I contemplated stepping away, understanding that it was not my place to meddle in their affairs. Intervening might only invite unnecessary scrutiny and potential backlash. However, as Amelia charged towards Sarah with fiery determination, my instincts kicked in, and I swiftly positioned myself between them, determined to defuse the escalating confrontation. "Stop. Please, let's calm down and talk this through," I urged, my voice tinged with urgency. The tension in the room was palpable, and I could feel the weight of their anger hanging in the air. Sarah's eyes narrowed in defiance, while Amelia's hands trembled with a mix of anger and frustration. The heated atmosphere seemed to swallow the room, and the seconds ticked by with an unbearable heaviness. Then, in a sudden and unfortunate turn of events, Amelia's hand swung towards Sarah, intending to deliver a slap. My heart pounded in my chest as I instinctively raised my hand to shield Sarah from the blow. The impact landed on my face, leaving a stinging sensation that resonated through my cheek. Arg! I winced, my hand instinctively clutching my face in pain. The room fell silent, the shock of the moment freezing us all in place. I could see the surprise etched across both Sarah and Amelia's faces, their anger momentarily subdued by the unintended consequence of their clash. As the pain throbbed in my cheek, I took a deep breath, mustering the courage to regain control of the situation. "This isn't the solution, neither of you should resort to violence," I said firmly, my voice carrying a pain. As the sting in my cheek persisted, I struggled to find my footing amidst the escalating argument. Sarah's outburst, filled with venomous words, caught me off guard, leaving me momentarily speechless. The shame I had feared, the possibility of being dragged into their conflict, manifested with a painful slap on my face. Inhaling deeply, I gathered my composure and spoke with a firm yet measured tone, determined to restore some semblance of calm. "This isn't the solution. Resorting to violence will only exacerbate the situation," I reiterated. But Sarah's response cut through the air like a sharp blade. "Just mind your own business," she spat, her words dripping with hostility. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as her words stung me further. The realization hit me that my well-intentioned intervention had only exposed me to their wrath. Amelia, fueled by the escalating tension, added her own threat-laden words. "Didn't you hear her? Leave before we turn our aggression towards you too." The weight of their anger hung heavy in the air, suffocating any hope of reason. I spared them one last glance, realizing that my presence was only adding fuel to the fire. Slowly, with a heavy heart, I retreated upstairs, seeking solace in the safety of my own space. The echoes of their voices continued to reverberate through the house, their intensity seemingly amplified by my seclusion. I couldn't help but wonder if no one else could hear the tumultuous exchange, or if they had chosen to turn a blind eye. Sitting on my bed, I gingerly touched my throbbing cheek, wincing at the residual pain. In the stillness of my room, I whispered to myself, trying to make sense of the events that had transpired. "Olivia, in your attempt to help, you ended up with a slap on your face," I murmured, disappointment lacing my words. Seeking solace and distraction, I decided to indulge in a routine that brought me comfort, taking a shower. The warm water cascaded over me, washing away the remnants of the day and providing a momentary respite from the chaos outside. Afterward, I settled down to enjoy the chicken nuggets I had ordered earlier, the familiar taste bringing a sense of normalcy amidst the turmoil. As I savored the last piece of nugget, I reached for my phone, feeling the urge to reach out to Logan. My fingers hesitated for a moment before typing a simple message, "Still at work." The silence in the dining room felt heavy, perhaps accentuated by the absence of Logan's presence. I couldn't help but wonder if my return after dinner had disrupted our usual routine, or if something else was amiss. Minutes ticked by, and my message remained unread. The unease within me grew, and I couldn't help but grab my phone again, hoping for a response that would alleviate my growing anxiety. Yet, as I scrolled through my messages, disappointment settled in. There was no indication that Logan had even seen my message. A mix of emotions surged through me: doubt, worry, and a tinge of hurt. Is he still busy, or has he fallen asleep? I pondered aloud, my words trailing off into the silence of the room. Deep down, I knew that there could be a multitude of reasons for his silence. Perhaps he was caught up in work, exhausted, or dealing with personal matters. Deciding to let go of my concerns, I resigned myself to the embrace of sleep, hoping that the new day would bring clarity and connection. Pulling the covers over my body, I settled into bed, willing my mind to quieten and my worries to fade away. The following day was a Saturday, a welcomed break from my work at the clinic. As I joined the rest of the household for breakfast, the absence of Logan's presence was palpable. A sense of curiosity mingled with concern as I wondered whether he was still sleeping, or if he worked during the weekends. My limited knowledge of his routines and preferences left me guessing about his whereabouts. The conversation at the breakfast table meandered until Mr. Nero broke the silence with a question that piqued my interest. "Scott, have you heard from Logan?" I leaned in slightly, eager to catch any news about him. Scott paused, gently wiping his lips with a table napkin before responding. "Yes, I spoke to him last night. He mentioned that he has signed the deal and should be back today. He mentioned taking the evening flight." My heart sank at the revelation. Logan had left without a word, without informing me of his plans. The reality of his absence hit me with a pang of disappointment. I had allowed myself to worry and wonder, thinking that he was preoccupied with work, but it turned out he had made the decision to travel without a thought of informing me. In that moment, I couldn't help but question my own expectations and the nature of our relationship. I reminded myself that I was here solely to fulfill my role as the bearer of his child, and any assumptions of a deeper connection were unfounded. The realization stung, leaving me with a bittersweet mix of emotions, a blend of disappointment, and a renewed understanding of my place in his life. As the breakfast continued, I sat there, silently contemplating the significance of Logan's absence and the weight of unspoken expectations. The unfulfilled hopes and the unvoiced desires simmered beneath the surface, reminding me of the delicate balance I had to maintain. In the midst of it all, I knew that I had to guard my heart and temper my emotions, for this arrangement was not meant to be anything more than what it was, a transaction of convenience. Retreating to the solace of my room, I couldn't shake off the residual fatigue that accompanied the events of the day. It seemed that the weight of the recent conflict had taken its toll on me, leaving me longing for a moment of peace and solitude. With the realization that I should refrain from meddling in Sarah and Amelia's affairs, I resolved to focus on my own well-being during this weekend. I reached for a book from the small bookshelf, eager to immerse myself in its pages and find solace within the world of words. As the story unfolded before me, I felt a sense of tranquility wash over me, momentarily forgetting the problems that had plagued my thoughts. The characters and their struggles offered a temporary escape, providing a respite from the tumultuous reality that surrounded me. Lost in the words, I was abruptly pulled back to reality by a knock at my door. Startled, I furrowed my brows in confusion. "Who's that?" I called out, my voice carrying a mixture of curiosity and caution. The silence that followed only deepened my intrigue. "If you're not going to talk, then please leave," I urged, my voice tinged with weariness. Yet, to my surprise, the door was slowly pushed open, revealing an unexpected visitor on the other side. Our eyes locked, and a jolt of recognition surged through me.
Chapter 18, Chicken Closure. Logan. I felt relief occupied me that I was able to sign off the deal that I have been dragging with my client for the past 3 weeks. Had to travel to Germany to get the deal done. As I made my way out of the airport towards the car that was waiting for me, I let out a breath of relief. I felt like a weight has been lifted off my shoulder. At least for the coming weeks, if not months, I won't have to stress over dragging with clients. What I would do is to monitor our project. My thoughts wandered off to Olivia as we stopped at the traffic, and I glanced at the window, seeing a restaurant. Unknowingly, I found myself smiling, recalling how she attacked the chicken the other night. I didn't talk to her yesterday before I left, knowing she would be caught up with taking care of the clinic, and then the meeting was sudden. I didn't have time to prepare for anything. As the red light turned green, the driver ignited the engine away. Just then my phone rang with Scott's call. "I'm already back. I'm on my way home," I said, ending the call without waiting for what he had to say again. Arriving at the familiar driveway, I parked the car and took a deep breath before stepping out. The front door opened, and Scott appeared with a warm smile on his face. It was good to see a familiar face after a long trip. "Welcome back, Logan," Scott greeted me, patting me on the back. "How was the trip?" "Long but successful," I replied with a sense of accomplishment. "I finally signed off on the deal we've been working on. It's a relief." "That's great news," Scott said, genuine happiness shining in his eyes. "We're proud of you." As we entered the house, I couldn't help but notice the absence of Olivia. The atmosphere seemed quieter than usual. "Where's Olivia?" I asked, trying not to let my concern show. Scott's expression shifted slightly, his brows furrowing. "She's in her room. I think she had a rough day yesterday. There was some argument between Sarah and Amelia, and she got caught in the middle of it." My heart sank as I processed the information. Olivia must have been through a lot, and I wasn't there to support her. I made my way up the stairs, my footsteps heavy with guilt and worry. Standing in front of Olivia's door, I hesitated for a moment before knocking gently. "Who's that?" her voice resonate from the other end. I prepared myself only for her voice to revamp again, this time around in a pissed-off tone. If you're not going to talk, please leave. At some point, I should be pissed off at her harsh response, but then I found myself shaking my head with a smile before pushing the door open. As I entered Olivia's room, I found her sitting on the edge of her bed. Her eyes widened in surprise as she saw me. I couldn't help but notice the slight blush that tinted her cheeks, and it made my heart skip a beat. "Logan," she said, her voice softening, "I didn't expect to see you here." I closed the door behind me and took a step closer, a warm smile gracing my face. "You didn't check who it was yet you're getting angry." Olivia rolled her eyes. "At least I'm not the type that disappears without a word." I trekked my way towards her. "Are you worried, Miss Olivia?" I said with an amused smile. "Worried? No, I'm not. I'm just saying—" She turned her face towards the other side, and that was when I noticed the mark on her cheeks. I abruptly touched her face, my brows furrowing. "What happened to your face?" As I gently touched Olivia's cheek, concern filled my eyes. The realization of the mark on her face made my heart sink, regret seeping into my voice. "Did someone hurt you?" She looked away, her expression guarded. "It's nothing," she replied, trying to dismiss the topic. But I could see the pain and vulnerability hidden beneath her words. "No, it's not nothing," I insisted, my voice firm yet gentle. "Please, tell me what happened. I want to understand." Reluctantly, Olivia met my gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "It was nothing to do with you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Just a misunderstanding between others that I got caught up in." "Did they hurt you?" I blurted out, remembering Scott told me Amelia and Sarah had an argument. Olivia pulled her face from my embrace and sat on the bed. I could clearly see through her fake facade. I followed and sat down next to her, giving us enough space. "Look, Olivia, if you're not really comfortable here, tell me. We can figure out something. I'm sorry that I left without informing you. I know all this is new to you. It's nothing seriously. They didn't do it intentionally. She was trying not to meet my eyes." I found myself reaching for her hand that was rested on her laps. Her face jolted towards me. "I don't want it to be as if I'm forcing you to embrace the traditions here. I understand that I value my reputation, but I can't be selfish enough to hurt a woman, most especially someone carrying my baby." Olivia's eyes softened as she looked at me. "Logan, it's not about traditions or forcing anyone. I know you didn't intend for any harm to come my way, and I appreciate your concern and support." I sighed, feeling a mixture of relief and guilt wash over me. "I just want you to feel safe and respected, Olivia. I never want you to think that I prioritize anything above your well-being." She nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "I know, Logan. It's just been a difficult adjustment for me, navigating through unfamiliar customs and expectations. But I also understand the importance of compromise and finding a balance." Leaning closer, I brushed a strand of hair behind Olivia's ear, my gaze filled with sincerity. "We're in this together, Olivia." She nodded her head. I could feel her body relaxes, making me to let out a smile, too. "Now tell me, what did you eat last night?" Her brows furrowed in confusion, as if not expecting me to ask her such question. "Why are you asking?" "Oh," she trailed off, pointing at me. "You want to know whether I came back home late or not right." I chuckled softly, shaking my head in response to her question. "No, I don't mean it that way. I'm just curious about your dinner last night, but I also wanted to know if you had eaten well. It's important to take care of yourself and make sure you're nourished, especially during this time." Olivia's expression softened, a hint of amusement playing on her features. "Your eyes are telling me you're enjoying this. You want me to turn into a pig, right?" I couldn't hold in the laughter that escaped me at her outburst. She sounded funny. Who was the one who mentioned that I wanted her to be like a stick? Now she's going in a completely different direction. She sat up, throwing me a glare. "Oh, you're even laughing at me. Leave my room. I don't want to see you," she insisted, nudging me on the arm. I was planning on grabbing her hands when, unexpectedly, she lost her balance, and we both tumbled back onto the bed. As we found ourselves tangled on the bed, our faces mere inches apart, time seemed to slow down. Our eyes locked, and in that moment everything else faded away. The smile subsided, replaced by a shared sense of closeness and an unspoken connection. I could feel the warmth radiating from Olivia's body, her breath mingling with mine. Our hearts seemed to beat in synchrony, creating a rhythm that echoed between us. The air between us was charged with an undeniable tension, a magnetic pull that neither of us could resist. Her gaze held vulnerability and curiosity, mirroring the emotions swirling within me. In that intimate space, I found myself captivated by the depth of her eyes, the subtle flecks of color that danced within them. It was as if her eyes held the secrets to her soul, inviting me to explore and discover. Our faces inched closer, the anticipation palpable. Time stood still as our lips hovered centimeters apart, aching to bridge the remaining gap. I could feel the electric current that passed between us, an unspoken desire that hung in the air. But then, as if a spell had been broken, Olivia abruptly pulled away, her eyes widening with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. The moment shattered, leaving a tingling warmth in its wake. I, she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. You should go back to your room before someone sees us here. Her gaze was fixated on anywhere else but me. As Olivia's words hung in the air, disappointment and understanding washed over me. I could sense her hesitation and the fear of being discovered by others. It was a reminder of the delicate circumstances we found ourselves in and the need to tread carefully. Her gaze avoiding mine made me realize the impact our closeness had on her. I couldn't help but wonder what thoughts were racing through her mind, just as they were through mine. If she had allowed it, would we have shared a kiss? The mere thought sent a jolt of desire through me, but I quickly dismissed it, recognizing the need to respect her boundaries. Clearing my throat, I slowly sat up, my eyes fixed on the floor as I gathered my composure. You're right, I said softly, my voice barely above a whisper. I should go back to my room before anyone sees us here. With a final glance in her direction, I mustered a small, reassuring smile before turning to leave. Each step felt heavy, as if an invisible weight had settled upon me. I can't deny the impact Olivia had on me, the way she made me question my own desires and choices. Reaching my room, I closed the door behind me, the silence enveloping me once again. The room felt emptier somehow, devoid of the presence that had stirred something within me. I leaned against the door, my mind filled with thoughts of Olivia, her touch, and the unspoken connection that had formed between us. Taking a deep breath, I reminded myself of the path we had chosen. It was important to maintain a clear focus, to prioritize the goals we had set out to achieve. Morning came faster than I expected. Ask me how I slept, I will say I was half asleep, half awake. My anxiety surfaced, topped with what transpired between me and Olivia. I wasted no time in trekking to the bathroom. As I stepped out of the bathroom, the steam dissipating around me, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The encounter with Olivia the previous night lingered in my mind, playing like a vivid reel of memories. I quickly got dressed, my thoughts consumed by the unspoken connection between us. As I made my way out of my room, ready to face the day ahead, I was caught off guard by the sight of Olivia emerging from her room. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The memories of our closeness flooded back to me in an instant. The pull between us was undeniable, yet we had to navigate through the delicate balance of our situation. I mustered a smile, attempting to hide the thoughts swirling within me. "Good morning, Olivia," I greeted her, my voice betraying a hint of nervousness. "Did you sleep well?" The question hung in the air, laden with unspoken implications. I wondered if she felt the same restlessness that kept me awake throughout the night. "Morning. Yes, I did." And just like that we stood there each with a thought in mind.
Chapter 19, Ninja Skills. Olivia. The tension between Logan and me was palpable as we sat at the breakfast table. Each passing glance between us only intensified the nervousness that coursed through my veins. I tried my best to focus on my food, but my appetite seemed to have vanished, replaced by a swirl of emotions and unanswered questions. I couldn't help but wonder what Logan was thinking, what he felt about our unexpected closeness last night. Did he regret it? Was he as affected by it as I was? The weight of uncertainty sat heavily on my shoulders, making it difficult to carry on with our usual morning routine. Logan, too, appeared to be lost in his own thoughts. His eyes would occasionally meet mine, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of longing and hesitation in his gaze. It was as if he wanted to say something, but the words remained trapped within him, concealed behind a mask of composure. I was lost in my thoughts while the family conversed. I didn't expect me to involve me in their affairs. After breakfast, Amelia announced the next task. "Okay, everyone, let's head out." I couldn't help but furrow my brow in confusion. "Head out where? I guess you have not been notified yet. It's the weekend. Sanitation day. We all tidy up the house," Liam answered me, who has never uttered a word before during lunch or dinner. I blinked in surprise, realization dawning upon me. Sanitation day. It is another tradition of theirs. Sanitation day. I haven't been informed about it. I emphasized, my eyes going to Amelia. Liam just did. It's a way for us to bond and keep our home clean and organized. Amelia explained. As we gathered cleaning supplies and divided the tasks, I found myself paired with Logan. It was an unexpected twist. We entered one of the rooms together, armed with dusters and cleaning solutions. There was an uncomfortable silence between us, the sound of our movements filling the air as we began our tasks. A small gasp escaped my lips as our heads collided, and a rush of warmth flooded my cheeks. We both took a step back, rubbing our foreheads in unison. "Ouch," I murmured, trying to suppress a giggle. "Sorry about that." Logan chuckled, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "No need to apologize. Looks like we both underestimated the size of this room." I couldn't help but smile at his lighthearted response. The tension that had been lingering between us dissipated, replaced by a shared moment of laughter. It was a small mishap, but it brought us closer, breaking down the walls of formality that had surrounded us. As we continued our cleaning, our movements became more synchronized, our conversation flowing freely. We shared stories and anecdotes, finding common ground and discovering shared interests. The awkwardness of our initial silence transformed into a comfortable camaraderie. With each passing moment, I found myself appreciating the genuine and caring side of Logan. He had a way of making even the most mundane tasks feel enjoyable. The way he carefully dusted the shelves or meticulously arranged the items showed his attention to detail and his desire for things to be just right. As we finished tidying up the room, our eyes met, and a shared sense of accomplishment washed over us. The room felt brighter, not only because of the physical cleanliness, but also because of the connection we had forged. It was a small step, but it held the promise of something more. "Great job," Logan said, his voice filled with sincerity. "We made a good team." I smiled, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. "Yes, we do." As we moved on to the next room, I felt a sense of excitement and anticipation. The day held countless possibilities. It was the library. I couldn't hold in my excitement seeing a full library in front of me. "Don't tell me you've read all these books," I asked as I roamed around the room. "There isn't much dust, which means the library has been taken care of." "Come on. I'm not Shakespeare, am I? I've read quite a few. I don't really have time to engage into reading books. But I do remember when I was a boy, this room used to be my safe haven." I turned to him in surprise, excited to hear more about him. "So this library has been in existence for a long time." Logan nodded his head, picking a book from one of the shelves. Logan's fingers gently traced the spines of the books as he spoke, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. "Yes, it has. This library has been a part of the family for generations. My grandfather was an avid reader, and he passed down his love for books to my father." I listened intently, captivated by his words and the way he spoke about his family. It was a side of him I hadn't seen before, a glimpse into his personal history. Logan continued, his voice filled with warmth and fondness. "When I was young, I would spend hours in this library, exploring different worlds, going on adventures with fictional characters. It was my escape, my sanctuary. The books became my companions, guiding me through the pages and teaching me valuable lessons about life." I smiled, imagining a young Logan immersing himself in the world of literature. It painted a vivid picture in my mind, one where his curiosity and imagination were allowed to roam freely within the pages of countless books. And now, Logan said, his voice filled with a touch of wistfulness, I want this library to be a place where our child can find solace, where they can embark on their own literary journeys. His words resonated deeply within me. The idea of nurturing a love for books in our child, creating a space for them to explore and grow, filled me with a sense of purpose and joy. It was a beautiful vision, one that brought a sparkle to my eyes. Together, we carefully dusted the shelves, treating each book with care and reverence. As we arranged them, our hands occasionally brushed against each other, sending a gentle jolt of electricity through my veins. It was a subtle connection, a silent acknowledgement of our shared dreams and aspirations. With the library now clean and organized, we stood side by side, basking in the tranquility of the room. The shelves stood tall, their contents inviting us to delve into their pages, to explore the worlds they held within. As I proceeded to walk out of the room, Logan called my name. Olivia, something was dancing in his eyes which I couldn't decipher. Do you want to go grab lunch outside? A smirk appeared on my lips. Thought lunch is supposed to be eaten at home, I questioned when deep down, my inside was swelling up with excitement. It's not every day. There are days that I don't eat at home. I raised my brows in question. That means you also break the rules sometimes. Logan chuckled, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Well, I must confess that I occasionally indulge in breaking the rules. After all, a little adventure and spontaneity can add flavor to life, don't you think? I found myself nodding in agreement, feeling a surge of anticipation. Lunch outside sounded like a delightful change of pace, an opportunity to explore beyond the confines of our familiar surroundings. All right, let's do it, I said, a playful smile tugging at the corners of my lips. But on one condition. Logan raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his gaze. And what might that be? I took a step closer, allowing a teasing tone to color my words. You have to promise me that you won't make fun of the quantity of food I eat. His smile widened. I don't remember making fun of you, but then deal. I will try not to engage in that. I threw him daggers. You should not try. You have to do that. Or I will murder you. He stopped in his tracks, his eyes dancing with horror at my threats. In your sleep, I mean. Logan feigned a look of horror, his hand dramatically clutching his chest. In my sleep. That's a cold-blooded threat, Olivia. I'll have to watch my back now. I couldn't help but burst into laughter at his exaggerated reaction. The sound filled the air, mingling with the warmth of the sun that bathed us. It was a carefree moment, a playful exchange that brought us closer together. You better watch out, Logan, I replied, playfully narrowing my eyes. I have ninja skills that you know nothing about. He chuckled, his eyes sparkling with amusement. All right. No making fun of you, and I'll be on my best behavior. Deal? Deal, I said with a smile, the lightheartedness of our banter lifting my spirits. It was in these moments that I realized how effortlessly we could find joy in each other's company, even amidst the simplest of conversations. Chapter 20, Encounter. Olivia. Logan took me to a fancy yet calm restaurant, just exactly how I wanted. I don't desire too much crowd. A waiter approached us. Good afternoon. What would you like to order? The young boy asked politely. Just give us the menu. We'll let you know when we finish selecting. The young boy nodded before sauntering away. After a minute or two, he came back with the menus. Here, sir. He passed the menu to Logan. So, let's see. Logan trailed off. I was expecting him to pass the menu to me, yet he's doing another thing. What are you doing? Ordering for us, of course. Yes, I know. But why are you holding both the menu to yourself? A small smile resonated from his lips. I'm ordering for both of us. I rolled my eyes at his remark. How would you know what I want to eat? On top of that, how would you know the food that are supposed to be taken as a pregnant woman? I threw the question at him. Logan chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Well, Olivia, I may not know your exact food preferences. I've done some research on the dietary needs of pregnant women, he explained, his voice laced with sincerity. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his response. "Oh, really? And what have you discovered?" He leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "For starters, I know that it's important for you to have a balanced diet, with a focus on nutrient-rich foods. So I've taken that into consideration while selecting the dishes." I couldn't help but feel a combination of surprise and appreciation. Logan had gone the extra mile to ensure my well-being, even in something as simple as ordering a meal. It touched me in ways I couldn't quite put into words. With a smile, he continued, "I've chosen a dish that includes lean protein, vegetables, and whole grains. It's a balanced option that should provide you with the necessary nutrients while still being delicious." I was quite impressed by his thoughtfulness and attention to detail. "All right, I'll trust your judgment then," I conceded, a playful glint in my eyes. "But remember, if the dish doesn't meet my expectations, I reserve the right to give you a hard time." Logan laughed, his warm laughter filling the air. "Deal, Olivia. I'll take responsibility if it falls short." As we handed back the menus to the waiter, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation for the meal that awaited us. It wasn't just about the food itself, but the thoughtful gesture behind it. In that moment, I realized that this was yet another glimpse into the depths of Logan's character, his ability to care and consider others. As we sat there, waiting for our meal to arrive, our conversation flowed effortlessly. The initial awkwardness had dissolved, replaced by a comfortable ease between us. As our food arrived, the aroma wafted through my nostrils. This time around I made sure I eat slowly to avoid Logan making fun of me later on. I was devouring the dessert when a laughter broke from behind. As soon as I turned around, my eyes met with Alex by his side is his wife Emily. Bitterness settled at the pit of my stomach seeing the two. I know Alex has found happiness with another woman, I should do that too. However, seeing him with her always brings back memories. As if Logan noticed my changed mood. I felt his hand engulfing mine. "Don't allow him to see through you," he whispered. That was when I realized Logan knows about Alex. That was how it started. With him trying to help me at Alex's wedding. As Logan's comforting words reached my ears, I felt a sense of reassurance wash over me. It was a reminder that I wasn't alone in this moment, that I had someone by my side who understood and supported me. I squeezed his hand in return, grateful for his presence and the strength he brought me. I turned my attention back to our table, determined not to let Alex's presence affect the beautiful connection I was building with Logan. We continued our conversation, sharing stories and laughter, as if the outside world didn't exist. But deep down, the bitterness lingered. It was difficult to witness the happiness Alex had found with his new wife, Emily. The memories of our past and the unrequited feelings that had once consumed me resurfaced, reminding me of what could have been. As our lunch drew to a close, I looked into Logan's eyes. Gratitude and vulnerability in my gaze. "Thank you," I whispered, my voice filled with sincerity. He smiled, his eyes reflecting warmth and sincerity. "Glad I'm here. He should know you're not just any type of girl." His words touched me deeply, causing my heart to swell with a mixture of joy and vulnerability. It felt incredible to have someone who saw me for who I truly was, who appreciated my uniqueness and recognized my worth. As we made our way out of the restaurant, I couldn't resist stealing a glance in Alex's direction. Logan circled his hands around me. "See, he's looking at us. He's pissed up. As if he's going to punch me." I didn't try to hold in my laughter. Logan's playful observation about Alex's reaction elicited a genuine laugh from me, lightening the air around us. "Why make it sound as if you're spying on him?" I teased, a smile lingering on my lips. Our banter was becoming a comfortable routine, and I relished in the playful exchanges we shared. As we reached the car, Logan's arm slipped around me, drawing me closer to him. I reveled in the warmth of his touch, feeling a sense of security and comfort in his embrace. But as his hand left my body, a pang of regret washed over me. I yearned for his touch, for the closeness we shared. It was a reminder of the growing attraction between us, an undeniable pull that seemed to intensify with each passing moment. I shook off the lingering thoughts, focusing on the present. "Let's get going," I said. We embarked on our journey back home, the silence between us filled with a pleasant tension. Although we engaged in sporadic conversation, there was an unspoken understanding between us. The day had brought us closer, revealing layers of ourselves that we had not yet explored. I felt grateful for the opportunity to learn more about Logan, to glimpse into his past and the life he had lived. It deepened my connection with him, making me eager to uncover even more. As we entered through the front door, we were greeted by Liam's intense gaze. His eyes flickered between Logan and me, assessing the dynamics between us. I could sense that he was trying to understand something, to decipher the unspoken language that passed between us. It made me slightly uneasy, wondering what conclusions he might draw. Logan, ever direct, didn't waste any time. "Liam, why are you looking at us like that?" he asked, his tone laced with a hint of irritation. Liam shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining his cool demeanor. "Just wondering what you two were up to. I saw you leaving earlier, and now you're back together." I exchanged a quick glance with Logan, silently communicating our thoughts. It was evident that Liam's curiosity was piqued, and he was trying to uncover the truth behind our connection. However, delving into the complexities of our relationship was not something we were ready to share just yet. "Well, I don't think that is something you should focus your attention on. We had some errands to run, and now we're back." Liam's gaze lingered on us for a moment longer, his eyes betraying a mixture of curiosity and concern. It was clear that the dynamics between Logan and his brothers were not as strong as they could be. The strained relationship often led to misunderstandings and misinterpretations. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for both of them, yearning for the brotherly bond they had lost. With a nod, Liam seemed to accept Logan's response, albeit reluctantly. "All right, if you say so. Just thought I'd ask." As Logan walked away, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Liam's penetrating gaze had stirred up emotions within me, reminding me of the complexity of our situation. It was a reminder that our connection was not only significant to us, but also noticeable to those around us. Retreating to the solitude of my room, I decided to take a refreshing shower to clear my mind. Just as I was about to step into the bathroom, my phone buzzed, startling me. I reached for it, curious about the message that awaited me. As soon as I opened it, my jaw clenched in response to its contents.
Chapter 21, Cooking Up Trust. Logan. Today, like every other day, had been an overwhelming experience for me. Being a businessman in a competitive industry is no easy task. I had just finished a meeting with a client and was planning to take a brief moment of rest before my next appointment. A knock interrupted my thoughts, followed by Abigail making her way towards my desk. I took a deep breath. "Abigail, could we take a short break? Please bring me a cup of coffee." "Of course, sir," she replied, and promptly left the office. I loosened my tie and leaned back, letting my head rest. My mind wandered to Olivia. I wondered what she was up to at the moment. I never anticipated that our lives would become entwined like this, but in some ways I was relieved that it hadn't tarnished my reputation. At least, not yet. "Young man," Brian waltzed into my office, his legs carrying him with a sense of purpose. "You always know how to appear unannounced," I said, setting down the pen that seemed to have found its way into my hand on the table. "You should be accustomed to my unannounced appearances by now," he retorted, settling into the visitor's seat. I reached for the telephone. "Abigail, make it 2, please." "So, how are you, young man?" Brian inquired, a hint of teasing evident in his voice. Brian always had 1 or 2 things to tease me about. "Just say what's on your mind," I urged, my eyes fixed on him. He glanced around nervously. "Do I have something on my mind? Yes, maybe I do." I shot him a glare. Anyone who knows Brian Ronald would testify to that. "So, how has work been lately? You haven't been giving me updates." Brian leaned forward, a serious expression on his face. "Work has been going well, but let's get straight to why I'm here. You're right, I do have something on my mind. How is Olivia?" "Ah, Olivia? I suppose she's doing fine," I replied, attempting to distract myself by organizing the papers on my desk. "You suppose? What does that mean exactly?" "It means exactly what it implies. She's still finding her place within the family." The door swung open, and Abigail entered with 2 cups of coffee. "Thank you, Abigail," I said appreciatively, but I couldn't help but notice the playful wink Brian gave her. "Are you hitting on my secretary?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. Brian chuckled. "No, just expressing my gratitude. Now, let's get back to our discussion." He took a sip from his coffee, and I followed suit. "I don't know, Brian. Olivia seems nice. From the brief time we've spent together these past 2 days, she strikes me as someone who would be committed." "And you want to be committed?" I hesitated, unsure of how to answer. Before I could respond, my mobile phone rang, cutting off our conversation. I glanced at the screen and then turned it over to Brian. "It's Olivia," I informed him. An amused smile played on Brian's lips. "Husband duty calls," he teased. I pressed the accept button and held the phone to my ear. "Hello," I started. "Logan, are you still at work?" Olivia's voice held a touch of eagerness. "Yes, why?" I asked, curious as to what she had in mind. There was a rustling sound from the other end before she spoke. "I was wondering if you could get me something." "And what might that be?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. "Fresh shrimp and crabs," Olivia's voice came through the phone. Brian and I exchanged glances. It was as if he heard what she said. "Can't you order them? And are they safe for you to eat?" Olivia's response was filled with determination. "I don't like the ones they sell here in Brooklyn. I want the ones from Brooklyn Heights." I raised an eyebrow, realizing the extent of her craving. "Do you really think I have the time to go searching for shrimp and crabs? It's something you can easily order and have them delivered to you." "Shrimp and crabs?" Brian mouthed, his eyes widening in disbelief. I sighed, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Well, it's not like I'm the one craving them. I understand if you don't have the time. I can go there alone. It's just a 15 to 20-minute drive. Sorry for the inconvenience." The line went silent. "Sorry for the inconvenience," I repeated, the weight of her words sinking in. Brian's chuckle resonates in return. "She's definitely serious about it. So what's your plan now?" I let out a resigned sigh. "What else? She's using her words to attack me, making me feel guilty." "The fact that I've never been to Brooklyn Heights before," I admitted, feeling a sense of unease settling in. "Well, there's always a first time. It's your first time being a husband, too," Brian replied with a hint of amusement. As much as I wanted to retort, I knew he had a point. I should have anticipated the challenges that come with marriage. Perhaps Olivia intentionally made this request to test my responsibility or provoke me. I swallowed the lump in my throat, trying to calm myself. As I parked the car and turned off the engine, I reminded myself that I was doing this for my own growth and for the sake of the baby. I reached for the nylon bag and made my way out. The dining table was bustling with activity as usual, filled with the familiar faces of my family. Olivia and I exchanged glances, but I quickly averted my eyes, not wanting to be reminded of the lengths I had gone to in order to get her the shrimp and crabs. However, Amelia, always the curious one, couldn't resist poking her nose into the matter. "What's that you're holding, Logan? I can smell fish," she inquired with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "It's shrimp," I replied, passing the bag to the maid who was serving my food. "Put it in the refrigerator," I instructed, and she obediently bowed before making her way to the kitchen. Amelia's gaze shifted to Olivia, a knowing look passing between them. I knew I didn't have to explain any further. As a doctor, and the only person who knows about Olivia's pregnancy, she's well aware of the dietary restrictions and precautions during pregnancy. We continued to eat our meal in silence, with my father and I briefly discussing company matters before everyone retired to their respective rooms, leaving just Olivia and me alone. A good 2 minutes, if not more, of silence filled the room, each of us waiting for the other to break it. Finally, unable to bear the tension any longer, I mustered the courage to speak up. The shrimp and crabs are in the refrigerator," I said, my voice breaking the stillness. She nodded, but instead of acknowledging my effort or expressing gratitude, she simply stood up and headed towards the kitchen. An irritated chuckle escaped me. Was she intentionally testing my patience? I quickly pocketed my phone and followed her into the kitchen, curiosity and frustration swirling within me. To my surprise, she had already taken the nylon bag out of the refrigerator. "This isn't the type of crab I want," she stated, her gaze fixed on me. Did I hear her correctly? I stepped closer, trying to comprehend her words. "I don't understand. What are you trying to say? Are crabs supposed to come in a particular design?" Her eyes locked with mine, her tone unwavering. "Yes, there are different varieties. "This is not the one from Brooklyn Heights," she explained matter-of-factly. My frustration mounted, and I couldn't help but bite my bottom lip in exasperation. "If you only knew the lengths I went through to get you these things, you wouldn't be saying this. I had to drive all the way to Midtown Manhattan because the ones from Brooklyn Heights weren't fresh enough. And now you're telling me it's not the type you want. Seriously, Olivia, are you trying to provoke me or something?" I realized it was time to come clean, to let her know that I was aware of her intentions. Her eyes fell slightly at my outburst. "I'm sorry," she muffled out. "It's okay. I don't want you to feel bad for what I said. Enjoy your shrimp and crabs," I replied, my lips forming a thin line. I turned to walk away, ready to put this conversation behind us, when I felt a touch on my hand. It sent a shiver through my body, but just as quickly as the touch came, it disappeared as she withdrew her hand and cast her gaze downward. "Can you help me? I don't know how to cook them," she said softly. A chuckle escaped me at her remark. I found myself leaning forward, closer to the counter where the shrimp and crab awaited cooking. "You don't know how to cook them, yet you bought them?" I said, still smiling. "Don't blame me. Usually I would just order them when I have a craving. But now, with this," she rubbed her hand over her flat belly, "I don't trust all these restaurants anymore. And since you're here, you can help me, or do you not know how to cook?" "Says who? You'll be drooling over my food," I retorted with a smirk. Though my busy schedule had reduced my cooking time, I was skilled in the kitchen. I had learned from my mother, and my culinary skills were not to be underestimated. "Why don't you let me show you what I've got, then?" I suggested, a spark of excitement igniting within me.
Chapter 22, Clashing Tempers. Olivia. To be honest, I had doubted Logan's cooking abilities when he had confidently claimed to show me what he had in his culinary repertoire. But as I observed him preparing the shrimp and crabs, I couldn't help but be mesmerized by his skillful movements and the way his muscles flexed. It was like watching a professional chef on a cooking show. His voice seemed distant as he shared cooking tips, but my attention was fixated on him. "Make sure the shrimp is well cooked to enhance the flavor. Unless you prefer it half done," he advised, his words barely registering as I continued to stare. "Pass me the salt," he requested again. Lost in my thoughts, I reached for the jar without focusing on his specific request. His voice snapped me back to reality. "I didn't say pepper. Salt. Focus." His tone was stern, and I quickly corrected my mistake, switching the jars. "Here. You're making it sound like you're a guest on a world cooking show." As soon as the words slipped out of my mouth, I realized they were much louder than I intended. Logan paused, stirring the sauce, and turned his gaze towards me, a mixture of surprise and amusement evident in his eyes. "Do you know I've received an award for the culinary skills I've acquired?" he proudly declared. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at his statement. "That's nothing to brag about," I retorted, taking the jar of pepper and scooping out some ground pepper to add to the sauce. I continued for 3 spoonfuls and was about to go for a 4th when Logan suddenly grabbed my hand. "Don't tell me you're going to ruin the shrimp sauce with too much pepper," he exclaimed. "Why not? Am I not the one who's going to eat it? Shouldn't I prepare the sauce according to my own preferences?" I replied, slightly defiant. I noticed a flicker of something in Logan's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile. "Point of correction, it's the sauce I made. And why would you want to consume too much pepper? You don't want to harm the baby." "I'm not going to harm the baby," I asserted, smiling back at him. We engaged in a silent standoff, exchanging intense gazes. Just because he was helping me with the cooking doesn't mean I have to follow his exact measurements for the ingredients. "Which baby?" A voice suddenly interjected from the doorway. My heart raced within my ribcage as Logan's stepmom observed us with a curious gaze. "Who is having a baby?" she repeated, her eyes lingering on both of us. I silently urged Logan to take the lead and explain. "Well," Logan began, holding up one of the crabs, "we were referring to the baby crab." A mischievous grin played on his lips, and I struggled to stifle my laughter. "Yes, the crabs," I chimed in, trying to maintain a composed expression. The woman approached the pot, her curiosity piqued. "What a delightful aroma." "Logan, did you prepare this?" she inquired, reaching for a spoon to taste the sauce, as if she had the authority to do so. "And who said I couldn't cook it?" I shot Logan a warning glare, silently conveying that he had better handle the situation well. Leaning against the counter, I crossed my arms and waited for his response. "Yes," he replied confidently. "Wow, that's a surprise. When was the last time you stepped foot in the kitchen with the intention of cooking? Someone must have really made an impression on you," his stepmom remarked, a hint of teasing in her tone. If I'm not mistaken, there seemed to be some hidden meaning behind her words. Just as the thought crossed my mind, Logan's phone began to ring. He started, but his stepmom interrupted him. "Go ahead, Logan. Olivia and I will take care of this," she said, casting me an apologetic look, as if I had expressed anger towards him. "So, Olivia, do you think you'll be able to eat this with so much pepper in it?" I don't understand why Logan added so many ingredients when his doctor clearly advised against consuming them excessively, the woman began, extinguishing the flames on the stove. "Doctor, is Logan unwell?" Before I could inquire further, she emptied the contents onto a plate. "No." "What's wrong?" she asked. I managed to mumble. I was planning to separate the shrimp from the crabs. Why did she have to intervene in what Logan and I were doing? Her eyes darted back and forth, as if she wasn't quite sure of what I had just said. "Aren't they all going to the same stomach?" "No. I want to eat them separately." The woman noticed the shift in my demeanor. "I apologize for that. But it doesn't matter. Let me separate them for you." She grabbed a fresh plate and divided the shrimp and crabs. The sight made my stomach churn, and bile rose in my throat. I quickly made a dash out of the kitchen, rushing upstairs while covering my mouth with my hands. "What?" Logan emerged from his room, noticing my distressed state. But I was already at the breaking point. I hurried into the bathroom and emptied the contents of my stomach, vomiting everything I had eaten throughout the day. I felt a burning sensation in my stomach, as if it might burst at any moment. I sat in the bathroom for a while, collecting myself, before I heard a knock on the door. "Olivia, are you okay?" Logan's concerned voice reached my ears. "Yes, don't worry, I'm fine," I reassured him. I washed my face and dried it with a towel, then made my way out of the bathroom. Oh my God, my heart pounded in my chest. I hadn't expected him to be standing so close to the door. "You scared me," I said, walking towards my bed to sit down. "Are you okay?" "I saw you rushing in here," Logan inquired, his eyes fixed on me. I nodded in response. "Yeah, I threw up. It's normal for me," I explained. Logan continued to stare at me, not saying a word. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I asked, tossing the towel aside. "What about the shrimp and crabs?" He finally spoke up. "I'm not going to eat them," I declared. After witnessing how his stepmother handled it, which resulted in me throwing up, I couldn't bear the thought of tasting it. Logan's eyes widened slightly. "You can't be serious," he replied. "Of course I'm serious. I don't feel like eating it anymore. I'll just order from somewhere else tomorrow." "You know you're getting on my nerves, right?" Logan's voice rang out, filled with frustration. Confusion creased my brow. "For what?" I asked, genuinely perplexed. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about." His voice escalated, causing my body to tremble. He clenched his jaw and approached me. "Do you have any idea how I left my work to get you those shrimp? I even sacrificed the time I was supposed to spend on other tasks and rest before bed to help you cook. And now you're saying you won't eat it anymore." He was clearly angry. "Don't make it seem like you're being forced to do this," I retorted. "Of course, you're forcing it on me. You're making it seem like all the burden should fall on my shoulders. I have a life outside of this, Olivia, for Christ's sake." His words struck a chord, and I ran my hands through my hair, struggling to hold back tears. I don't want to appear overly emotional in front of him, revealing the vulnerability of the situation that weighed heavily on me. "This isn't how it's supposed to be done, Olivia," he continued, his tone firm. "Then show me how it's done. Just be honest with me that you're not ready to take any responsibility for the baby. You don't have to pretend to be a nice person. We all know you're a player. That's why your fiancé left you at the altar," I shot back, my voice laced with bitterness. "Enough." The rage in his eyes was unlike anything I had ever seen before, not even when I played a prank call on him the other day. But at that moment, I couldn't care less. I would say whatever was on my mind. Why? Are you angry now? Because you know I'm right. You only care about your job and reputation, Logan. Ask me. I don't want this either. I don't want to stay here for a second. I don't want this fake life that you and your family are living. I want to be in my own comfort zone, without anyone controlling me or meddling in my business. Stop using the baby as an excuse, Olivia. I shouldn't have brought you here if I knew it would become a problem for me, Logan exclaimed. Well, it's not too late to send me back. But remember, it won't change the fact that you're the father of this baby and also my husband, I countered, hitting a nerve. I could detect a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Perhaps he didn't fully comprehend the weight of hiding his secret from his own family. He took a sharp breath. You know what, there's no point in arguing with you. I already have a headache, he muttered, turning to leave. Yes, call me a headache. Go to the radio station and announce to the world that Olivia Reed is a pain in the head. I didn't care how loud my voice was. Logan hissed and abruptly turned back, covering my mouth with his hands. Lower your voice, unless you want to leave this house tonight, he seethed through gritted teeth. Or maybe you want the world to know about your little secret. Let me go and get out, I spat, pushing him away. He seemed taken aback by my actions, but his surprise quickly transformed into his next words. Don't forget this is my house. And you're going to eat the shrimp and crabs for breakfast tomorrow, he pointed out before walking away. Just as he was about to close the door, I retorted. Then be prepared to face the consequences of answering your father's questions.
Chapter 23, She is Trouble. Logan. It was clear to me that Olivia's behavior was not solely due to the pregnancy. Her true nature seemed to be surfacing, and it made me realize that she had forgotten whose house this actually was. Closing the door behind me, I couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. I hadn't even had the chance to review today's papers, and yet she failed to appreciate the effort I had put into getting the shrimp and crab for her. It seemed like the best course of action would be to keep my distance from her, as her presence threatened to drive me to madness. With that thought in mind, I changed out of my work attire and prepared to unwind for the night. Checking on any work-related matters seemed impossible at the moment. I reached for the last pill on my prescription and swallowed it with a sip of water. Running my hands through my hair, I felt a slight sense of relief as my nerves began to settle. These pills had become my personal therapy, allowing me to find some respite in sleep. I had lied to my doctor, claiming that I no longer took them, as he warned me about the potential adverse effects of excessive consumption. Only Amelia knew about my secret. She had once caught me taking the pills, and strangely enough, she always seemed to uncover my hidden truths. Among all my family members, she was the only one I truly trusted. As I lay in bed, contemplating the predicament I found myself in, thoughts of how to resolve the current problem swirled in my mind. Perhaps bringing Olivia here was a mistake. Maybe I should have provided her with enough money to sustain herself until the baby was born. Did I make the right decision by entering into a marriage agreement with her? Countless unanswered questions plagued my thoughts. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, jolting me out of my reverie. "What does she want now?" I muttered as I sat up, noticing it was Olivia calling. Why would someone call in the middle of the night? After hurling insults at me, she expected me to eagerly answer her call. The mention of my former fiancé leaving me at the altar stung, although I knew deep down that my own actions were to blame. I hadn't been a good boyfriend to her, as I was weighed down by numerous personal issues. The call abruptly ended, only to be followed by another incoming call. "Let's see how persistent you are," I mused, declining the call and switching my phone to silent mode. I tossed it to the other side of the bed, determined not to let Olivia disrupt my peaceful life. "Good morning," I greeted, my words trailing off as I caught sight of Olivia serving my family members with the shrimp and crab from the previous night. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. So, because I had mentioned that she would eat it for breakfast, she had decided to share it with everyone. Nevertheless, it didn't change the fact that I was still angry with her. "Logan, it feels so nice to taste your food after such a long time." My stepmother broke the silence at the dining table. "You cooked it?" Amelia asked, surprise evident in her voice. I nodded with a slight smile, my eyes shifting towards Olivia, who stood beside Liam, wearing an amused smile on her lips. It was clear that she was enjoying the situation. "Thank you, Liv," I heard Amelia say, breaking my train of thought. I couldn't help but notice the brief interaction between her and Liam. It seemed they had developed some sort of closeness, but that wasn't my primary concern. Breakfast commenced, and everyone started eating in earnest. Throughout the meal, I found myself stealing glances at Olivia. She was aware of my gaze, but pretended to be focused on her food, her smile betraying her amusement. Suddenly, Sarah's voice echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention. "Geez, Olivia, why are you adding salt?" Sarah exclaimed, her words causing a collective pause. Olivia reached for the table salt, seemingly taken aback by the sudden scrutiny. Olivia began, but Sarah interrupted her once again. "Why are you eating so much salt, like a pregnant woman?" The weight of Sarah's words felt like a heavy stone dropped onto my chest. Olivia and I exchanged glances, both of us realizing the situation we were now in. "Come on, Sarah, stop making such tasteless jokes. Why would she be pregnant? Maybe the sauce doesn't suit her taste." "Let it go," my stepmother interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Why don't we focus on enjoying our meal? It's not our place to pry into her personal matters." "Please," Scott finally spoke up, breaking the uneasy silence. With a collective agreement, we resumed our breakfast, attempting to maintain table manners and carry on as if nothing had happened. Yet my mind remained unsettled. If things continued at this rate, my family might discover the truth before I had a chance to reveal it myself. I knew I had to take action. When we're done eating, I was the first to excuse myself. "Logan, let's go together. My car broke down last night. I'm yet to take it for repair." Scott followed suit. I nodded my head in answer. "Let me get my phone." "Logan, can we talk?" she asked, her tone carrying a sense of urgency. I nodded in agreement, and we made our way towards the sitting room, away from prying ears. "Do you know that Olivia is pregnant?" Her words caught me off guard, leaving me momentarily speechless. "Judging by your reaction, it seems you were aware. I don't know the full story, but the signs of pregnancy are becoming evident in her body. You may not have noticed, but she is starting to show. When the family eventually discovers this, they won't question her, but rather they will question you for bringing her here despite knowing about her condition. I don't know how you plan to handle this, but you need to consider the reputation of the Nero family," Amelia advised, her concern evident in her voice. Before I could respond, Scott called out, signaling that it was time to leave. We left the room, and I couldn't shake off Amelia's words from my mind as I returned to my office. My concentration was divided between my work and the looming problem before me. I couldn't blame Amelia for speaking the truth. Her words felt like a sharp wake-up call, a resounding slap across my face. With each passing day, Olivia's pregnancy would become more evident, and it was only a matter of time before my family discovered the truth. "What should I do?" I whispered to myself, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of the situation. Realizing that staying in my office wouldn't yield any answers, I decided to step out and clear my head. I headed towards the nearest cafe, seeking solitude and a moment of reflection. I knew I needed to come up with a plan, a solution that would not only protect Olivia and me, but also safeguard the reputation of my family. I lost track of time as I sat in the cafe, going through multiple cups of coffee, just 2 cups of coffee, but my mind continued to struggle to find a sensible solution. Thoughts of taking Olivia away from my family's house kept recurring, but I questioned whether that would truly solve anything. Speaking to Brian seemed like an unwise choice. It could potentially exacerbate the situation rather than improve it. Finally, I parked my car in front of Olivia's pet clinic. Perhaps we could find a way forward together. Taking a deep breath, I approached the entrance. Olivia appeared surprised to see me. "Don't tell me you're here to scold me for what happened this morning," she said as she approached. My gaze shifted to the young girl holding a small dog who was staring at me intently. "Maybe more than that," I replied. "I'm here to clarify a few things," I continued, taking a seat on the nearest couch. "Lisa, could you please get us 2 cups of coffee? One should be black coffee," Olivia instructed the girl. "I hope the black coffee isn't for me," I quipped. "Who else? I don't drink black coffee. Isn't black coffee what billionaire men drink?" Olivia's bitterness seeped into her words. "Coffee doesn't differentiate. Anyone can enjoy their preferred flavor. I'll go for a sweet one, Lisa." "Just moderate sugar," I responded, observing as Lisa disappeared to fulfill our order. "Seems like someone doesn't own a coffee machine," I remarked. "Why, just because I'm here, do you expect everything to be perfect, as it is in your life?" I chuckled at her comment. "I'm not here to argue, Olivia," I declared. "Likewise for me." I've come to discuss a serious matter. I'll get straight to the point. Amelia spoke to me this morning about you. She asked if I knew you were pregnant." "What?" Her eyes widened. "Why?" "That's not important right now. She doesn't know who the father is. Her concern is that your body is starting to show signs of pregnancy. With time, your baby bump will become visible, and our family will inevitably find out." "What are you suggesting now? Do you want me to leave the house?" Olivia's swift reaction caught me off guard. I hadn't even presented her with a solution yet. "Listen, Olivia, I understand it's challenging for you, but it's equally challenging for me. Your cravings will intensify, mood swings will occur, and your behavior will change. I understand what you mean. Just get to the point," she interjected sharply, turning her face away. "Perhaps we could—" Before I could finish my sentence, the door swung open.
Chapter 24, Lunch Date. Olivia. For the life of me, my heart skipped a bit. But it wasn't someone from Logan's family who walked through the door. It's not like Logan and I are in some kind of secret relationship, although we do have a secret between us. Lisa came in with 2 cups of coffee, and I had completely forgotten that I had sent her to get them. "Here's your sweet coffee, Mr. Logan," Lisa said, seemingly testing my patience with her emphasis on the sweetness. "Thank you, Lisa," Logan replied, smiling as he raised the cup. The look they exchanged didn't sit well with me. As soon as Lisa was out of sight, I turned to Logan just as he was about to take a sip of his so-called sweet coffee. "I want that," I blurted out, which wasn't what I had initially planned to say. "You want what?" he asked, sounding uncertain if he had heard me correctly. "Your sweet coffee." "You must be joking," he chuckled. "You have yours. And you know drinking too much sugary stuff is not good for the baby." I rolled my eyes at his remark. I know very well what's good for the baby. What does he even know about raising a baby? He won't be there when I'm battling with the pains and anxiety. I didn't utter a word and reached for my coffee, only for it to be snatched away by him. "What are you doing?" "Thought you wanted mine," he said with an amused smile playing on his lips. I bet he's enjoying getting on my nerves. I pulled my hand away, leaving the coffee in his possession, and stood up. "Enjoy them both." The smile that was once on his face disappeared, replaced by a frown. "Why? Don't he get it?" I closed my eyes and opened them again. "Because I don't want to," I said, not caring if my tone was harsh. "It's just that. I don't feel like talking to you again. I don't want to talk to anyone." "You can go back to your office. We'll talk about this at home," I suggested. He reached out to hold my hand, stopping me in my tracks. My eyes trailed from his hand holding mine back to his face. Something ran down my spine at his touch. For a moment, I felt the warmth from his body. However, my thoughts were cut short by his voice. "I'm sorry." My brows furrowed in question. "You don't seem happy," he said. A smile broke at my lips without me even realizing it. He was still holding my hand. Somehow, I didn't want him to let go. "Who says so?" He took a step forward, and my breathing almost caught in my throat at the close proximity. "You don't want my coffee," he stated, making me look at him. We stared at each other, and there was something about his eyes that held me, preventing me from pulling away. "I never wanted it in the first place," I mumbled, barely recognizing my own voice. "It was just a means of troubling him." "Are you sure?" he said, his voice hushed, sending more shivers down my spine. If he took another step closer to me, my legs would give out. What the hell was I feeling beneath my heart? I needed to take a step back and maintain a distance, but I found myself glued to the spot with Logan boring his captivating eyes into mine. I don't have to be sure. It's not good for the body. You said it yourself." And then, my stomach chose to embarrass me. Logan's eyes narrowed at me. Logan narrowed his eyes at me. "Did your stomach just make that sound?" he asked, a smile forming on his lips. I recoiled, feeling the warmth I had once felt dissipate. "Feel free to laugh," I exclaimed, turning my face away. "As far as I know, it's not me. I always seem to do something that gives him a reason to tease me." "Great, Olivia. Just great." Logan chuckled, further fueling my irritation. I grabbed the water bottle I had been drinking from earlier and hurled it at him. "Get out. Did you just throw a water bottle at me?" he asked, disbelief evident in his voice. "Yes, and I'll do more." I glanced around, searching for something else to use against him. My frustration was escalating. My eyes landed on the flower vase he had given me the second time we met. I loved its fragrance and had placed it in a safe spot. But now, using it against its owner didn't seem like such a bad idea. "Don't." Logan grabbed my hands midair. "Let me go," I spat. "Only if you drop this." He gestured toward the vase. I squinted at him. Did he think I would drop it just because he asked? No, I wouldn't. Okay, maybe I will. I thought, feeling his hand at the small of my back. I didn't realize when my grip around the vase loosened. Logan knew his touch had an effect on me. A smile, or rather a smirk, curved up his lips. "Good girl. Now let's go," he said, making me look at him questioningly. "To where?" He picked up his phone from the counter. "I'm sure Lisa will be able to take care of the clinic while you're away. We're going out for lunch." I would have declined and stayed back, but a part of me wanted to have the privilege of spending the day with Logan. "I didn't say I want to eat with you," I retorted as I slid into the front seat of the car. It was a lie. I was only trying to be prideful. "Oh, really? Then why are you sitting in my car?" he replied. "Well, I don't want you to feel bad about me rejecting your offer. You know, the renowned Logan Nero getting rejected for a lunch date." "Wait, Olivia. When did he say it's a lunch date?" Logan shook his head as he started the car's engine, while I turned my face toward the window, embarrassed by my own words. What would he think now? Silence prevailed throughout the journey to the restaurant. I was still embarrassed by my own words. When the car came to a halt, I lifted my face from gazing out the window. "You can breathe now," Logan said as he unlocked the car door. "What? Was he watching me all this while? What do you mean I should breathe?" I bombarded him, following him inside the restaurant, whose name I hadn't even checked. Logan stopped walking, causing me to bump into his chest. Embarrassment struck for the third time. What was I saying before? "Don't worry. I've got you," Logan whispered in my ear. If only he knew how his hoarse voice sent an unfamiliar shiver down my spine, how his touch ignited something in me, making me want more. We glided our way inside the restaurant. It was quiet, like the afternoon itself. I wondered if Logan chose the place on purpose to avoid prying eyes. I didn't blame him for being cautious around me, but a part of me wanted him to be himself without feeling forced because of our situation. I tried to push those thoughts to the back of my mind as we took our seats and prepared to order. "So, what would you like to have today?" "I'm pretty sure it won't be shrimp and crabs, not after what you did to me yesterday," he remarked. I roll my eyes in return. I realized that I hadn't thanked him for going through the hassle of getting the shrimps and crabs and also helping me cook them. "I'm actually not planning to eat much. And thank you for yesterday," I mumbled, casting my head down. "I was really out of it last night." "Don't worry. It's nothing I can't handle. I'm used to it already," he replied. I looked at him, furrowing my brows. "You're used to what?" I asked, seeking clarification. "It's nothing. Let's eat first," he answered, offering a smile. But I couldn't help feeling skeptical about his words. His smile barely reached his eyes. Now that I took a closer look at him, I realized that I knew very little about the father of my baby. Apart from his family, I knew nothing about him personally. Our food arrived, and we ate in almost complete silence. Each of us lost in our own thoughts. My mind was preoccupied with Logan. I had a sense that something was off with him, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It felt like he was putting up a facade to hide some inner turmoil. We finished our meal, and the steak was so delicious that I ended up ordering some to take away. When we returned to the car, I turned to Logan and blurted out, "Let's tell them the truth."
Chapter 25, Unveiled Desires. Logan, no. What do you mean, no? Isn't that what you came here to tell me? She replied, shrugging her shoulders. If you asked me why I came to her clinic, I wouldn't be able to answer because I don't know either. I don't even know how we'll tackle the problem. This is not the right time to tell them. I'm currently working on a big project, and I don't want it to affect my work. If not, your reputation will be tarnished." She cut me off. Something flashed in her eyes, disappointment, and that somehow didn't sit well with me. I don't know why seeing her sad clenched my heart. I know it's my responsibility to take care of her as the father of the unborn baby, but at the same time I felt the need to put a smile on her face. Don't get me wrong, I don't like her or harbor any feelings towards her. Maybe I'd call it pity. She has to go through the stages of pregnancy with a total stranger whom she knows nothing about. I didn't say anything and turned my focus back to the road, driving away. As the car came to a halt in front of her clinic, she muffled out, "Thank you," and stepped out of the car. A sharp breath escaped me as I stared at her disappearing figure. "What the hell is going on with you, Logan?" I headed back to the office to pick up where I left off. I was going through the reports from Liam's part of the company that was assigned to him to monitor. The percentages were reasonable for the quarterly year, but now they are dropping. With my brows quirked in confusion, I reached for the telephone and dialed Liam's number. "Can you come to my office?" I said, ending the call without waiting for his response. After a while, my office door was pushed open with Liam hot on his heels. "Hope everything is good?" he asked, taking the visitor's seat. Not really. I see something concerning in the reports from your section," I said, pushing the papers in front of him. "The reports from January to June are reasonable. However, from September to December, they are poor, and I know those are the months the company gets a lot of sales because of the end of the year. Lastly, there are no reports for July and August," I explained, pointing out the loopholes I found in the report. Liam went silent. "Liam, I need answers," I muffled out. "He knows quite well how much effort our father put into building the company. He assigned each one of us a part to monitor. Scott is taking care of his part reasonably. Bernard is managing the showroom we used in showcasing our products, and I'm also trying my best. But I feel like Liam is not putting much effort into his own part." "Are you trying to say I'm not doing my job?" He broke the silence, his eyes boring into mine. "I'm trying my best to handle the business, even though I have no interest. But I had no choice. No one really cares about what I want. Not Scott, Bernard, or you." I was taken aback by his statement. "No one is stopping you from pursuing what you want, Liam. Each one of us has a life outside of this job. But try your best to stay committed to the position you've been given." "I don't want anything to go wrong," I replied, trying to diffuse the situation. Anger flashed in his eyes. "That's why you get all the spotlight alone, because you're just like father. You don't care about anyone but yourself and your ambitions." "Mind your language," I warned. "What? Did I strike a nerve? Maybe nobody has ever told you this before, but you only care about yourself, Logan. As for the percentage, I have no hand in them. I will try my best and give the missing report within this week. I'm out," he said, his words hitting me hard. This wasn't the first time I had heard such accusations. Tiffany said the same thing before she left me, and even Olivia had voiced similar sentiments. And now Liam had joined the chorus. Was I truly the selfish person they labeled me as? Can't they see the effort I put in? I sat there, stunned by their words, for what felt like an eternity until the ringing of my phone interrupted my thoughts. It was Brian calling. Normally, I might have chosen not to answer, but at that moment I needed something to distract me. "Brian," I spoke up, placing the phone to my ear. "Brian, is that how you're supposed to greet someone who's calling you with excitement?" "I'm not in the mood, Brian." "What's wrong?" I replied, my voice filled with a hint of frustration. A sigh resonated from the other end of the line. "I want you to help me with something." "What kind of help?" I asked, wanting him to get straight to the point. "I have someone, a close friend, who is into the tech business, so—" "Cut to the chase, Brian." "He's really in need of a job." I had suspected as much. That was why he had been beating around the bush. "You know that's not how we operate, Brian. We can't just give jobs to people based on favors." "Please help me," he pleaded, but I couldn't help but feel suspicious of his sudden request. "I don't remember you having any close friend apart from me." "Come on, Logan. You're my only close friend. He's a relative of mine. I'll consider this as your approval. I'll send him over to the company." "Bye, Daddy Logan," he said, and the line went dead silent. "Daddy Logan?" I muttered to myself. The name didn't even sound right. Perhaps it was just my imagination, but sooner or later I might be labeled as a father. Am I ready for that? The rest of the afternoon flew by as I meticulously reviewed the reports from the previous year, searching for any discrepancies. I couldn't understand why Liam had overreacted just because I had spoken the truth. I didn't harbor any grudges against my brothers, but sometimes I felt like our bond was forced, lacking the genuine connection that siblings should have. My head was pounding as I returned home, desperately needing a shower to ease the throbbing pain. Since I had come home earlier than usual, the dining area was not yet set for dinner. My stepmom was the only one present in the living room, engrossed in a soap opera. I greeted her briefly before making my way upstairs. As I passed Olivia's room, I couldn't help but glance at the door, wondering if she had returned. Shaking my head to dispel those thoughts, I continued on to my room, heading straight for the bathroom. The moment the water started cascading over my body, I began to feel the tension melt away. Taking a shower at night was essential for my sanity and a good night's sleep. I discarded the towel that was wrapped around my waist and walked towards my wardrobe, completely naked. After all, I lived alone in my room, so I could move around however I pleased, dressed or undressed. However, the sudden knock on the door startled me. "Who's there?" I exclaimed. "It's your wife, Olivia," came the reply. My heart pounded in my chest, and I hurriedly rushed to the door. What scheme was she coming up with this time? "What? Oh, my God!" Olivia yelled, her eyes darting downward. I followed her gaze, my eyes widening in horror. "Shit!" I slammed the door shut in her face. I had completely forgotten that I was naked, completely exposed. I quickly made a dash for the wardrobe, where I had tossed the towel on the floor. What an embarrassing situation. I walked back to the door, ensuring that the towel was tightly wrapped around my waist, covering my private parts. I had assumed Olivia would take the hint and leave, but there she stood, still staring at me with the same shocked expression. "Did I just—" she stammered. I pulled her inside the room, catching a glimpse of Scott ascending the stairs. With her back against the wall, I trapped her between my bare chest and the door. "Why are you here?" I asked through gritted teeth. She lifted her face, and our eyes locked. The anger that had been building inside me dissipated. The depths of her eyes lured me in, causing me to lose myself. I released my grip on the door, slowly encircling my arms around my waist, drawing her closer to me. "Do you realize the consequences of entering a man's room alone at night?" I rasped, barely recognizing my own voice. "What do you mean?" she whispered, equally taken aback. Intending to tease her, I trailed my fingers lightly across her face. But the moment her eyes met mine again, accompanied by a shiver running down my spine, my thoughts became clouded. I found myself leaning closer, narrowing the distance that separated our lips. As the gap dwindled, I knew I was heading into a deep trouble.
Chapter 26 in his form. Olivia. I don't know what came over me in that moment of our close proximity. My hand instinctively moved towards his bare chest, and I placed my palms against his skin. An electric shock surged through my body, sending tingles down my legs. The desire to have his lips on mine intensified, growing more powerful by the second. Logan's grip around my waist remained firm as his intense gaze locked with mine. I closed my eyes, anticipating the touch of his lips to satisfy the unexpected craving that consumed me. "Why don't you go back to your room now?" His words brushed against my earlobe, snapping me out of my reverie. A smug smile danced upon his lips. I hadn't seen that coming. He was well aware of the effect he had on me, evident from the expression on my face. He noticed how I closed my eyes. I opened my mouth to speak, but the words got caught in my throat. Logan spoke again, his voice dripping with mischief. "But I can give you the privilege of undressing me with your eyes if you want to." Embarrassment flooded my cheeks, as I had indeed been imagining undressing him with my gaze. Imagining him ravishing every inch of my body, kissing me passionately, taking me to new heights. "Olivia, enough. I want." "Good night," I managed to stammer, my voice barely recognizable as my own. I hastily left the room, not daring to look back or pause. I made a beeline for my own room, shutting the door behind me with a thud. I approached the bed and pulled the covers up to my nose, seeking solace in their warmth. Why did I let myself indulge in such fantasies about how Logan would make me feel? "Olivia, pull yourself together," I murmured, lightly slapping my face. Truth be told, I had already been prepared for his kiss earlier. I longed for his lips to remind me of the passion we shared during our one-night stand. I couldn't remember all the details of that night because I was drunk. But now I wanted to feel it, to experience it fully, to awaken my dormant desires. God, I exclaimed, rumpling the bed sheets in frustration. I couldn't stop thinking about his nakedness. The memory of it made me blush, and I could swear I felt a moistness between my legs. I was certain he was shocked as I was. Let's forget about it, Olivia. It's not going to happen again, I reassured myself, turning off the lamp and closing my eyes. Maybe when I woke up the next day, I would be able to put it all behind me. I had hoped to push the scene out of my mind the following morning, but as soon as Logan walked down to join us for breakfast, it all came rushing back. The almost kiss we had shared. What the hell? Why are you hissing? Amelia's voice broke through my thoughts. Did I say that aloud? I forced a smile and directed my attention to the breakfast in front of me. The usual silence enveloped the room, as was customary in the Nero family. I couldn't say for certain what was occupying the thoughts of the others, but for me my mind was elsewhere. I couldn't help but think about the baby growing inside me. As time went on, my stomach would grow larger, and questions would arise from the family. How would we explain it? Would I be able to handle it? Logan was the first to leave the table, not even glancing in my direction. It didn't sit well with me. Was he embarrassed that I had caught a glimpse of him? I couldn't even fathom why I had gone to his room in the first place. Was it to finish our discussion or simply because I had no one else to talk to? Between the two reasons, I had no clear answer. I pushed the thoughts from my mind and finished my meal. I helped the maid collect the used plates and took them to the kitchen. Olivia, can we talk? Amelia ventured into the kitchen. I raised an eyebrow, wondering what she wanted to discuss with me. I nodded and followed her lead. We made our way to the balcony of the house. I want to talk to you about your pregnancy, she began, and my heart pounded in my chest. Had she discovered who the father was? I tried to remain composed, intertwining my hands together. She continued. Who is the father? Her direct question made me turn my face towards her in surprise. Why do you ask? I responded, my voice filled with curiosity. Because I'm a doctor, and I know what pregnancy does to young girls. I'm not trying to meddle in your personal affairs, but I can't help but be worried about you. That's why I want to know who the father is, Amelia explained. I took a deep breath, letting her words sink in. It was a fear I had been grappling with. The father is supporting me in every way he can, I answered. I couldn't possibly tell her that Logan was the father. We hadn't discussed it yet. So you mean to tell me he's supporting you while you're here, facing this alone? Well, you could say that. What I know is that I'm not in this alone, I declared, even though I wasn't completely certain whether Logan would support me until the end. Amelia nodded, but I could tell she wasn't entirely convinced. So I continued. Thank you for your concern, Amelia. But my situation is complicated. I know you're worried about the family. I will find a solution as soon as possible. What solution? Let me ask you, why can't you stay with him? She added, sensing my confusion. If only she knew. If only. Like I said, it's complicated. Don't worry, I won't put Logan in trouble. He has already helped me. I see. Logan doesn't usually do favors for people. I'm surprised you had that privilege. Maybe because you're his friend's sister. Anyway, reach out to me when you need anything regarding your health and that of the baby. I would be glad to help, she said, patting me on the back before walking away, leaving me standing there, trying to absorb the conversation we had. As I left for work, I couldn't shake off the conversation I had with Amelia. She was the only one who knew about the pregnancy. Although she didn't know who was responsible, she had a point. It wasn't like Logan wasn't supporting me. It felt more like I was forcing him to. There wasn't much work to do at the clinic, so I took the chance to call Jamie and ask her to meet me. Hello, ladies, she cheerfully greeted as she entered. Welcome, Jamie, Lisa greeted her. I've told you countless times to call me Jamie. I'm not an old woman, she scolded, throwing a glare at Lisa. I'm sorry, Jamie, Lisa's eyes danced with apology. I grabbed my phone from my desk and stood up. Take care of the clinic, Lisa, I said. Jamie and I made our way out to grab lunch. What do you want to eat? Jamie asked as we stepped outside. I don't know. Something light. I don't want to eat something heavy, I explained. How about shrimp and crabs? Jamie suggested, recalling the incident I had told her about. Ever since then, she wouldn't stop teasing me about it. You're crazy, I chuckled. We decided to go to a nearby restaurant that was neither too expensive nor too cheap, just within our budget. The delightful aroma filled my nostrils, reminding me of how hungry I was. In the end, I ended up ordering 2 plates of baked macaroni and a plate of croissants. And yes, I did finish them all. I'm sending this to Logan, Jamie exclaimed as she took a picture of me with a mouthful of macaroni. Don't you dare. Unless you want me to kill you, I threatened, attempting to snatch her phone away. If you want to go to jail with a baby bump, then be my guest, she replied, undeterred. You're out of your mind. I'll take that as the hormones of a pregnant woman, she chuckled. I closed my eyes and opened them again, focusing on Jamie. Jamie. Olivia. We stared at each other, the tension palpable. I was the first to break eye contact. Fine, do whatever you like, but I won't allow him to tease me. She gave me a questioning look. He does that? Yeah, more than you do, I replied, and her laughter filled the room. Oh my God, I love that, she exclaimed. Then go marry him, I blurted out. Why would I marry him when he already has you as his wife? Her outburst made my heart skip a beat. It's just for the sake of the baby, Jamie. We're not a real couple. But the marriage is legal, so there's hope, she said, and I took a sharp breath, leaning forward. This was my chance to talk to Jamie about my worries. Jamie, do you think I'm doing the right thing by forcing Logan to take responsibility? I asked nervously. Why do you say that? He's the father of the baby, isn't he? I know, but I can't shake this nagging feeling of guilt like I'm pressuring him. I hate feeling this way. That's why I've been thinking, I hesitated. Thinking about what? She asked, leaning closer. I bit my bottom lip. Maybe I should go back to my house. We've already signed the prenup agreement and had the marriage. That should be enough evidence. Jamie fell silent, studying me intently. The nagging feeling inside me grew stronger. Please say something, I urged, growing impatient. She took a deep breath, then finally spoke. Let me ask you something first, Olivia. I nodded, urging her to continue. Did you intentionally conceive the baby inside you? No. Did you intentionally approach Logan, knowing he comes from a wealthy family with rules and traditions? No. Do you want to give up on something that you didn't create alone? No. Then you shouldn't back out. This is your life, and you don't know where it will lead you. Who knows, maybe something genuine might develop between the two of you. As she spoke, memories of the previous night with Logan flashed through my mind. I couldn't deny the intense emotions I felt when he touched my body, the way my body responded to his touch, as if it was meant to be touched by him. And the vulnerability I experienced when he looked into my eyes. I think I have feelings for Logan, I confessed. I wasn't sure if I could label it as love, but I knew there was a strong attraction pulling me towards him. Jamie's eyes widened at my confession, clearly not expecting it. How? She began, but I interrupted her before she could finish. I don't know, Jamie. But there's this undeniable connection I feel whenever we're together. Maybe I can make this relationship work.
Chapter 27, Barriers. Logan. I had made up my mind. I needed to stay away from Olivia. Being close to her could lead us both into trouble. Just yesterday, I struggled not to kiss her. Her tempting lips had stirred a strong desire within me, and I had to exert self-control to resist. If not, I would have kissed her right then and there. But despite my intentions, I couldn't stop thinking about her. My mind was supposed to be focused on work, but Olivia occupied half of my thoughts. Why was she occupying so much space in my mind? She was here solely for the sake of the baby, nothing more. Nothing more, I muttered aloud, reassuring myself. I redirected my attention to the task at hand. Liam had sent over the missing report, and I delved into it. As I was engrossed in the documents, my mobile phone interrupted with a ringing tone. My heart skipped a beat upon seeing Olivia's name on the screen. I contemplated ignoring the call, but a part of me longed to hear her voice. After a brief internal struggle, I pressed the accept button and held the phone to my ear. "Hello," I spoke softly. "Hello, Logan. Are you still at work?" Her voice sounded distant, and I wondered where she was calling from. "Yes, why?" I replied, my voice tinged with firmness. I hoped she wouldn't ask me to get shrimp and crabs like last time. Silence followed. "Are you there?" I questioned again as the silence lingered. I heard a rustling sound before her voice came through once more. "Sorry, I was crossing the road." "Why would you cross the road while talking on the phone, and where are you?" I couldn't help but raise my voice unintentionally. "Calm down. Nothing happened. I had to cross the road to talk to you properly, and I went out to get a coffee." "Where is Larissa? Can't she get it for you?" Her deep breath resonated through the line. "Are you concerned about me putting the baby's life in danger? Or are you worried about my well-being?" Her question caught me off guard. I didn't know why I was getting stressed over the potential risks to her life. Was it because of her or the baby? I had no answer. I ran my hands through my hair in frustration. "Forget about it. Why did you call?" "I want answers first," she declared, adding to my mounting stress. "I already said forget it," I replied, attempting to maintain composure. "Then forget about me calling too." And with that, the line went dead, leaving me staring at a blank screen. What had just happened? I stared at the phone for a while, contemplating whether to call her back or not. Ultimately, I decided against it and placed the phone in my pocket. Perhaps I should grab something to eat. I had a lunch meeting with a client, and I could use the opportunity. I slipped my phone into my pocket and made my way out. As I left the office, Abigail approached me. "Mr. Logan." I cut her off abruptly. "Leave everything until I'm back from lunch. I'm starving. Talking about work will only make it worse." I dismissed her and strode out of the building. The drive to the meeting point took about 10 to 15 minutes. I couldn't shake off the thought of how easily Olivia could anger me. She always managed to get under my skin one way or another. After parking my car in the lot, I entered the restaurant. Mr. Evans, the man I was meeting with, waved his hand in greeting. "Welcome, Logan," he said warmly. Mr. Evans was in his mid-40s, but had a sharp mind. He was intelligent and smart. "Thank you, Mr. Evans," I replied, catching the attention of the server. "Welcome, sir," the young lady said, handing us the menu. "Logan, may I choose a full plate for you?" A faint smile appeared on my face. "Sure, go ahead." We made our selections and returned the menu to the girl. "So, Logan, what are your hopes for the proposed project you sent to me?" "You know, I don't proceed without careful consideration of what lies ahead. That was why I sent you the proposal before anyone else. I value your insights," I said, not forgetting to mention that Mr. Evans was my mentor. He was an old friend of my mother's, and he played a significant role in igniting my dreams of pursuing a tech business dreams that my father later supported. "I can see you still hold this old man in high regard," he teased, flipping through the papers in front of him. "You could say that? After all, I look up to you," I answered. "Let's see, then." Our food arrived, and I immediately dug in, aware of how empty my stomach was. The business talk seemed to fade into the background as my focus shifted to the delicious meal. Once I had cleared my plate, I let out a sigh of satisfaction. "Seems like you were really hungry," Mr. Evans remarked. I shook my head. "I was damn hungry. Sorry for not paying much attention." "No problem. So, from what I've read, the project is going to be a hit. A Bluetooth headset that connects using voice commands, something unique. I'm giving you my full support." "Thank you, Mr. Evans. I'll proceed with the rest of the plan." We chatted for a while, discussing work and touching on our personal lives before parting ways. I returned to the office and delved into the new plan I had in mind. I was excited about showcasing the product at our next meeting, and I was confident that they would support me. By the time I finished, or rather, it was time to close for the day, I stretched my body. I hadn't left the office since I returned from the meeting with Mr. Evans. I was determined to bring my product idea to life. I know it won't be easy, though. But then again, it wasn't the first time I had taken on a hard project. In the elevator, I ran into Scott. Our conversation was brief, as usual. There was always a sense of distance between us. Scott was the eldest, and I respected him for keeping his distance from family matters. He doesn't meddle in affairs. As for Bernard and Liam, especially Liam, who was the fourth brother, he always acts as if he knew what was best for us. Although Bernard and Scott doesn't complain, I always put him in his place. But that wasn't the focus of our conversation. As I entered the house, the dining area was scantily occupied. Olivia was nowhere to be seen. Only father, his wife, and Sarah were present. It was one of those days when everyone seemed preoccupied with their own moods. I followed suit, as I was exhausted. "Aren't you going to call them?" I heard my stepmother's distant voice. She knew father wouldn't ask us to sit with him, inasmuch as everyone is in their moods. As I was about to enter my room, Olivia emerged from hers and stopped me in my tracks. "Didn't you see my text?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "Is that a question or an accusation?" I clenched my jaw, trying to control my anger. This wasn't the right time to lose my temper. "I would advise you to speak to me with some manners, Olivia. I'm not a joke." In that moment her eyes widened, as if she realized the weight of her choice of words. "I wasn't trying to be rude. I simply asked you a straightforward question. If you were being honest, you would have given me an immediate answer instead of beating around the bush." "Beating around the bush?" I asked, surprised. I withdrew my hand from the doorknob and stepped closer. Maybe it was time to express my frustration, as it seemed there was a growing lack of respect between us. "Listen here, Olivia. First of all, let me remind you why you're here. Just because I'm being kind to you doesn't give you the right to disrespect me however you please. I chose not to answer your question because I didn't see the point in it. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I'm doing my best to take responsibility. But don't push me too far. You know very well this situation isn't solely my fault. We were both involved in it." A chuckle escaped from her, leaving me perplexed. "I understand it now, Logan. Let's not dwell on your responsibility, or whose fault it was. What I want to know is how long you plan to keep the truth hidden from your family. You know very well that we're married, and it's not just a fake marriage. It's a legal one." My body trembled, and a sense of fear washed over me as I contemplated the consequences of my actions. I was sure in deep trouble.
Chapter 28, Jealousy Incarnate. Olivia. After what happened between Logan and I last night during our conversation, I decided to just go with the flow. Yeah, I know I'm still struggling with my insecurities, but I'll try not to push him to do something he doesn't want to. He already said it himself that he feels like I'm forcing him. So, I'll focus on myself instead of trying to create something between us. As usual, I woke up, took a shower, got dressed, and got ready to start a new day. The reason I called Logan was to ask if he could come with me to the hospital. The doctor wants to see my husband or fiancé, as she put it. I don't know what she wants to talk to him about, but I'll come up with something. The dining table was filled with the family members as always. I quietly took my seat, stealing a brief glance at Logan. The look we exchanged held unspoken words. I tried my best to concentrate on the breakfast in front of me. At least the silence at the dining area was somewhat helpful. It felt like a funeral announcement had been made. No matter what, I can't ignore the fact that the family lacks bond. No one is making an effort to connect with each other. If this is how they are, how will my child grow up in an environment where everyone only cares about themselves? Is it worth it? Scott was the first to leave the dining table, announcing he was off to work. His wife Sarah followed suit. That's how, one by one, they left the dining hall. Mr. Nero was the last one left, seated with his wife and me. I had finished eating, but my legs felt too heavy to stand up. A part of me wanted to say something, while another part warned me not to get involved in affairs that doesn't concern me. "Bring a cup of tea to my room," Mr. 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 finally broke the silence, standing up. I thought I saw a hint of sadness in the woman's eyes, which she quickly masked with a smile. "Excuse me," she said, pulling the chair back and making her way to the kitchen. "I don't know what has caused this awkwardness within the family. Why don't they communicate with each other as a family?" Nevertheless, I felt the need to find out and maybe mend what was broken. With that thought in mind, I made my way to the kitchen where I found the woman preparing the tea for Mr. 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊. Let me help," I offered. "No, it's fine. He doesn't like his tea made by just anyone," she replied, her eyes distant. I didn't move. "Can I ask you something, ma'am?" I said. She spared me a glance before going back to what she was doing. "Go ahead, ask away." I took a deep breath, careful not to be too forward with my question. "I know it's not my place to meddle in this family's affairs, but I feel like the sons are not getting along with their father." Her hand froze on whatever she was doing, and I knew I had touched a sensitive topic. "I'm sorry for. You're right. There's no bond between the sons and their father," she said, cutting me off, and then turned to face me. I closed my slightly open mouth, surprised by her straightforward response. "But that's not something I can control." I raised my eyebrows in question. "Aren't you their mother? Can't you sit down and talk to them?" A smile appeared on her face. "No, Liam and Collins are my sons. Scott and Bernard are from the same mother. And then Logan is the only son to his mother." "Complicated, right?" she added, seeing the surprise on my face. "So the 4 men have different mothers. I thought she gave birth to all of them. I have no say, even if I want to. After all, I'm the 3rd choice. So just ignore whatever is going on in the family. We're already used to it," she said, grabbing the teacup and leaving the kitchen, leaving me in a state of confusion. I couldn't get my thoughts together after the revelation Logan's stepmother broke to me. We didn't have many dog patients at the clinic, which gave me time to collect my thoughts and put the pieces together. Is that why the atmosphere in the house is always tense? No happiness or excitement? "Miss Olivia, I'm going out for lunch. Do you want me to get you anything?" Lisa's words brought me back to reality. Just in time, my stomach decided to embarrass me and made a sound. "Let's go together," I suggested, grabbing my phone. Lisa and I made our way to the nearest restaurant. I noticed Lisa was uncomfortable. It was our first time eating lunch together. She always orders in for me or eats out before I go for my lunch. "Make yourself comfortable, Lisa. I'm not going to bite you. Feel free to order what you want," I said. A smile appeared on her lips. "Is that so? Then I'll place an order," she said, scanning through the menu and telling the waiter what she wanted. Meanwhile, my eyes were fixed on a certain point, lost in my thoughts as we waited for our food to arrive. We hadn't really talked with Logan today. I wondered what he was up to at the moment. Is he in a meeting? Or having lunch too? I should just clear my head and forget about it. But just as the background noise seemed to fade away, there he was, Logan, walking into the restaurant in all his glory. For a moment, my heart skipped a beat as I watched him make his way through the restaurant. I quickly averted my eyes, my heart racing. "Miss Olivia, isn't that Mr. Logan?" Lai asked, her voice rising slightly. "Keep your voice low," I whispered, my eyes going to where he sat. My breathing almost got stuck in my throat when I saw the person sitting with him, a woman. Jealousy immediately struck me. Who is she? I found myself assessing her body. She was undoubtedly beautiful, with her smooth, glowing face enough to tell. And Larissa, who wanted to make matters worse, spoke up. "Is she his girlfriend?" "Who are you asking?" I snapped, catching both of us by surprise. "Just focus on what you are doing. I don't even know why the food is taking so long today. If they're not going to bring it, I'm leaving." I hissed. I didn't know why I was suddenly getting so angry. Our food soon arrived, and Larissa dived in instantly while I was busy glancing at Logan's table. He went the extra mile to smile at the woman. Anyone who sees them would definitely say they're lovers or even a couple. "Who cares?" I muffled out, attacking my pasta with my fork. "Are you going to sit and watch the two get all lovey-dovey?" "Didn't I tell you to focus on your food?" I snapped at her again. I didn't know where she got the nerve to talk to me like this. She was supposed to eat her food quietly. I lost my appetite after just a few bites. An annoyed chuckle escaped me. Now I can't even eat my pasta in peace. "Who is she, by the way?" "But you told me not to focus on my food," Lisa answered. I threw her a glare before turning my attention back to Logan and his beautiful woman. And that was when he turned around and our eyes met. A surprised expression danced across his face. The woman followed his gaze, and it landed on me. She said something which I couldn't hear since I was seated far away from them. Logan shook his head as if he was telling her he doesn't know me. "Wow. He's even showing he doesn't know me. That's nice. Let's get out of here," I muttered, dropping my fork, reaching for my phone, and standing up. "Now, I'm not done eating yet. I'm yet to try the chicken wings," she explained, pointing at the plate in front of her. "Then sit and eat to your heart's content. I'm out of here." I didn't glance at them, knowing if I do, it will anger me more. It's better if I just leave. It won't be good for me to stay there. He made it clear that he doesn't know me in front of the beautiful woman. Why else would I stay and get more pissed? If he likes, he should propose to her for all I care. I exclaimed out loud to no one in particular while making my way back to the clinic. However, I heard my name being called, and it belonged to none other than Logan. I quickened my pace before he could catch up to me. I'm sure he's right behind me. I pushed the door and got in. Olivia, I've been calling you. Didn't you hear me? He said, walking inside. I heard you. I don't have the strength to stand in the middle of the road talking to you. What do you want? I'm sure he could tell I'm pissed off. Just wanted to say hi. A chuckle escaped me. To say hi? Why would you do that? We didn't greet each other this morning, why would we now? And besides, you have a beautiful company with you. I emphasized on the last part. The corner of his lips curved up, and he took a step closer towards me, stuffing his hands inside his pockets. My heart began beating fast in my chest. What are you doing? I exclaimed, my voice rising. Why? He trailed off, taking more steps. My back was already leaning against the counter, and there was barely 3 inches of space left between us. Do I sense something here? He questioned, his eyes glistening with amusement. What's something? I yelled out. It all happened so fast. Logan's hand slid around my waist, pulling me closer to his body. My hand landed on his chest. Can I tell you what I felt at that moment? It was as if my heart was going to rip out of my chest. He brought his face closer to mine, making me gulp down my saliva. Jealousy, he whispered.
Chapter 29, Denial. Logan. My heart was still reeling from the aftermath of the almost shared kiss with Olivia. If my phone hadn't interrupted us, I would have messed up. I didn't even know why I followed her in the first place. I didn't expect to see her at the restaurant. Yes, I know the place is near her clinic, but the chances of meeting her were slim. Why was I so worried about what she thought when she saw me with Julia? Julia is just a business partner that I had to meet on behalf of my client. There was nothing more to it. Why was I overthinking Olivia's perspective then? My fingers ran through my hair, ruffling them. Logan, pull yourself together. How can a businessman own a phone and not pick up his calls? Brian's loud voice resonated through the office as he kicked the door open. I glanced at my phone. I hadn't even noticed the incoming call. Sorry, I didn't hear it ringing, I said, withdrawing my hand from my hair and letting out a light sigh. Looks like your brain is currently in chaos, Brian remarked as he crashed down on the couch. I followed suit, occupying the space next to him. You're right. My brain is actually in chaos. Something is definitely wrong with it. It's Olivia, right? How did you know? It's pretty obvious. Work doesn't take your attention like this. It has to be something else. And my heart is telling me it has to do with Olivia. What did she do this time around? The way Brian emphasized the last part made me want to smack him. She isn't that much of a troublemaker. We met at the restaurant earlier, I started, breaking the lingering silence that had fallen in the room. Brian shot me a questioning look. And she saw me with another woman. A woman? Brian trailed off. When did you meet a new woman? This is not the time for jokes, Brian, I hissed out. I met the woman to talk business on behalf of my client. Olivia saw us and left the restaurant. I followed her, and she lashed out on me. The next thing that followed was his laughter. Can you shut it or leave my office? I threatened, clenching my jaw. Why was I even telling Brian? The best thing he's good at is laughing his ass off serious matters. Okay, I'm sorry. This is really funny. Why are you worried then? I mean, you were there to talk business. Why would you feel guilty? Right? Why should I bother when I don't even like Olivia? I'm just being paranoid over nothing. Brian is right. I'm not guilty, so let's drop the topic. You don't look convinced to me. Talking about it is the only way to relieve your heart. You have feelings for her, right? No. Our gaze lingered on one another. My voice came out in a high pitch. You do, and you can't tell me otherwise. No, I don't. Get out of my office, I gestured towards the door, but instead he plopped his legs on the center table. If you want me to leave, you have to be honest with me first. I have known you for years. Beating around the bush is not your portion. What do you mean? Your feelings for Olivia. I can see it all over your face." "Thank you, seer." I knew if I wasted any more time talking to him, I would clearly lose my remaining cool. I stood up, adjusting my suit. "Since you don't want to leave, I will. I need some rest," I said without waiting for him to respond, and gathered my things and head out. I could feel his gaze on me as I walked towards the elevator. Maybe he was calculating what to say next. I couldn't care less. What I know was that I don't have feelings for Olivia. I was just doing what needed to be done. Nothing more. The elevator door slid open, and we got in. Brian cleared his throat, and I turned to him with a glare. "Don't even say anything. And as much as I am Brian, I will talk. I don't see the point of hiding your feelings. You and Olivia are legally married. You two are bound by a baby. What more do you want?" I went silent. Everything he had said was true. There were ties that bound us together, not only the marriage, but the baby as well. Brian placed a hand on my shoulder as we walked out of the elevator. "Look here, Logan, I don't know the reason why you're shying away from expressing your feelings. What I know is that Olivia is different from all the women you have been with. Trust me when I tell you, it's worth giving a try." As Brian and I parted ways, I drove back home. However, our conversation still lingered in my mind. Why are things so complicated? I'm not ready to tell my family everything yet, especially when the company is in high demand. I don't want to create another scandal that will jeopardize my career. The living room was quiet as usual. Not that I expected much from any of the family members. We were used to the routine already. "Logan, you're back," my father's wife's voice came as she made her way out of the kitchen. I passed her a brief smile with a nod of my head and proceeded to walk away. "Can I have a word with you later?" Her voice came through again just as I took a step forward on the stairs. I watched her briefly, wondering what the need for us to talk was. I don't normally engage in any activities in the house. I can't point out the last time she and I sat to discuss something. "Can we talk about it now?" I ushered, withdrawing my legs back from the stairs. "I don't think I can leave my room later. That rest is much needed." "Sure." We grabbed our seats on the couch, but an undeniable thick silence fell on us. She wasn't saying anything, and I didn't know how to make her, so I just sat there. "It's about Liam," she finally spoke. "Liam?" I found myself repeating his name instantly. "What about him?" I hope she's not trying to lecture me over the conversation, Liam, and I had because I'm not going to venture into that. We're in no position to have such a discussion. "I know for a fact that you're trying your best for the growth of the company. Liam is my son and your brother. I won't be happy seeing him lagging behind in his own share of work." I shot her a questioning brow, not quite getting where her words were heading. She looked nervous. "Liam, I think the garden will be the perfect place to demonstrate what I'm trying to tell you." The sound of a familiar voice resonated from the stairs. "I'm not going to shy away from that." Liam's face was squeezed into a smile as he stepped down the stairs together with Olivia, who was obviously smiling. We met each other's gaze, and for the life of me, the first thing I noticed afterward was how their bodies were touching. What are they doing together? When did Liam and Olivia become acquaintances? And much more, what are they heading to the garden to do? Bitterness settled in the pit of my stomach as the two walked past us as if we were invisible. I don't know whether what Olivia was doing was on purpose to get back at me for earlier. Did I do anything wrong? My eyes trailed off to their backs as they sauntered away. Questions still lingered in my head. My stepmother's words were void to my ears. First, I wasn't interested in what she was saying, and second, seeing Liam and Olivia together didn't sit well with me. Not at all. "Logan." My attention was diverted towards the not-so-excited woman seated in front of me. "Can we talk about it some other time?" I said, standing up. "I have exceeded the remaining strength in me already." "Oh, that won't be a problem. We can—" The rest of her words were far away from my ears, as I'd already landed halfway through the stairs. As I shut the door behind me, I leaned my back on it. What are they doing together? What are they going to the garden for? All my questions were left unanswered since I was asking myself and no one else. "That's none of your business, Logan. You don't even like her," I muttered, letting out a light smile. 15 minutes later, I found myself standing outside my door, glancing at the hallway. There was no sign of Olivia or Liam. Are they still at the garden? I spared my phone screen a quick glance. Midnight is fast approaching. Not a good time for Olivia to be outside, and that with another man. I contemplated whether to call her or not. If I call, she will have the wrong impression. And if I don't, I won't be at peace. Funny enough, I was supposed to be in bed resting. I stood there, feeling like a night watchman, waiting for someone I had claimed not to harbor any romantic feelings for. "Remember, you're worried for the sake of the baby," I tried to assure myself, even though I knew my brain and heart were far from listening to that. Just when I inhaled sharply, my eyes caught a glimpse of Olivia. Liam wasn't with her. I cleared my throat, pretending I was on a phone call. "Oh, Olivia, you're still up?" I uttered absent-mindedly as I approached her. "Oh, Logan, you're up too!" It took an ounce of self-control not to roll my eyes. I had stood outside my door for more than 20 minutes waiting for her, and her response was just, "Oh, Logan, you're up too." "Yeah," was taking care of one or two work stuffs. "What about you?" I instantly regretted my choice of words as I saw her lips curve up. "Me?" She pointed to herself. "Didn't you see me going out?" "Is that a deliberate question?" "No. Good night." She turned to leave. She might think walking away will solve the situation I was battling with in my heart. Before she could open her door, I grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "Are you trying to get on my nerves?" I muffled out, looking her straight in the eye. I wasn't going to let this conversation slip by without getting to the bottom of it. "Was it because of earlier?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Did something happen earlier?" Our gazes locked heatedly. I closed my eyes momentarily and opened them again. "She's just a client," I confessed, casting my head down. I didn't even know why I was explaining that to her. "What difference would it make?" "Whew!" Olivia asked, an amused smile playing on her lips. "Great." "Seriously, Olivia, I'm talking about something important." I shook her. Her smile widened. "Okay, I get it. I never complained before. Why did you then act like you don't know me in front of her?" "Did I? I was just surprised to see you there. You know, you don't normally go there." She shot me a suspicious look. "Are you spying on me? How did you know I don't go there often? It's close to my workplace, after all." "Well, I just guessed, but know that there's nothing between us." She nodded her head. I nodded mine too. The silence between us lingered, making me feel unsure of what to do next. Should I stay or should I leave? Part of me wanted to stay, while another part was urging me to leave. "I don't have feelings for her," I repeated to myself, trying to convince my heart to stay focused on the reason I was doing all this for the sake of the baby. "Mom, I should get going. It's late." Olivia finally broke the silence. I nodded in agreement. "Yeah, probably. It's late, and you have work tomorrow," I said, but I didn't move an inch. Olivia seemed hesitant to leave too. "Ask away, Logan." "No, she will get the wrong impression." My mind protested, but another voice in my head insisted, "Ask, dumb head." Her hand around her doorknob ignited the words out of me. "What did you and Liam talk about?" I blurted out.
Chapter 30, Family Obligations. Olivia. Logan's question did take me by surprise. I hadn't expected him to ask me about Liam. I mean, it's not like Liam and I are all friends or something. I was checking the library for a new collection to read when he came in and shared his sentiments about the genre of book he preferred to read. Liam and I have never spoken more than 2 sentences. But surprisingly, he was all in the mood and wanted to demonstrate how a character in a book he was currently reading handled a plant in his garden. I didn't want to brush him off and tell him he didn't have to go to that extra mile. I didn't know that small conversation with Liam would strike Logan a bit, or should I say, stress him out. That somehow settled well with me. The reflection from the curtain blinders reminded me of the day I was going to look forward to. An appointment with my doctor, taking care of the clinic alone. Larissa had called in last night that she had an emergency trip from her college, so she won't be able to show up. That means I have to do everything myself for the whole day today. And for some reason, my mood was completely all over the place. I swiped through my phone and replied to the text Jamie had left me last night about us meeting up for dinner later today. I spread the curtains, allowing darkness to loom over the room before making my way out. The hallway was calloused with silence and thick air dancing around it. I had to remind myself to take in a deep breath before approaching the dining area that was on full swing with the family members. By family members, I mean the whole Near family in general, including the grandchildren who I was actually seeing for the first time. I muffled out a low greeting, not paying attention to whoever was in the mood to answer me. I instantly dived into my breakfast. I don't know whether it was because I was getting used to the silence around the family during eating hours. Today felt different. I don't mind everyone minding their business. That will save me from answering some of the questions they might try to throw at me, right? Nevertheless, that was soon disrupted by one of the girls. "Mommy, are you coming for the speech today?" came her tiny voice. I took my time to assess the girl. There was no denying she had Amelia's eyes, if not her face completely. I didn't have to be told whose daughter she was. "Is it today, Quinn?" Amelia asked, glancing at her phone. "I thought it was supposed to be next week. I have a full schedule. Your father should be able to make it." "I can't make it either. I'm meeting with clients from Greece," Scott added. I noticed how Quinn's face fell. "Is it that they are too busy with their work that they have no time for their own daughter?" I expected at least some explanation from any of the family members, maybe to cheer the girl up a bit. But none spoke a word, including Logan, who hasn't lifted his face from his phone, talk less of even sparing me a glance. The gesture made me question how my child will be brought up in an environment where none care about parental rights, but their own career aspects. I dropped my fork, grabbed my bag, and headed to the door. It seems I would be witnessing a new side of the family day by day, and that will definitely question the decision I had taken up to this moment in time. Just as I stepped down the pavement, Liam's figure emerged beside me. "You must be heading for work," he said, straightening up his tie. I didn't try to stop myself from checking him out. He was as tall as Logan but slimmer than him. I forced out a smile, not wanting him to have the impression that our conversation last night would bring any change between us friends, to be precise. "It's better if we continue minding our business around each other." "Yes," I said, adjusting the strap of my bag around my shoulder as I stepped forward. I had thought he'd take that short gesture and walk away, but instead he went on again. This time, he added a mischievous smile to his face. "Let me drop you off then." Was he trying to get on my nerves at this early morning, or was he trying to pry into the life I was living? My instincts were telling me it was both a charade. "Thanks for the offer, but my workplace is not far. I'm sure our workplaces are a lot of miles apart." He smiled and didn't move an inch. "I insist. You seemed nice last night. I want to get to know you." That swept me in shock. "You?" My words hung in the air as I caught sight of Logan making his way out. "Won't be a problem then," I said. I don't even know why I had agreed to that. To escape from Logan meeting me up. Or was my mind telling me that going with Liam is the best choice? Getting to know Liam, I'd get to know about the family also. We headed to Liam's car. He acted as a gentleman and opened the door for me. I wheeled my head towards the window and caught a sight of Logan opening his car as well. I'm sure he had seen us. "So where do you work, Olivia?" Liam questioned as he slid into the car, diverting my attention from Logan, who had already gone inside his car. "I work at an animal clinic that is across the street." "It's not easy to locate," I explained, clutching the seatbelt around my chest. "That means you have a love for animals." Because I could only bet that. One can't run an animal clinic without love for them. As for me, I can't stand them. He squeezed his face as if it was the most disgusting thing he had to say. Well, everyone has their preference. Looks like Logan is the only one who fancies dogs around the house. You're right. Sometimes I used to forget we have an animal in the house. That dog only knows its owner. But that's not what you majored in, right? I mean, you must have ventured into a different course at the university. I'm not really someone who shares my history freely with people. I don't think Logan and I have ever had that conversation before about my personal life, my background and all. Liam, for some odd reason, doesn't seem fit for sharing that about me. "I studied economics," I said shortly. The ride to the clinic was somehow far today. Or was it because I wanted to get away from Liam's questions as far as I can? "That's nice. Then you shouldn't waste your intelligence in an animal clinic. There are companies out there looking for prospective candidates like you," he voiced out as he stopped by the traffic. "He won't understand anyway. He was born with a silver spoon. He won't know the bitterness of life. Thanks for the advice, but I enjoy running my animal clinic. You can call it a safe haven to connect with people." My phone chimed just in time. It was a message from Logan. "Tell him to switch off the backlight." I instantly turned around. Was he following us? I caught sight of his car right behind us. What? Liam asked as he resumed driving. It's nothing, I said, sitting back down. I typed away on my phone. Focus on your driving. Another reply came almost immediately, making me furrow my brows. What's with him tailing us? That's what I'm doing. I didn't reply back and slipped my phone back into my bag. So what are your plans for Quinn? I started. I was trying hard not to bring it up, but the nagging feeling inside me left me with no choice. I couldn't take the sad expression on her face out of my head. Quinn, he repeated. What about her? It took an ounce of self-control not to roll my eyes. That shows how their conscience doesn't even care about anything else but their work. I mean, she mentioned something about a speech at her school. Aren't her family required to be with her? Don't worry about that. It's just a speech. Nothing that important. She will be fine, he said just as his car stopped at my clinic. It took me some seconds to process his words. What do you expect, Olivia? Thanks for the ride, I said, slipping off the seatbelt and opening the car door. You're welcome. Would love to check out your clinic, but I'm currently running late, he said, glancing at his wristwatch. Don't worry. There's always a next time, I forced out a smile, shutting the car door. He nodded his head before taking off. I took in a deep breath. What a family indeed, I muffled out before heading inside. An hour later into my work, and I found myself staring at my phone, Logan's number to be precise. I know it's totally not my place to get worried, but I can't help but be worried. I'm sure by going to Quinn's school and being there for her, it will make her happy. She won't be left alone. Let's do this, Olivia. I pressed on the number and waited for Logan to pick up. The way his deep voice resonated through the phone almost made my breathing hitched. Missed me already? My eyes rolled around at his teasing tone. Stop being cheesy. Why would I miss you? You have every right to miss me. I'm Logan after all. Stop thinking too highly of yourself. I didn't call because of that. It's about Quinn, I went straight to the point. Beating around the bush wouldn't solve the problem. What about Quinn? I could feel the curiosity in his voice. I adjusted my sitting position. I was thinking we could go to her school for the speech. Silence followed. I'm sure I had taken him by surprise. But I think the right thing they should do as her family is to be there for her. Her parents have already informed her they can't make it. Yes, I know, Logan. But I feel like since they are busy, someone can volunteer from her family members. And you think that someone has to be me, he said, his frustration flowing through the phone. Yes, I answered straightforwardly. Set it as an example, I added. What example do you mean, Olivia? Do you think I don't have anything to do? If her parents can't show up, why should I? I know Logan isn't her father. He has the right not to meddle in their affairs. But then again, he's Quinn's uncle. Being there for her on behalf of them won't make him a bad person, will it? I rose up to my feet and switched the phone to my other ear while leaning my hand on the tabletop. Listen, Logan, I know you have work to do at the office. But I want you to be there for Quinn. You don't know what impact it will make on her. Please, I added after a while as silence prevailed from him in return. Try and do this much for your brother's daughter. But we don't know whether the speech has started or not, he said. We can ask. Maybe call the principal before we head there. Where should we meet? I waved my hand as Logan's car stopped in front of the clinic. We have 15 minutes to get to the school, I said the moment I hopped inside the car. Logan had forwarded Quinn's principal's contact number earlier, and we got the details of the speech event. Quinn was actually going to make a speech. We have to get to her school before it reaches her turn. I fail to understand why you're getting so worried about all this, came Logan's voice as he spared me a glance. I spared back, shaking my head. You won't understand how children think. Let's just reach the school first. Do you know her school? I asked, seeing as he was checking his phone. I was going to use the map. I closed my eyes and opened them again. Seriously, Logan. You should try and take your mind off work sometime. Hey, don't blame me. I'm not Quinn's father, he defended, placing his phone displaying the map on the car stand and starting the engine. You might not be her father, but you're her uncle, I answered, lowly enough for him to hear. He said nothing, but the glare he gave me in return was enough to tell me he wasn't going to let me off the hook. Chapter 31, Quinn's Speech. Olivia. "Are you Mr. St. Wilfrid?" I asked, rushing towards an elderly man at the entrance of the school gate. The man's features excluded he was an athlete. The outfit he was wearing indicated that he had one or two skills. "You are Olivia, right?" he asked, glancing at his phone. I nodded my head, trying to steady my breathing. We had managed to arrive at the school within the said minutes. However, we were yet to accomplish our task. We needed to find Quinn before her speech started. "Please follow me," the man said, sparing Logan and me a quick glance. We followed suit. I would have taken my time to check around the school premises, but we were currently on a mission. A school tour or any other activities could wait. "Take a deep breath at least," Logan muffled out behind me. His tall frame was overshadowing mine. Hands stuffed inside his pockets, he didn't seem distressed at all, unlike me. One would think I was Quinn's aunt, not him. "I'm breathing, you know. The one who needs to show an ounce of effort is you." "Try and act like her uncle," I shot back, adding a glare on the run. "That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm supposed to be signing off a deal, but I ditched that for her sake." "What more do you want from me?" he said, shrugging his shoulders. "Phew." Just when I was about to give him another piece of my mind, Mr. St. Wilfrid's voice sounded through our eardrums. "This is the hall the event is taking place," he announced, turning the doorknob. I literally had to hold my breath upon seeing the crowd in front of us. A big hall full of people, students to be precise. "Wow," I exclaimed. "This has to be one important speech in here," I let out. "Maybe because you haven't been in a school in a while." "It's a normal thing, Olivia," Logan retorted with a bored expression. I swirled my head towards a nonchalant-looking Logan. "Says who? You don't even know your way to her school, yet you're talking about me not having been in a school," I replied. "Whatever. I hope you don't have a phobia, because I can't deal with two things at the same time." Before I could get the chance to attack him, he strode forward, his neatly sized two-piece suit a stark reminder of who Logan Nero was. "Pull yourself together, Olivia." I mentally scolded myself before catching up to Logan. "How do we locate Quinn then?" I asked, my eyes roaming around the crowd. I had only seen her briefly this morning, and I didn't think my memory was that good to store her exact appearance. But then again, it wouldn't be that hard. Simple logic. She would be called for her speech. "Just watch," he said. I decided not to answer him on that one and just did as told. The hall was thick with silence as contestants were being called out for their speeches. Honestly, that made a part of me twitch. It reminded me of my childhood and how nervous I used to get whenever I was called on stage to perform a speech or a singing charade. My parents might not have been present to support me, but a little effort from a family member wouldn't hurt, right? I think that was what made me worried about Quinn. I knew how it felt to be left out, seeing other children being cheered on by their parents while you were left alone. It had become a memory etched deeply in my heart. Sometimes I couldn't help but recall those days, but I knew it was a part of me. No matter how hard I tried, I wouldn't be able to erase it. Those were the days when I used to sit and cry my eyes out, longing for my parents. They passed away when I was 7, and since then, my grandmother took care of me before she later went back to the countryside. I had become capable of taking care of myself alone, and I was okay without the thought of being left out. Our next contestant is Quinn Scott. Please give her a round of applause. Mr. Wilfrid's voice echoed through the speakers, diverting my attention from my thoughts. Wait. Are you crying? I was taken aback by Logan's voice. His eyes were fixated on me, and I didn't miss the amused smile that had occupied his lips. Shit. I didn't even know I was in tears. No, I'm not, I answered shortly, turning my attention back to the crowd. He didn't need to know the reason behind it. We weren't in that position yet to share the bitterness of our lives. Quinn looked nervous as she walked onto the stage. I could see how her eyes were roaming around the crowd. I'm sure she had hoped that her parents might show up. I didn't know what came over me, but I pushed through the crowd and waved my hands in the air. Go, Quinn, I shouted, getting the attention of most people around me. I couldn't care less. She was confused at first, but after a few seconds, strength bloomed in her. She held onto the microphone tightly. At least she knew someone was out there for her. Someone would think you're her mother. Logan hushed out beside me. I thought you wouldn't get through the crowd, I said. His eyes danced left and right, as if calculating whether the people around him would recognize him. Well, he's Logan Nero. It wouldn't be hard for people not to notice him. What's the use of staying back there when I can stand here and watch her clearly? I suppressed my laughter, not at anything in particular, but at the way he kept checking his surroundings. Calm down, Mr. Douchey Logan. No one will recognize you if you stay quiet and don't make it obvious that you're Logan Nero. He cleared his throat in return. I pinned my hair behind my ears and wrapped my arms across my chest. Just be yourself. I know it's hard for you to stand in the midst of a crowd, but remember we're doing this for Quinn's sake. We are here as her family. You don't have to remind me of that, he whispered, enough for me to hear. I nodded my head. Right, I don't. You have done a great job by coming here. So let's hear out her speech. The way silence prevailed as Quinn read out her speech was exceptional. It was as if everyone was waiting for her. The way she stood her ground, how her voice was sharp, it filled my head with all shades of emotion. I felt proud that we had made the right decision by showing up to be there for her. As she said her final line, the whole room erupted with applause. Some were even whistling. I was among those whistling with enthusiasm. I turned around to have a look at Logan. By the smile on his face, you'd know he was also amazed by his little niece's brilliance. I thought you wanted nothing to do with this, I said, my eyes still on the stage. Quinn had left the stage, and Mr. Wilfred had occupied the microphone again, maybe for the next contestant or another announcement. I had no choice, he said, turning around. Where are you going? I asked. I'm leaving, of course. Aren't we done here? We are not done yet, Logan. We need to meet her and congratulate her, I said the moment we were out the door. I wrapped my arms around my chest and stared at him. What? He said, getting the message that I didn't plan on allowing him to leave. Didn't I do a good job by standing in front of the crowd and also keeping on a cool face? Nope, you didn't. You haven't fulfilled all the requirements yet. His eyes slightly widened. What do you mean requirements? Olivia, you. I shut him up by grabbing his hand and leading us inside again. I had to remind myself how my heart was thumping at the mere touch of our hands, but I managed to keep a cool face. It was the first time I had taken the initiative of holding Logan in public, and that wasn't doing justice to my heart. Not even a bit of it. We found our way towards the crowd just as parents were being called to take a prize and photograph with their children. This is what I'm talking about, I said, finally getting the courage to release my hand from his hold. However, my heart rate picked up increasingly when Logan intertwined our fingers. Fireworks erupted inside my chest. The whole crowd was no longer beneath my head, but Logan's unexpected touch had ignited something within me. It made my heart and body mingle into flames. I didn't ask you to let go of my hand, came his husky voice just below my ears. And at that exact moment, I was sure my heart was going to be in flames for the rest of the day.
Chapter 32, She Loves Cake. Logan. I took a sip of the almost cold coffee as I stole glances at Olivia through my eyelashes. I failed to understand why she was so invested in Quinn's speech. She made me stand on stage and take a picture with other kids' parents, like I didn't see that coming. I thought we'd just sit and watch everything unfold within a short hour or so, but the way Olivia went the extra mile really touched me somewhere that wasn't supposed to. It is rare for the Nero family to get entangled with such things. I can't recall the time my father attended any of our school events. We always do things alone, unless it involves something that will benefit him. Then he would assign someone to tag along, his secretary, for that matter. Seeing Quinn standing on stage ignited a past memory inside me, but that will be a discussion, or rather a distraction, for another day. I don't want my anxiety to start kicking in. Why don't you hang the photo frame in your clinic then? I said, dropping the cup and intertwining my hands together. That gesture made my mind wander off to earlier. I don't know what had come over me. The way her hand was secured over mine made it look as if it were meant to be there, and when she withdrew it, I knew letting it go would be the foolish thing I'd do, because I wanted her touch. I wanted to feel the warmth radiating from her body whenever she's around me, whenever she gave me that smile of hers. Are Brian's words getting to me? Do I like Olivia? No, it's meant to be hung somewhere around the house. A particular place for everyone to see, Olivia cheered, getting my attention back to her. I found myself smiling, even though that wasn't what I intended to do. I was supposed to be at the office, working on my next schedule. But here I was, seated with Olivia and smiling like a fool while my heart warmed up. Will this ever get any better for me? You really shouldn't have gone through that hassle, Olivia, I said, my voice sounding serious this time around. There's no point in trying to give life to a family that is just there. I don't think they will even appreciate the gesture. I'm sure of that. I did what I wanted to do. It brought a smile to Quinn's face. And then this, she said, dropping the photo frame we had taken. Olivia and I standing side by side, with Quinn in the middle. A true definition of a perfect family picture. Funny enough, the thought that graced my mind at that moment was Olivia and me with our own kid. What would it be like to have a family picture like that? I instantly brushed the thought off my head. There are complications regarding Olivia and my relationship. I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet for me to have all sorts of thinking. You fool! You are not doing anything wrong by having that thought. I scolded myself internally. Thank you, I said genuinely, looking straight into her eyes. We locked gazes, a kind of gaze that spoke words. Olivia offered a smile. It's nothing. I didn't do it for anything, but because I feel like Quinn needed someone to be there for her. Is that why you were in tears? I asked, leaning back on the chair with an amused smile playing at my lips. Maybe she had forgotten, but I couldn't help but get curious as to why she was in tears because of a mere speech. I wasn't in tears. My eyes were just watering, she exclaimed, fisting her hand on the table. That made a short laugh escape from me. You can't make a fool out of me, Olivia. What is the difference between tears and watering? As far as I'm concerned, there were tears in your eyes. Care to tell me why? It's nothing, she answered, but I somehow didn't find her answer convincing enough. This time her eyes indicated something, and for the life of me, I wanted to know more about the woman sitting in front of me with a smile on her face. Was I asking too much? Like I said, it's nothing. I had a flash passage of my childhood memories. That was just it. Okay, I said, much like a question, hoping she'd shed more light on my curiosity. Yet none came. Instead, she rose up to her feet. I think you should get going. I'm sure your secretary will be on the tight end trying to take care of your missed meeting, she went on as her back was facing me. There was something I noticed about her within the span of time we spent. Whenever she was nervous about something, she blabbers a lot, and that was exactly what she was doing. Also, that made me more convinced that there was more to the woman that I didn't know about. Olivia, I called out, stopping her in her tracks. She turned around, shooting me a questioning brow. You should take a rest, I said, then turned around and left. That wasn't what I intended to say or do. Nevertheless, I was glad I didn't make any move because I'm damn going to be embarrassed for the rest of the day. I had ignored Abigail's calls on purpose, knowing it'd be about the meeting I was supposed to attend, but I ditched it for Quinn's school. I found myself letting out a smile as I drove back to the office, Olivia being the reason for that. I should really treat her to a nice meal for this, I said out aloud, putting on more speed. Abigail, schedule the meeting I missed earlier for tomorrow. It should be what I would work on first thing tomorrow morning, I said the moment Abigail walked into the office. Her face was held in a frown. I was worried, sir. You weren't picking up your calls. I slightly stopped mid-air and spared her a look. But you always know how to handle the situation. What has changed? She bit her bottom lip, and that was when I noticed the woman had something under her sleeve. What is it? I asked, focusing my attention on her fully. It's Mr. Liam. What about him? I don't think I had assigned her the responsibility to report whatever Liam does around the company. He came over and asked me to handle over the project reports from last year. I couldn't stop him because he said it was urgent. I closed my eyes and opened them again. I thought it was something serious. That shouldn't make you worry. It's fine. Get back to work, I said, dismissing her. I'm sorry, sir, for allowing him into your office without informing you. I just didn't. Get back to work, Abigail. Her muscles relaxed as she realized I wasn't going to scold her. At the moment, I couldn't find the strength to worry about Liam. I didn't know why he needed my project reports, but the only thing I wanted from him was for him to do his part of the job without putting the company at risk. Inhaling a deep breath, I immersed myself in work. I better get it over with and call it a day. By the time I parked my car in the driveway of the house, I knew my day had come to a stop in terms of work. At least I wouldn't have to go over some paperwork for the night. I would just head straight to my room and crash for the night. Soon enough, my little plan was disrupted by the noise coming from the living room as I stepped inside the house. There I found my family chatting around the dining table. The box of cake on the dining table didn't go unnoticed by me. That was rare.
"Congratulations, Quinn. Mommy is so proud of you," came Amelia's voice as she hugged her daughter. Seated beside her was Scott, eyes glued to his phone. Liam and Olivia were sitting side by side.
Why are they always so close to each other? I maneuvered my way towards them. "Uncle Logan, Aunt Olivia gave me this," Quinn cheered as she showed me a princess crown on her head. "That's nice. You did a great job." "Congratulations," I said, slightly pinching her cheeks. That was the first time I had made such a gesture around them. My eyes briefly met Olivia's, and she flashed me a smile. At some point, I felt like she was taking everything too seriously. The fact that she was here for the sake of the baby growing inside her, and none of the family members knew about it. When they do find out, things will become complicated. I excused myself and allowed them to enjoy the moment. It might be a normal thing for Olivia, but I wish it could make a difference in the family. The hallway was growing quiet as the voices of the family faded into the background. A hot shower was what I needed at that moment, a nerve-wracking one. Just as I was about to turn the doorknob to my room, Olivia called out to me. "Logan," she was holding a plate with a slice of cake on it. "It better not be for me." "Here," she said, pushing the plate forward. My eyes traveled from the plate back to her. "I don't eat cake," I said, trying to distance myself from the situation. She frowned. "I won't buy that. Who doesn't like cake?" she said, her eyes darting left and right. "Just because you do doesn't mean I do." "Enjoy yourselves," I said, taking the silence as a cue to walk into my room. But then I felt a tug on my arm. Olivia was holding my wrist, which she lowered down to my hand resting on the doorknob. "I love cake. You will too." And with that, she kicked my door open and dragged me away with her.
Chapter 33, His Teases. Olivia. My hand was still secured around Logan's wrist as I led us to his bed. The fact that it was actually the first time I had sat on his bed. Tell myself not to have any dirty thoughts regarding that. Yet I did. What would it feel like for Logan to pin me to his bed, trail his fingers over my face, from my cheeks to my lips, down to my earlobes? Tease me with his touches and, okay, something was definitely wrong with my head. I mentally scolded myself. I shouldn't be having such thoughts about Logan, at least not when he was staring at me like someone who had had his most important time of the day taken away. "What are you doing?" he said, the same nonchalant expression on his face. I let out a proud smile. "Your share of the cake," I said proudly. "I told you already. I don't eat cake. But I want you to." "What does that mean? Is it compulsory for everyone to eat it?" My eyes squinted at him with the way he said it. I had managed to get everyone to taste the cake. It was actually a surprise. Bringing cake to the house wasn't part of the plan. But while coming back home, I suddenly had the thought of bringing a smile to their faces. Although I didn't get the desired results. Amelia was the only one who made an effort to clap when I first came in with the box and revealed the content. As for Scott, he didn't show much expression. His eyes were glued to his phone the whole time. Then Liam, who also made a bit of effort by helping to cut the cake. I know it's not my place to meddle in their affairs, but at some point, I felt like someone needed to crack open the shell in the house. The bonds need to be there. The bond between a father and his son, the bond between the brothers, and the bond of the whole family in general. "I know you brought the cake. You shouldn't have," Logan commenced, breaking me out of the short trance I had ventured into. A smile appeared on my face. "I did it because I wanted to. The achievement needed to be celebrated." "Didn't you see how happy Quinn was?" I emphasized. "Are you happy doing this?" came his question instead. "Of course. The fact that the family is happy. Why wouldn't I be? So here, have a bite before I feed you." I cut a piece and pushed it towards him, but unintentionally, it fell on his lap. "Can't you stop it already, Olivia?" I literally flinched at his tone. A look of anger danced on his face. That gesture really ignited something inside me. I was exaggerating the situation. "Please stop," he added again, raking his hands through his hair. I slowly withdrew the plate back. "There's no point in doing this for a family that will not appreciate it. Can't you see they're all forcing themselves? You don't have to go to such lengths for them, Olivia." "I get it." He was right. I was getting overly excited for something that might not be worth it. I thought Logan would at least show some support. I kept telling myself that he'd be different from them. But it looks like he has no say in whatever his family decides for themselves or him. I swallowed a lump down my throat. "I'm sorry," I muffled, rising to a standing position. "I shouldn't have come here in the first place or forced you to eat the cake. I'm sorry. There are some things I better get straight in my head, instead of trying so hard for a family that knows nothing about the reason for my existence in the family. They still know nothing about my relationship with Logan or the baby growing inside me." My hand curled into a fist when I felt a pair of warm ones engulf it. "I'm sorry," I heard Logan say. I didn't move forward or detach my hand from his hold. "It's okay. I was the one at fault. I shouldn't have forced things just to make everyone happy," I answered. My voice was enough to convey that I was totally out of it. "Sit," Logan commanded, pulling me back down to the position I had been sitting in. Silence followed. The kind of silence that had me thinking about everything. How Logan and I started. The lack of progress in our relationship. His family's treatment towards me. And most of all, where Logan and I stood. "I'm sorry for letting it out on you. I had a lot of things on my mind, that's why. And because you've been hell-bent on me tasting the cake," he said. My face was still turned towards the other side. Bitterness was still sitting at the pit of my stomach. He shouldn't have made it so obvious to me. "Can you look at me when I'm talking to you?" In a swift motion, Logan turned me around. We locked gazes. I saw a pool of unreadable expressions dancing in his eyes. This is a man I have spent days, weeks, and months with, but I know nothing about him. What he's thinking, why he chooses to live his life quietly, why he doesn't question his family. Is it safe for me to say I was trying only for him? Because I felt like he needed to have that bond with his family. Was I asking for too much there? "You don't have to hide your pain, Logan," I said without the words processing properly in my head. His brows creased in confusion. "What do you mean?" "The one I'm seeing pain in her eyes right now is you. You looked on the verge of crying when I rejected eating your cake," he said with a chuckle. The smile didn't reach his eyes. There was something about the man that I was desperate to find out. I wanted to know him more. To explore the depth of his face. To crawl into his heart. "Excuse me. Who was the one who got angry at me?" "The least you could have done was tag along. Pretend at least." Scott tasted the cake even though he kept on playing the big brother. "Collins did." Liam was kind enough to cut the cake into. Before I could complete my sentence, Logan shoved a piece of cake into my mouth. My eyes widened as I chewed it. "What was that?" I exclaimed, throwing him a look of disdain. "You were talking nonstop." "Yes. I'm telling you that everyone enjoyed the cake, so you should try it too." "Stop being grumpy," I said, passing him a glare in response. He cleared his throat with an amused smile dancing on his lips. I should confess that Logan can be a weird man sometimes. Who was the one who snapped at me a few minutes ago? And now he was looking at me with all kinds of expressions that were sweeping through my heart in all directions. "I'm serious when I say I don't like cake," he admitted. My eyes darted from left to right. "Why? There must be a reason. I'm sure you had a lot of birthdays when you were a kid. You seem like someone who would sleep on a birthday cake." "I didn't. Birthdays are nothing special." His words touched me somewhere, like they held some deeper meaning behind them. "But it's a day to celebrate and appreciate the life you were given. To your parents and to yourself," I answered, looking at him straight in the eyes. We locked gazes again. This time around, it lasted longer than usual. There was no way I wouldn't be convinced that there was more to Logan than I knew. I used his diverted attention and shoved a piece of cake into his slightly open mouth. "Got you there," I cheered, taking him by surprise. "What the?" He had a murderous look on his face as he charged towards me. I was quick to jolt up with the plate still in my possession. "Did you take away my attention on purpose so you could force me to taste the cake?" Logan said as he followed me around his room. We were then walking in circles. "I had to do something to make you taste it. You, of all people, should be the one to celebrate this," I threw back, grinning from ear to ear at my achievement. I might have laughed even harder when I caught a glimpse of the cake flavor on his face, just below his lower lip. I should have brought my phone with me to capture the moment. "Come here," Logan uttered, more of a warning, as his eyes darkened. That should have made me nervous, but all I could feel was adrenaline pumping through me, glad that I had managed to crack him a bit. "No," I declared, still walking around his room. I was close to the walls that led to the bathroom. But I had a plan. If he caught up to me, I would just waltz into the bathroom and lock the door. It would be as simple as that. However, my thinking was cut short when Logan was quick on his feet, catching me off guard. "I got you," he rasped out. Now he was caging me with both of his strong arms. My head was resting against the walls of his bedroom, his body almost pressed against mine, his eyes locked onto mine. "I warned you," he said again, and this time I could swear my heart was going to explode at any moment. "Move away." My words were never fully spoken out loud when Logan began trailing his fingers over my face, just as I had imagined the first time I came to his room. Was he going to? My eyes closed on their own accord, followed by the sensation of moisture between my legs. Something was definitely going wrong. Logan ran his thumb over my cheeks before lowering his hand. "You have cake crumbs on your face. Go back to your room." And my eyes jolted open. The only thing dancing on his face was a satisfied smile, as if he knew he had managed to push my buttons. He was aware of the effect his touches were having on my heart and body, and I damn well knew I hadn't seen that coming. Like a lightning bolt, I made a beeline for the door, walked out, and didn't look back. I was going to have quite an imaginative night today. Chapter 34, X Not Cited. Olivia. Today felt different. I would say it was going to be a good day for me, or should I say, the brightest side of the day. I woke up on a positive note, not entirely though. Logan's teases occupied my thoughts all through the night. He had even gone to the extent of sending me a text message. "Thank you." As the message entailed, it was as simple as that. But that hadn't stopped my heart from reeling over how Logan was making me feel these days. "Let's get out of bed and start the day, Olivia," I cheered, pulling the covers off my body and heading for the bathroom. I took my time in the shower. I forgot to mention that I hadn't been taking care of my hair for like 2 days straight. I always made a mental note to do that when I got back home, but I would end up crashing for the night, and then be too lazy to do it in the morning. Today felt different. I was in the mood. I went for a simple outfit, a blouse and Converse shoes. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. My body had definitely changed. I wasn't that slim Olivia who would wear whatever she liked without caring about anything. I had reached a stage where I had to be cautious, not because of anything, but for the sake of the baby growing inside me. "Let's start the day with a smile," I affirmed before grabbing my bag and heading out. As I walked out of my room, I spared a glance at Logan's door, a smile finding its way to my face. He could be sweet sometimes and grumpy at other times. He had complained that he didn't like cake, and in the end he tasted it. I was sure there was a lively child in him. The dining room was still being set up for breakfast. Maybe I had woken up a bit too early. Was it all the excitement building up inside me? "Good morning," I greeted the maid who was arranging the table. "Good morning, Ma'am Olivia." My brows knitted in confusion. "Call me Olivia, please," I said, taking my seat. She gave me a smile, though I could see skepticism in her eyes, maybe wondering why I was in such a good mood. Well, it did happen. Amelia was the first to join the table. "Good morning," I asserted in my calmest tone. "Morning, Olivia. I trust you had a great night. I see all the excitement on your face. What's the secret? Did the baby kick?" My eyes abruptly widened at her question. I hadn't been expecting her to say something like that. I scanned the surroundings for any prying eyes. Thank God the maid was no longer in sight. A chuckle erupted from her. "Don't worry. "Your secret is still safe with me," she said, miming zipping her lips. I nodded in response, though I was still shaken by her sudden comment. Scott finally joined the table, followed by Liam, Logan, and lastly, Mr. John A. Nero and his wife. I didn't miss the way Logan's lips curved up into a smile. I wondered what was going on in his mind. He knew what he was doing, and he seemed to be enjoying seeing me react to his teases. Table manners were maintained as everyone busied themselves with breakfast. There wasn't much conversation, as the presence of the father was enough to maintain an atmosphere of silence. However, I was glad that I was able to bring some light to the family last night. At least some of them made an effort. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to try another method next time. Olivia, my name being called, abruptly halted any plans I was scheming in my mind. "Yes," I answered, placing my fork down. Scott's eyes were fixed on me, and I could sense that the look in his eyes wasn't pleasant. "We appreciate what you did yesterday. But I hope it won't happen again. Doing such things without notice isn't welcomed here." My heart rate dropped instantly. All the excitement I had built up inside me began to crumble. Did I hear him correctly? "Sorry, I don't." "Yes, Olivia. We don't need you to show us what to do. We appreciate you taking your time to be there for Quinn. But next time, consult any one of us before taking matters into your own hands." Sarah's words echoed in the room. All eyes were on me. It took me a few seconds to fully register what had just happened. After a while, I casted my head down. "I'm sorry if I went overboard. It won't happen again," I said, my eyes meeting Logan's as I lifted my gaze again. He had an apologetic look on his face, but he didn't utter a word. Silence prevailed once again, but I had lost the remaining appetite I had left in me. I did what I thought was best, excused myself, and made my way out of the house. By the time I arrived at the clinic, I first changed the sign from "closed" to "open." Normally, Lisa was in charge of cleaning, but since she wasn't here, I took charge myself, trying to take my mind off what had transpired at the Nero household. I busied myself cleaning every nook and cranny of the clinic, even places that weren't very dusty. I just needed to divert my mind. But it didn't help much. A hiss left my lips as I dropped the tablecloth on the counter and ran my hands through my hair in frustration, messing up the tidy hair I had just washed. "Nice one, Olivia. Is there a crime in celebrating an achievement?" I mumbled to no one in particular, raising my arms in the air out of exasperation. "Is that how bored and lame they live? No appreciation? Nothing," I muttered again, biting my bottom lip. A knock at the door caught my attention. A client walked in. I treated his dog, gave him the necessary instructions, and then collapsed back onto the sofa. I stared into space for a while, thinking about what to do. Was Logan hurt by the way his family had reacted towards me too? I had seen a flicker of sadness in his eyes. Or perhaps he had no say in the matter either. I retrieved my phone from my pocket, stared at the screen, and dialed a number. A smile broke out on my face as I heard the voice of the person on the other end. "Hello, Granny," I cheered, propping my legs on the small stool as I settled in a more comfortable position. "Why are you calling? Are you short of money? Did you miss your parents again?" She fired off questions, causing my brow to furrow. "Come on, Granny. Is that what you're supposed to say to your favorite granddaughter after months of not hearing from her?" I heard a rustling sound from her end. I was sure she was curled up in her little haven, the countryside restaurant my grandmother runs. Trust me when I say she makes the best dishes. Her magic hands would win your heart. "What do you expect me to say then? You now remember you have another family," she exclaimed. I could almost picture her squeezing her face from there. Don't blame my granny. That's just how she shows her affection towards me. I don't mind her being a bit harsh. All I know is that she cares. "I'm sorry, Granny. Things haven't been going easy lately." As I uttered the words, I found myself placing my palms over my baby bump. Things indeed hadn't been easy. I wondered how she would react when she found out I was going to be a mother. Not only that, I was actually married, and I hadn't informed her. Of course things wouldn't be easy, since you're trying to save the world. "World lifter," I chuckled in response. "I've missed you, Granny," I confessed. "If you miss me, you know where to find me. I'm still strong and alive. I know, Granny. I'm sorry I haven't been checking up on you. I promise I will visit one of these days. I really needed to pay her a visit. Maybe it would take my mind off some things like the family problems, my own issues, and Logan and my relationship. Silence followed. Are you there, Granny? Yes. I can hear you. Hope you're taking care of yourself. I know something is bothering you, which is why you're calling. You don't have to carry all the burdens by yourself. Remember, no one cares if you lose yourself while saving the world. Her words warmed my heart. She always knew what to say to make me feel better. I think that was why I called to have her comforting words warm my heart. I said nothing, knowing she would continue with her soothing words. You don't have to bottle everything up when times are hard. Remember, I have no one but you. Your parents left me in your care, but you are always stubborn and act brave. Come down here whenever you're free. All right. I nodded my head as if she could see me. Sure, I will. I'll surprise you. She cleared her throat in response. I have customers. Take care of yourself. I will. You take care of yourself too. The line went silent. I stared at the screen. As expected, her words soothed me and gave me solace. Talking to my granny was the best remedy for my problems. I slipped the phone into my jeans pocket and sat up. Next stop would be the hospital for my doctor's appointment.
Chapter 35, Short Trip. Logan. The thickness in the room was as palpable as the weight on my heart. If you were to ask me what was going on, I wouldn't be able to state it as a matter of fact. All I knew was that we, along with our father, were discussing the progress of the project. However, half of my mind was occupied by something else, Olivia, to be exact. I knew she had no ill intentions in her actions the other night. She was merely looking out for the family. I hadn't expected Scott to be so open to the matter. I had wanted to intervene, but decided it was best to remain silent. Part of me knew that they were right. Such gestures were not a part of the Nero family culture. We didn't take birthday celebrations seriously, nor did we embrace events that wouldn't benefit Father positively. Birthdays were not something I looked forward to, nor had I ever dreamt of them. The last birthday I had celebrated was when I was 12. I remembered that day vividly. It was the day that revealed my father's true colors, the day he took on a new wife despite promising my mother that he was done having affairs. Nonetheless, I didn't take that too much to heart since she wasn't the first woman he had been with. She was the second, and I had learned the hard way not to believe that my father had a soft spot for his children beyond them being a numerical asset for him. We, his children, Scott, the eldest, me, and even Liam and Collins were merely his puppets. It was as simple as that. Logan, are you even listening to what we're discussing? His voice jolted through my eardrums like a loudspeaker. Yes, Father, you were saying... I trailed off, hoping he'd catch me up on what he was actually discussing. His eyes narrowed on me for a split second. I was certain he knew my attention wasn't fully on him. I said the merchandise for the gamepad is available at a very reasonable rate in the market right now. At this stage, we should be able to get through the first half without worrying about the prices skyrocketing. I glanced at the laptop in front of me, where everything was summarized, making it easier to understand the details of the project. You're right. I believe this is the right time to start working on our Bluetooth device, since we have the market and the investors under our control. What do you think, Scott? He asked, turning to an attentive Scott, who seemed to be absorbing every detail. As for Liam and Collins, I had no idea what their thoughts were. The bored expression on Collins' face was enough to indicate that he had no choice but to sit amongst us. I agree with Logan. Since we don't have any other pending projects, we should start implementing this as soon as possible before other competitors get their hands on it. Scott responded. Father nodded in agreement with Scott's viewpoint. Why don't you take care of that, Scott? I have another project in mind for Logan. I quickly gave him a confused look. He couldn't just tell me to back out of something I'd been planning for a while. It was my idea in the first place. Father, you know how much I've been anticipating this project, I voiced my concern. I know, but this project needs more of your attention. I'm sure Scott and Liam will be able to handle it. I have already discussed it with the team in Santorini. The earlier we strike the deal, the better. You know how we do things. It's not like if you don't participate in it, it will be a problem. You guys have been handling everything together. Finish this one up. With that, he pushed his chair back, stood up, and walked away. What just happened? Did he just throw more work onto my plate? Father had a way of bringing up projects out of the blue. I don't know how much he wants the company's assets to grow. Wow, Father just made it clear to us who he wants to inherit the company in the future. Liam's voice was sharp as he spoke. What do you mean? Well, I mean nothing. I'm just amazed at how much Father is entrusting his company to you. You know, you're always the first person he gives the best projects to. Mind your tongue, Liam. We're not here to play, I warned, but it was as if I added more fuel to his anger. Liam always knew how to run his mouth. I didn't say anything wrong, did I, Scott? You're always left to finish the half-baked projects, even as the eldest. Don't you think it's unfair? At this point, Father will make him the chairman. Enough, Liam! I slammed my fist on the table. There's a limit to what you can say. We're not here to compete for the chairman position. What you should focus on is making progress in your own part of the company, not spreading bitterness, I growled. I was holding myself back, resisting the urge to let my anger explode, but Liam always seemed to find a way to provoke me. I didn't hold any grudges against either of them. The position or our father's favor didn't matter to me. I couldn't care less about being promoted to a higher position. I was just doing what needed to be done. You two should stop it already. Liam, mind your language. We're not fighting for a position. We're doing what needs to be done as sons, Scott finally intervened, standing up. Collins followed suit after Scott walked out. Liam's anger was palpable as he shot me a look of disdain and left as well. I closed my eyes to calm my nerves. This wasn't the time to let Liam's issues affect me. He might have other motives behind his bitterness towards me, but I had much bigger things on my plate than to follow his lead. Things like putting an end to the secret of Olivia's stay at the house. Because no matter how much I thought about it, she was not at fault for what was happening in my family. I was the one responsible for it all. I shouldn't have brought her to the house. She wouldn't have had to go through all that bitterness alone. I hadn't been as concerned about her as I was when I entered my office, only to be engulfed by the looming silence within. Thoughts of her continued to invade my brain cells. Her presence seemed to haunt my every moment, and I couldn't even find peace in sleep without her crossing my mind. The guilt in the pit of my stomach grew, knowing that I was burdening her with my family's rules and traditions. It was time for a change. I couldn't allow my fears to cloud my judgment any longer. She deserved to be free, not confined by our family's expectations. I must admit, I know little about her, but the time we've spent together has transformed me in ways I can't fully comprehend. I've never been good at expressing my emotions. I wasn't truthful with Tiffany, but Olivia's case was different. She's unique, and I'd be damned if I continued to deny my feelings for her. Brian was right. I do have feelings for Olivia, and denying them could end up breaking me. I reached for my phone, contemplating composing a message to Olivia. Perhaps we could talk over lunch. I had been wanting to take her out. But before I could start typing, a knock on the door and Abigail's presence grabbed my attention. It seemed I couldn't catch a moment of peace. Just minutes earlier, I had been in a discussion with my father, and now Abigail was here with another mounting issue. "What is it, Abigail?" I asked irritably. "Mr. Nero asked me to give you this. He said you should fly out to Greece as soon as possible," Abigail informed me. "What?" I exclaimed aloud. "We haven't even had a chance to sit down and discuss things, and yet he wants me to rush and strike the deal. Sometimes my father acts faster than his own shadow." "Sir, should I book the flight?" Abigail's voice spoke again, receiving silence from me in return. "Yes, please. It's just a one-day trip, so I don't have to pack anything," I said, dismissing her. As I heard the door shut behind her, I exhaled a deep breath. The thought of calling Olivia slipped out of my mind instantly. I needed to finish the deal first. After that, I would mentally and physically prepare myself and then tell everyone everything. I wouldn't beat around the bush anymore. Olivia had begun changing my perspective on life, how I wanted to live, my choices, and my own fears. It was time to take a stand. "Hang in there, Olivia. I will make it up to you," I mumbled, slipping my phone back into my pocket and preparing to leave for my trip.
Chapter 36, Decision in the Shadows. Olivia. Seeing the live scan of my baby before my eyes brought all shades of emotions to my heart. Seeing the life of another person inside me made me feel overwhelmed. I didn't try to hide away my tears from the doctor. "As you can see, your baby is living inside you pretty fine," she said with a smile as she rolled the tissue over my visible baby bump. I lifted my body on the bed to a standing position. My vision turned blurry as I found myself staring at the screen before me. "Is that my baby?" I cracked out, still in disbelief. "Yes, that's your baby. I will print the photo scan for you. I'm sure you will need it," she said, proceeding to take her seat. I followed suit. This time around, I was careful with my steps. I didn't want any slight movement that would harm my baby. I grabbed my seat facing the doctor while sniffing my tears. "I'm sorry for getting too emotional," I apologized. The doctor shook her head. "It's a normal thing. We doctors are used to it. If we get easily swayed, we won't be able to do our jobs. I'm glad you are taking care of your health. But I still need to address some issues." The way she leaned forward and fixated her eyes on me made it clear that whatever she was going to say would be serious, and I wasn't sure whether I was prepared for it. "It's about your partner," she said. The words dropped in my chest like a stone. I had expected that. "You have been the only one coming to the hospital for checkups, which weren't that consistent. This is an important stage where you need full support from your partner, or anyone responsible for the pregnancy. How do I tell her that I have no idea how to go about it? How do I tell her that Logan is busy with his affairs, and he has no time to follow me around to the hospital? Even if he did, he wouldn't want anything that could harm his reputation in any way. Should I blame him for that? Should I force him to go by my book?" I managed to force out a smile before taking a deep breath. "He's supporting me in every way. It's just that he's too busy to tag along." I'm sure the way I said that didn't sit well with the doctor. Her eyes didn't waver from staring at me. "You shouldn't try to defend him. If he's really supportive like you said, I should be able to see that on your face. I'm not a mind reader, but I know what pregnancy does to women, especially to women like you who are fragile. Anyways, I'm glad you and the baby's health are in perfect condition." "Thank you, doctor," I answered, cracking a more serious smile this time around. Her eyes squinted at me. "Don't thank me yet. I want you to come with your partner next time. And you should come on the date of the appointment. You haven't been sticking to it." I nodded my head in agreement, even though I wasn't sure whether coming with Logan would be possible. But then again, I hadn't told him about the doctor wanting to see him. I shouldn't blame him that fast. I know if I asked, he'd probably tag along. "How did it go?" Jamie asked as I exited the elevator. She had stayed behind in the waiting room for me. She didn't follow me to the doctor's office, knowing I might see her and get emotional. In the end, I still cried in the doctor's office. That was how emotional pregnancy gets me. I flashed her a smile. "It's normal." The doctor gave me a photo scan of the baby. I handed her the white envelope. "Oh my God. Look at your tiny baby, Olivia," she cried out, pulling me in for a hug. "I'm so happy for you," she uttered, patting me on my back. "I'm fine." "This is it," I said as we pulled away. Jamie stared at me with a sad look. "Stop looking at me that way," I warned, snatching the photo, sliding it back inside the envelope, and tucking it into my bag. "I know. I'm proud of you. On that note, allow me to spoil you." "Bill's on me," she cheered, dragging me away. My mouth hung open as I stared at the menu in front of me. "How can a one-plate meal cost this much?" I said, scanning the book. Jamie had literally taken us to a 5-star restaurant. Jamie rolled her eyes. "It's not like I can't afford it. I just want to spoil my best friend. Is that a bad thing?" The way she said it, waving her arms in the air, made me chuckle. If Jamie wanted to spend her fortune on me, who was I to decline? Then allow me to choose a full-course meal. "Don't blame me for your pocket, though," I warned as I proceeded to place my order. It took our orders some time to arrive, obviously because I had chosen more than 2 plates, and also some takeout to bring back to the clinic. The moment the dishes were laid out in front of us, I wasted no time in digging in. After all, I was hungry. "Easy there. No one is taking your food away from you," Jamie exclaimed as she attacked the chicken wings with her teeth. I didn't even pay attention to her. "This is really delicious. Why didn't I know about this place before?" I said with my mouth full. "Trust your friend on that. My boss made me set a reservation for him and his family." I was piqued by their dishes, so think of it as a privilege. I'm sure Logan doesn't know about this place. My hand stopped mid-air at the mention of Logan. What? You don't want me to talk about him? She blurted out. I took a sip of my water before leaning forward. I don't know what to do about Logan. I feel like he's not what he appears to be. What do you mean he's not what he appears to be? Is he not human? Jamie's eyes widened as she covered her mouth with her palms, checking around the surroundings. I couldn't resist rolling my eyes. I'm talking about something serious here. The way he's acting around his family. I don't know, but I feel like there's more to him. The way he shut himself away, it's mysterious. So you want to do what? Thought his family had made it clear to you not to meddle in their affairs, and Logan couldn't even defend you. And now you're talking about mysterious. I heaved out a deep breath. I know what they said should be a wake-up call for me, but I couldn't help but get worried. Why was I thinking meddling in their business should be my priority? I mean, I'm married to someone from the family. I'm part of the Nero household too, right? Shouldn't you help me come up with a solution? I said, reaching for her hand on the table. Solution like what? Telling Logan to get his act together. Because I fail to understand why you're trying so hard for that family. They don't seem appreciative at all. The least they should do is thank you for being there for their daughter. And Logan. I don't even understand, does he even like you? If I say I was expecting Jamie's last question, I'd be lying. Because that was the question I myself don't have the answer to. Could it be it's a one-sided love? Am I the only one having these feelings? Let's be honest here, Olivia, Jamie went on again. This time her soft voice and the way she held my hand made my whole body weak. I'm sure I needed a word of encouragement from my best friend. I know you have feelings for Logan, but I fail to understand where his attention is directed. He's supposed to be with you through this pregnancy journey, but look. Not even a single text from him or a call to check up on you. Is that what you want? No, I confessed. This isn't what I want, Jamie. I want him to support me in every way he can. I want him to put my baby first before everything else, before his work. But tell me how to make him do that without it looking like I'm forcing things. I don't want to appear desperate towards him, forcing him to accept me. I raked my hands through my hair as my eyes began to well up. Let's not talk about it. I don't want to look like a mess right now. Let's just eat, I said. Jamie didn't let go of my hand. Her eyes also didn't leave mine. I don't think you should care about what he thinks or what his family thinks. This is about your life, Olivia. I know how good you are at hiding your inner emotions. Remember, your happiness comes first. So I think you should just take matters into your own hands. What do you mean by that? I asked, shooting her a questioning look. Come clean and tell Logan your feelings. Make him understand that if he's not going to take a step, then you will. For the future of your baby. His family has no choice but to accept you. You two didn't do anything wrong spending the night together. The conversation we had with Jamie had really shaken me up a bit. I know whatever she said was indeed true. Why should I shy away when I didn't do anything wrong? They might not accept me right away, but they will eventually. Because I'm married to the family and also carrying an heir of the family. I'm really blessed to have Jamie in my life. She knows when to come through for me. As I made my way through the entrance door, the sight of the family dining for dinner greeted me. Logan was absent. We didn't even see much of each other today. I'm sure he was busy with work as usual. I didn't waste time dwelling on the matter and carried on upstairs. I'm sure they won't appreciate me joining them. Thank God the takeaway from the restaurant was enough to satisfy my remaining hunger. I won't have to worry about going to bed hungry tonight. As I closed the door behind me, I dropped my bag and headed straight to the bathroom. I enjoyed a calming shower, the hot water soothing my body and mind from the events of the day. I changed into my nighties before I reached for the photo scan. I trailed my fingers on the photo, a smile curving up on my lips. Hey baby, I hushed out. I stayed in that position for what felt like forever before I finally slid the photo into the bedside drawer. My phone lay dormant on the bed. There were no messages or notifications. Maybe it was time to talk to Logan and come to a decision once and for all. I would be open to him about my problems. If he's not ready to face his family with the truth, then I will take matters into my own hands. Are you available to talk? I typed and hit the send button. I bit my bottom lip in anticipation of getting a reply from him, but all I got was silence. The message was left unread. I gave it some time before I stood up and aimed for the door. I took a long breath as I stood in front of his door. I'm doing this, I mentally said to myself. It's now or never. We won't ever come to a decision. Mysterious or not, I would have to take a decision for myself and my baby. As I placed my hand on the doorknob, ready to open the door, Liam's voice sounded from behind me. Logan is not at home. Chapter 37, Solitude. Olivia. One word to describe me. I was a mess. A total mess. My heart wasn't in a good shape, same goes to my emotions. I was angry. Not at Logan but at myself. I kept on telling myself that Logan and I have something going on. I kept on telling myself that I was going to be all right. It was just a business meeting, right? It's not like he's not coming back. Maybe he was too busy to check his message. Maybe he was swamped with work. But the reality of was that I was all alone. The truth was vividly enough for me to embrace. But I couldn't bring myself to. I couldn't turn up to Jamie knowing I would only trouble her with my problems. None of the family members really cared about me. Everyone is busy with their life. The hope I have left regarding taking decisions in my own hands shattered. I felt nothing but disappointment. At myself and also Logan. He left me. He didn't care to check up on me. I left the house very early in the morning, even before anyone was awake. My presence at home didn't make a difference, and I felt a deep sense of disappointment, both in myself and in Logan. He had left me without a single message. Thankfully, Lisa was back from her trip, so I wouldn't have to handle the clinic alone. "Ma'am, are you okay?" Lisa asked, noticing my quiet demeanor. I had zoned out while giving an injection to one of the client's dogs, which shows how draining life had become. "Yes. Get back to work," I answered, perhaps more sharply than I intended. I saw her take a sharp breath, and I instantly regretted my tone. "You don't look okay to me, ma'am. You've said that like 1,000 times today." "Is it Mr. Logan?" she inquired, hitting a nerve with her question. "Why does everyone assume that my life revolves around him? Will you get back to work or do I need to ground you?" I snapped back, realizing that my frustration shouldn't be directed at Lisa. She wasn't responsible for the turmoil in my life. "I'm sorry, ma'am. It's time for lunch. Do you want me to get you something?" I remained silent, and she understood my answer as she left the room. I let out a frustrated sigh. I didn't want to take my anger out on Lisa. She doesn't deserve it. I ended up calling Lisa to get me a sandwich on her way back. I couldn't let Logan's family issues starve me. I finished up the remaining work at the clinic, and even took a stroll around the neighborhood, which somehow calmed my nerves. I didn't want to go back home and face the facade of the family. Eventually, I found myself standing in front of Jamie's door. "Who do we have here?" She cheered as she stepped aside and allowed me to enter. I crashed down on her couch, dropping my bag by the side. "I'm exhausted," I announced. "What's making you exhausted? The baby or petting animals?" I shot her a glare. "Is petting a dog such a big task for me?" Her eyes darted left to right before she stood up and walked away. She returned with 2 cups of coffee. "Here, drink up. You look like shit." I'm sure I looked even worse than that. Miserable should be the right word to describe me. I took a sip of the coffee, and the taste felt sensational on my tongue. Coffee hadn't tasted better than it did today. "So he hasn't called up until now?" Jamie asked, breaking the silence that had once prevailed in the room. I shook my head with a sigh. "The message I left him is still unread." Jamie's eyes went calculating. "Logan is not normal. Do you think he might be a vampire?" A chuckle escaped me. "What kind of joke is that, Jamie? Of course he's normal. I just don't know." I failed to understand. One time he's nice, next he's grumpy. He should have at least given you a heads up. He can't just leave the country just like that. "What if you fall sick?" she explained. I folded my arms across my chest as I stared at her, going on and on about Logan. But I didn't fall sick, right? I'm fine. No, you're not. What Logan did has taken a toll on you. You should stop thinking about him, she spat. Do you think it's that easy? Even if I wanted to, I can't. And I don't want to. Yes, even after what he did, I still find myself falling for him even more. I don't know why, but I can't help but think about him. He's all I can think of, and him being away has made it even worse. Wow, I'm shocked. Who was the one crying over Alex a few months ago? Is love that easy? Speaking of Alex, I haven't really been paying attention to his matters. Okay, I came across his tweet with Emily last night when I was going through my Instagram, but I didn't feel that bitterness like before. He was someone from my past. I have better things to worry about, like Logan. Who knows? Maybe if you give your heart out, you'll be able to know, I answered, reaching for my phone. There was this nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach that awaited Logan's message. And now you're checking for messages from him. Just text him. No, I won't. I'm sure he's busy, I defended. That was far from true. Well, I didn't know whether he was indeed busy or not. I just felt the need to defend him without any solid reason. All right then. Keep waiting. I won't go easy on him when I see him. That man is testing my patience, Jamie replied, clearly frustrated. Jamie and I spent the rest of the day watching Netflix and eating. Yes, we ordered pizza and cola. I didn't drink the cola though. I went for water. I was glad I paid Jamie a visit. I felt lightened at some point as it took my mind off Logan's absence. Did I just say Logan? No, I didn't. It made it worse because half of our conversation was about Logan, with Jamie throwing insults at him every chance she got. Midnight came, and I was left alone in the comfort of my room, staring at the ceiling because sleep was far from coming to me. I couldn't help but think about everything all over again. I won't try to hide the fact that I was scared deep down. With constant tossing and turning in bed, I finally discarded the covers and got out of bed. Maybe taking in the fresh air from the balcony would help me sleep. As expected, the cool breeze that was lingering around the balcony felt calming. I allowed it to envelop my skin, even though I knew I should be wearing a thicker outfit to keep myself warm. However, breaking a rule wouldn't hurt. Can't sleep. Amelia's voice sounded through my eardrums. She was holding 2 cups. Did she see me coming to the balcony? I gladly accepted the cup, wrapping my palms around it while I allowed the warmth to engulf my skin. Thank you. How's the pregnancy treating you? She said, standing by my side. I didn't miss how her eyes raked through my body. Amelia, of all people, should know the condition I was in. As a doctor and someone who knows about my secret, it's a normal thing. I should be used to it by now, I answered, taking a sip of the tea. I wondered what flavor it was. It tasted like heaven. I might ask Amelia to share the recipe later because I've never been served such tea in the house. Or maybe it was brought newly. You think so, she said, making me look at her with a creased brow. What was she getting at? Yeah, it's not an easy journey, but as you can see, I'm managing well, I replied, forming my lips into a thin line. What do you plan on doing? You know the family will start noticing the changes. Your baby bump is visible enough to tell a baby is growing inside you. Amelia was right. My baby bump is visible. The family will notice that in due time. I know what you're worried about. It won't affect the family's reputation. I know what to do. I didn't really know what to do. It was a made-up lie. But I knew the direction I wanted to head in. Amelia nodded her head. I'm glad you know what to do. And I'm also glad the pregnancy is not taking too much toll on you. Only if she knew. I was only putting on a brave face. Silence suddenly engulfed the surroundings. Our eyes were fixated on a particular spot, but I'm sure each of us had different thoughts running through our minds. Until I decided to break the silence. I think I should get going. The breeze is getting too much, I said, gulping down the remaining content from the cup. I should call it a night too. I have an early morning shift tomorrow. I didn't know why she was telling me that, but I nodded my head regardless. Good night then. Thanks for the tea. It really soothed my nerves, I said with a little smile. Just when I was about to turn around, Amelia spoke up. Thanks for the other day. I saw nothing but sincerity in her eyes. You are welcome. With that, I turned on my heels and walked away. Let's see what tomorrow brings.
Chapter 38, The Cat is Out. Logan. My mind had been divided between the ongoing discussion and my own thoughts. Today marked 2 days of my stay in Santorini, and I would say it hasn't gotten any better for me. Yes, I know I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have left without informing Olivia. I had thought it would be a one-day deal signing, but it turned out to have its own setbacks I needed to navigate to see it through. The only thing keeping me sane was the thought of Olivia. Being away from her made me realize how much I was missing in life. It made me confront my feelings. Yes, I have fallen for Olivia. I don't know how it happened, but I know what I feel for her isn't just sympathy for the responsibility or the child growing inside her. It's more than that. I haven't felt so out of place with my emotions like I have since the day I left New York for Santorini. I had tried calling Olivia countless times, but discarded the thought. At some point, I was nervous. What could I possibly tell her when I left just like that? However, her absence around me has given me strength to pursue her, to allow her to creep into my tainted heart. I know I'm not the perfect person out there, but for Olivia, I want to be that person she can rely on, someone she can lean on. But for that to happen, I need to come clean, not only about my feelings, but about her rights. I have decided I will take matters into my own hands. The first thing I will look forward to is coming clean to my family about my relationship with Olivia. Yes, I'm going to tell them everything. Whether they accept the truth or not doesn't matter. What matters is Olivia. I exhaled deeply, almost unknowingly. Pairs of eyes were fixated on me. It looks like we need to review the contract again before we proceed with the signing, Mr. Christopher, the director in charge of the company I was planning to make a deal with, uttered. I leaned forward, intertwining my hands together. We've already discussed most of the key points. I don't believe there's much left to go over. Let's finalize the deal, I said confidently. The man nodded in agreement with my assessment before reaching for the pen. He signed his part of the contract, and I followed suit. In that moment, it felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. The deal my father had wanted was now successfully signed. My mind immediately turned to home, to Olivia. We exchanged copies of the contract, and I headed straight to the airport. My little excitement was cut short as soon as I landed in New York. My father wanted my immediate attention at the office. I didn't take it personally. I knew he was eager to hear a briefing about everything. I would have preferred to head directly to Olivia's clinic just to see her face, but I understood the need for patience. If I wanted everything to go smoothly, I had to be patient. "Let's discuss that," I heard my father's voice as I pushed open the door to his office. Seated in front of him was one of the employees. "Logan," he greeted, his face wearing a smile that I found rather unusual. It wasn't like it was my first time signing a deal from another country, so the overt praise felt odd. Nevertheless, I didn't dwell on it. I waited until the man left before fully focusing on my father. "So, how did it go?" he asked, taking a sip of what I assumed was coffee or tea. He lived on that during work hours. "You know your son," I replied with a smile forming on my lips. The fact was, there was no business deal I couldn't successfully navigate. My father trusted me in that regard. "You're right. I know it went well. Good job. This is what Liam and Collins should be doing. You, Scott, and Bernard are the only ones consistently doing the right thing. I don't know what Liam wastes his time on," my father commented, bringing up Liam and Collins unexpectedly. I had a feeling one of them had done something wrong again. "You should know Collins doesn't like involving himself in company matters. As for Liam, I think we should just allow him to do whatever he wants," I said. "It's not like I really mind what he does. If he doesn't want to be part of the company, then he shouldn't be forced to. After all, Scott and I are the ones handling most of the hard work." I didn't miss the look, or rather the glare, my father gave me. "The Nero sons are destined to lead this empire. I've given Liam enough freedom. He should be thinking about settling down by now. Scott and Bernard have their families. On that note, you don't intend to stay like this forever, do you?" My father's sudden interest in my relationship affairs didn't sit well with me. It was even more reason why I needed to pull myself together. But I didn't want to have this conversation with him alone. I wanted everyone to be gathered around before I revealed everything. "As you said, Liam should be considering settling down before things get out of hand. I'm heading back to the office. "I want to wrap things up and take a week off," I declared, getting up from my seat. "A week off?" Father repeated, causing me to pause in my tracks. "Yes, Father. I'm sure the break is much needed. I've completed all pending tasks, and Scott is working on the Bluetooth project. So I'll cut myself some slack," I replied, not waiting for his response. I forced a smile and walked away. For some odd reason, time seemed to be moving in slow motion today. I had been checking my phone and the wall clock, but it felt as if time was moving backward. There was a nervousness in the pit of my stomach about seeing Olivia again. Would she be happy to see me, or would she be angry with me for not getting in touch with her? "Of course you will. What do you expect? You didn't leave her a single message, or even make a call." My inner mind scolded me. I found myself running my hands through my hair in frustration. The knock on my door, followed by Abigail entering, made me even more agitated. It better not be another work matter, because after the task I was just handling, I don't plan to focus on any work. They would have to wait until I had myself together. Abigail. "It's not about work, sir." She cut me off before I could finish my statement. A smile was curling up at her lips. "What's with everyone being in such a good mood today?" "What is it, then?" I asked, my voice softening. "I noticed that it's past your usual time, so I was wondering if you're planning on doing a night shift," she explained. "What?" I had been so preoccupied that I lost track of time. I glanced at the wall clock. 9:15. Great. I needed no more excuses to keep me behind the desk. "It's okay. You can call it a day. I'm heading home now," I said, dismissing her. "Thank you, sir," she said, turning to leave, but I stopped her with another question, causing her to turn back. Abigail. "Sir? How do I ask her without making it sound weird? Damn, I'm not good at these things." Her brows creased in question as she waited for me to speak up. What do you think one should gift a woman once in a while?" "Fool. What kind of lame question was that?" Abigail blinked her eyes, clearly taken aback by my question. I don't blame her. Abigail and I have never spoken about anything other than work-related matters, so it's understandable for her to find my question somewhat odd. "Once in a while," she repeated. I couldn't meet her eyes. "I think you should get her something precious. I would have suggested flowers, but it's not a new thing for women. Something valuable, something she will cherish. If I said I understood what Abigail was getting at, I'd be lying. How would I figure out what Olivia cherishes when I know nothing personal about her? Her likes and dislikes. What I remembered last time at her clinic, she almost threw the flowers I got her. So getting her flowers is a no-go area." "Thank you, then," I said after thinking for a while. "I will take my leave, then. See you tomorrow," she said, and I nodded in response, watching her leave. A frustrated groan left my lips. Seeking Brian's help is as good as putting myself into his shackle of teases. So maybe I could think about what to give her next time. For now, I just want to see her pretty face. The drive back home was filled with anticipation and nervousness altogether. I didn't know what to expect from the family when I revealed the truth to them. But I was more worried about Olivia. I knew it wouldn't be easy for my family to take in the news. After all, they don't fancy her being around that much. The noise coming from the dining area as I stepped inside the house made me halt in my tracks. Standing there was Olivia, her head cast down, while my father's voice echoed throughout the room. "If you can't do a single thing right, then there's no point in staying here. No one is forcing you to." What was he going on about? "I'm sorry, sir," I heard Olivia say as I approached the table. "What is going on?" I asked, my eyes darting between my father and Olivia. He shot me a look, and it wasn't a pleasant one. "Well, see what you brought. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't bring her here. How can one put in too much salt in a dish? Who is she planning to poison?" Father snapped, pointing a finger at Olivia. Her head was cast down, but I could tell she was holding herself back. The rush of adrenaline inside me pushed me to speak up. "You can't force her to abide by the rules, Father." "Of course, she'll follow the rules as long as she's staying under the Nero roof. Weren't you the one who brought her to the house? Did I question you? Your relationship with her. We have enough on our plate to take on another." "I don't." I cut him off instantly. "Father, look what I found," Sarah's voice interrupted me. She walked down the stairs, holding a white envelope in her hand. The focus shifted to her. "You won't believe this," she said again, dropping the contents on the table. That was when my whole body went rigid. I felt as if the air had been knocked out of me, and my eyes went wide. Olivia and I shared a frightened look.
Chapter 39, Emotions 1. Olivia. The content displayed on the desk was none other than the photo scan from the hospital. It felt as if the air had been knocked out of my body. My temperature seemed to rise rapidly. "What's this, Sarah?" Mr. Hero asked, his tone mixed with curiosity and suspicion. Sarah and I shared a look, her expression accusing. An expression that demanded answers. "It's a baby photo scan, as you can see. Amelia is a doctor, so she can confirm," she said, her tone laced with something I couldn't quite place. "Why do you have a baby's photo scan in your room, Olivia?" she questioned, her eyes drilling into me. I knew that the image laid out before everyone was enough to arouse suspicion. All eyes turned toward me, the only sympathetic one being Amelia's. After all, this wasn't news to her. "Are you pregnant?" Logan's stepmother asked, her question hanging in the air like a weight. My body felt weak, my insides pounding as I tried to absorb everything. The secret was finally out, the secret that Logan had been avoiding revealing. Part of me was relieved, as I no longer had to hide my pregnancy. Another part of me was anxious, wondering how they would react. "Weren't you paying attention to the question? Why is there a baby's photo scan in your room? What connection do you have to it?" Mr. Hero's questions were fired at me with an edge of anger. He had been upset with me from the start, and now, with this revelation, I doubted he'd be any happier. I glanced at Logan, who looked like he was in a daze. He clearly hadn't expected the truth to come out so soon. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. It was time to take matters into my own hands, just as I had promised myself the other day. "Yes, I'm pregnant," I declared, my voice rushed in my nervousness. A heavy silence hung in the air. The stares fixed on me didn't waver. "This is unbelievable," Mr. Nero exclaimed, his frustration evident. "Did I hear correctly? Pregnant? Logan, what is going on?" He turned to Logan, his finger pointing accusatorily. An illegitimate child in my house. My stomach churned with anxiety. I hadn't expected them to accept the truth readily. I had anticipated Mr. Nero's reaction to my baby, but his words still stung. Despite my emotions welling up, I managed to maintain a calm exterior. I had to face this challenge, no matter how difficult it seemed. "It is not an illegitimate child," I confessed, my voice stronger this time. I felt the tension emanating from Logan's body. I could even see his jaw clench in my peripheral vision. "What?" Sarah exclaimed again, this time with even more force. "Who is responsible for the baby?" "Because we won't," Logan's stepmother began, but her sentence was cut off by Logan's admission. "I am." Logan's voice rang out, shocking everyone into a stunned silence. I shot him a surprised look. I hadn't expected him to come clean so readily. I had assumed he would leave me to bear the weight of the situation alone. "Olivia is pregnant, and I am the father of the baby," he stated again, his gaze fixed on his father. The man's eyes seemed to cloud with what I could only interpret as anger. "Oh my God, what? How did?" Sarah's words trailed off, her finger pointing back and forth between me and Logan. The expressions on Amelia's and Logan's stepmother's faces remained ones of shock, similar to the expressions on the other brothers' faces. "You must be joking, right?" "No, father. Olivia and I had an agreement. I couldn't bring myself to reveal the truth initially because of the pressure at work," Logan explained, his voice steady. "And you still didn't intend to disclose it now. We had to find out through other means. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Do you dare to tarnish the family's reputation?" I disliked the unfolding situation. I didn't want the family to argue because of me. I wished the ground would swallow me whole. It seemed like that would bring me peace, perhaps lessen the ache in my chest. "It doesn't matter. I'm taking responsibility for my actions. She's here with us. She's part of the family." "No, she's not. You can't simply mess around and think I will clean up after your mistakes." The argument continued, Logan maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. But I was anything but calm. My body trembled as the accusatory glances from Sarah and Logan's stepmother bore into me. "As I said before, father, I haven't done anything to compromise the family's reputation. No one outside knows about my relationship with Olivia. and I won't shirk my responsibilities just to keep the family peace. What are you implying? We are not fools, Logan. This is the same kind of scandal that occurred on your wedding day. If anything, this is even worse. You're acting foolishly. I gasped at the harshness in his father's tone. I understood his anger, but he shouldn't have been so insulting to his own son. Logan was clearly holding himself back. He was skilled at maintaining a brave face, something I had come to know so much about him. Sir, I began, taking a step forward, only for him to slam his fist onto the table, the loud noise jolting everyone present. Just get lost, he snapped, and like a lightning bolt, I rushed out of the living room. I didn't stop until I found myself on the bed, where I let out all the tears and emotions I had been holding in for the past 2 days. My chest heaved with pain, and in my frustration, I began hitting it, as if hoping to alleviate the ache. Olivia. His voice, like a soothing balm, cut through my sobs. I didn't know it at the time, but I was also angry at him. I wouldn't be in this situation if he hadn't come into my life. We wouldn't have ended up sleeping together if he hadn't approached me that other night. If I had stayed back home and not attended Alex's wedding, perhaps Logan and I would never have crossed paths and succumbed to our desires. Please go away, I managed to utter, frustration evident as I raked my hands through my hair. The last thing I wanted was to see him. I was angry at him for leaving without telling me. Now that the truth was out, my anger had multiplied. He was the reason for my turmoil. He was the source of my pain. Don't test my patience, Olivia, he warned. I thought he'd leave after my plea. Yet he didn't. What will you do? Your family knows the truth now. You should go and rejoice. You don't have to hide away anymore, I spat, wiping my nose on the hem of my dress. Just open the door and we'll talk, he insisted, his hand on the doorknob. However, I had locked the door behind me. He could either wait until he got tired and left me alone, or he could do whatever he pleased. I don't want to talk to you. Leave me alone, just go. My voice turned aggressive as I shouted at the top of my lungs. In the span of a few seconds, something happened that left me gasping for breath. Logan stood right in front of me, having unlocked the door. I told you to leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. I've had enough from your father. You should be. I didn't care about my disheveled appearance. My emotions were all over the place. You caused this pain, I choked out, my voice breaking as bile rose in my throat. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Logan fixed his dark gaze on me, further complicating my emotions. I trailed off, feeling a sharp pain in my chest. Logan pulled me closer, and I ended up pressed against his chest. His scent enveloped me, momentarily occupying my senses. You don't know how much I missed you, he husked, his voice low and sharp. I nearly lost my mind in Santorini, he said again, his arms tightening around my body. At that exact moment, I let my guard down. I pulled away and started throwing punches at him. You left me. You didn't bother to check my messages or even make a single call. You made me worried. I couldn't focus on work. I couldn't pull myself together. I continued hitting his chest repeatedly. He didn't resist. He knew I needed to vent my anger. He understood his mistake, and I know my complex emotions. It wasn't just pain, and it wasn't just anger. I had missed him so much, with a sense of irrational longing. I was hopelessly in love with Logan. He gently held the hand I was using to punch his chest, his gaze locked onto mine. I was sure he could read me like an open book. I didn't mind losing myself in the depth of his eyes. I wanted him to be with him, to claim him as mine. I've missed you like crazy, I confessed, a solitary tear sliding down my cheek. Chapter 40, Emotions 2. Olivia. I missed you more, Olivia. You're all I could think about in Santorini. His words, calm and sincere, warmed my heart. At that moment, I wished time could freeze. I yearned to be in Logan's embrace, ceaselessly. His eyes held a blend of emotions that I hadn't seen before. I took in the features of his face, his thick eyebrows, long lashes, pointed nose, full lips. My gaze lingered on his lips, and an intense desire began to grow, accompanied by a weakening in my legs. Our faces drew closer, the gap between us shrinking. I closed my eyes and clung to Logan's shirt. His lips tenderly met mine. Initially, my body tensed, overwhelmed by the sensations. But before long, I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer. Logan's hand settled around my waist, while the other cupped my face. The taste of his lips on mine was intoxicating, a drug for my senses. My mind emptied, fixated solely on the present moment. The kiss started gently, then Logan deepened it, the urgency intensifying. I didn't pull away, I didn't want to. I wanted to savor every second, to feel him against me, to have his lips explore every inch of my being. I longed for my body to belong to him. Logan sucked on my lower lip, playfully nipping at it, which earned a smile from me, even within the kiss. We remained locked in this embrace, hormones of passion filling the room. Both my arms remained secured around his neck, fearful that the moment might end abruptly. It was clear Logan felt the same sentiment, by the way he held me tightly, as if he feared I might vanish. If only he knew how much he meant to me. Eventually, we broke the kiss, our breaths merging. Logan rested his forehead against mine, and I kept my eyes shut. "Look at me," he rasped. Slowly, I opened my eyes, meeting his gaze. His eyes still shimmered with emotion, and a smile involuntarily appeared on my lips. I missed this smile so much. But reality crashed back, and I pulled away abruptly, surprising Logan. I should have been angry at him. Despite the recent kiss, my anger still burned within me. I settled at the edge of my bed, avoiding his gaze. I didn't care that our lips had just touched. My fury remained. "What's wrong?" The bed dipped as Logan sat next to me. I didn't respond. "Olivia," he called, his voice tinged with concern. I bit my lip to suppress a smile. He sounded almost like a child seeking forgiveness. "Damn, you're testing my patience, woman," he exclaimed, cupping my face in his hands. I couldn't help but suppress a laugh. Was he seriously pouting? I teased. "You should see yourself in the mirror. You look like a little kid who's had his cookies stolen." I chuckled as he shot me a mock glare. "Who knows, maybe you were the one who stole my cookies," he retorted, making my eyes widen. "Me? Do you think I knew you as a kid?" "No, I didn't. So don't blame me," I babbled, pouting this time. "Olivia," Logan called in a tone I'd never heard from him. My body weakened as I gazed at his eyes. He reached for my hands, holding them in his touch as warm and reassuring as ever. "Yes, Logan," I responded, captivated by his seriousness. "I'm sorry you had to endure all of that from my family," he confessed, his voice tender and apologetic. Allow me to finish," I nodded, urging him to continue. His words held a weight of sincerity that resonated with my heart. "I know none of this would have happened if I hadn't brought you to this house. Your heart is pure kindness, and I'm ashamed to even look at you right now. I had planned to reveal everything to the family today, but I never expected things to unfold like this. I'm truly sorry that you had to bear all of this alone." Tears welled up in my eyes, a mixture of pregnancy hormones and the raw emotion in Logan's voice. I wasn't sure if it was the hormones or the new side he was showing, but I felt a strong urge to comfort him. He carried so many hidden scars within his heart, wounds he was afraid to expose. I moved closer to him, gently cupping his face in my hands and meeting his gaze. His eyes held a depth of emotions that tugged at my heart. "Don't be ashamed to look at me. From now on, you and I are in this together. It doesn't matter if your family doesn't accept me. What matters is right here." I placed my hands over his heart, feeling its rhythm beneath my palms. "Allow me to crawl inside here, Logan," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. "Let me in, Logan," I repeated, my words a plea. His eyes seemed to dilute with a mixture of emotions. "Fuck everything. You're mine." His lips crashed onto mine, this kiss more intense and passionate than the previous ones. I drew open the curtain blinds, inviting the morning sunlight to fill the room. A gentle breeze wafted in through the window, sending a shiver down my spine. A smile tugged at my lips as I reminisced about last night. What could I call it? A night of confessions, a night between two lovers. Perhaps I was indulging in a bit of exaggeration. Logan and I didn't exactly share a steamy night together, but the time spent was priceless. When he uttered the words, "You're mine," I felt like I was floating on air. I almost lost my composure, tempted to ask him to spend the night with me in a more intimate manner. Well, at least things weren't going to be awkward between us anymore. While the family might not be thrilled about the newest addition to their ranks, I was determined to pursue my own happiness. I had my baby and now Logan. With that content smile playing on my lips, I picked up my bag, ready to begin the day. I want to make some changes to the clinic. The arrangements. Maybe I could get new furnitures. My account balance will do most of the talking, but it won't be bad to have something new once in a while. "Good morning," I greeted Amelia as I settled into my usual seat. I chose to be open and cordial, as there was no point in holding grudges. Amelia offered a smile, although it didn't quite reach her eyes. It didn't bother me much. As for Logan's stepmother, she seemed mostly indifferent. Soon, the rest of the family joined the table, including Logan. The glances exchanged between Logan and me held a knowing understanding. Having his support was what truly mattered. Throughout breakfast, no words were spoken. Tension hung in the air, palpable yet unspoken. Mr. 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 was the first to excuse himself from the table, followed by the rest of us. I did the same after finishing my meal, making sure not a single morsel was left. I had a feeling I would need an extra snack on my way to the clinic. Somehow, boiled potatoes and scrambled eggs didn't quite satiate my appetite. But who was I to complain? After all, someone had gone through the effort of preparing breakfast. "Let me drop you off," Logan's voice whispered right behind my ear as I walked outside. He strolled past me and headed to his car, and I couldn't help but blush at the warmth in his voice. "I can go by myself, you know," I teased as I hopped into the car. "Are you trying to tempt me or something?" he replied, his eyes squinting playfully. I chuckled and placed my bag on the back seat. "I wouldn't dare, Mr. Bidney's Logan." "I fear the look in your eyes," I retorted. His lips curved into a smile, and I found myself catching my breath as he leaned closer. The memories of last night flashed before me, and my heart raced. I swallowed hard, anticipating his next move. "Your seatbelt," he said, and I blinked, taken by surprise. I had thought he was about to. I hastily fastened my seatbelt, then stared straight ahead, clearing my throat to ease my nerves. Yet, Logan remained close, not moving back to his own seat. "Why are you looking at me?" I muttered without meeting his gaze, but I could feel his eyes on me from the corner of my vision. Damn it, why was I feeling so nervous? "You seem nervous," he remarked. "Me? Why would I be?" I began to say, but my words were cut off as Logan's lips pressed hotly against mine. It was a brief, unexpected kiss that left me momentarily stunned. Logan withdrew quickly, leaving me blinking in surprise. "Your lips are tempting me this morning," he whispered, his thumb lightly brushing over my lips. "I'm definitely going to lose my shits today. Most definitely."
Chapter 41, Taking a Stand. "Logan, get rid of her." My father's voice shattered the silence that had enveloped his study room. It was the early hours of the day, before breakfast had even been served. I had been summoned here urgently, and I had a feeling that this conversation was not going to be pleasant. "What do you mean?" I asked, maintaining a calm exterior. There was no way I was going to allow Olivia to bear the brunt of my family's anger alone. "Olivia," he spelled out her name, his tone heavy with disapproval. "You don't expect me to simply ignore this situation, do you?" I understood my father's perspective well enough. He always acted in his own best interests, making decisions that would benefit him. That's how things worked in our family. We rarely questioned him, but this time I felt compelled to take a stand. "She's not going anywhere," I asserted firmly. Surprise flickered across my father's face, clearly not anticipating this response from me. I was challenging his authority, and it was evident in his reaction. "Olivia is my wife," I stated plainly, determined to stand my ground. My father's disbelief was palpable. "She's your what?" he exclaimed, his disbelief turning into anger. I shifted in my seat, taking a deep breath. "We got married before she came to this house." "You must be out of your mind, Logan. You made that decision without consulting anyone in this family." "Would I have received a better reaction if I had consulted you first?" I countered, my tone steady. "What a shocking news," he muttered, taking a sip of his morning tea. I remained composed, waiting for his next words. I was prepared for any reaction. It is indeed shocking, but I don't regret my decision. I believe it's the right thing to do, taking responsibility. By marrying her secretly or by indulging in a reckless affair, he retorted, his words sharp and biting. The bitterness of his tone stung. I wasn't engaging in a reckless affair. I'm not like you, I responded, not holding back. I knew I was touching on a sore point. What are you insinuating? Watch your words. Remember your place. A bitter chuckle escaped me. My place? I'm the son from your second marriage, the one who always complies with your orders. Are you still dwelling on the past? Your mother wasn't the first or the last. Yes, I know, but she was the first woman you promised to marry and left hanging until you married your first wife, I said, a tinge of resentment slipping into my words. I hadn't meant to bring up that painful history, but a part of me couldn't ignore the fact that my father had neglected my mother. My mother had made me promise that I wouldn't hold a grudge against my father, and I intended to keep that promise. Yet there were moments when I found it difficult not to blame him, to not feel the weight of the past. Yes, my parents got divorced when I was 12. It happened on my 12th birthday during a heated argument between them. It was a significant fight that revealed a different side of my father, one I hadn't seen before. I witnessed him driving my mother out of the house. Despite our close bond, she couldn't leave without taking me with her. However, my father managed to gain custody of me. I pretended to be unaffected by the entire situation, putting on a facade of acceptance. His voice brought me back from the trance and ventured into. Allowing history to repeat itself is the last thing I would want to do, not to Olivia. You are part of the Nero family. You should act like one. Scott and Bernard aren't complaining, he said. I'm different from them. You know it yourself. You aren't much different from your mother. You hold grudge. I clenched my jaw and looked him straight in the eye. And you haven't changed also, father. I would like it if you don't meddle in Olivia's affair. Whatever it is, I will take care of it. You don't have to worry about it affecting your company. With that, I rose up to a standing position. As I headed toward the door, his words stopped me in my tracks. Your pride won't change the past, he remarked. I didn't respond, simply pushing the door open and leaving the room. Seeing the strained atmosphere at the breakfast table, I decided against joining them and instead left the house altogether. How long are we going to be living in a bond-less environment? I know we both have different mothers, but getting along won't hurt. The liveliness in the house is not there. Father is not making an effort to make the change, and Olivia trying to do that isn't bad also. They just don't want to embrace the change. I made a walk upstairs instead. I stopped at Olivia's door. The sudden need to see her face first thing in the morning grew inside me. From yesterday she had been an earful, giving me a hard time. I had gone to pick her up from her clinic. She lashed out on me, saying she didn't ask me to come. Like the least she could do was appreciate my offer to drive her back home. I left my work just to see her, but I understood that pregnancy hormones could take a toll on one's emotions. I rapped my knuckles on the door and cleared my throat, waiting for her response. Silence greeted me. Olivia, I called again, only to be met with continued silence. I twisted the doorknob and entered, finding an empty room. Panic flared up in me momentarily before I noticed her belongings still in place. Thank goodness, I exhaled in relief. She must have left for the clinic early. It was as if she worked a regular office job with her dedication. I cast a final glance around the room before leaving the room. My car came to a stop in front of Olivia's clinic. It was high time she hears what I had to say. She had left the house without waiting for me this time. I switched off the engine and stepped out of the car. Olivia appeared to be engrossed in grooming a puppy, completely oblivious to my presence. Folding my arms across my chest, I stood there, gazing at the woman who had stolen my breath away. She was the one who occupied every corner of my mind and had somehow managed to sneak her way into my heart without even realizing it. Mr. I gestured to Lisa, catching her attention. Lisa's eyes shifted to Olivia, and I motioned for her to stay quiet. With a smile still playing on my lips, I leisurely walked toward Olivia, my steps purposeful. Her back was turned towards me, fully engaged in her task. I positioned myself behind her, allowing a mischievous grin to creep onto my face. Next time, try to be more aware of your surroundings, I whispered softly. Her sudden reaction was amusing. What? Oh my God! Did I startle you? I inquired, barely containing my amusement. Olivia shot me an annoyed glance. You practically scared the life out of me. What were you thinking? Sneaking up on me like that? She scolded. Sneaking? I was just standing here, I retorted with a chuckle. Yes, I'm working here. Lisa, please take the dog back to his area, she instructed Lisa, her irritation evident. Lisa led the dog away, and Olivia turned to walk in the opposite direction, heading towards the backyard. I followed suit. Olivia, come on, I began, my tone slightly teasing. I was genuinely glad to see her, and all I wanted was a warm reception. She rolled her eyes at me. Seriously, Logan? This was the first time I had really explored her clinic. I hadn't realized there was a backyard. It was interesting to see another side of her world. You startled me. Don't you know it's not good for the baby? I couldn't help but smile at her adorable pout. Taking a step forward, I closed the distance between us. Why did you leave the house so early without waiting for me? I asked, and she instinctively took a step back, prompting me to step forward again. I have a lot of work to do today. I don't usually inform you when I'm leaving, she replied. Her actions and words were charmingly stubborn. You're whipped, Logan. I understand, but I do miss you, I confessed. Her eyes widened briefly, only to be replaced by a blush that painted her cheeks. Her head lowered, and I gently lifted her face to meet my gaze. I want to wake up to your face in the morning, I added, running my thumb over her cheek. The blush intensified, and it was utterly endearing. Well, you should have come to my room before I left, she teased. Maybe we should just move in together. What? She quickly covered my mouth with her hand. Why would you say that? I gently removed her hand. Isn't it like we're doing something bad? We are married. I have the right to suggest that, don't I? I said playfully. However, I noticed a change in her expression. What's wrong? I asked, searching her eyes for any hint of what was bothering her. And then, unexpectedly, her eyes welled up with tears. Damn, Olivia, what is it? She shook her head, taking a step back, but I didn't allow her to retreat. I held on to her gently. It's nothing. I'm fine, she managed to say, her voice shaky. No, you're not. You can't be in tears and tell me it's nothing. Please talk to me, I urged, cupping her face and staring into her eyes, concerned. I don't know. Just kiss me, she finally said, her words tinged with a mix of emotions. I didn't waste another second. I pressed my lips to hers. Sometimes a kiss was the best way to communicate without words.
Chapter 42 Team. Olivia. Breaking down in tears caught me off guard. The tears seemed to flow without my consent. Was it due to Logan's persistent efforts to comfort me, or the realization of the new side I had discovered in him? I couldn't pinpoint the exact reason behind my tears. Logan was insistent on understanding, but I reassured him that I was fine. Hello, ladies. A tall figure, Jamie, strolled into the clinic with 2 paper bags in her grasp. I gave her a sidelong glance. I brought chicken wings, she announced. Chicken wings, really? I quipped, interrupting her enthusiasm. Fine then, maybe I should just leave, she teased, grabbing the bag as if she meant to go. I didn't make a move to stop her, knowing full well that she wouldn't actually leave. I cleared my throat. Well, I can handle it, you know. My baby seems to tolerate chicken, I added, giving my belly a gentle rub. You're pregnant, ma'am. Lisa's voice was loud, causing both Jamie and I to look at her. Of course, she'd be shocked. She doesn't know I was pregnant. When? Lisa continued, moving closer to us. We were both seated on the waiting area couch. Stop with all the questions. If you look at my baby bump, you'll know I'm not in the early stages. And to answer your next question, Logan is the father. I decided it was time to let Lisa in on the truth. I didn't want her to see me as someone who casually engages with various men. Oh. What was that? I quizzed, noting the smile tugging at Lisa's lips. I'm just happy that you and Mr. Logan are. You know, she trailed off. Spit it out, Lisa, I demanded, a hint of irritation in my tone. I apologize, ma'am. I meant to say you and Mr. Logan are dating, she clarified, her lips now forming a thin line. Were we dating? We were both aware of our feelings, so did we really need to label it? See how you blush at the mere mention of his name. You're whipped, girl, Jamie chimed in. I shot her a scowl. I'm not. We're still taking it slow, I defended. Taking it slow. Logan should be thankful he acted quickly. I would have given him a piece of my mind. You two obviously have feelings for each other, but you kept holding back, Jamie stated candidly. She was right. The connection was established from the very beginning. The way he held me back at Alex's wedding, the unusual feelings that stirred that night, the bond was there right from the start. I let out a sigh, leaning back against the couch. Jamie and Lisa began digging into the chicken wings, breaking the silence. Now the family knows about us, I remarked. That's a good thing. Secrets can't remain hidden forever. I'm genuinely happy for you, Liv. Jamie reassured me with a comforting touch on my hand. Maybe you're right. But there are still challenges ahead. They're unaware of the marriage, I admitted. Then you should tell them. Better to reveal everything at once, Jamie suggested. I wished it were that simple. Lisa glanced between Jamie and me, her curiosity evident. Do you want some privacy to talk? She inquired. There was no need to hide this conversation from Lisa. She might not be privy to all the details, but Lisa wasn't naive. No need, Lisa. Actually, I could use some advice, I replied, leaning slightly forward. I'm considering whether I should leave the Nero house and return to my own life or stay and assert my rights as Logan's wife. I feel like there's hardly a bond between Logan and his family. For me, it's about your happiness. Don't waste your efforts on changing a family that wasn't appreciative before, Jamie advised. She was right. Their reception towards me had been frosty at best. Amelia was the only one who showed any gratitude later on. Scott was entirely indifferent. Perhaps leaving the house would be the best option. Would you like my opinion? Lisa chimed in. Sure, go ahead, I agreed. I think you should stay at the house. You haven't done anything wrong. Why should you run away just because they don't like you right now? Their opinions might change. You should work on transforming the family dynamics. You've mentioned that Logan's relationship with his family isn't ideal. Maybe you should do this for him, for your baby's future. The baby is part of their family after all. You can't change that. I was genuinely taken aback by Lisa's insight. She had surprised me with her wisdom. She made a good point. Leaving would seem like I was evading my problems rather than addressing them. I am part of this family, and I have a responsibility to try to make things better. You might not understand fully, Lisa. That family is quite self-centered. They don't care about anything else, especially Logan's father. Do you really think Olivia can make a difference? I could see Jamie's disagreement in her eyes. I might not know much about them, but I do know the kind of person you are, Ma'am Olivia. You can win their hearts over time. Plus, you have Mr. Logan by your side. It's a fight worth fighting, Lisa asserted with a genuine smile. Jamie scoffed, but I could see the agreement in her eyes. I think Lisa is right. I should stay and show them what they're missing, I stated. Wait. Are you really staying? I nodded, though uncertainty still lingered. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Ugh, I can't believe this. Sorry, Ma'am Jamie, I didn't mean to upset you. It's okay. Ultimately, the decision is hers. I'll support her no matter what she chooses. So what's your plan? Jamie asked, folding her hands together and focusing her gaze on me. I'm considering gathering the two women, Sarah and Amelia, for a one-on-one talk and see if we can figure out where the problem lies. No, that won't work. You need to work closely with Logan on this, Jamie advised. I gave her a questioning look. She tucked her hair behind her ear. Listen to your wise friend here. That's why you need me in your plan. Both you and Logan should take the lead in the drama. What I mean is, create a scene, be all lovey-dovey around them. Show them that Logan is your man, and that you're both willing to do whatever it takes. I bet Sarah and Amelia don't even act sweetly with their husbands. By doing this, you'll provoke them. Do you really think it'll work? I wasn't sure if Logan would be up for such an act just for the sake of his family. Absolutely, trust me. But it will only work if Logan is on board with the idea. He should take a firm stand. You're his wife, and part of that role is knowing how to manage your husband. Plus, the pregnancy could be a bonus, Jamie concluded with a wink. You're a little mischievous, Jamie, I retorted, giving her a playful look. Just wait until you start embracing your inner mischief. But enough of that, let's order something else. I'm craving seafood. My stomach responded with a growl at the mere mention of seafood. I'm in, I agreed. Hey, I greeted as I slipped into the car, tossing my bag onto the back seat. Logan had texted me earlier that he'd be picking me up from the clinic. It's remarkable how thoughtful he can be. Looks like someone's been missing me, I teased, attempting to catch his eyes. He shot me a mock glare. And it looks like someone's feeling quite sassy today. You didn't scold me for showing up at your clinic. I scanned left and right before turning back to him. Did I ever complain about you showing up before? Don't tell me you're starting to forget things. Is it the pregnancy hormones acting up? Last I remember, you scolded me this morning. Looks like you don't really care about me, he said, feigning a pout. I burst into laughter as he jutted his lips out in a playful manner. Seriously, Logan, no pouting. You look like a child, I chuckled. I'll blame you for everything then. Don't put the blame on me for everything. Logan started the car, and we embarked on the journey back home. I will blame you. Whatever happens to me, you'll be held responsible. He may have said it in jest, but it somehow had a weakening effect on me. He noticed the shift in my mood. Don't start crying. I didn't mean it that way. You're making it sound as if something is going to happen to you, I said softly. Logan reached for my hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. I'm sorry. Nothing is going to happen to me. You're not going to be a widow anytime soon. I playfully punched his back. Don't even think about that. I'm too young to be a widow, and I haven't given birth to my baby yet. His chuckle filled the air. I know, right? Trust me, nothing is going to happen. By the way, are you free this weekend? I asked, recalling my doctor's appointment. She had emphasized that I should come with my partner. Not really. Why? I have an appointment with my doctor this weekend, and she wants me to come with my partner. It's okay if you're not. I'm free. We're going together. His voice came out hoarse, causing my breath to hitch. I nodded with a smile in response. That was easier than expected. Surprisingly, the living room was empty. It was dinner time, and usually, everyone would be eating. Seems like no dinner tonight, I muttered as Logan and I entered the house. Seems that way. Maybe they're not hungry. Are you? He turned to me. I shook my head. I had already eaten enough with Jamie and Lisa at the clinic. We ascended the stairs together. Our arms occasionally brushed against each other as we walked down the hallway. My heart raced at our closeness, at the way Logan's fingers brushed mine every now and then. I held my breath as he intertwined our hands. He didn't say anything, and neither did I, but a smile escaped me. The familiar touch enveloped my body. In front of us, Sarah emerged from her room. Logan didn't let go of my hand. His gesture warmed my heart. There was no need to hide our relationship anymore, was there? Oh, Olivia. Logan, Sarah greeted, her eyes lingering on our intertwined hands. You're back, she added, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Gee, seems like no dinner today, I said. Yeah, Mother instructed the maid not to cook today. Logan and I exchanged a glance. And why is that? We're dining out, so I'm off. All the best, Olivia. Her last statement seemed to carry an underlying message. I couldn't help but notice her eye roll in my direction before she walked away. An awkward silence hung in the air. I forced a smile at Logan. Well, I've already eaten, so I don't mind, I suggested. We had arrived at my door. I was torn between letting go of Logan's hand or allowing him to. Every part of me wanted him to keep holding my hand. So, let's go to my room, he proposed, pulling us toward his room. Once he shut the door behind us, he pinned me against the wall. Since we have the house to ourselves, why don't we? He trailed off, his eyes darkening. I knew where his words were leading, but I wasn't in the mood for his teasing. Before he could close the gap between us, I gently pushed him away. Why don't we join them for dinner instead? I'm suddenly hungry. Why? He questioned. I recalled our earlier conversation with Jamie and Lisa. Jamie had been right. If I wanted to make a change in the family dynamic, Logan and I needed to work together. You see. I moved closer, wrapping my arms around Logan's neck. Surprise danced in his eyes, clearly not expecting my sudden change in demeanor. Your family are dining out without you, which isn't a good sign. Why don't we show them that we're a team? I muffled out, staring at him straight in the eye. His brows curved up. They can do what they want. No. I won't allow that. I want the bond between you and your brothers to be strong. You can't always do what your father asks of you. You need a change, and for that to happen, you need me by your side here, I emphasized, placing my hand over his heart. I'm Olivia Logan Nero, your wife. Chapter 43, Family Dinner. Olivia. At first, Logan didn't like the idea of us tagging along. I mean, we weren't involved, but I felt like it's the perfect opportunity to start implementing whatever plan we have in mind, which I was about to discuss with Logan while on our way to the restaurant. I made Logan call Amelia and ask for the location. I'm sure if Amelia didn't inform the family members about our arrival, it would be a shock for them. Well, they are going to be even more shocked when they learn that Logan and I are married. Yes, I'm planning on telling them. Whether they accept it or not, it won't change my relationship with Logan. I found myself wondering how I got the strength to stand up, not only because of Lisa and Jamie. I remembered my grandma's words, I should do what makes me happy. And this is the first step. I don't know why they chose to go to a restaurant so far away, a disgruntled Logan hissed out beside me. I turned my body to face him. I'm sure they want the best restaurant out there. There aren't that many 5-star restaurants around here. So, what are your plans? I asked, shifting the topic to our main purpose. Logan's brows creased in confusion. What plan? You know, we're not just going there to sit like we used to eat at the house. We need to make it lively. And I plan on telling them about our marriage. Can you handle it? His question struck a nerve, but I brushed it off by reaching for Logan's free hand that was resting on his lap while he drove with the other. I have you with me. I can pull it off. I don't really mind what they think. I just want them to know everything. We can't keep hiding it from them. They should swallow the truth all at once. My father knows about it. What? How? My voice unintentionally came out high-pitched, echoing throughout the car. The corner of Logan's lips curved up. I told him, of course. I blinked at him. Seriously, what did he say? I slumped back into my seat. A part of me had hoped that Logan's response would be that Mr. Nero was okay with our relationship. Like, seriously, what did he say? I blinked my eyes at him. Logan didn't say anything. His silence spoke volumes. The conversation hadn't ended well. He let out a sharp breath, unconsciously warming my hand with his touch. The car had stopped at a traffic light. Listen, Olivia, the way he said my name stirred up a whirlwind of emotions. His voice was soft yet heavy with mixed feelings. His eyes were locked on me, and I felt myself melting under his gentle touch. I managed to respond. Know that whatever happens, I'm here for you. Don't dwell too much on my family's bitterness. Think about us. A chuckle involuntarily escaped me at his last word. Are you calling your family bitter? I raised an eyebrow. Logan's eyes darted around, an amused smile on his lips. Well, they are bitter. Sometimes I cut Scott some slack because he's the eldest, but trust me, sometimes I have the urge to punch him. Same goes for Liam. He's always the bitter one. I kind of liked the fact that Logan was slowly opening up to me. He might not have realized it, but hearing him talk about his brother's behavior showed that he cared. He just wouldn't admit it. I'm here to gradually crawl into his heart and understand the life he had before. I intertwined our hands, passing him a smile. That's why we need to take a step. I won't allow Scott or Liam to behave rudely with you. I'll be your shield. His laughter followed, a rare sound from Logan. I think this was the second or third time he had laughed like that in my presence. It did a number on my heart. It made me want to do everything I could to bridge the gap between him and his family. Look who's talking. Who will you shield? He teased, his amused smile lingering even as his laughter subsided. You, of course, I answered, shrugging my shoulders. Logan resumed driving. I'm your husband. I should be the one shielding you, not the other way around. His words had caught me off guard. Right, I said, nodding my head. My cheeks heated up, and I was sure he could see me blushing. Are you blushing? He inquired, shooting me a sly look. Me? No way. You must be mistaken, I replied, quickly turning my face to the side, only for him to gently guide it back to face him. I love it when you blush for me, he whispered hoarsely. My heart almost stopped beating. I saw a different shade in Logan's eyes, the way his pupils dilated. Reality hit me hard and I pulled away. Focus on your driving, I charged. We will continue when we get back home, he said. Excuse me, continue what? I don't remember us starting something here. Damn. Why is my voice cracking? Logan's lips curved up into a smile. He was enjoying what he did. Logan, answer me. We have arrived, he declared instead, as the car came to a halt in front of a building that left my mouth hanging. I didn't try to hide my excitement. Logan, are you really sure this is New York? I asked, unbuckling my seatbelt and opening the car door to step out. I didn't mind the breeze that blew from every direction, sending goosebumps across my skin. I was wearing a sleeveless dress that reached just below my knees. A loose blouse comfortable for my bump. You don't go out, so how would you know about such a place? I threw him a glare. Don't underestimate me. This is a 5-star restaurant. No, I should call it a 7-star. Regular people like us don't have the means to spend a fortune here. But your family, they could literally rent the whole building, and it wouldn't make a dent in their account. I didn't realize I was rambling until Logan popped something into my mouth. A chewing gum. What was that? I said, as Logan extended his hand towards me. I placed my hand on his large one, feeling the familiar warmth enveloping me. Something to spice up our plan, he said, going so far as to add a wink. So, he was interested in my plan. Great. I'm glad you won't leave all the work to me, I said. As soon as we stepped inside, my mouth fell open as I stared at the surroundings before me. It screamed luxury. And did I mention there wasn't a single person in sight? It meant they had rented the whole place. Logan and I exchanged looks. He flashed me a smile. How did you and I end up together? The words came out before I could control them. That's a discussion for another day. For now, let's head inside. I'm sure we have a lot to do tonight. Logan let us in. I took a deep breath, preparing myself for whatever awaited us. Logan's grip tightened around mine as the door was pulled open by one of the 2 men in suits standing outside. Pairs of eyes greeted us. I expected them to be surprised, but their expressions were neutral. Amelia had likely informed them that we would be joining. Mr. Turnero and I exchanged a glance, and I quickly averted my eyes. Just be yourself, Logan whispered reassuringly in my ear. I nodded, though I wasn't entirely sure I could do that. Hi, I uttered as we approached the table. I didn't forget to force a smile onto my face. Hi, Amelia and Sarah answered after a while, their gazes fixed on me and Logan. To be precise, on our intertwined hands. I somewhat expected Amelia to acknowledge my greeting since we sometimes got along. However, I didn't anticipate any reaction from Sarah. Not bad. Scott, Bernard, Liam and Collins all wore neutral expressions. One could think they'd had an argument before we arrived. The same went for Mr. Nero. I noticed the looks they exchanged with Logan, which reminded me of what Logan had told me. Mr. Nero knew about our marriage. You're looking stunning, Olivia. I almost choked on my saliva at Liam's unexpected comment. Where did that come from? Thank you, Liam, I said, turning to glance at Logan. I could have sworn his jaw was clenched. As much as I wanted to laugh, I held it in. Let's eat. Mr. Nero broke the silence. The table was laden with an array of dishes, from seafood to unfamiliar choices. Where should I start? I mumbled as I surveyed the offerings. The shrimp caught my attention. Why not start with the shrimp? You've been craving them for like forever, Logan's voice chimed in. I shot him a questioning look. When did I mention craving shrimp? The last time I had them was a month ago. I'm sure he wouldn't forget the occasion. Silly Olivia. Have you forgotten about the plan? Right. Yes, Sarah, can you pass me the plate of shrimp? I asked her on purpose, curious about her reaction. Her gaze lingered on me for a moment before she handed the plate over. I didn't miss the eye roll. I placed a moderate amount on my plate before setting it aside. Olivia, remember not to eat too many. You could try this steak. It's delicious. This time Amelia spoke up. What's going on with them? Thank you, Amelia. No one would be able to tell you're a doctor, I said as I took the plate from her outstretched hands. You're right. But trust me, being a doctor is not easy. You will understand it when you get to the last stage of pregnancy. We doctors have seen a lot of complications. Oh, fret not. I didn't say it to make you scared. You will be fine, she added, noticing the reaction on my face. Are you going to eat or talk about pregnancy and doctors here? Scott interjected. The urge to roll my eyes grew inside me. Why can't he loosen up a bit? Always acting like the typical eldest brother. I don't even see him and Amelia behaving like husband and wife, not even holding hands. I trailed my fingers over Logan's lap, taking him by surprise. We met each other's gaze. Logan brushed my hand away and continued eating. So, after he had finished saying we're doing everything together, he's now resorting to ignoring me. Great. I didn't give up and went ahead to trail my hand down in a seductive manner. Logan abruptly dropped his fork, capturing the attention of the family members. Is everything okay, Logan? The person who called him bitter was the one who asked the question, Liam. I pressed my lips together, holding my laughter in. Yes. The fork slipped out of my hand, he said. Liam's gaze didn't waver from him. It shifted to mine, as if trying to understand that something was fishy. Olivia, does the food suit to your liking? He asked. You know, if you're not okay with it, we can ask the chef to prepare something else. You need to take care of yourself. Okay, I'm sure something is wrong with Liam. What's with him being kind to me? Is he trying to trigger Logan or something? I saw that same clenched jaw on Logan's face. This time around, his hand tightened around the glass cup he was about to take a sip from. But then again, I like that. Maybe I could spice it up like he said earlier. I leaned my hand forward. I actually like the dishes. The steak is juicy. The shrimps are tender. I must say the chef is really talented. You're right. The chef is actually a personal hire. He works together with Logan. Really? I didn't know. I turned to Logan, who was undeniably holding himself back. So, you were right when you said you're a renowned chef. I'm impressed. Why don't you take charge of cooking a meal for the house one day? I don't have that kind of time. Why don't you try the salad? Here, he fetched the salad and aimed it at my mouth. I didn't miss how he glared at me. I allowed him to feed me. My eyes slightly widened. This is good. You really know how to spoil me, Logan, I said, placing my hand on his chest. I could see the looks the others were giving us from the corner of my eyes. Even Scott, who was playing the big brother, was looking at us. I'm sure that will trigger something in them. If I don't take care of my wife, who will? I have to spoil her at every opportunity I've got. Your wife, Colin spoke for the first time since we arrived. Logan and I turned to the family. I inhaled a sharp breath. I have something to tell everyone, I announced. All attention was then on us. Although Mr. 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 knew about the marriage, he seemed much more interested in what I was going to say. Maybe he thought I was going to announce that I'm leaving the house. I reached for Logan's hand that was resting on the table, intertwining our fingers. I know this might not be the right moment to announce this, since we're here to enjoy the night, but I feel like it's the perfect opportunity to tell everyone. Logan and I shared a look. He nodded his head, encouraging me to continue. Logan and I are married.
Chapter 44, Burning Hearts. Logan, so you're telling me that Olivia informed your family that you two are married? Brian asked as he poured himself a glass of drink. I don't think what I said was too cryptic. I replied, I had just briefed him about everything, from how they found out about the pregnancy to Olivia's revelation at the dinner. Wow, all of this happened and I wasn't aware. Am I really your friend, Logan? Brian feigned hurt, leaning back on the couch with a pout. That reminded me of how the dinner ended last night. I expected my family members to react strongly to Olivia's revelation, but all they did was remain silent, except for Liam, who congratulated her. That kind of annoyed me because he was trying to be overly friendly with her, and Olivia made it worse by not paying attention to me again throughout the dinner. She didn't even cast a glance at me, and when I confronted her, she brushed it off, saying it was nothing. Liam was just trying to establish a bond with her. I'm not naive. I understand Liam's motives. I have no time for that, I answered, this time pouring myself a drink to distract myself from the matter. Liam. Liam? What did he do? I don't like the way he's behaving around Olivia. He was acting all buddy-buddy with her last night, I said with a hint of frustration. What I didn't expect from Brian was his laughter. He always does that whenever I'm talking about something serious. I shot him a glare. Stop it. I'm being serious here. Okay, I'm calm now. But why does it bother you? He knows Olivia is your wife. I'm sure he won't try to flirt with her. Flirt? I found myself repeating. Was he really flirting with her? The way he was smiling at her, though. He better not. He can if he wants to. What? I don't understand you. Are we talking about me or about Liam? Of course we're talking about you. Olivia is yours, and you have nothing to worry about. Maybe Brian was right. I shouldn't worry. After all, Olivia is my wife. We know where we stand. But then, why do I still feel uneasy? Brian sensed my mood and continued. Seriously, Logan, you shouldn't let all these things bother you. I know, but Olivia is tempting me. That woman... I stopped to take a sharp breath. She's making me think about her in every possible way. My brain doesn't function properly without her. Brian's lips curved up as he stared at me. You're finally admitting you have feelings for her. Last time I recalled, you declined that. That was because I wasn't sure about my feelings. Now you're sure. And the fact that your brother is acting friendly towards her is making you feel uneasy and maybe a bit jealous. Yes, I am jealous. I don't want her with anyone. Not Liam or any other guy, I admitted. I don't think there's a need for me to pretend about how I feel about Olivia, especially to Brian. I love her. Did you tell her? I shot him a questioning look. Do I have to tell her? Actions speak louder than words. Brian leaned forward, intertwining his fingers together, taking a deep breath. That's why you need someone like me in your life to guide you on things like this. How would she know you love her if you don't speak it into words? You can't expect her to know by kissing her, hugging her, or doing things that make her happy. You need to be open about your feelings. The way he was explaining, you'd think he's a love doctor. The same man who has been single throughout his bachelor's life. Oh, is that so? I said, contemplating his words. Do I have to confess to her? Why are you acting like someone who has never dated before? Have I? Of course. With Tiffany. Tiffany's case is different. I wasn't serious. Olivia is different. You can't compare her to Tiffany. You know what? Let's drop the topic. It's already time to close up for work. Thank God I've finished up all the work. I told Abigail to clear my schedule for the whole week. I want to take a full week's rest. My poor brain needs a break from all the office work. Your focus should be on Olivia, my inner mind reminded. Right, Olivia. Brian and I left the office together. Do you have plans for this weekend? He asked as we made our way out of the building's entrance. Yes, I'm accompanying Olivia to the hospital for her checkup. Why? Brian stopped walking, making me look at him. What? I asked. I'm surprised at how much you've changed. Love is sweet indeed. I didn't answer him, knowing it will only lead us into fighting. Brian will forever be a funny person. Olivia is sweet, I finally answered as I unlocked my car. See you, buddy. With that, I stepped into my car, leaving a mouth agape Brian standing. I decided to call Olivia on the phone. We haven't really interacted much today. She left for her clinic early, as usual, and didn't reply to the text I had sent her. I placed the phone on speaker mode while I drove away. Hey, her voice came through. Hey, I repeated. Is that what you're supposed to say to someone you haven't seen all day? Your husband, for that matter. Did you even miss me? I declared openly. Her next answer made a smile form on my lips. Just say you missed me. Sorry, I've been busy today. I had quite a lot of clients, but I'm getting off now. Wait, you're still at the clinic? I asked. Maybe I could stop by and pick her up. Not really. I've closed. I'm on my way to Jamie's house. I want to help her with something. I know what you're thinking about. Just go home, take a shower, eat, rest, and wait for me. Her last line literally made my heart skip a beat. Damn, Olivia. I spared the mobile phone a glance, as if she could see me through the phone. What plans do you have for me? I asked. That is for you to find out. If you dare fall asleep, I will kill you. I chuckled in return. I dare not. when my wife is planning something for me. Take care of yourself and don't stay late, I said, my laughter dying down. I will. Bye. And the line went dead silent. This woman will be the death of me, I muttered before stepping on the accelerator and speeding up. I had been pacing around my room for the past 10 minutes, waiting to hear a knock at my door. I had showered and even taken a short nap, but there's no sign of Olivia. She had sent me a text 20 minutes ago that she was on her way, but she's yet to show up. The curiosity was killing me. What could she be planning that she told me to wait for her? I reached for my phone, which was lying flat on the bed, and attempted to call her when a knock sounded on my door. I could swear my heart did a flip. Logan, be yourself, I assured myself, taking in and out a sharp breath before casually walking towards the door. I'm here, Olivia exclaimed, opening her arms wide. My eyes were fixated on her. For the life of me, I didn't know how to react. A different woman was standing in front of me. My eyes trailed from her face down to her body. The dress she wore was hugging her in all the perfect places. It was the first time I had seen her full physique. Even with her visible baby bump, she was glowing. I didn't miss noticing that. You're looking breathtaking, I muffled, barely recognizing my own voice. My insides were thumping abnormally. The smile she gave me in return made it even worse. At that moment, I knew I was whipped by her love. I knew this woman would be the death of me, not with the growing desire inside me. Olivia stepped inside the room, and I gulped down my saliva. You should know I'm not going to allow you to leave this room tonight, I said, closing the door behind me. And why is that? She asked, her brows curving up in a confused manner. My eyes raked her body once again. Not when you're wearing this tempting dress. Well? She trailed off, throwing her bag on my bed, and walked over to me. I wasn't planning on leaving in the first place. Remember, I told you to wait for me, she said, a hint of amusement in her tone. She wouldn't expect what was about to come. Is that so? I asked, snaking my arms around her waist. My body instantly reacted to the warmth of her body. What do you have for me, then? I asked. She wrapped her arms around my neck, trailing her fingers down my chest, and began unbuttoning my shirt. Are you trying to get yourself in trouble? If you unbutton the last button, don't blame me for what I'll do, I warned. Only if she knew how much I was holding myself back, not to pin her to my bed and make love to her, to trail 𝐻𝐿𝐴𝑠 all over her body, to feel myself inside her. She doesn't know how much that had affected my brain the moment she told me to wait for her. The only thought roaming in my head was dirty thoughts. Olivia went ahead and reached for the last button before she stared straight into my eyes. I don't know if what I saw in her eyes mirrored my own desires, but all I could see was the same intensity I was feeling. Damn, I exclaimed, crashing my lips onto hers. Olivia responded with the same speed. I bit her bottom lip, seeking access. She moaned into the kiss and then pulled away, resting her forehead against mine. We stared at each other as we breathed deeply. The look in her eyes was one of pure desire. She licked her lips. I want you, Logan, so badly, she whispered, and that ignited the beast inside me. Fuck it, I want you more. I lifted her in my arms, and her legs instinctively went around my waist. I took her mouth and walked us to my bed. We were in the same room, in the same bed, yet it was as if we were making love for the first time. Okay, we were totally out of it the first time, so it shouldn't be counted. Olivia and I were lost in our own world. My hands roamed all over her body. Olivia had the most amazing skin. It was soft and smooth. It was like touching silk, and her scent was driving me insane. I had the biggest hard-on, but I needed her to feel every bit of pleasure first. My hands caressed her back. They roamed from her shoulders to her spine to her ass, and finally rested on her hips. I pushed her down onto her back, careful not to hurt her baby bump, and moved on top of her. Her chest was heaving, and her face was flushed. Her eyes were half-lidded, and her lips were parted as she breathed. Her hair was fanned out, and she had a glow all over her face. She looked like a goddess. I kissed her deeply, slowly moving my tongue into her mouth. Our tongues met and fought for dominance. But I let her win, and she moaned as she deepened the kiss. She tasted of the wine we had at dinner last night, and I couldn't get enough. I pulled away from her lips and trailed 𝐻𝐿𝐴𝑠 on her jaw, down her neck. I don't think we should go any further. I hushed out. As much as I so badly wanted to feel her inside me, I knew we had to be careful. Not with the baby growing inside her. I didn't want her to have any complications due to my own desires. Shut up and kiss me. She jerked me forward by the collar and connected our lips together. Who was I to deny her? I kissed her passionately. We were lost in our own world again.
Chapter 45, Sweet Morning. Olivia. My eyes opened to Logan playing with a strand of my hair as he smoothed it in a calming way. Good morning, I mumbled with a yawn escaping me. Good morning, baby. Logan leaned forward and planted a kiss on my lips that lasted barely 2 seconds. My head rested on his bare chest. I felt my cheeks heat up. Getting a kiss in the early morning surely sent butterflies fluttering in my stomach, especially after the way Logan and I had spent the night. It wasn't like we had sex. Logan had said he didn't want to hurt the baby. Even though I assured him that having a single round of sex wouldn't harm the baby in any way, he didn't listen and instead held me close in his warmth, and that was how we slept. How long have you been up? I asked as I looked at him. His hand was still playing with my hair, and I found it to be a soothing remedy for my exhausted self. Not long ago. I couldn't resist admiring a beauty, he said, making me raise an eyebrow. What beauty? Pure beauty, of course. Your eyes are tempting me. I don't know if it was his words or the tone he used, but I snuggled closer to his body, and his scent instantly enveloped my senses, a familiar scent I had come to crave, and a body I wanted to be close to. I like the smell of your body, I confessed, hugging him tightly. Logan chuckled in response, wrapping his strong arms around me, creating a protective shield. Is that supposed to be a compliment? He teased. I hummed in return, closing my eyes to relish the moment. I didn't want it to end. Nothing else mattered to me in that moment but being wrapped in Logan's embrace. We remained in that position, the sounds of our heartbeats synchronizing, until I broke the silence with a thought that crossed my mind. I had been wanting to ask Logan for a while. Since we were alone and not preoccupied, maybe it was the perfect opportunity to bring it up. Logan, I called. Yes, baby girl. How could a man be so sweet and perfect at the same time? I know baby is an outdated nickname, but I couldn't help my heart fluttering at the way he called me that. What was your mother like? I asked, and his hand that had been gently rubbing circles on my back came to a sudden stop. I lifted my face to look at him. The cheesy smile I had seen on his face a few minutes ago was now absent. Did I touch on a sensitive topic? I realized that we don't really know much about each other. What I didn't expect happened. Logan withdrew his hand from my body and proceeded to get out of bed. We should go take a shower, he said, brushing off the topic as if he didn't want to discuss anything related to his family or his mother. Did I ask a sensitive question? I inquired as he walked up to the wardrobe. His back was turned to me. I pulled the duvet over my naked body and moved toward him. I gently turned him to face me. Why do I feel like you're angry, Logan? I'm not, he said, offering me a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. No one could convince me otherwise. There was something deeper, something he was hiding inside. Yes, you are, I responded with a deadpan tone. Are you trying to pick a fight, Olivia? He asked, avoiding my gaze once more. But I wasn't going to back down. I cupped his face and made him look at me. You're the one trying to pick a fight, Logan. I simply asked you a question, something I believe is okay for us to talk about. We still have a lot to learn about each other, I explained, my heart swirling with emotions. Logan continued to avoid my gaze. I stepped closer until there was barely an inch of space left between us. I rested my hand on his bare chest, just below his heart. I could feel the rhythm of his beating heart through my palm. Why won't you let me in, Logan? I hissed out. I know you're hiding something. Your reaction and the expression on your face say it all, I pressed on. He remained silent. I released a deep breath. Logan, I called again. I'm your wife. Don't you think I deserve the right to know the person my husband is? His likes, dislikes, his hobbies, dreams. My words trailed off as I took another sharp breath. You'll learn that with time. We still have a lot of time ahead of us, he finally spoke. I had to blink twice to process his words. It wasn't the answer I expected. I realized I had placed too much hope on breaking into his heart. Something was holding him back, preventing him from opening up. But I wasn't going to give up until I saw what lay beneath his guarded heart. All right then. Since you say so, we'll wait for the right time. "Go ahead and take your shower," I said, turning to leave. Maybe now wasn't the ideal time to engage in a heated conversation. I had barely taken 2 steps when Logan pulled me back. His brows furrowed. I wondered if he knew that I could see right through him. "Where are you going?" he asked, his tone lowered. "To my room, of course," I replied. Suddenly, the corner of his lips curved up. He pulled me into his embrace without warning. "Is my wife playing hard to get?" "What do you mean? Who was the one giving me the cold shoulder just because I asked about his mother?" I retorted, regretting it almost immediately as his solemn expression returned. He quickly masked it with a smile, brushing a strand of hair away from my face. "I'm sorry for reacting that way. I interrupted his explanation with a kiss on his cheek, catching him off guard. His eyes widened slightly before that familiar smile, or rather smirk, spread across his face once more. "It seems like you're asking for trouble. Don't forget that you're naked under this duvet. It wouldn't be difficult to peel it off and have you right here," he warned, his eyes trailing over my body as if I were already undressed. I grinned in response. "I wouldn't mind that. After all, I did want us to have sex last night," I remarked. His eyes squinted at my words. "Are you suggesting we put our baby's safety at risk?" he questioned, the mention of our baby causing my heart to flutter. "I don't think that would happen if we're careful and take things slowly," I countered. "Slowly, huh? But I don't think I have the patience for that with you," he replied, his words catching me off guard, but soon replaced with an amused smile. "Well, I didn't know Logan Nero was a bit naughty," I teased. "I won't deny that. I want to be naughty with you," he said, inching closer. I gripped his arm tightly, closing my eyes in anticipation of his kiss. Just then, a sound resonated through the room, a sound that came from my stomach. "Seems like someone's hungry," Logan said, pulling away with a sly grin. He started heading towards the bathroom. "Hold on right there," I exclaimed, following him. Wrapped in the oversized duvet, I nearly tripped. Thankfully, Logan swiftly caught me. "See what I mean?" he sighed, a hint of annoyance on his face. "And who was the one teasing me earlier?" I fired back, pushing my lips out in a pout. Logan's gaze lingered on me, as if considering what to do next. What he did surprised me. He discarded the duvet and scooped me up in his arms. "This should be better," he declared, using his foot to kick open the bathroom door. I wrapped my arms around his neck, an excited grin on my face. A smile remained on my face as I descended the stairs. Logan had thoroughly teased me during our shower, and we ended up spending more time than usual under the water, probably playing around and touching each other's bodies. I hoped that Logan and I could continue being so comfortable around each other. Despite his reaction to my mentioning his mother, I was certain that, with time, he would open up to me. Heading to the kitchen, I intended to prepare breakfast for the family. I hadn't been in the kitchen for a few days, bypassing the traditions. To my surprise, I found Amelia in the kitchen. "Good morning," she greeted, slipping on an apron. I couldn't help but display my surprise at her casual tone and her presence in the kitchen at this early hour. Amelia normally leaves the house earlier than everyone else due to her hospital schedule. "Why do you look as if you've seen a ghost?" she quipped, her gaze assessing me. "Good morning. I'm just surprised to see you in the kitchen at this hour. I was actually planning to make breakfast for the family today." I informed her of my intentions. "Well, it seems we'll be working together then. We've been a bit lax with our routines lately. Plus, I've taken a day off work," she explained. "Why? Won't it affect?" "No. There are other doctors. I'm not the only doctor at the hospital. I just wanted to cut myself some slack and spend some time with my family," she mentioned, which piqued my curiosity. "Had the little stunt Logan and I pulled the other night yielded any results?" I nodded, even though Amelia's back was turned as she stood in front of the refrigerator. "All right, let's get to work then. What should we prepare?" I asked, moving towards her to assess the contents of the fridge together. "What are you ladies plotting without me?" Sarah's voice piped up from the doorway, causing us both to look in her direction. Her gaze shifted from Amelia to me, her eyebrows raised, and I couldn't miss the playful grin on her face. "Amelia and I are planning to make breakfast for the family today." "Are you?" "Count me in," Sarah interrupted before I could even finish my sentence. I couldn't help the smile that curved my lips at this newfound connection towards me. Perhaps things were finally starting to fall into place. With that thought, I reached for the apron Amelia handed me, as well as one for Sarah. Chapter 46, Ladies Talks. Olivia. We decided to make scrambled eggs with spinach and cheese. I was in awe at the way Amelia expertly whipped up scrambled eggs with a twist. She sautéed fresh spinach in a pan until wilted and mixed it into the scrambled eggs, adding a generous sprinkle of shredded cheddar cheese. Maybe if she had opted for a chef, she'd have won an award just like Logan. A smile erupted from me as I recalled the night we cooked the shrimps and crabs together. I think that was the first day Logan and I started getting along. Why don't you just opt for a cooking competition? I'm sure you'd win on your first try, I said, watching how she expertly lifted up the pan. Should I? She replied, her lips curving up. I nodded my head. You will definitely win, I confessed. Sarah pushed her body in between, separating me from Amelia. Let me have a taste, she said, using the spoon to fetch a portion from the big casserole where Amelia had plated everything. This is nice, she moaned, closing her eyes in delight. I went ahead to have a taste as well, and my jaw dropped. Sarah and I shared a shocked look. We are skilled chefs, honestly, Sarah said, licking her lips. Amelia chuckled in return. You guys can eat as much as you want when it's served. Let's take it out. I'm sure the family members can smell the aroma from here. The three of us made our way to the dining area. The maid helped with the rest of the table arrangement. As expected, everyone was present, including the grandchildren, Molly and Quinn. We settled in our usual spots while the maid served the breakfast. I was eager to have a taste that I didn't notice Logan's gaze on me until I felt his hand on my thigh under the table. We were seated next to each other. He shot me a questioning brow, and I glared at him in return. My stomach was crying out for food, and I didn't have time to answer his playful acts. The three of us ladies shared a brief look as the family took their first bite. I know it's not the first time they had tasted Amelia's or Sarah's cooking, but this time we joined hands together, which meant the flavors were combined. From the seasoning to how well the scrambled eggs were cooked. This is good, Mrs. Isanero said. Why haven't we been getting this type of delicious food in the house, she added. Okay, maybe the woman was exaggerating a bit. The expression on Mr. Hero's face was also that of satisfaction. That meant he enjoyed the taste of the food. We, the daughters-in-law, decided to join hands and make breakfast today since we haven't been following the traditional protocols lately, I answered. I expected them to brush it off like they always do. But I was rendered speechless when Bernard chimed in. The one person I have never exchanged a single word with. It tastes good, he said. Sarah held him by the arm. You should be proud your wife knows how to cook, she said with a smile. A proud smile occupied my face as well. It was indeed nice to see a little change in the atmosphere. I felt Logan's hands intertwining with mine under the table, which made my smile widen. Looks like someone has won a trophy today, he whispered in my ear, sending the familiar shiver of his touch down my spine. He didn't even care about the people surrounding us. He leaned closer to my ear. Yes, I'm happy. At least the change is positive. Unless you want it to be chaotic, then I was about to withdraw my hand from his when he held it firmly. Stay still. I'm warming myself with your touch, he hushed out. My eyes scanned the faces of the rest. I could swear Amelia's lips curved up into a smile. She was watching our every move. The same goes for Liam, whose eyes met mine, but his expression was distant as if his mind was elsewhere. Damn. I can't believe everyone cleared out everything on the table today. Sarah's voice filled the kitchen as we gathered there once again. I know, right? I don't think I will eat anything for lunch. My stomach is on the verge of bursting, I said, rubbing my palms on my baby bump. Sarah hopped onto the counter, assessing my body. Trust me, you will. Your baby will need more. At this stage, I will turn into a buffalo. See how thick my skin is getting, I expressed, pulling my skin a bit while emitting a heavy sigh. That's how pregnancy does to you. Ask Amelia how her pregnancy journey was. This woman's weight went too. Sarah. Amelia glared at her, earning a chuckle from Sarah in return. I'm not making up stories here. My body expanded more than Olivia's when I was pregnant with Molly. Right? Scott had to make me go jogging around the garden every morning because he was scared our baby would not come out healthy. But Olivia, don't mind Sarah, she's just scaring you for nothing. I'm sure Logan will not mind you getting twice this size, she said, passing Sarah and me 2 cups. I hadn't noticed the time she prepared them. It's that tea, I exclaimed excitedly, taking a sip of it. I had been dying to have a taste of it since the day Amelia gave it to me, and I always forget to ask her about it. What are you not good at, Amelia? I asked, squinting my eyes at her. As the first daughter-in-law, she has to learn everything, Sarah answered, taking a sip from her cup. At some point, the tea was soothing to the body. The heaviness I felt in my stomach began to loosen. Amelia rested her back against the counter, while Sarah sat on it. I copied Amelia's action. Does that mean Amelia came to this house before you, Sarah? I asked, breaking the short silence that prevailed in the kitchen. I wasn't sure if it was okay to ask, but considering the way they have been open to me today, maybe it wouldn't be that bad to have a serious conversation this time around. I would say we came to this house almost in the same year. Just a few months difference. Was it 2 months or 3 months, Sarah? Amelia turned to Sarah. Right, Amelia is the first daughter-in-law. I think it was 3 months. And we didn't get along with each other at the beginning. Well, who was the one acting like a daddy's pet? What do you mean? I asked, getting curious to know more. I had finished my tea, and Amelia offered me hers, which she had barely taken 2 sips from. Thank you. Nah. Don't make me feel embarrassed by thinking about it, Sarah exclaimed, covering her face with her palms. But I saw the mischievous smile on Amelia's lips. She doesn't want you to know how she behaved in this house at the beginning of her stay. She thought everything would be done for her. Being a daddy's girl in her parents' house, she encountered something different here. Wow, I said out loud. That meant the traditions had a deep impact. Let's talk about something else, please. I might fight with Bernard if I recall how he turned a blind eye to the way his family deprived me of the sweet life I used to live back at my parents' house. Sarah's face twisted into a plan in action. Meanwhile, Amelia shook her head. You're still the same, Sarah. I see why Molly is stubborn. She takes after her mother. Olivia, I hope you're not a daddy's girl. Oh, I forgot, you're also a stubborn one. Logan will have to prepare himself. I saw the way you were glaring at him earlier, she teased, signaling for Sarah to lean in to hear more of the story. I felt my cheeks heating up at the mention of how Logan behaved with me at the dining table. Without any shame. You guys are mistaken. I'm not a daddy's girl. Don't turn to me now, I said, hiding my blush by taking a sip of the remaining tea. You think I'll let you off the hook when you've finished laughing about my own side of the story? Nah. But at least yours is better. You have Logan's attention. Poor me, who doesn't even have quality time with her husband anymore at night. Sarah sighed heavily. I'm sorry. But I thought you guys are cool. You get along with the family, I replied, not entirely sure of my response. This time, Amelia shook her head. That's how you see it, Olivia. But I can't remember the last time Scott and I went out on a date, just the 2 of us like old times. He's always buried in his work. Sarah chimed in. Same goes for Bernard. Whenever I try to be romantic, he'd tell me he's exhausted, or he has a meeting and wants to sleep early. Tell me, how would that get better? When the father doesn't cut his sons any slack. They're always on one project or the other. Honestly, I wouldn't say I expected Amelia and Sarah to open up and share their problems with me. Now that they did, it made me realize that they weren't rude to me back then just for the sake of it. It showed they also needed some freedom. I inhaled a sharp breath before detaching my body from leaning on the counter. Listen, ladies, I began. We need to show these guys that there's more to life than immersing themselves in work without rest. Amelia and Sarah stared at me with puzzled brows. I extended my hand in front. Let's work together, as daughters-in-law of the Nero family. Let's stand up and reclaim our husbands from the clutches of their fathers' rules and traditions, I said in one breath, my eyes dancing with excitement at the new idea in my head. At first, Amelia was skeptical, but as I flashed her an encouraging smile, she reciprocated by placing her hand on top of mine. Sarah followed suit. Let's do this. I would say today has to be one of the luckiest days, or should I say a blessed day, that came with surprises. First, breakfast went positively, then Amelia and Sarah opening up to me. I can't wait for us to start implementing our plan. The main problem holding back the bond forming between the family is the father. I feel like he has chained his sons down. They don't have the freedom to be themselves. That is going to change. I had promised to make that change. And now I have the support of Amelia and Sarah. Together, we will make that happen. Logan. My words trailed off as I opened Logan's room to find it empty. I was going to share the new information. He had teased me earlier that his family didn't act like they were forced to eat. I dialed his number, and he picked up on the first ring. Where are you? Your room is empty. I know he took a break from work, so he shouldn't be out unless he left for some other work. I'm in the house, of course. Where could I be? His voice sounded as if he was in hiding. Where exactly are you, Logan? I asked, glancing around the hallway which was empty. Come find me if you can. And the line went dead silent. I stared at the mobile phone in my hand. Did he just hang up on me? Let me find you first, Logan. I declared before heading towards the library. That was the only place my instinct was telling me he'd be. You thought I wouldn't find you. I kicked the door to the library open, ready to vent all my anger on Logan. Wow. So you're hiding here working when you're supposed to be in your room resting. I spoke out while walking towards him. He was seated on a cushion, a laptop in front of him, and papers scattered all around. I was going to rest actually, but this came up as urgent. He explained. I placed both my hands on my waist and stared at him. I see. Your secretary can't take care of that. He shook his head like a small boy being scolded. She can't. I'm done already. He closed the lid and pushed the laptop to the side before looking up at me. Are you done avoiding me? Avoiding you? When was that? I asked, dropping my hands. I see you found new company. Amelia and Sarah. His answer made me chuckle in return. I took a step forward. Why do I sense jealousy here? I mused, my grin widening. I like it when he acts all jealous over me. That means he cares. Logan was quick in closing the remaining gap between us. He pulled me towards him, making me fall onto his body in a careful manner. I used that to my advantage and sat on his lap, circling my arms around his neck. I don't like it when they take my wife away, he whispered. I urged him to go on. Is that why Liam was all quiet earlier? I questioned. His brows creased together. Why not? I should show him you're mine already. He won't have a chance. Not when you're married to me. The way he labeled me as his wife warmed my heart in every place. And I wanted nothing at that moment but to be in the arms of the man who had captured my heart in every way. To be his forever. I placed a quick kiss on his lips. You don't have to worry about that because I'm yours. I placed another kiss. This time it lingered for a few seconds. Yours alone. No one will have that chance but you. I leaned forward again to plant another one when Logan's hands cupped my face and deepened the kiss. What started slow began turning fast. We kissed like our lives depended on it. I tightened my hold around his neck, giving him more access. Our mons mingled together. Logan broke the kiss and stared into my eyes, which were clouded with nothing but love. He might not have confessed it yet, but I could see the affection swirling in his eyes. I love you, Olivia. As soon as the unexpected words left his lips, I felt my heart racing inside. But I didn't get time to react, as Logan captured my lips in another heated kiss. Chapter 47, Plan in Action. Olivia. So, what do you guys suggest we start with? I asked. We had gathered for our first meeting in Amelia's room. It was my first time entering another part of the house apart from Logan's room, the library, and my own room. Amelia's room carried the aura of a doctor. The medium-sized shelf consisting of all sorts of medical books was enough to give away that information. And there was also another rack carrying a medical box. I had scanned the surroundings in less than 5 minutes. I think we should begin by sharing our insights on the root of the problem first, and then we can come up with a reasonable plan. What do you think, Amelia? Sarah clarified, her eyes darting from me to Amelia. You're right. The root of the problem is simple, Father, Amelia declared. Sarah and I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she was right. What I appreciate about Amelia is her straightforwardness. She speaks her mind. It was evident when I first came to the house. She was straightforward about my pregnancy. I would have to say she was the first person to really open up to me back then, although not in a very serious way. Father is the one holding our husband's independence. Not only the 3 men, but also us, the daughters-in-law. This is why we need to stand up before we end up being dragged down as well, I explained, proceeding to take the cup of tea Amelia had served. I didn't fail to notice that there were 3 cups on the tray, which means Amelia had prepared extra for me. I think I will soon be obsessed with this tea. You'll need to teach me how to make it, I said as I took a sip. The sensation soothed my nerves. Remind me to share the recipe with you after our meeting. It's a special method I use to make it, Amelia mused with a light smile. So, let's start planning. What do you girls have in mind? She added, intertwining her hands together in a serious manner. First things first, getting their attention away from work. They should take a break from the office, I suggested. Do you think Father will allow them to? Sarah raised an eyebrow. Of course. But that will happen only if they stand their ground. Logan took a week off work. I'm sure if they want to, they can do the same, I replied. Sarah didn't seem convinced by my idea. Trust me, if we plan this out well, everything will go smoothly. And like you said, Amelia, Father is the root of the problem. But the sons also have their issues. If they can show him that they won't allow him to keep chaining them down, then he has no choice but to comply. After all, they are the backbone of the company. Without them, the company won't be as successful as it is now, I explained, leaning my back on Amelia's bed. I somehow hoped my explanation would convince them. The skeptical looks in their eyes showed they weren't sure whether our plan would work out. Let's be positive, please, I said after a while, breaking the silence. I totally agree with you, Olivia. You have a point here. At least Logan is more open to this aspect than Scott and Bernard. So I think this will work. I have an idea, Amelia said, her smile still in motion. My excitement bubbled inside, curious about Amelia's plan in motion. Why don't we go on a trip? Trip? Sarah and I repeated at the same time. Amelia nodded in response, her smile never wavering. Going on a trip would mean they won't be at work. From there, we can figure out how to bring our husbands back to us, Amelia explained. As I pondered Amelia's words, she did have a point. It sounded like a good idea. The trip would not only strengthen the bond between the husbands and their wives, but might also bring the brothers closer together. I like your idea, Amelia. 10 points for you, I winked, giving her a thumbs up. What about me? Haven't I shared a good idea? She threw a playful glare in my direction, earning a chuckle from me in return. I had noticed that Sarah had a bit of a drama queen side to her. Why not? I'd give you 20 points if you managed to plan a perfect destination for our trip, because we're definitely not ditching this idea. We are definitely going with Amelia's idea. Sarah squirmed excitedly. All right, Amelia knows me when it comes to anything that requires vacation. What do you guys think about a place that's both popular and rare? My brows creased in confusion. I had never heard of a place that was both popular and rare before. If a destination is popular, that usually means it's widely known everywhere, like places such as Paris. See what I'm talking about? Now it's my turn, and you guys aren't saying anything. Sarah shrugged her shoulders with a playful pout. I'm trying to think of a country that is both popular and rare, I said, voicing my thoughts. Sarah suddenly pinned her hair behind her ear. Don't worry about that. I have 2 perfect options. We'll choose the best one. Shoot! Amelia exclaimed. Costa Rica and Peru, Sarah declared. These 2 places aren't just random choices. she added, shaking her head as if she was about to dance. I prefer Costa Rica. What about you, Olivia? Amelia asked. I contemplated for a moment. I had never been to either of those places, only heard about them. I won't be able to tell them apart if shown pictures. However, the name Costa Rica sounded more appealing. I'm in for Costa Rica too, I answered. Yes, did I earn the 20 points, or should it be 30? Sarah giggled. One might forget she's a mother of a 3-year-old girl. I might as well give you 35 because you've suggested a perfect place for our plan. Now that we have a plan in place, the next step is figuring out how to break the news to the family, Amelia said. Right, that's crucial. If we can't get their agreement, our plan won't stand a chance. Convincing Logan won't be a challenge. The rest is up to you two to persuade your husbands. I know Logan won't have an issue with this. Even if he does, he won't have a choice but to go along with my ideas. I have that effect on him. Damn. My heart practically skipped a beat yesterday when Logan confessed he loves me. I had been waiting for the day he'd admit his feelings. I didn't anticipate it catching me off guard. And the kiss. What kiss? I heard Sarah's voice ring directly in my ears, causing my eyes to widen. The two were looking at me with teasing expressions. Did I say that out loud? Did you and Logan? Sarah trailed off, playfully raising her eyebrows. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I didn't mention anything about a kiss. I tried to defend myself. This time, Amelia took charge of the teasing. It's not a bad thing, you know. You can still be intimate even with your baby bump. Scott and I jolted up instantly. No. Don't finish that sentence, I said, shaking my head. Amelia's smile only widened. No, I'm speaking from experience, not just as a doctor. Cut the poor man some slack, Sarah added with a roll of her eyes. I was certain that if I stayed another second with these ladies, they'd corrupt my innocent soul with their explicit discussions. I should get going, I announced, placing the empty cup on the tray. I didn't opt for a second cup. So soon? Aren't we still planning something here? Amelia asked. Well, we've finished planning the first part. You two will have to convince your husbands about the trip. The sooner, the better. I'm off. I waved my hand in the air and headed towards the door. The last thing I heard before closing the door behind me was Amelia's words. Make sure you let him inside you tonight, followed by Sarah's chuckle. So all this time, they've had that sassy side hidden away. It's a reminder that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover alone. You won't know what's beneath until you truly get to know them. I'm glad that the two ladies and I are slowly becoming more comfortable around each other. As I walked towards my room, Logan's door swung open. I had to hold my breath at the sight of him, reminding me of the heated kiss and the words Amelia and Sarah had planted in my brain just a few seconds ago. My cheeks burned up, and I tried to maintain a calm expression. But Logan was quick to catch the blush I was attempting to hide. Why are you flustered? His voice came as he closed the door behind him and approached me. I held my breath once again as he reached for my hand. Why was I acting like a lovesick puppy? Flustered, I managed to say slowly, hoping my voice wouldn't betray me. But it did, because all I saw on his face was a smirk. And whenever Logan gives you that smirk, what follows won't be innocent. Your cheeks are a bit pinkish. Care to tell me why? My cheeks aren't pink, I replied, finally pulling myself together. Logan didn't seem convinced by my response. He let out a short breath. All right then, let's go, he said, intertwining our hands. To where? I asked, stopping him in his tracks. To the hospital. Your appointment is today. Right. I had completely forgotten about it. Chapter 48, Cheesy Logan. Olivia. So, he's finally here. The doctor's voice broke the silence that had occupied the room for the past few minutes. I couldn't help but notice the amused smile playing at her lips as she and Logan exchanged a glance. She had wanted me to bring my partner along, and there he was, seated in front of her. Yes, I replied, redirecting her attention back to me. I see why you've been coming here alone. You didn't tell me that Logan Nero is your husband. Ah, so that's why she had been looking at him that way. For a moment, I had almost thought she was checking him out in a different manner. Olivia, get a grip. The doctor is obviously not a single woman. And besides, Logan is someone popular, so it's okay for her to know. Sorry for not tagging along all this while. My wife told me you needed my presence, Logan responded calmly. I couldn't help but sense a puzzled look on his face. He had been teasing me to no end on our way here. Actually, it's no problem since you're here, Mr. 𝒍𝒂𝒚. Your wife's health condition, and that of the baby are both normal. She has passed the first stage, and I'm sure she'll be able to handle the second and third trimesters. The doctor explained, now all serious as Logan listened attentively, as if he were in a corporate meeting. Silly me. So, is it possible to know the gender of the baby from now? Logan asked, folding his arms across his chest. Oh, how the shirt he was wearing clung to his arms. If only he knew how well casual outfits suited him. I'd have to comment on that later when we're out. It's possible. She's in her 4th month, going on to 5, so it's not a challenging task. Mrs. Inez, Olivia, could you take a walk around the hallway? I'd like to have a word with your husband. The doctor turned to me with a polite smile. My gaze shifted to Logan, who was also looking at me with that same puzzled expression. All right. I'll be out in no time, Logan murmured, lightly squeezing my hand. I offered him a smile and a nod before making my way out. As I closed the door behind me, I took a deep breath. The atmosphere of the hospital wasn't exactly welcoming to me. The scent of hospital chemicals and such always made me uneasy. I rubbed my palms over my baby bump, which had grown quite large. How time flies. Just a few months ago, we were trying to keep the truth hidden from the family. But now, everything is out in the open. The reality of what lies ahead still nags at the pit of my stomach. My phone chimed just as I was about to start my stroll, as the doctor had suggested. I smiled as I read the message Jamie had sent. I'm still alive, you know. I was thinking about calling her later today. We haven't been in touch for a while. I typed away. Expect me later. Make something delicious for me and my baby. I hit the send button with a grin. I could practically hear Jamie's voice on the other end, probably cursing me out. It wouldn't be surprising if I got a call from her immediately. What's making you happy? Logan's voice whispered at the crook of my neck from behind. My body melted at his familiar touch. I was talking to Jamie, I replied, tilting my head to feel his warmth and catch a whiff of his cologne. Oh, I haven't heard the two of you talk for a while. Is everything all right with her? He asked, pulling away slightly, and I turned around. Yeah, I'm sure she's fine. I'll check up on her later. Are you done talking with the doctor? He said, his gaze slightly distant. I repeated, giving him a quizzical look. Yeah. It's nothing serious. She just told me not to let you out of my sight for even a second. That comment made my cheeks heat up. Logan sure knew how to melt my heart. I don't think the doctor would say something like that, I replied as we walked towards the elevator, our arms linked together. She did say that. He trailed off as he pressed the elevator button. Once we were inside, I unlinked my arms from his and turned to him with a questioning look. I want to know what you two discussed about, I declared. Logan's eyes lingered on me, and he inched closer, trapping me between the elevator walls and his body. Your lips are tempting me this morning, he said in a seductive tone, sending shivers down my skin and butterflies dancing in my stomach. A smile played on my lips as I allowed him to have his way with me. He circled his arms around my waist, pulling me gently against his body, and I wrapped mine around his neck. We gazed deeply into each other's eyes, lost in the connection we shared. All I saw in his eyes was a swirl of affection, a bond that tied us together. What did I do to deserve you, Logan? The words slipped out of my lips before I could filter them. I should be asking you the same question. What have I been missing in my life all these years? I know we've had our ups and downs, but I don't mind any of that. I just want to be with you, he confessed, his voice sincere. And I want no one but you, Logan. Without a word, he rested his forehead against mine. It felt like we were exchanging information through the synchronized beats of our hearts. You don't know how much you mean to me, he whispered again, his voice like ice against my ear. I wouldn't let go of this man for anything. I pulled away slightly, locking eyes with him. I know, I said softly, placing my hand on his chest. I can feel it here. I love you, Logan. I didn't know if it was the perfect moment to confess my love, but his touch and voice were penetrating my heart and body. I couldn't hold back my feelings anymore, not in the hospital, not in this elevator. Logan's smile widened, revealing his teeth. If you don't love me, who will you love? After all, I'm your husband and you're my wife. He kissed me lightly just as the elevator doors opened. Outside, we were met with 2 pairs of eyes from 2 women. I began, only to be cut off by Logan. He intertwined our hands. She's my wife, he declared. I turned to him in surprise. Wow, at this rate, everyone will know that Logan Nero is married, I said as we stepped into the car. I want the world to know. Besides, they wouldn't know that I married a stubborn wife, he replied, rendering me speechless. Did you just call me a stubborn wife? I shot back, grabbing his arm in mock anger. He chuckled in response. Of course you are. I've had my fair share of trouble. I'm sure your parents received quite an earful while raising you. Same goes for you, I shot back, folding my arms across my chest and turning my face to the other side. His laughter filled the car, fueling my anger even more. Did he really think I was a stubborn woman? I'll get out of this car, I warned, my hand on the doorknob, playing the part of an angry exit. Of course, I wasn't actually planning to leave the car. You've got nowhere to go if you do. Yes, I do. I'm going to Jamie's. So? I turned the knob, about to open the car door, all part of my dramatic charade. I wasn't truly planning to go anywhere. Okay, I'm sorry. You're not a stubborn woman. Stop being angry. I remained unmoved. Olivia, he called, touching my hand. I pulled it away. I said I'm sorry. Your wife is being stubborn, so she won't forgive you, I retorted, maintaining my stance. It's your Logan, your one and only. His words made a chuckle escape me despite my attempted anger. I turned to him, glaring. Enough with the cheesy lines. The things we do for love, he said, his tone turning serious. My smile faded as I saw the earnestness in his eyes. The anger I was pretending to feel melted away. I wasn't really angry to begin with. I was just trying to play hard to get, I confessed. Logan nodded. I like that. That's what makes you special. So where should we go now? He leaned over and pecked my cheek, a much-needed kiss. To Jamie's house. I don't want to go back home just yet. I fastened my seatbelt. Same here. Meaning? I raised an eyebrow. Wherever my wife goes, I follow. We stick together. His words reminded me that I hadn't told him about the plan. Amelia, Sarah, and I have planned a trip with the family, I announced. A trip? Where to? Costa Rica. We want to strengthen the bond within the family. The plan is to use the trip as a solution. Sarah and Amelia can spend quality time with their husbands away from their busy work lives. And we would also spend our own quality time. Okay, that wasn't what I initially intended to say. But who is Logan without being all sweet? I squinted my eyes at him. Does that mean you're in? I asked. It sounds like a good idea. I know, right? I can't wait for Sarah and Amelia to convince their husbands. I cheered, hopeful that they'd be successful so we could move on to the next part of our plan. Look at me, Logan said, interrupting the little daydream I had been lost in. My eyebrows furrowed in question as he stopped the car in the middle of the road. In a swift motion, Logan cupped my face, drawing me closer to him. He gazed into my eyes with his captivating eyes and a smile playing on his lips. He closed the remaining distance and met his lips with mine. I responded instantly, and we shared a passionate kiss. Logan eventually pulled away, his thumb gently brushing over my lower lip. You will be the death of me, Olivia, he whispered. Chapter 49, Taming Scott. Amelia. Nurse Elena, I'm sure you guys would be able to handle the work without me. Dr. Jordan is there, isn't he? I pointed out. Nurse Elena and I worked together at the hospital. She had called to complain about the workload the head doctor was giving them. Normally, I was the one who always backed them up whenever Dr. Samuel, the head doctor, decided to let his demons show. The man is the epitome of rudeness. He snaps at every little thing. I don't blame him though, since the hospital belongs to his elder brother, so he thinks he can control the people around him. However, my case was different. I don't allow him to step on me or any other person from the higher-ups. I have been working at the hospital for 3 years straight with no rest. Now that I decided to cut myself some slack, they still didn't want to allow me. The only person that will snap at me, and I would be okay with it, is Dr. Jordan. I'd call him my mentor because he had helped me in every possible way at the hospital. A man with a golden heart. I was brought back to reality by Nurse Elena's voice. "Ma'am, can you at least reduce the break days, please?" Elena pleaded, but I had already turned in my request and the days I needed for the break. I can't reverse it just because Dr. Samuel is giving them a hard time. I don't have to back you up on literally everything, Elena. It's high time you stand up for yourselves. Don't pressure Dr. Jordan too much. I warned. I know how Nurse Elena and the rest can be. They knew Dr. Jordan is the only one who can talk to Dr. Samuel, and that was because Dr. Jordan had been with the hospital during Dr. Samuel's parents' time. You could say he had been in the hospital for a long time. "Mummy, read this for me." Quinn tugged at my dress. "Go to Daddy, he will read it for you," I said, pushing her toward Scott, who was busy working on his laptop. His eyes barely leaving the laptop screen. "So, as I was saying, Elena, I won't cut off my break just because of you guys. I'm taking this break for my mental health and also to spend more time with my family." As I said the last word, I turned to look at Scott. Quinn was still standing with her storybook while Scott's eyes were still glued to the laptop, as if he hadn't seen her standing there. "Seriously, I'm hanging up. Take care of yourselves. And remember, don't pressure Dr. Jordan, or you won't like what I will do to you guys when I get back to work," I threatened. Elena's chuckle followed from the other end. "Noted, Dr. Amelia. Take care of yourself. My regards to our little princess Quinn." As I ended the call, I heaved out a deep breath before dropping my phone on the vanity mirror, which I had been sitting on, and walked towards Scott and Quinn. "Tell your mom to read it for you. I'm busy," were the words I heard as I approached the bed. Quinn's face fell as she looked at me. Scott didn't seem to bother about the sadness in his daughter's eyes. "Come here, my princess." I gestured, pulling out my hand. The expression on her face slightly wavered. I sat her down next to me and reached for the storybook, flipping through the pages. "Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess." I commenced reading out the content. Quinn's body relaxed as I read out each dialogue from the storybook, more like I was singing. With only 2 pages, Quinn's eyes began dropping. I moved the book from my lap and gently laid her on the bed, pulling the covers up to her body. Her heavy breathing was enough to tell she had fallen asleep. A smile left my lips. Quinn is a fast sleeper. The smile on my face faded as I stood up, ready to confront a busy Scott. "You know the least you could do is read just a few lines," I said, careful not to raise my voice, even though I was angry inside. "What do you mean?" Scott questioned, his eyes briefly meeting mine before they dropped down to the laptop screen once again. An annoyed chuckle escaped me. Without thinking, I closed the laptop lid, making Scott look at me in confusion. "What is the meaning of this, Amelia?" he snapped, keeping the laptop by the side. "Exactly what I want to know. I fail to understand where our lives are heading now, Scott. You don't give me the time anymore. You're always glued to your work. Maybe it is high time I pour out my heart to address the looming problem." "Not now, please, Amelia. I have a lot on my plate." "The company." "The company," I repeated, my annoyance clearly visible. At that moment, I didn't care whether my voice would wake Quinn up. Scott needed to know the problem I was facing. "The company has always been your priority, Scott. Don't you get tired? Can't you see the way Logan and Olivia behave? He even took a break from the office workload to support her. But Logan is different. He has his project and I have mine. Just because he took a break doesn't mean I have to." I raked my hands through my hair in frustration. Arguing with Scott had been one of the toughest things to do. I have responsibilities that are not to be handled lightly with. I stared at him in disbelief. "What about your responsibilities to your family? You didn't even cast a look at Quinn when she wanted you to read her a storybook. How long will you be your father's puppet? Maybe my words had struck a nerve. Something flashed in his eyes like realization. I used the chance to warm up the conversation. I occupied the spot next to him, reaching for his hands. We need you, Scott. I want my Scott back. The man who put me and Quinn before anything. I can't seem to see him in you now. I hushed out my voice, carrying nothing but emotions that had gathered inside me, seeking a way for release. Amelia, I shut him up by tightening my hold on his hand. I don't want our marriage to have loopholes. I don't want to lose you. You know. I started again, taking a deep breath. I was really ashamed of myself when Quinn came back home with a prize from her speech. If Olivia and Logan hadn't gone there, don't you think Quinn will resent us? We don't give the attention a daughter needs from her parents. Olivia isn't her mother, but she went the extra mile to put a smile on our daughter's face. Olivia is making a change in the family, which is a good thing. But nobody cares. Not the father or his brothers. My words had stirred something in him. His face fell. However, I went on again. I needed to reach my peak first. I don't know how you'd take this, Scott, but I'm envious seeing the way Olivia is working her way into this family. And I don't blame her. The bond is lacking. You can't keep on with the way father is treating you. I ended, hoping it would at least be an eye-opener for Scott. I waited for his reaction. Some part of me wished he'd say something reasonable. I held my breath when Scott's eyes fell on me. He took a deep breath. You're right, Amelia. Our daughter needs our attention, he said, his eyes going to our sleeping daughter. A smile broke on my lips. So. I trailed off, raising my brows. Does that mean you will take a break from work? A break, he repeated, his brows creasing. I leaned forward, pressing my body against his. He was taken aback by my action. It's not like it's our first time. Maybe because we haven't been really affectionate with each other lately. I took him even more by surprise when I wrapped my arms around his neck. You need a break to take your mind off all the stress. A time alone with your wife. You know. I leaned forward and planted a kiss on his cheek. Scott shifted in his seat. A burning need suddenly grew inside me. I can't remember the last time Scott and I had sex. At that moment, with my arms around his neck, I felt the urge to make love to him. To have his hands run all over my body. To remind me of the days we used to be so madly in love. I wanted that so badly now. Why don't we go on a trip? I finally dropped the main news. Me and the ladies have already planned everything. We only need your consent. Tell me you are not going to decline. I warned. I know how Scott can be. I might try to seduce him, and in the end, he'd still not agree. This time around, he rendered me speechless when he captured my lips with his. We shared a deep kiss. Scott was the first to pull away. His eyes were filled with desire, the same intensity I was feeling. It was as if our desires were mirroring each other. Fuck everything, we're going on the trip. And he crashed his lips on mine, harder and hotter. Chapter 50, Bernard on board. Sarah. Hey Erica. I positioned the phone on the vanity mirror as the face of my cousin appeared on the screen. Sarah. What pleasure do I owe you today? You finally decided to check up on your cousin, she said, plopping on her couch. Her cat's face occupied the screen. You, take him away, I spat, reaching for the hair cream and dabbed it on my palm. I didn't even know why I was holding it in the first place. It's not like I've washed my hair. You can't do anything about my cat. He's the only one keeping me company while Luke is away. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Erica's cat had been with her since it was a little kitten. Now the cat has matured into a big cat. Erica is my cousin from my mother's side, and also one of my favorites. I have a lot of cousins. Some I don't even know existed until the end-of-year family gathering. I'd see new faces. I don't really mind. At least we form a bond during that time of the year. Erica got married to the love of her life, Luke, 2 months ago, who is a popular footballer. I can see why the cat is keeping her company. I mean no harm. Anyways, I didn't call for us to argue. How are you? I asked, finally rubbing the hair cream onto my hair. Erica heaved out a sharp breath, resting her back down. I'm doing good. What about you? How is Bernard and Molly? Damn. It's been a whole lot of months since I saw Bernard. The door was pushed open, and Bernard's face appeared. It was as if Erica had summoned him. Isn't that him? She asked, squinting her eyes at the screen. I turned to Bernard, who didn't even cast a look my way as he walked towards the closet. Bernard, Erica is saying hi here, I called out. He turned around, and it took me less than a second to figure out the expression on his face. Hi, Erica. And that was it. He turned his back around. It looks like Bernard is exhausted from work, I said, trying to hide away my embarrassment at the way Bernard had acted towards Erica. He didn't even try to prolong the conversation. I can see that, she answered back. All of a sudden, silence engulfed us. I knew Erica had noticed something with the way her eyes were darting at a particular spot in her room. Anyways, how is your brand going? I haven't heard you launch any new products lately, I commenced again. Erica owns a lipstick brand company. The company is not on the low and not on the high. I'm proud of how much effort she is putting into making it to the top. Business is going well. We're still working on the launching. I've gotten an invite to an exhibition in Paris, so I'm planning on using that as an opportunity to launch it. Really, that's incredible. It has always been your dream to visit Paris. That dream is getting fulfilled. I would love to go on a trip too. To take my mind off staying in this New York. I said the last word, casting a look at Bernard, who had already changed and has occupied the bed, pressing on his phone. You and Bernard can make some time and go somewhere with Molly. It will be nice to have quality time with your family. At that moment, I wished I could enter the phone and hug Erica for her statement. That was exactly what I needed Bernard to hear. But as clueless as he was, he didn't even lift his face from his phone. You're right, Erica. The trip is what we need. I had to raise my voice extra louder just in case. But all was in vain. Erica's face disappeared from the screen as it was replaced by the ceiling. Sorry, Sarah, I think we'd have our conversation some other time. I just got an urgent work to take care of at the company, she said apologetically. Don't worry. Take care of yourself. You too. My regards to Molly, please. We waved at each other before I ended the call. I took in a deep breath before sitting up. I walked toward Bernard. The first thing I did was snatch his phone away. What are you doing? He asked, fixing his confused eyes on me. You were not paying attention to me, I confessed. What attention, if I may ask? You wanted me to say hi to Erica. I did that. What more do you want? I need your attention, not your absent mind. And I'm not referring to Erica in this. I'm talking about us, our problems, I emphasized, still holding his phone. Bernard sat up and pulled out his hand. Hand me the phone, he said calmly. I shook my head and wrapped my arms around my body with the phone still in my possession. I'm not giving you the phone back until we sort things out here, I declared. Bernard raked his hands through his hair in frustration. Look here, Sarah, I have no time for an argument tonight. I'm exhausted from work. I want to rest. We will talk more tomorrow. He was about to turn and hop onto the bed when I spoke up, an annoyed chuckle escaping me. He should be prepared for a thorough argument because I'm not going to drop the topic until I say my mind. It had always been about work. That is the only time you spend time doing. I said, my voice dripping with annoyance. Confusion clouded his face, and I continued. Seriously, Bernard, do you ever think about us, even for a moment? Your wife and daughter. You are always busy with work. You leave early and come back home without bothering to check how I am doing or whether Molly is fine. When will you cut yourself some slack from being father's puppet? Please, Sarah, don't start now. Of course I will. Because I honestly don't understand you anymore. You are not the Bernard I know. The man who brightens up my day with kisses and love every morning. The man standing in front of me is a different Bernard. A man driven by his father's words. I choked on my words as the emotion began taking over me. I have lost my old Bernard. I literally broke down in tears. A very serious one, with tears streaming down my eyes. Bernard was taken aback by my outburst. "And now, what's the meaning of this, Sarah?" "It's late, for Christ's sake," he said, his eyes going to the wall clock on the wall. It wasn't midnight yet. Bernard was only exaggerating it. Okay, maybe I was the one exaggerating the matter by breaking down in tears. "You don't care about me anymore. You don't care about your daughter Molly," I cried, raising my voice even louder. Bernard took a deep breath, then marched forward, leaving barely an inch between us. "Don't touch me," I snapped when he attempted to touch my body. "I'm sorry." "Sorry won't solve the matter. Can't you see how lovely Logan and Olivia are? It makes me jealous because I don't get that with my husband. We don't have SX anymore." Among all the problems, the SX part was the only thing that came to my mind. An amused smile dangled at Bernard's lips. "Why? Did I say anything bad? When was the last time we had SX? You always complain you are tired, or we should leave it for next time, which never happens eventually." This time around, I was the one to rake my hand through my hair and took a step forward. I stared at Bernard, hoping he'd see through my pain. "I've missed you, Bernard. I missed us." I muffled out. "I don't want to lose my marriage. I need you. Molly and I added. His eyes loosened. We stared at each other. "Please lose your guard," I pleaded inside. "I had to make him go buy my books tonight." "You're right. I haven't been paying attention to you too. It's just that work has been mounting every day. And you know Father," he tried to explain. Annoyance seeped into me, but I kept on a brave face. I had to remain composed. "Forget Father. You are married to me, not to him. I have rights over my husband. Which is why I'm suggesting this," I said, finally preparing to drop the bomb. "And what is that?" he asked, his brows creasing in question. I circled my arms around his neck, bringing his face closer to mine. First thing, I needed to seduce him. I placed a light kiss on his lips. His body seemed to relax with just a small gesture of touch. "Why don't we go for a trip?" I said. As expected, the smile on his face faded. "A trip? Why?" "To spend quality time alone. You, me, and Molly," I explained. He stared, deep in thought. Nevertheless, I didn't allow him to process whatever objections his mind might be formulating. I connected our lips together. Chapter 51, Costa Rica. Olivia. I was confident in the plan we had laid out to get the men to go on the trip. But I didn't expect it to happen so fast. What shocked me even more was that Mr. 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 was going to be among the people going on the trip. In short, we had a full house. That really warmed my heart in every possible way. It meant that all my efforts in the past to bring the family together weren't in vain. Maybe time was what they needed. Preparations had already been made. Everyone had packed their bags, ready for the trip to Costa Rica, which we'd be leaving for in an hour or so. "Olivia, I need your help," came Sarah's voice as her head appeared through my door. "What kind of help? Come in." I ushered her inside. We had gone shopping earlier in the morning. The number of outfits Sarah and Amelia had bought couldn't be measured. It was as if they were going to be there for a month. I didn't buy too many outfits myself, although Amelia and Sarah had convinced me to buy 3 sets of lingerie. I felt so embarrassed the way they kept talking about how they'd tame their husbands in bed. I wished the ground could swallow me whole. After shopping, we had gone to the spa and salon before finally returning home with a lot of shopping bags. "I'm thinking." Sarah started but then stopped, looking skeptical. I wondered what was going through her mind. "Is everything okay?" I asked, my brows creasing in concern. Sarah heaved out a sharp breath, grabbed my hand, and led us out of the room. "I think you should see for yourself," she said. We entered her room, and she led us toward her closet. I gave it a confused glance, then looked back at her. Sarah reached in and pulled out a box. She opened it, and my eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the contents. SX toys. "What are you doing with these?" I asked, bewildered. "They're mine, of course. Bernard and I." She trailed off. "You know. But that's not why I called you here. I'm thinking about taking them along," she said, biting her lower lip as she examined the box. Take them where? I had to suppress a laugh. Seriously, what would she need SX toys for when she had Bernard all to herself? To Costa Rica, of course. Who knows, they might come in handy, she mused, her lips curving up. I took the box from her hand, closed it, and placed it back inside her closet, then turned to look at her. Look, Sarah, you don't need SX toys to please Bernard. Use your charms instead. Your seductive skills. You'd have him wrapped around your fingers in no time, I advised. Okay, I had no idea where those words came from. When did I become a relationship advisor for intimate matters? I wasn't even practicing seductive skills with Logan. Sarah squinted at me. Is this how you tame Logan? She asked, her tone dripping with teasing. My cheeks heated up. I hadn't really used any seductive skills on Logan. But I did have plans to unleash my wild side during our trip. He wouldn't expect that from me. I flashed Sarah a smile. No, not yet. But I'm planning to. Remember, this trip isn't just about going on vacation. We're going there to win. To make them fall head over heels for us, I explained, pulling my hand out. Sarah nodded and placed hers on top of mine. You're right. I don't need SX toys or anything like that. I'm using my wild self to tame the bad guy. We both chuckled. The time had finally arrived, our departure time. Mr. Cananero took everyone by surprise when he announced that we'd leave in his private jet. All the couples took their seats accordingly. Mr. Sissy and Mrs. Nero together, Amelia, Scott, and their daughter Quinn in their designated section, Sarah, Bernard, and their daughter Molly in theirs. As for the two bachelors, Liam and Collins shared a seat together. They were left to share one as well. Who knows, they might meet their soulmates in Costa Rica. Love can find you anywhere. It doesn't matter the destination or the distance. Logan and I occupied the back seat, which Logan had chosen on purpose, seemingly to tease me to his heart's content, exactly the way he had started doing. His hands were roaming over my thigh. Can you stop it? I hushed out, my eyes scanning the room for prying eyes. All of them seemed to be engrossed in their own affairs. Why? Don't you want me to touch you? Remember, this body is mine. I didn't miss the way my earlobe tingled at the way Logan whispered into my ears. Logan had no shame. He continued to caress my thigh in a seductive manner. I thought I had told Sarah I would do the seducing, but here Logan had already started his. I dropped my hand on top of his, stopping him and throwing him a glare. You should at least wait until we are alone in our room. I'm not going anywhere, you know, I said, a hint of teasing in my voice. I can't wait for us to get wild. Stop it, Logan. I smacked his chest playfully. He intertwined our hands together. How do you feel about bringing the family on the trip? He asked. Overwhelmed. I'm excited to see where this will lead. I'm happy that Father is here with us, I confessed. Truth be told, I considered the Nero family my second family, and I was willing to do anything to make the household lively. Thank you. Logan broke me out of my trance. I fixed my furrowed brows on him. For. He leaned forward and placed a kiss on my forehead. For being you. A smile from me was all it took to make him smile as well. I rested my head on his shoulder, savoring the warmth that radiated from his body. I couldn't wait to explore Costa Rica with Logan. We landed in Costa Rica and were met with one of the most beautiful places I had ever seen in my life. From the airport entrance, you could tell how rich the country was. As a first-timer, I knew I'd have a lot to discover. Maybe the others had been here before, so it might not be a new environment for them. As for me, I knew I'd create the best memories of my life here, with my family and Logan. I was rendered even more speechless when we arrived at our lodging suite, one of the most expensive in Costa Rica according to our tour guide. We were handed the keys to our suites. The rooms were next to each other, but each suite had a generous amount of space. Wow, this view is amazing, I exclaimed in excitement as Logan and I stepped inside our room. The view from the windows was breathtaking. You could see the entire city. Are you that excited? Logan asked, dragging our trolley toward the king-sized wardrobe. Yes, I am so excited. I can't wait to explore Costa Rica. I squirmed excitedly, then collapsed onto the luxurious king-sized bed. Everything in the room exuded luxury. The color scheme of the suite was gold and white, showcasing how much money had been spent in building the hotel. It was easily a 7-star hotel, but I would have given it 10 stars. Easy there. You know you're not the only one here. Don't hurt my baby, Logan warned playfully. I rolled my eyes in return and sat up straight. Excuse me, the baby isn't yours alone, if I may remind you. I'm the one carrying it, so you can't claim it as yours alone. Oh, is that so? Logan started, his tone playful. He began making his way towards me, his steps gentle but holding something beneath them. In a swift motion, he pulled me up to a standing position, wrapping his arm around my waist. The familiar touch of his embrace immediately engulfed me. I liked how sweet and sassy Logan could be. But you know, if I hadn't spilled my seed inside you, you wouldn't have been pregnant, right? He continued. A gasp escaped me at his words. Logan, I exclaimed, slapping his chest. Don't make me embarrassed, please, I said, casting my head down. Logan lifted my face up, and our eyes met. If you're even thinking about shying away here, then you should discard it. I was serious when I said I would be wild with you. No excuses, he declared. I knew what his words meant. A smile broke out of my lips, and I wrapped my arms around him. Listen, Mr. Busy Logan, let me make myself clear to you, I am not planning on holding back here. Whether it's morning, afternoon, or night, we will do it. Anywhere you want, I said, making my intentions known. I thought he should understand what I had planned for him, just as he had for me. His eyes darkened. You're turning me on just by mentioning SX. Why don't we start? I backed away from his hold before he could finish his sentence. Wait, he said, stopping me in my tracks. Only if he knew the reason why I was running away was because my body was getting aroused by his touches. I was trying not to lose my guard so we wouldn't end up having SX at the wrong time. After all, we had just landed and hadn't properly checked in yet. Shouldn't we get settled first? Logan took predatory steps towards me. What now? We should unpack, he declared. I heaved a deep breath I didn't know I was holding. I had thought it would be something different. I thought he'd seduce me again. I was liking it so far, though, the naughty side of Logan. We should. Go on, I said, gesturing towards our bags. We should unpack together. Why? You're the husband, you should do the work. As you can see, I can't do anything stressful with this, I said, using my baby bump as an excuse, but Logan didn't back down. He lifted his brows. A few minutes ago, you were talking about us having SX morning, day and night. Isn't that stressful work for you? He teased. Well. I trailed off, searching for the right words to defend myself. SX is different. And Logan silenced me with a brief kiss on my lips. Next, he pulled me closer to him. What would I do without Logan in my life? He was getting naughtier and sweeter with each passing day. I like that you like SX, he whispered, gently tucking my hair behind my ear. I gazed into his eyes, my heart brimming with love for him. I had fallen head over heels for Logan. I wanted him to be mine forever, even though he already was. I wanted more with him. Logan, I whispered, feeling my legs go weak as his hand caressed my waist. You're tempting me in every possible way, Olivia. You're my temptation. Damn, I fucking love this woman. His words were all it took for me to grab him by the collar and kiss him passionately. He is bound to me forever. Costa Rica would be ours to take down. Chapter 52, His Scars. Olivia. Listen, ladies. I clapped my hands together, gaining the attention of Amelia and Sarah. We were seated on the suite balcony, having a group tea after finishing one of the best meals at the restaurant. The two ladies couldn't resist teasing me relentlessly about the amount of food I had eaten. Don't blame me. I wasn't having the massive large appetite for myself alone. I have another life inside me. Nevertheless, the teasing from Amelia and Sarah was nothing compared to the way Logan had handled the situation. I felt like the ground should have swallowed me whole. He was the one who had initiated that I eat plenty, even feeding me in the presence of the family. I know we're not doing anything wrong, but he could have at least hidden his pleasure. By the looks of the atmosphere earlier, the family are enjoying themselves, I said. Sarah took a sip of her tea and leaned back. I hope so. Did you see the way Father was all calm? He even made small talk with Quinn and Molly, which is rare. I had noticed that too. The man might be a man of few words, but he was trying to get along. Although at the end of the meal, he still brought up work-related matters to the men, but that wouldn't stop us from enjoying the days. You're right. Which is why we shouldn't let our guards down. We should start implementing our next plan, I confessed. You mean getting them laid? Sarah, Amelia chimed in, speaking up for the first time since we sat down. Are you that desperate to have sex? Sarah's eyes darted left to right. Not really, but what's the need for dragging it? The earlier, the better, she said, a grin appearing on her lips. I shook my head at Sarah's never-ending playful antics. No one is stopping you from having sex with Bernard. But we are talking about a serious matter. We can't stop them from talking about work-related matters here. Who knows, they might be in a meeting with Father right now. Which is why we need to come up with activities that will make us busy, I explained. Olivia is right. We might be here having our time while they're there talking about work. The activities are what will solve our problems. What will you suggest, Olivia? Amelia asked, leaning forward. I have an idea, I uttered, a smile curving up at my lips. We are using Father this time around. The two stared at me in confusion, not understanding where my words were heading. We'll make a list of places we'll visit. We have a tour guide to take us around. We'll play games, go hiking, take a short trip to other neighboring places. That will take their attention off any work-related matters. Father will be our leader. The two burst out laughing. Father? Leader? That man will not agree. Remember, he's not here because he wants to. He will eventually like the idea. We haven't tried to know whether it will work or not. I was confident enough about all this. Amelia and Sarah might think of my idea as a joke, but I knew we'd get Father on board. I was going to do that. Let's just go with our plan and leave the matter of giving Father the leader. Amelia said. You guys don't trust that I can make him? I questioned, lifting my brows. Their smiles faded, seeing the expression on my face. You would? Sarah asked. I nodded my head. Trust me, I will. You guys should know how stubborn I am at this stage. Indeed. I can't wait to see who your baby will take after when it's born. You or Logan. Because that man has a naughty side to him. And you are stubborn. I chuckled in return, liking their compliments. I wouldn't really mind if my baby, whether a boy or a girl, took after me. I wouldn't want my son or daughter to be naughty, but for the stubborn part, we can manage. She literally has Logan wrapped around her little finger. The guy has no shame, showing his love in front of us. Poor us trying to tame our workaholic husbands. Amelia faked being hurt. That made my grin widen. Okay girls, let's wrap up our meeting please. Let's write out the trip plan, then we'll break the news to them later, I said. The two pushed forward, and we continued working on making our plan a success. If they asked me how to make Father the leader of the trip, I had no idea, but I knew I could make it happen. Our meeting had finally ended, and everyone retired to their rooms. I made my way towards ours. My steps halted as I saw the scene before me, Logan exercising. I closed the door behind me. What's with the exercise in the daylight? I said, stopping in front of him. Logan was doing push-ups. I'm keeping in shape. Keeping in shape? When did that start? I had never seen him go to a gym or exercise at home. He already had the perfect body, if I may add. Him exercising out of the blue now raised an alarm. He did some push-ups before sitting up. I didn't fail to notice how his biceps flexed, and the sweat dripping from his naked chest made me flush and feel an electric spark between my legs. Damn, Logan wiped the sweat off his forehead and reached for the water bottle. He gulped down its contents in one go. I heard there are beautiful women in this hotel, he said, tossing the bottle away. So that was the reason why he was exercising out of the blue and in the daylight. What does that have to do with you exercising? I asked, folding my arms across my chest. Logan leaned his back against the vanity mirror, a smile, or rather a smirk, occupying his features. I met one earlier, so I'm building my body so she'll find me more attractive when we meet next time. I gulped down my saliva as a way of hiding my annoyance and possibly jealousy. He had the nerve to mention another woman in front of me, and worse, to even look at another woman who wasn't me. I forced a smile. Oh, is that so? That's a good thing. I'm sure whoever that beautiful lady is, was lucky to meet the attractive Logan Nero. I emphasized the word attractive. Are you jealous? Me? Jealous? I fanned myself to maintain my composure. Why would I be? I pushed, walking up to him. The space left between me and him was barely 2 inches. If you want to have your eyes on another woman, who am I to stop you? It's a good thing. Keep it up. I said in an attempt not to show how seething I was inside. Logan was making it worse by stretching his arms around. I have a feeling I won't only meet that woman again, but I will attract more beautiful women. This time, he succeeded in triggering my jealousy. Suits you well, I retorted, storming towards the wardrobe, though I had no idea why I was even standing there. I think I should also work on my skin. My skin tone is slightly darker, he muttered, a statement I overheard. He was touching his cheeks as I stole glances his way. You don't only look darker, you look ugly. There's nothing attractive there. I'm sure the woman who looks your way has a bad taste in men. I fired back, not holding back. What was with him trying to get me worked up at this hour of the afternoon? I heard his footsteps approaching me, and I pretended to be looking for something inside the wardrobe, even though I had no idea what I was searching for. I like it when my wife is wild with jealousy, he whispered in my ear, sending a familiar shiver down my spine. You're wrong. I'm not jealous. Extramarital affairs suit you, I whispered back, my eyes still scanning the wardrobe. What the hell was I doing? I needed to move. Logan snaked his strong hands around my tummy carefully and spun me around. Suddenly, I felt my eyes watering. Let go of me, I said with a crack in my voice, although it was a lie. I wanted him to hold me as tightly as he could. I was only playing hard to get. You should know I have my eyes only on you. Logan hushed out, circling his other hand around my waist and pulling me closer to his body. Due to that position, I had to wrap mine around his waist, his naked chest tempting me to have my way with them. To touch every inch of his body. But I was still going to play hard to get. But he was quick in cutting me off. No buts. I was only pulling your leg. I won't even by mistake have an affair with another woman. You are everything to me, Olivia. You have made life meaningful with your kind and honest soul. I would be a fool to take advantage of that. I love you so much, Olivia. I didn't know when the tears I had been holding back made their way out. Damn. And now you're crying. Don't make me emotional too. I hate to see tears in your eyes. He cupped my face with both his palms and caressed my cheeks, wiping away the tears that had already threatened to escape and more that were coming. I melted in his touch. You're my world too, Logan. I broke through the silence, making him pause his actions. I guess it was time to let him know how much he meant to me. I reached for his hand and placed it on my beating chest. Can you feel the racing of my heart? How it's thumping loudly inside its ribcage. This rhythm beats for you, Logan. Promise me you won't leave me, no matter the circumstances, because my life is meaningless without you. As I let the words out, the beating of my heart quickened even more. I knew Logan could feel it. His palm was still resting on my chest. I promise you, Olivia, I won't ever leave you. No matter the circumstances, I'm yours and you're mine. He confessed, the intensity of his words visible enough. In that moment, wrapped up in his arms, I knew we were in for a forever ride. I love you. I finally muffled out, and a smile occupied his face. I love you more. We rested our foreheads against each other once again, savoring the moment of our bodies pressed against each other, and our hearts intertwined together.
How did you get this scar? I broke the silence, noticing the large mark around his abdomen. Logan pulled away, not before placing a kiss on my forehead.
It happened a long time ago, he said, pulling my hand and leading us to the bed. I will tell you how I got them. I had to hold in my breath at his statement. This was the first time Logan willingly agreed to tell me a story of his past, and I was very much ready to discover everything.
Chapter 53, Men in Talk. Logan. I think it's high time I tell Olivia a story from my past. Although there isn't much to tell about me, I believe that opening up to each other will strengthen the bond we have formed. It will strengthen our relationship. Can we lie down? Olivia suggested. Why? I asked, my brows creasing. I want to be wrapped up in your arms while you tell me the whole story. I couldn't help but smile in return. All right then, let's lie down. We shifted our bodies. I rested my back on the bedrest, wrapping my arms around her body, while Olivia rested hers atop my chest. Are you comfortable? I asked to be sure. Her baby bump was visible now, and she hummed in return. I took in a deep breath, preparing myself for the revelation. I'm an only son to my mother, I started. I knew she already knew that, but I felt the need to say everything. My mother is one of the strongest and most kind-hearted people I've ever seen. She's someone I look up to in every possible way. She has a heart of gold, the same heart that lured my father with its charms. It was love at first sight, I chuckled lightly, recalling the way my mother had always talked about her love life. Father was her everything. Life had been smooth with my mother. She found her first love in my father, and they promised to stick to each other forever. However, destiny had a different plan for them, at least for that moment. My mother and father were supposed to get married, but something happened, and my father married another woman instead, who became Scott's mother. Olivia looked at me quickly, probably not expecting to hear this. I chuckled bitterly. He still ended up marrying my mother, but he was a different person to her when he did. The love they once shared, the promises they made to each other, were no longer there. He changed his ways towards her, and she became a burden to him. It got worse when I came into the world. I know I was my father's son, but just in name. He showed no affection, but he wanted the world to know about his son. And because I took after my mother, I was very brilliant, which my father used to his advantage. One day, I paused to exhale sharply. That day changed everything. I saw my father raise his hand on my mother. Olivia jolted up instantly, now facing me with pity in her eyes. I didn't want her to pity me. When I tried to intervene, my father somehow pushed me, and I fell on broken glass that had shattered on the floor, probably due to their argument. That was how I got these scars. They were deep because the object had penetrated through my skin. Oh my God, Logan! I don't. Olivia's eyes welled up as she tried to find the right words. She wanted to comfort me. I didn't know you went through such trauma, Logan. She finally let the tears slip from her eyes. I cracked a smile, pinching the bridge of her nose. You are such a crybaby. I'm fine, you know. No, you're not, she declared. You are not okay, Logan. Your eyes say it all. Don't give me that fake smile. Let it all out. I'm here for you. We are here for each other. She was overwhelmed, running her hand through her hair. I'm such a bad wife. Why didn't I ask about this a long time ago? I rested my hands on both of her shoulders. That was because I didn't let you in. I was afraid you wouldn't see me the same way anymore. She threw me a glare. Are you crazy? Why would I see you differently because of your past? We all have our pasts. I'm glad you decided to open up to me, something I had been trying to make you do. She leaned forward, closing the distance between us. She cupped my face in her palms, pressed a light kiss on my lips, and then looked into my eyes. I will never judge you because of your past, Logan. I know that there are some things you might not share, but I still appreciate your efforts. I've never met your mother, but from the way you've complimented her, I know she was a good woman. I can see the love you have for her in your eyes. As for Father, I didn't expect him to be indifferent toward his son. Not only you, but also Scott, Bernard, Liam, and Collins. I'm sure his behavior bothers them too. Olivia was right. Father doesn't treat us equally. He only cared about what the sons would bring to him. We were the success of his company. Thank you for being a listening ear, I said, leaning in to press a kiss on her forehead. Olivia kissed me back. And thank you for telling me a story of your past. May Mother's soul rest in peace. On that accord, don't shut me out whenever I ask about her again. Her tone held a warning, making me chuckle. Your wish is my command, ma'am, I said. Ma'am? Is that my name? She shot another glare at me. Sorry, my love. Come here. Hug me, I said, pulling her to my body. I wrapped my arms tightly around her, inhaling her scent. I liked the scent of her body. We stayed in that position for a while with me lost in my thoughts. Now that I had opened up to someone, I felt a bit of relief. The pain of carrying the memories of my childhood experiences wasn't easy. I knew it would take time to heal from it. However, the woman wrapped in my embrace was now the most significant part of my life. She might not know how much she had changed me, turning me into a better version of myself, making me do things I found weird and unnecessary. Olivia had me wrapped around her little finger. Without her, I was nothing. I slightly pulled away and stared into her eyes. Olivia raised her brows in question. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked. "I love you" were my only words, and that made her giggle. She tightened her hold around my body. "I love you, too." A sound resonated from somewhere, interrupting what I was about to say. "What was that sound? Don't tell me it's coming from your stomach." I raised a teasing brow. Olivia grinned in return. "I guess the baby is hungry again," she said sheepishly. I shook my head and held her hand so we could get off the bed. "I won't mind feeding you to the brim. Our baby needs to come out strong and healthy." "That would be possible only if you try extra harder in taking care of me." My eyes squinted at her. "Have I ever stopped that? I have been paying attention to taking care of you, even with a handful of work." Olivia suddenly jerked off, clapping her hands together. I stared at her in confusion. What was going on with her? "I will be right back. I will join you at the restaurant in a bit." And she sauntered away before I could get the chance to answer her. The door swung open and closed, leaving me staring at a blank door. "What is she up to now?" I asked no one in particular. I slipped into my shirt, grabbed my phone from the vanity mirror, and made my way out. Just in time, Scott was coming out of their room. We met each other's gaze. "Do you want to grab a drink downstairs?" he said after a while. I thought I had heard him wrong. Scott wanted to have a drink with me, a rare thing to happen. But then it's not bad. I nodded my head, and we began making our way towards the elevator. "Wait up, guys," Bernard's voice sounded from behind us. "I heard you talking about grabbing a drink. Count me in." Scott and I shared a look. What's with the new attitude from the two? "So what do we do about the ladies?" Bernard asked, cutting through the silence that had developed around us while taking a sip of his drink. I couldn't believe we are talking about a different thing that is outside work-related matters. Heck, the three of us drinking together still left me in shock. I can't put a finger on the last time we had sat the way we did at that moment, as brothers, even though Liam and Collins aren't present. And now we were talking about the plan our wives are planning against us regarding the trip. I have no idea. Sarah wouldn't allow me to rest. She kept on talking about us going taming Costa Rica. I don't understand. Is that how Amelia exaggerates too? Bernard voiced out. Scott took a sip of his drink, his eyes fixed on the glass. Her case is different. She wants us to go to a lingerie store that had been opened up recently. Tell me, how would she expect me to go there? I stared at the two as they voiced out their problems. I was holding myself back not to laugh at the expression on Scott's face. When they finally noticed the amused smile dancing on my lips, they shot me a glare. "Don't tell us Olivia has freed you?" Bernard asked. "Did she nag me about anything?" "No, although we did bicker when I attempted to make her jealous, and it backfired on me in return. Maybe I could play along with them, so they won't feel left out with their problems. It was a rare sight of us together. I shouldn't mess it up for anything." I heaved out a sharp breath and finally took a sip of my own drink. "Your situations are understandable," I commenced. "Olivia wants to get laid," I confessed. "What?" Scott uttered, his eyes going wide. "She wants to get laid with that big baby bump of hers?" Bernard chirped in. I took another sip to hide away my evil grin. Only if she knew I made it up. By the time I pulled the glass away, I wore a worried expression. "I know, right? You know how pregnant women are. You guys have handled your wives during their pregnancy. Tell me what to do to make her understand the baby's life is much more important than having sex," I explained. Bernard stared into thinking. "It's not easy to make them understand. They are all stubborn, and if we're not careful, they will chop off our heads in no time." "Probably." "What do we do now? Because I won't step foot in that lingerie store," Scott confessed, intertwining his hand over the table. Bernard and I copied his action. "I think the best thing is to do as they say or want, because I don't think they will back out that easily," Bernard suggested. "Are you guys sure we can handle what they had planned for us?" I asked to be sure I wasn't going to be the only one at Olivia's mercy. The two have to take part also. We have no choice. Do we? We're already here, after all, Scott answered. We definitely have no choice. It's either a yes or no.
Chapter 54, Leader on Board. Olivia. I took a sip of my coffee for the second time, my palms sweaty. Mr. 𝐻𝐿 was seated in front of me calmly. Yet, my heart was far from calm. I know I needed to talk, but I had no idea how to start from. His wife had left us to talk. I finally gathered my strength and took a deep breath before focusing my gaze on the man in front of me. It's now or never, Olivia. A voice in my head said. Sorry for taking your precious time, Father, I commenced, wrapping my palms around the cup as a form of keeping myself in control. The man didn't say anything, but the expression on his face was urging me to say whatever brought me to his room. I will first of all apologize for what I'm about to tell you, I continued. The man's gaze remained calm as he stared at me. I know you are here against your wish. You sacrificed your time to accompany us here. I'm greatly appreciative at the gesture. I stopped to take in a deep breath. We required more than the time you'd give. I will be bold with you. The reason why we had organized this trip was so we could revive back the bond that had been lost between you and your sons. I believe that chaining them to work won't get you the respect you needed. The man's eyes slightly wavered from the calmness. He wasn't expecting my statement. But I didn't back down. I won't stop until I reach my peak. He needed to know how much cuffs he had used in chaining his sons down. Your sons need freedom. They need to focus on their lives better than worshiping your company. I'm sorry if I used an inappropriate word. I apologized again. What are you trying to say? He asked, dropping his hand down. The expression on his face more serious than ever. Olivia, you shouldn't let your guard down. Remember, you're here to make things right. You're getting there. I mentally assured myself before speaking up again. What I'm trying to say is, allow your sons to fly their wings. Be it Scott, Bernard, Logan, Liam, and Colin. I mentioned their names one after the other. They are only fulfilling their duties as your sons, not because they really want to. Don't you think you should do the same? They have made your company successful as it is now. I'm sure you're proud of them. Silence suddenly occupied the room as I stared at the man in front of me, waiting for his reaction. His gaze finally shifted from me to the cup of coffee which he hadn't touched. He took a sip of it, placed it back down, and locked eyes with me. This time around, it held questions. So what do you want me to do now? Looks like I have gotten a preacher as a daughter-in-law. My eyes slightly widened. Not at his words, but the rare smile I found on his face, which barely lasted more than 3 seconds. Am I safe to say my mind again? I asked. You had already made your intentions clear. Who am I to stop you? I don't think I'd ever get a daughter-in-law who doesn't back down on a topic. You are as stubborn as Logan's mother. I didn't fail to feel bitterness down my stomach at the mention of Logan's mother. Maybe if Logan hadn't told me anything about his mother, I wouldn't have felt a strange feeling towards the man. But now I know about the past. How he treated her. The respect for him in my eyes has reduced. But I wasn't going to let him know what I harbor towards him. I managed to force out a smile. Birds of a feather flock together, I uttered. So Father, since you know I'm a stubborn person who doesn't back down, why don't we do this? We are planning to explore Costa Rica as much as we can. And for that to happen, we need your full support. His brows furrowed in question. What might that support be? You are going to be our leader throughout our exploration. I don't know whether it was the way I had said it, but the man didn't seem fazed at all. He was still seated calmly. Does that mean my mission had failed or succeeded? You guys can enjoy yourselves. I won't meddle in your affairs. He finally broke. I didn't know when I was quick at holding his hand through the table, catching both of us by surprise. No, Father. We want you to also enjoy. You and Mrs. Nero can use this opportunity to recall the days you have been in love with each other. You know. I trailed off, hoping he'd agree. Great, Olivia. We don't need that when we're old. You're not old, Father. You're still more handsome than ever. That somehow had worked on him as a smile broke at his lips. Please, Father, I pleaded. Do this for your upcoming grandson or granddaughter. I rubbed my palms on my baby bump. His eyes followed my action. I pouted on the accord. Please agree, father. Please, I begged. Nero, I think Olivia's ideas are good. His wife's voice sounded as she made her way towards us. Why should we shy away when we're here to enjoy too? If you think you're old, then I'm not. My blood is still fresh. At that moment, I felt like hugging the woman. She was making my work easier. Damn, what a lucky day. Her husband passed her a glare. The woman and I shared a look as she signaled me. What's the big deal in being the leader? Aren't you the head of the house? They want to see whether their father will be able to handle a trip on his own, the woman explained. For the first time, my heart warmed up with respect for her. I'm glad she decided to stand up not only for herself, but for her sons too. She had always been quiet, allowing her husband to take charge of the decisions. It is high time she takes matters into her own hands. Mother is right, father. No one knows about this plan. You should take them by surprise. I added. It won't be bad to make up a lie, right? I had promised Sarah and Amelia that I will get father to be the leader. I shouldn't let them down. The man cleared his throat and took a sip of his coffee once again. Being a leader isn't that hard. Ladies, guess what? I cheered excitedly as I met up with Sarah and Amelia. Shoot, Sarah grinned. Father has agreed to take part in our activities. He agreed to be the leader. OMG, can't believe you did it, Olivia, Amelia yelled out. We both wrapped our arms around each other and began jumping up and down like kids. I'm sure if Molly and Quinn had been there, they'd stare at us weirdly. When we finally regained our composure, Amelia and Sarah exchanged teasing looks. You have finally crept into the cold heart of father. Welcome to the family. You're now qualified as the daughter-in-law of the Nero family. Blush crept up to my lips. You guys are too much. I didn't do anything. I just played 1 or 2 tricks, I said, playing ignorant. Still, you made an effort. Now we are good to go. Next is to put the men on board for the activities. I nodded my head in agreement. The earlier, the better. Let's head out then. I gestured. What do you think the 3 men are talking about? Sarah muffled out. We had gone downstairs and found Scott, Bernard, and Logan seated together. From the looks of it, they were having a serious discussion. Do you think they're talking about us? Amelia asked, eyeing them intently. I have the feeling it is about us. I can feel it, I replied. Up to that moment, they didn't seem to notice us. I saw Logan raking his hands through his hair as he leaned closer to Bernard, telling him something. I'm going to, Sarah hissed out before I or Amelia could stop her. She charged towards them. What are you guys discussing behind our backs? She yelled out, getting the attention of the men. They instantly rose to their feet. What are you ladies doing here? I could swear Bernard's voice cracked. Sarah glared at her husband. You guys are planning on running away from us, right? She accused, her voice dimmed with visible annoyance. Logan and I shared a look. I pursed my lips into a thin line, trying to hold back from laughing. We are not. As you can see, we are bonding together as... Shut it, Amelia hissed, passing Scott her own glare. So both the two are angry at their husbands. I might as well join. I stepped in between the 2 ladies, resting my hand on my waist. Yes. We want you guys to get your legs moving. Father is waiting for us in his room. He'll be the leader of our tour around Costa Rica, I announced excitedly. What? The 3 men shouted at the same time, their eyes widening. Chapter 55 Tour. Olivia. So, are you guys ready for today's adventure? I cheered, casting Sarah and Amelia a look. We had agreed to meet the rest downstairs together with the tourist guide who would take us around the places we'd visit. More than ready, Sarah grinned excitedly. We were all dressed comfortably. Sarah and Amelia, of course, had their faces dolled up, but I didn't go for anything flashy. With my big baby bump, I wouldn't be comfortable wearing a tight dress. I went for a maxi dress and sandals, comfortable enough for the walk around. We headed out together with Sarah and Amelia's daughters. The rest were already waiting for us in front of a big bus. Here we are. I cheered, walking towards a good-looking Logan handsome should fit him. The first thing I noticed was his new hairstyle. Not bad, I mused, eyeing him closely. Casual outfits suited him. Wait. The color of his shirt is the same as the prints of my dress. Did you wear the same outfit as me on purpose? I whispered. He glanced from his shirt to mine and a smile crept on his lips. A sign to show we're a match made in heaven. He winked. I rolled my eyes in return. I took my time to spare each of the members a look. Mr. Guerrero and his wife weren't looking bad. The man also went for casual wear. Did I forget to mention he was wearing a cap, making him look younger amidst his sons? My heart warmed up with excitement at how the day would turn out. The tourist guide, Karen, cleared his throat as his eyes fixed on his tablet phone. We had met up with him earlier to give him the list of things we wanted to do on our stay in Costa Rica. He'd help us find the best places to spend our time. And again, Father will still be the leader. I should have gotten a tag that will indicate that. Olivia, don't exaggerate it too much. Him agreeing is even enough. The first tour for today is to visit the national park, Karen announced. We'll be visiting the Manuel Antonio National Park. It is one of the most popular and renowned national parks in Costa Rica. He explained. I won't spoil the fun for you, but trust me, you won't want to come back home. He added with a light grin. We don't mind. As long as we get to enjoy ourselves. Lead the way. Sarah cheered in a loud voice. We all hopped inside the bus. Each couple took their desired seat. Logan and I sat beside the window side. Make sure you keep a closer watch on Molly and Quinn, Father warned, sparing Sarah and Amelia a glance. Don't worry, Father. They will stick around at all costs, Amelia assured. The man cleared his throat before turning his face straight ahead. Don't you think Father looks good in casuals? I said to Logan, whose eyes were outside the window. I've been admiring him too. He even wore a cap to show us he's a fresh-blooded man too. Logan chuckled at his own statement. I smacked him lightly on the shoulder. Stop talking behind his back. I will tell him. I warned. You didn't even compliment your own husband, he said, pushing his lips forward in a pouty way. I didn't fail to grin at the way he did it. Seriously, Logan. Don't act like little Quinn or Molly. He said nothing and even turned his face towards the window. My grin widened. I liked it when he's acting all cute towards me. Okay, I'm sorry. My husband is the most handsome man among the rest here. You've even surpassed me in dolling yourself up. I said, holding him by the arm. He spared me a glance and turned his face again, pretending to be still angry. I love you. I found myself saying. Logan finally dropped his hand and turned to look at me. He wasn't expecting me to confess my love in daylight, and that in the car with all family members present. But who cares? An amused smile dangled on his lips. He leaned forward and placed a light kiss on my forehead. I closed my eyes as I felt his warmth radiating through my body. I love you too, wife. He whispered, rubbing his thumb on my cheek. And I'm not angry at you. Are you sure? Your face says it all. I raised a brow. What will I get by staying angry with you? I can't even if I want to. Making you sad is the last thing I would want to do. He said. My cheeks heated up with blush, and I knew Logan could see through it. He intertwined our hands and placed a lingering kiss on it. Let's enjoy today to the fullest, he said. I nodded my head in response, then rested my head on his shoulder. My jaw dropped at the sight before me. It was one of the most beautiful places I had ever set my eyes on. Karen was indeed right when he said Manuel Antonio Park was the most popular. It had exceeded my expectations. The number of people walking around the park was enough to tell you how popular it was. We glided our way into the depths of the park, Karen showing us around each part and explaining. Have a look at that monkey, I said to Logan, pulling him toward the animal. This is beautiful, Logan, I hushed out. Our arms were linked together as we walked around. The same went for Amelia and Sarah with their husbands and Father and his wife. I didn't fail to notice the look on Father's face. He was also captivated by the park. I was glad that everyone was enjoying themselves. We walked past the sloth, reptiles and birds section. I didn't forget to capture each and every moment. "Logan, look at the colorful birds," I yelled out excitedly, not caring about getting the attention of other people. I was overexcited. I dragged Logan away once again towards the colorful birds. "Oh my God, what a beautiful creature," the man in charge of the section smiled at us. "It is one of a rare kind, the only colorful bird you can find here in Manuel Antonio Park." "Really? That means we can't see them in just any park?" I asked, my eyes slightly widening. "Yes. That's what makes this park unique and popular," the man answered. I turned to an attentive Logan who was busy staring at the birds. "I want it as a pet, Logan," I blurted out. "What? A pet? They are not meant to be kept as pets." "I know, but I want it," I stamped my foot like a small child. "I don't think they can sell it to us, right, sir?" "Yes, ma'am. They are meant to be kept here for people to admire. You can take a picture of it for memories." My face fell. I could have taken it back to New York with me and trained it. I took a few clicks before we moved on to another place. Karen literally took us to every part of the park. We found out the park had a beach too, called Playa Manuel Antonio. Unfortunately, we didn't have our beach outfits with us. Quinn and Molly were the only ones who played around in the white sand and clear water. From there, we headed to the park restaurant. Ask me about my expectations. It had exceeded them by far. The food was worth every penny spent. I could have spent the whole day there without getting tired. We were served different types of cuisine. Some were even strange looking, while others were mouth-watering. We cleared everything from the table. Everyone was shocked at the amount of food I ate. Although they kept reminding me to be careful for the baby, I couldn't care less. The food was too delicious and tempting to ignore. The last place we visited before calling it a day was the bonfire. Father didn't want to join at first, but the three of us ladies had to convince him that it's not bad to enjoy a slice of life. When he eventually agreed, he forgot that he was the leader. He made some new friends his age who had also come to enjoy themselves. He literally left our side and went on to have a drink with them. I was glad things were going according to plan. The soft melody rising from the guitar Liam was playing warmed up the place. I didn't know Liam could play the guitar. He handled it so perfectly. A smile found its way to my lips as I glanced at each and every one of them. The happiness on their faces was enough for me. I might not get the full result of my plans, but I knew I had cracked the shell already. The bond had began building. "Logan, did you see how happy everyone is?" I said, looking at Logan, who was seated by my side, clapping to the song Scott was singing. Liam was playing the guitar, while Scott was doing the singing. "I'm seeing that. All thanks to you." Logan suddenly grabbed my hand and stood us up. "Let's get out of here," he whispered, leading me away from the crowd. Logan led us towards the edge of the water. I was about to sit down on the white sand when Logan stopped me by spreading a handkerchief on the ground first. "Trying to be romantic, huh?" I teased, gently sitting down. Logan followed suit. "Normally, I'm a romantic person." "I won't argue with that. He has all shades of romance to him." "I won't argue with that," I confessed with a grin. Logan turned to me. "I wanted us to have some alone time before we call it a day," he said. "We have been together all through today," I voiced out. "We hadn't left each other's side." "I know. I can't get enough of you." My heart picked up its pace at the way his eyes filled with nothing but swirling emotion. "I don't want you out of my sight even for a second," he continued. "Logan." I didn't get to say what I was going to say when he cut me off. "I don't want this moment to end. I want to always see the happiness on your face just like today. The same happiness you have brought to my life and my family. Words are not enough to express how thankful I am for meeting you in my life." I didn't realize I was in tears until Logan cupped my face with both his palms, caressing my cheeks. He stared deeply into my eyes. The intensity swirling in them was unlike anything I had seen before. I saw nothing but love in his eyes, his love for me. "I cannot do without you, Olivia. You're my temptation. I love you so much, Olivia." As soon as the words left his lips, my heart felt like it was about to burst. At that moment, I knew that leaving Logan would be my downfall. "I love you too, Logan," I whispered. Logan closed the remaining gap between our faces. His lips slowly touched mine, and I wasted no time in wrapping my arms around him, parting my lips to give him more access. Under the moonlight, we shared a warm kiss that sealed our hearts together. Chapter 56, Getting Wild. Olivia. Damn. Why can't I peel off this button? I hissed out aggressively as we pushed through the door to our room. I was aroused after our little kiss at the seaside. I was eager for us to arrive back home so I could go all wild with Logan. Easy there. If you go gently, you will peel it off in no time, Logan hushed out, helping me in taking off his shirt button. I didn't care. I just wanted to feel his touch all over my body. I managed to take the damn first button before I went down to the next, and then the last. I discarded the shirt from his body in one go before roughly crashing my lips on his. Logan responded with the same intensity. His hand went to the zipper of my dress, and he slid it down. I pulled away. "Pull the damn dress out of my body," I said in a voice I barely recognized as my own. Only if Logan knew how wet I was in between my legs. Logan slid my maxi dress down, leaving me in nothing but my undergarments and my big baby bump. "Are you sure we can manage?" he asked, his eyes lingering on my baby bump before returning to me. I didn't answer him and instead connected our lips together while walking us towards the bed. He should know I have no time for excuses. We either have sex tonight, or he won't see the next morning in peace. I pushed Logan on the bed and hopped on the bed slowly. Logan's lips curved up into a smile. "It seems like my wife is getting her wild side out," he uttered. I held the hem of his jeans and began pulling it down. "I'm not going to go easy on you. I'm going to be in control," I answered back seductively. I discarded his jeans and left him in his underwear. Even from his underwear, I could see how hard he was. My inside bubbled with excitement at the thought of his erection inside my wet folds. I wasted no time in charging towards him. We kissed like our lives depended on it. Logan nibbled on my bottom lip, and I emitted a low moan when his hand began roaming my body. I could feel his gentleness. He wanted to be careful with my baby bump. Who cares? What I know is that it can't stop me from having sex, which I had been wanting. Now that I got the chance, I ain't going to let it slip by. Logan pulled away and trailed kisses on my neck down to my cleavage. He stopped to stare at me, his eyes going to the hook of my bra. He unclasped it in one go. My core immediately took charge with more throbbing as cool air caressed my exposed skin. Logan's eyes shifted to my breast. "Your breasts are fucking big and tempting." His voice was different. I had already ignited desires out of him. I arched my back when his thumb caressed the tip of my left breast. "I won't be able to stop myself if I start," he said, much like he warned. "You won't dare to stop." "Take the damn thing," I retorted. His eyes grew dark, and the next thing, he covered my nipples with his teeth. I emitted a moan as he sucked on it while caressing the other. Logan circled his tongue around the tip, biting on it on the accord. The action made me lose my shit more. He switched position and did the same to the other one. "Yes, Logan," I whispered as he continued trailing kisses that made my body arouse with a fire of desires. Logan spun me over, positioning me beneath him. He continued trailing his hot lips on my body, even kissing my baby bump. "Our dear baby, forgive your parents for having sex while you're still inside." A chuckle escaped me at his words. "Our baby wouldn't mind," I grinned. His face lowered down, the moment I had been anticipating. Logan slid off my panties. "You're so fucking wet, Olivia," he whispered. My core was throbbing and waiting for release. A moan left my lips when Logan licked my folds. I gripped his hair tightly, urging him on. "Mamen." "Yes, Logan," I moaned out as Logan continued to pulse his tongue in and out, licking and sucking my juices. I was on cloud 9. My body was on fire. Please." This time around, my voice was loud. The neighbors might hear my moans, but I didn't care. Logan's lips soon left my wet core, and he was back to kissing me. I dug my nails into his skin, pulling him closer to my body. Another moan left my lips when I felt his hard erection pressing against my stomach. My hand traveled down and I grabbed it. It was Logan's turn to let out a moan. He pulled away from the kiss and stared into my eyes, clouded with love and desire. "I love you, Olivia," he whispered. I pressed a light kiss on his lips, my lips curving up into a smile. "I love you more. I'm going to fuck you so hard that you won't be able to walk tomorrow morning." His words held a dangerous seduction. I grinned. Only if he knew that was what I wanted. "I want to feel every inch of your touch in my body." "I want you, Logan," I confessed. "I want you more. Every inch of your body." And with that, he entered me in one go, making me gasp and parted my lips. I blinked my eyes as I took in his length. "I will be gentle, baby," he whispered to my ear before pushing in again. I arched my back, wrapping my arms around him for support. Logan thrust inside me slowly, and by the time his whole length was inside me, he began going faster. Faster. "Mamen, please," I moaned out as Logan thrust inside me faster and harder. My head fell back on the bed, moving back and forth. "You're so tight and wet, baby," Logan said, kissing my cleavage while still pounding inside me. "Faster, please," I pleaded, nearing my climax. Logan did as he was told and continued relentlessly. My head fell back as I reached my climax. However, Logan wasn't done yet. He whispered dangerous words into my ear. "I am not done yet. I want you to rest first." "I want more too," I confessed. "But this time around, I'll be the one to ride." Logan's lips parted, not expecting my confession. Before he could react or answer, I flipped us over, positioning myself on top of him. His shaft was still hard as before. I knew he needed more too. I didn't mind us going for 2 or 3 rounds. "Are you sure you can handle my length with your weight?" he asked, a hint of worry in his voice. "SHH. Allow me to be in control," I muffled out seductively. Logan smiled in return. I positioned myself in a way that would be comfortable without hurting the baby. As I rode on his length, a sense of déjà vu spread through my body. I started slowly before gradually increasing the pace. Logan's hands were secured around my waist as I pounded on him. Our moans mixed together in ecstasy. "Faster, baby," Logan said amidst moans, his hands grabbing my hair. I didn't know for how long I pounded, but it felt so good. I went faster. "I'm going to come, baby." "Go faster," Logan urged again. I was on the verge of reaching my climax too. With one last pounding, I finally pulled out and collapsed next to Logan. A heavy breath erupted from me. "Are you exhausted?" Logan asked, wrapping his arms around me and leaning forward to kiss me swiftly on my cheeks. "No, I'm happy. I love this moment," I confessed. And it was true. I didn't mean just the sex. I loved every moment spent with Logan. I cherished every bit of it. "I love it too," Logan answered. He then lifted my face to look at him. "You are the reason for my happiness, Olivia. Your presence in my life has changed it in so many ways that I can't even imagine. To be honest, I'm scared." My brows raised in question. "Scared of what?" "Scared of everything. What if I wake up and everything was a dream? What if misunderstandings come between us and you leave me? What if?" I silenced him by placing my fingers on his lips. "That will never happen. I'm not leaving you. You are already a part of my life. If I leave you, that means I'm leaving my life behind. I am your wife and will always be. I love you, Logan, so much." My heart swelled with emotion as I let the words out. "I love you too, Olivia. Your handsome husband. Always and forever." A grin occupied my face. "Let's go for another round," I said excitedly, flipping us over. Chapter 57, Bad News. Olivia. I heaved out a sharp breath for the 10th time, if not more, as we went around the plantation. A coffee plantation, for that matter. Father had been focused on the explanation Mr. Karen was giving him. Let me tell you how we ended up in the place. First, our sleep was deprived from us. We were suddenly been called out by Father to gather around for a morning coffee. I didn't even get time to prepare myself. I only took a shower and wore a normal outfit. From drinking coffee at early morning, with sleep still dripping in our eyes, to finding ourselves having a tour of a coffee plantation. All the idea came from Father, and then Mr. 𝒍𝒂𝒚, who appeared out of the blue, and told Father he knows the best coffee plantation in Costa Rica. Second, Father was actually planning on starting a coffee business just by seeing how coffee was made and all. Should that bother me? No. But it did. Because we literally spent more than 3 hours in one place. I don't think Father is going to leave this plantation today, I said as we 3 ladies walked towards a bench and crashed. We had left the men to deal with their father. They were also not enjoying the trip. Logan even initiated to flee from there, but he didn't get the chance. Sarah heaved out a sharp breath beside me. I know, right? All this is happening because of Mr. 𝒍𝒂𝒚. We are supposed to go to the beach today. Sarah hissed, raking her hands through her hair in frustration. I hissed out too. There's still time, you know. At least we got to escape from them. Just give it some time, and you will see the men hot on their tails too. Amelia chirped in. We both heaved out a sharp breath at the same time, looking up to the sky. By the way, Olivia, did you and Logan had a fight last night? Amelia broke the silence. What fight? I asked, turning to face her. You know, I heard this sound through the walls of our room like Logan was. Damn, Amelia, just get straight to the point. That you heard their mons through the walls of your room. I literally face-palmed myself in embarrassment as their words settled in. You guys are. I trailed off, searching for the right word to fill the gap. Sarah nudged me. What's there to be shy about? Isn't that our second plan? To go wild with them. Last night was indeed a steamy one. The way Sarah was blushing raised curiosity in me. Don't tell me you guys also. Yes, thank God Molly is a heavy sleeper. It wouldn't have turned out well. I didn't know Bernard had gotten more naughty than before. I didn't miss the blush that crept up her cheeks. That means last night was all wild for us. What about you, Amelia? You aren't saying anything. She threw me a glare in return. I didn't get to go all wild with him. It stopped on a kiss only. Quinn was there, you know. Amelia uttered, her tone bitter. Oh no. You guys could have waited until she had gone to sleep. Sarah chirped in. Amelia rolled her eyes in return. The urge to throw Quinn out of the room last night. I don't know why she didn't sleep early. We had tried reading her a bedtime story, but to no avail. You guys should anticipate my own wildness. I will make sure our mons echo through the whole building. Sarah and I burst out with laughter at her remark. We won't mind, I said. Just then, we spotted Logan and Bernard walking their way towards us. You see? I told you the guys will run for their lives. Amelia giggled. Why are you guys here? She charged, rising up to a standing position. That Mr. 𝒍𝒂𝒚 wants to kill Father. He kept on showing him places. Now Father doesn't want to leave. He's even planning on signing a deal with the manufacturer. Bernard hissed. He was clearly pissed. The news should have came as a surprise to me, but I expected that and more. With the way Mr. 𝒍𝒂𝒚 was acting, I was sure he'd lure Father in. After all, Father is a man for business. I rose up to my feet and linked my arm with Logan's. Why getting worked up? It's for the best, right? If Father signs the deal, he'd get a lot of money, right? Logan rolled his eyes in return while Bernard cast his look towards the other side. I exchanged glances with Amelia and Sarah. Wait. I thought you guys are Father's puppets. What has changed? I asked, holding in my laughter. Logan jerked his arms from my hold and threw me a glare. Puppet. That was then. We have our freedom now, Bernard chirped in. The urge to do a little dance at their confession grew in me. That means our plan had worked. I signaled Amelia to put in her word. Come on, Bernard, stop sulking. Allow Father to do what he wants. He's a businessman after all. You're right. Let's just enjoy our trip. I'm actually enjoying the stay here. At least it has taken my mind off a lot of things. I didn't miss the look he cast at his wife. Naughty couples. I think we should head back to the hotel. Father and Scott will meet us there. Logan suggested. We all nodded in agreement. But wait. What about Liam and Collins? I haven't seen them since the first hour we started the tour. Logan and Bernard shared a look. Obviously they escaped. Great. Poor the two bachelors. We headed back to the hotel and went straight to our rooms. I crashed on the bed and heaved out a sharp breath. I can't believe Father's leadership came out strong today. He was literally in charge, I said. Logan was standing in front of the wardrobe taking out his clothes. Who was the one who wanted him to be a leader? Now he's showing you guys the true definition of a leader. Maybe tomorrow he would wake us up in the middle of the night to visit a wine yard. Logan's tone held teasing. Well, I don't mind. After all, we'd all suffer together. I grinned. Logan turned to me with a glare. I shrugged in return. What are you doing, by the way? What's with taking out your clothes? I asked, seeing that he had pulled out all the clothes from the wardrobe. I'm looking for the perfect outfit for today. Aren't you going to select yours? Are we going anywhere apart from the beach? I raised. I'm thinking about taking us out. You and me alone. He trekked his way towards the bed and sat in front of me. I want to spoil my wife and our baby. My cheeks heated up at the way he said it seductively. You have been spoiling her a lot. I want to do more. I want to create unforgettable memories with her. He leaned forward and pressed a lingering kiss on my lips. I didn't allow him to pull away. I cupped his face, deepening the kiss. I could feel Logan's excitement through the kiss. As we pulled away, he rested his forehead on mine. You are always tempting me, Olivia, he whispered. I'm your temptation, you know. Your one and only wife, Olivia, I whispered back. If I don't love you, what will I gain? Absolutely nothing. Because your life will be meaningless without me. I know how much effect I have on him, just as he has an effect on me. Absolutely nothing, he repeated. Now, massage me. Logan pulled away and stared at me. I gestured to my legs. Get to work. You won't be able to spoil me if I can't walk properly, right? His eyes squinted in return, along with a smile on his lips. You are resorting to threats now, right? My eyes darted left to right. Should that be considered a threat? I was just saying, you know. You do the massage or no outing. I grinned. Logan clenched his jaw. He had no other choice but to go by my books. All right. Poor Logan has no other option. I rested my back in a more comfortable position while Logan massaged my feet. This is good, I muffled out, closing my eyes. If you continue to make this sound, I might get turned on, Logan broke, snapping my eyes open. What a naughty boy. Can't I even moan in peace? I retorted. Just know that I'm warning you. Don't end up putting yourself in trouble. I shook my head. I liked it when he was being all sweet and naughty, just like last night. All right then. I won't make any sound. Go on, I gestured, resting my body down. He continued to massage my feet, and my body relaxed, enjoying the moment. The sound of my phone ringing blared through the room. Who could be calling? I grabbed the phone, slid the accept button, and placed it to my ear without looking at the caller. Hello. Am I speaking to Olivia Reed? An unfamiliar voice sounded from the other end, making me sit upright. Yes. How may I help you? I asked. Your attention is needed at Happy Home Hospital. Your grandmother has collapsed. Chapter 58, Hospital Visit. Olivia. By the time we arrived at the hospital, I was a mess. We had to fly all the way back to New York, to the countryside where she lives. Logan kept assuring me that she will fine, but deep down, I couldn't stay calm. My grandmother is admitted here, I said as we approached the reception. Name, please. Elizabeth Patrick. Give me a minute, please, she bowed down to the desktop. She's in room 4 at the... I didn't wait to hear her remaining words and sauntered away. We stepped into the elevator, and I tapped my foot in anxiety. Calm down, Olivia. I'm sure she'll be fine. I felt Logan's hand on my shoulder. I don't know, Logan. I pray so. The elevator door was taking time to open. By the time it did, I wasted no time charging out. I spared each room a glance before stopping at room 4. My heart quickened as I slowly pulled the door open. As soon as my eyes landed on my grandmother, Tears began flowing down. "Grandma," I charged towards her, wrapping my arms around her. "You scared me. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again." I broke down in tears, tightening my hold around her. "You're strangling me, girl. Let go of me," she hissed out, jerking my body away. Tears were still streaming down my eyes. "Are you okay? What did the doctor say? Have you been given injections and drugs?" I bombarded, assessing her body. "I'm fine. I told that doctor not to call you. I just had a bit of heartburn which made me collapse. It's nothing serious. I won't die when it's not my time," she said. I shook my head. "You don't look fine to me. Your skin is looking dark. That means you have not been taking care of yourself," I cracked out. She threw me a glare. "Is it because your skin? What is this I'm seeing?" I was startled at how loud her voice came out. "You're pregnant," she exclaimed, her eyes going wide on my baby bump. Damn, I had even forgotten about that. "I can explain, Grandma." "Explain what? How did you end up pregnant? Who is the father? Why didn't you tell me?" she bombarded. Just in time, the door slid open, and Logan stepped in. "Good day, Grandma," he greeted, flashing a smile. "Who are you?" she asked, her eyes raking him from head to toe. Logan marched his way toward her bed and placed a bouquet of flowers next to her. "When did he get them?" "I'm Logan," he said, sparing me a look. "Olivia's husband," he added. "What? Husband? Olivia?" The next thing that followed was a smack on my back. "What have you been doing in the city, this girl?" "Grandma, I can explain," I tried to say. But she kept throwing punches at my back. "Is this how I brought you up?" She threw another one. "Grandma, calm down, you're unwell." "Please," I pleaded, but my grandma wasn't ready to back down. "How do you expect me to calm down when you show up out of the blue with a big bump and a stranger claiming to be your husband?" she yelled out, hitting me one last time. Grandma," Logan started, only for her to cut him off. "Shut it there, I'm talking to my granddaughter," she hissed, throwing Logan a glare, who instantly composed himself. I managed to get myself out of her hold. "Please, Grandma," I jolted up and shouted. She blinked her eyes. "Did you just raise your voice on me, on your sick grandma?" she shouted too. I closed my eyes and opened them again before sitting back down and took hold of her hand. "Grandma, if you don't calm down, how am I supposed to explain everything to you? If you keep on shouting, I will call the doctor." "Better don't try it." Her voice was now soft. Logan and I shared a look. Explaining everything to Grandma from the beginning to the end wouldn't be easy. But I had to. "So, you mean to tell me you met this guy over a one-night stand and ended up getting pregnant?" she said, bitterness seeping into her voice. "Yes, Grandma. But we're good now. We got married," I said. Her eyes shifted to Logan, and they lingered on him for a while. "What do you say your name is?" she asked him. The way Logan's hand tightened indicated he was nervous. The urge to burst out with laughter grew in me. But I held it in, not when my grandma was in an interrogative mood. "Logan Nero." "Wait. Say that again, Nero. The Nero I know." I stared at my grandma in surprise. "You know his father?" I asked. Her next words not only confused me, but Logan was also taken aback. "Please leave." "I don't understand, Grandma, what?" "I told you to leave." She repeated it. Logan's eyes darted from me back to my grandma. "This cannot happen," she muttered, which I was able to hear. Confusion clouded my face at my grandma's sudden change. "Do I have to call security to drag you out?" I said. "Leave." The tone she used scared the living soul out of me. I rose to my feet and walked up to where Logan was standing. He hadn't taken his seat since the moment he stepped in. "I don't understand. Why would he leave? Do you know him from somewhere?" I asked. "Okay, I know Logan is a well-known man, but people from the countryside hardly know city folks. Or do they? I don't want to repeat myself." "Tell him to leave, or I will leave this hospital myself," she threatened. "You." Logan held my hand. "It's okay. I will leave. Your grandma seems to be shaken up by the news. Don't pressure her too much. I will make a few calls to the family." "They didn't know we had left," Logan said. "But," I tried to say. He flashed me a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Stay with her. With that, he let go of my hand and walked out of the room. I turned my focus back to my grandma, whose expression wasn't pleasant at all. What is going on, Grandma? Why did you tell Logan to leave? I asked. She went silent, her eyes fixed on a particular spot. I had to touch her to get her attention back. I don't want you with him, she said, her tone sharp. I ran my hands through my hair before taking a deep breath. I understand that you're shaken up by the news, but Logan and I love each other. We are happy together. A chuckle escaped her, a bitter one at that. Nero? No. You can't end up with such a family. Never. That's when I realized her anger wasn't just about how I met Logan or the marriage. It was something deeper. The way she had reacted when Logan told her his name raised questions. Is there something you're hiding from me, Grandma? How did you know Logan's father? I asked. I don't want to see him anywhere near this hospital, she said, confusing me even more. Seriously, Grandma, you can't just decide something for me out of the blue. I asked you a question and I need answers. I don't understand how you told him to leave and say I can't be with such a family and expect me to go along with it. I voiced out my frustration mounting. I'm never going to accept him as my son-in-law. That's final. I'm tired. I want to rest. With that, she laid back on the bed and covered herself with the blankets. I didn't know how long I sat there, trying to process everything that happened in a matter of 10 minutes. If I said her actions didn't confuse me, I would be lying. In the end, I left the room. As I closed the door behind me, I heaved out a sharp breath. I was sure she was shaken up, and I would talk to her properly later. For now, I needed to look for Logan. I spotted him on the other side of the hallway, talking on the phone. My grandma's words resurfaced. You can't be with such a family. What did she mean by that? What was she hiding from me? Why did she react to Logan that way? I approached Logan as he finished his call. I have informed Amelia. They told me to send their regards to your grandma, and that they're wishing her a quick recovery, he said, slipping his phone back. I nodded my head, forcing out a smile. How is your grandma? He asked, his eyes swiftly glancing at the door. I don't understand her. It seems like she was shaken up. She wants to rest. Logan nodded in return. Silence then prevailed. Both of us had something in mind to say but didn't know how to start. I decided to take the initiative. Logan, I called. He met my gaze. Does father perhaps know my grandma? Chapter 59, Grandma's Outburst. Olivia. Never mind. I'm sure Grandma was shaken up by the news. You know, this big baby bump is enough to scare her, I said with a laugh, trying to hide my confusion. Logan held me by the shoulders. Don't worry. Grandma will be fine. We will explain everything to her later. What you need now is rest. You haven't eaten anything since we left Costa Rica. Your eyes are puffy. I didn't miss the teasing tone in his voice. I threw him a glare in return. Whose fault was it? I threw. What do you mean, whose fault? Did you even give me a chance to get you something? When you were literally crying like a kid being deprived of her cookies, he retorted as we made our way out of the hospital. I said nothing in return because he was right. I cried like a river when I got the call. My grandma is the only family I have left after my parents' demise. I was scared when the nurse who had called said she collapsed. Logan, and I managed to spot a restaurant after walking for a while. I hadn't been to the countryside for a while, so I had lost track of a lot of places. But then again, I couldn't forget the route to my grandma's house. Welcome. An elderly woman who looked to be the same age as my grandma welcomed us. Good day, ma'am, I greeted, proceeding to take my seat while Logan's eyes inspected the place. I didn't blame him. He was used to luxury. I pulled at his shirt. Have a seat, I mouthed, my eyes going to the woman who was looking at us, perhaps waiting for Logan to take his seat so she could take our order. Logan cleared his throat and sat down, but his eyes were still assessing the place. What would you like to order? The woman broke through the silence. What do you have on the house? I asked, adjusting my sitting position. I didn't miss the way the woman's eyes went down to my belly. Since you're pregnant, I'd suggest a light meal. Do you want to try our signature hungry man-sized noodles? Hungry man size. Is there something like that? I asked, getting curious. I hadn't heard such a name before. The woman let out a smile. It is a special noodle for couples. I figure it would be good for you considering your condition. Wow, I said aloud, sparing Logan a look. What do you think? I asked. He shrugged in return. I'm not sure. As long as it won't affect you. Trust me, it won't. I'm a woman, you know. I know things that are good for a pregnant woman. So, are you in? Definitely, I said excitedly. The woman grinned in return. What about drinks? She asked. We will go with water, Logan interjected. All right. Your food will be with you soon, and she walked away. I turned to Logan with a glare. What was that? What was what? The way an amused smile played on his lips indicated he knew what I was referring to. Why are you inspecting the place so weirdly? And why did you tell her we will go with water? I asked both questions. Remember, this isn't your luxury mansion. We are not in the city but the countryside. You are bound to see local places, I added, using my hand as a way of explaining. The next thing that followed was his laughter, a genuine sound. What's funny? Do you seriously think I won't be able to blend with local life? I was just checking the place to make sure it's clean enough for us to dine in. I don't want you having a troubled stomach due to bad food. And to answer your second question, after the long journey, water is what you need. My mouth was left open as he explained everything calmly. I found myself clapping. Thumbs up to you. You gave me no reason to complain. How did I get such a sweet husband like you? I teased, nudging him playfully on the shoulder. I'm a rare human being. My type is hard to get. You should be lucky you got me on a free platter. Excuse me, what free platter? Please don't feel too proud of yourself. One would think. And your meal is here. I was interrupted by a bowl being placed in front of us. Wow, I couldn't contain my surprise as I stared at the big bowl. So, this is the hungry man size. Yes. It is one of our best sellers. It might look plain, but if you taste it, you'd understand why it's called hungry man size. The fried shrimp is on the house. Enjoy. My mouth watered just at the sight of the noodles. Why don't we have a taste together? I glanced at Logan with a raised brow. He copied my action. We scooped the noodles, spared each other a look, and took it to our mouths. My mind went blank. I rested my back on the seat. I don't think I will leave here without having another bowl. Like, how can noodles taste so good like this? I can taste different flavors on my tongue. I won't lie. I haven't tasted something so good before. Even the noodles I had in Costa Rica the other night couldn't measure up to what I was eating at that moment. The same expression was on Logan's face. This woman should be given an award. Logan broke in, making me chuckle. I know, right? Logan and I wasted no time in digging in again. We added in the fried shrimp, which made the noodles even more delicious. I can see you guys enjoyed your meal. The woman walked up to us, a smile dancing on her face. I gave her a thumbs up in return. We really do. I now understand why it's called a bestseller. You need an award, ma'am. Thank you for the meal, ma'am. Logan chimed in. I'm glad you do. Please come back again, she spoke. We will, Logan answered. The woman nodded her head with a smile and walked away. If Sarah and Amelia hear about this noodle, they will freak out, I uttered, picturing how Sarah would react to the noodles. The sound of Logan's phone blared through the place. Talking of the devil. He turned his phone screen to face me. Amelia was the one calling, a video call at that. Wait, let me adjust myself. Do I look okay? I pinned my hair behind my ear and cleaned my face with my palms. Seriously, you don't have to adjust yourself. You're looking perfect already. I'm picking up. As Logan picked up the call, surprise filled me as I saw the faces of all the family members. Olivia, Amelia exclaimed. Hey guys, I chimed back waving at them. They were in a restaurant too, the sweet restaurant. I didn't forget the spot. How are you guys? How is your grandma's health? Sarah's face appeared as she took a bite of her sandwich. We're doing good, as you can see. We just finished eating an amazing, mouth-watering noodle. You guys will literally pass out. It's called the hungry man size. I had Logan turn the camera to show them the empty bowl. And my grandma is getting better. Why are you showing us an empty bowl? Sarah hissed. I giggled in return. You guys have to fly all the way here to see and taste it for yourselves. Amelia rolled her eyes in return. We really missed you here, Olivia. Amelia's voice was soft. We miss the energy you bring her, Sarah added. My heart swelled at their words. I didn't know I had such an effect on the family. When I thought I wouldn't be able to crack their shell. Our leader is sending his greetings. Amelia shifted the camera to Father, who was seated next to Scott. He cleared his throat. Hope you're taking care of your grandmother. His tone was calm as always. A smile spread across my face. Yes, Father. She's getting better. Thank you for asking. I couldn't help but recall my grandma's reaction to Mr. Cisneros. Why had she reacted that way? Did they know each other? My thoughts were interrupted by Scott's voice. Wish her a speedy recovery. Thank you, Scott. The rest all chimed in. I didn't realize when tears welled up in my eyes. Logan passed me a knowing glance. Oh, Olivia, we didn't mean to make you cry, Amelia said. You guys are the best. Don't worry about us and enjoy your trip. Sarah and Amelia, remember our motto, shut down Costa Rica at all costs, I exclaimed. We're definitely shutting it down, they said in unison. Crying is very easy for you, Logan teased as he ended the call. I sniffed away my tears and passed him a glare. I can't help it when your family are being so nice to me, I said. Their gesture really warmed my heart. If someone had asked me before if we'd be so comfortable with each other, I would have laughed it off. But now I had found a family in them. I reached for Logan's hand and held it in mine. I'm happy to be a part of your family, I said with honesty in my voice. Logan squeezed my hand back. And I'm happy to be a part of your life. Now let's go back to the hospital. I'm sure Grandma is up by now. Sure. Let me send Jamie a quick text. I haven't informed her about Grandma's health condition. Grandma, we're back, I announced, pushing the door to her room open. Logan followed closely behind me. He's here again. I thought I told him to leave. Her voice was starting to get loud, and confusion clouded my face. I didn't expect her to still be fixated on this issue. Logan stepped forward. Grandma, I know you're shaken up. We made a mistake by not informing you, and we didn't expect it to turn out this way. However, I want you to know that I'm taking responsibility as the father of the baby. I will make sure your granddaughter doesn't experience any sadness. I will ch. Grandma's next words shocked both of us to the core. My mind almost went blank with confusion and anger. I'm not talking about what happened between you two. I don't mind that. What I want from you is to leave my granddaughter. Stay away from her. It was the worst shock I'd received all day. Chapter 60, Critical Choice. Olivia. Why exactly are you doing this, Grandma? I charged forward as soon as Logan left the room. Why are you doing this to me? I let out again, my anger mounting. I didn't want to raise my voice, but she was making it hard to stay calm, because she hadn't given any reason for her outburst. I have already made my decision. You are not going anywhere near him or his family, she retorted, her tone oddly calm, which made me even angrier. An annoyed chuckle escaped me. I won't leave Logan, I declared. Her eyes briefly widened before the same anger returned. You want me dead then? What? I was speechless at her words. I said nothing and only stared at the woman in front of me in confusion. What was going on? Calm down, Olivia. You can sort things out. I mentally assured myself before moving forward and taking my seat next to her on the bed. I reached for her cold hands. Listen, Grandma, I love Logan with everything in me. He's my husband, my family, and everything. I can't leave him just because you harbor ill feelings towards him, which you aren't telling me. You can't decide who I should be with, I tried to explain. She withdrew her hand from my hold, and the look in her eyes wasn't a bit pleasant. You are out of your mind, she said. One can do anything for love, Grandma. I'm crazy in love with Logan. He's not just a boyfriend or a spouse. He's my husband. We are married. Please just give us your blessings. I'm happy with him. Isn't that what you want? To see me happy? I still went on, holding her hand. She didn't say anything and cast her head towards the other side. I lightly nudged her. Please, Grandma. You're my only family, you know. You said it that he's your everything. Then go with him. Forget you have a grandma. A gasp literally left my lips. I jolted up. Seriously, Grandma, why are you being stubborn? I didn't care if my voice echoed through the room. She can't just decide my life for me. You are the one being stubborn by not listening to me, she yelled back. How do you expect me to listen to you when you gave me no reason why you hate Logan and his family? Did you and his father know each other? Did he kill someone you know? I bombarded, my voice getting louder. If I tell you the reason, you won't be able to handle it. That man isn't a good man. I closed my eyes and opened them again. If I can handle carrying a baby for 9 months, then I don't think I'm afraid of anything, Grandma. If you want me to leave Logan, you need to be clear about your reasons, I said, my voice getting calmer. This is not the right time to tell you. You are in your last month. I don't want you to fall into any complications during delivery. You are already making it complicated by not telling me. I need answers now, I demanded. Get out, she yelled out. I'm not leaving this room until you tell me what you're hiding from me. I deserve to know, I charged back. Since she was being stubborn, I might as well exert mine. Her eyes froze. Grandma, I called out, walking toward her bed. She placed a hand on her side stomach, and panic rose inside me as her breathing became uneven. Grandma, are you okay? She jerked her hand away. Don't touch me, she muffled out, her eyes blinking to and fro. I poured her a glass of water. Please drink. She threw me a glare before grabbing the cup and taking a sip. I heard her heave out a sharp breath. Silence suddenly prevailed in the room. I don't know why you're so stubborn. Simple instructions you can't follow, she commenced again. Because it is not worth it. You want me to leave a part of me behind. I have found a family in not only Logan but his family too. I know Mr. 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊 isn't the best man out there, but he's okay to me now. At least he's looking out for his family, I muffled out, my heart swelling up with emotions. Grandma turned to me, surprising me more when she took hold of my hand. You are my only family, Olivia. Your parents have left me in your care since your high school days. I'm proud of the girl I raised. I want nothing but to see you happy. But it can't be with that family. If you know the reason, you won't be able to handle it. She paused, and her grip on my hand tightened. No matter the circumstances, I can't abandon my grandma. She had been through a lot raising me, and I won't be able to repay her for that. I took in a deep breath before fixing my eyes on her intently. Is there any connection between Mr. 𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒏 and you in the past? I asked. Her hand went rigid on mine, and her eyes slightly widened. The way she had reacted, that meant there was really something. I pushed further. Perhaps. I want to rest, she said, cutting me off. I closed my eyes and opened them again. We're back to square one. But, oh my God, Elizabeth, what have you done to yourself? A sudden voice from the door interrupted our conversation. A woman who looked almost the same age as my grandma rushed toward us. Why are you here? It's not like I'm dead, Grandma hissed, passing the woman a glare. The woman grabbed her seat on the stool. Why can't I be here? Your restaurant was locked. When I went down to your house, the painter told me you collapsed. You didn't even tell anyone, the woman scolded. How would I tell anyone when I collapsed? Just say you're here to vent your anger. Did your son make another excuse again? Rue. Are you sure you're sick? The woman threw. I was an invisible person in front of them as they hauled shout at each other. I decided to interfere. Can you guys just stop it already? Their faces snapped toward me. My eyes darted left to right. And who are you? The woman asked, her eyes going to my baby bump. She's my granddaughter. You have a problem with that also? The woman's eyes widened. Really? You're her granddaughter? I've heard a lot about you from your grandma, she said with a smile. I'm Olivia, I introduced, pinning my hair behind my ear while sparing my grandma a glance. She glared at me in return. "It's a pleasure meeting you, Olivia. You're..." She trailed off, her eyes shifting down to my bump. "Yes, I'm married. I'm here with..." Grandma cut me off. "If you're here to interrogate my granddaughter, then leave," she hissed out. I couldn't help but chuckle at her outburst. The woman rolled her eyes in return before turning back to me with a smile. "I'm Helen. Don't mind your grandma. She's acting all stubborn because we haven't seen each other for a while. We stay in the same neighborhood. See, Grandma, everyone knows you're stubborn. Mrs. Dane Helen is here to check up on you, and you're getting angry at her," I exclaimed, looking at her. I was expecting a lash out from her, but instead she blinked her eyes and she clutched the same part of her stomach she held earlier. "Grandma," I called. She lifted her other hand, stopping me, while still blinking her eyes. "Let me get the doctor." I dashed for the door without waiting for any response from her. I was able to locate the doctor's office. Due to how scared I was, I didn't knock. The doctor and the patient inside the room fixed their gaze on me. Sorry for bursting in, but my grandma needs your attention," I said. I didn't know how many times I had to bite my bottom lip as the doctor examined Grandma. By the time the doctor and I arrived back at the room, her breathing had begun getting uneven. More panic rose inside me seeing the injections the doctor administered to her. "Doctor, will she be fine?" Mrs. Helen asked worriedly. "Yes. You guys should allow her to rest, please. It's not okay for her breathing to keep getting uneven. Can we talk in my office?" The doctor turned to me. I nodded my head and followed suit. I almost bumped into Logan, who was about to make his way inside. It took him one look at my face to know the tension I was in. He said nothing and intertwined our hands. We made our way to the doctor's office together. "Doctor, how is my grandma's condition?" I asked, breaking the silence that had engulfed the office. His eyes were fixed on his desktop screen for more than 5 minutes since we sat in front of him. The nervousness was killing me inside. He finally shifted his gaze from the screen to us. "Her condition is critical," he said, making something drop in my chest. "Vile." Logan's hand tightened around me. At least, it kept me sane. The doctor passed me a paper, or should I rather say, a photo scan. This is the scan result of her 2 kidneys. Your grandma is suffering from acute kidney failure. One of her kidney is damaged already, and it has begun affecting the other. Considering her age, a transplant is what she needs. I gripped Logan's hand tightly, not wanting to break down. I should stay strong. "We should do the kidney transplant then," I cracked. The doctor leaned forward, intertwining his hands. "We need to find a donor first." "Can't I give mine? I'm her granddaughter." "I will be her donor," I exclaimed. "Olivia," Logan hushed out. The tears I'd been hoarding finally made their way out. "Yes, Logan. I just want my grandma to be fine. Let's try it out. Please, doctor, save my grandma. She's my only family. I can't lose her. Please." I didn't know the time I held the doctor's hand, my eyes not failing to gush out more tears. "Calm down, Mrs. Olivia. Your grandma will be fine. You're pregnant. You shouldn't stress yourself. And you can't be a donor when you're pregnant. We will find a donor. Hopefully." A bitter chuckle escaped me. "Hopefully? Are you trying to say you're not certain you'd find a donor?" "No, that's not." "Then..." Logan held me back from what I was going to say. "Doctor, please do whatever you can to save her life. The payment isn't a problem. We should look for a donor as soon as possible." "We're definitely going to do that right away, Mr. Logan. The life of our patient is our priority here at Happy Home Hospital." The conversation between Logan and the doctor wasn't processing well in my head. The only thing running through my mind was how to save my grandmother. I can't lose her. I don't mind giving both of my kidneys as long as she'd be fine. That's all that matters. Logan and I left the doctor's office, and I literally broke down in tears. Logan wasted no time in pulling me into his embrace. "I can't lose her, Logan. My grandma can't die," I muffled out, burying my head in his chest. Logan ran his palms on my back in a soothing manner. I didn't know how long we stood there, with Logan comforting me in every moment. When we finally pulled away, Logan cupped my head and stared into my eyes. "This is why I say you're a crybaby. Look at how puffy your eyes are," he commented. I sniffed, my tears still flowing, and casted my head down. Logan slowly lifted it up, his heated gaze boring a hole into my head and soul. "Grandma will be fine. We will get her transplant done. She will be up on her feet. But for that to happen smoothly, you need to pull yourself together and be strong for her. I don't want to see you in tears. It's hurting me inside," he said, his brows furrowing in concern. "I'm sorry. For making you worried. For hyperventilating at the doctor's office." A smile curved up at his lips, and he leaned forward, planting a kiss on my lips. My eyes widened as I scanned the surroundings. Thank goodness it was empty. "What if someone sees us?" I teased, hitting him lightly on his chest. "Do I care? Are we doing anything wrong? Aren't you my lawfully wedded wife?" My cheeks heated up at the words he used, lawfully wedded wife. "Well, you're my lawfully wedded husband," I playfully echoed his words. Logan grinned in return. "I love you." I literally held my breath at his confession. What did I do to deserve such a sweet husband? Why in the world would I even think about leaving him? Never. "I love you too, Logan," I confessed. He intertwined our hands and began walking away. "Where are we going?" "To your grandma's house. We can't allow her to lose her customers." "Don't tell me we're opening up her restaurant." I raised a brow as we walked through the hallway. Logan wrapped his arms around my body, pulling me to him. "Of course. We have nowhere to sleep for the night after all," he said, kissing the side of my face. I giggled in return. It was official, Logan would be the death of me.
Chapter 61, My Pumpkin Wife. Logan, please make sure everything is in order. You can inform Scott or Bernard if anything arises. I'm currently out of the city, so it might be hard to reach me. Thank you. I ended the call and heaved a sharp breath. I had been on a call for about 10 minutes, discussing things with one of the contractors. Taking a break from work had allowed me to relax, and now I was eager for us to finish the meeting. Funny, right? The reason for my eagerness was Olivia. She's going through a lot. After we arrived at her grandma's house, she broke down in tears. It was hard to calm her down. She gets emotional too quickly. At some point, I used to give the excuse that it was because of her pregnancy. Now that she's in her last month, I want to be there with her at all costs. Honestly, when her grandma reacted negatively to my presence, I was nervous and scared. I understood her anger was justified. Anyone would react that way seeing their daughter or granddaughter appear out of the blue with a baby bump and a man claiming to be her husband, whom they have no idea about. I thought that after explaining she'd calm down, but I can't seem to understand why she kept telling me to leave her daughter. It was as if there was another reason behind it. I am willing to do whatever it takes to make her accept me. I will get her blessing no matter what. I know how important the woman is to Olivia. I might not know much about Olivia's family, but I know the woman is Olivia's only family. Just like Olivia is important to me. I fished out my phone once again and dialed a number. "Hello, Dr. Norman. It's been a while," I said, my eyes briefly scanning the quiet neighborhood. "Logan, it's really been a while. How have you been?" Dr. Norman's familiar voice replied. "I think it would be better if you see me, then you'd know whether I've been good or not. Are you free this weekend?" "You and your words. I do have a seminar this Friday, but I'm free throughout the weekend. Are you coming over?" "Yes," I answered shortly. Silence engulfed the line for a while before Dr. Norman's voice came through again. "I won't say I'm not curious regarding this unexpected call, but until we see, you know the address," he said. I stared at my phone as I processed his last words. There was no way I would forget the address, not even in my dreams. "Are you going to stand outside all night?" I was snapped back to reality by Olivia's loud voice. She was standing at the door of the house with her hands on her waist. She looked like an old woman. "Coming," I shouted back before slipping my phone back into my pocket and sauntering towards her. "You seem to be enjoying your call today," she remarked, passing me a look, or should I say a glare. A smile curved up at my lips as I closed the door behind me. It was an important call. I had to take it. "From the company?" I added, noticing how she was squinting her eyes at me. "By the way, you're looking good in these outfits," I commented, assessing her body. Blush crept up her cheeks. "I know, right? I always look good in anything. These are for my grandma. If she finds out I wore one of her clothes, she'd rant." "It suits you. You look like a pumpkin," I said without thinking. My smile instantly faded at the look Olivia cast my way. "No, I didn't." "Get out!" she screamed. "I won't," I screamed back. Her eyes widened, probably not expecting me to charge back equally. Her eyes scanned the room, which had little to no furniture around. 2 sofas, an old TV set, a 2-seater dining table, and some other items. The house was scanty, but it was okay for a normal person to live in. The neighboring houses doesn't look that bad also. "What are you looking for?" I asked. "Something to throw at you." "I look like what? A pumpkin?" she said with a chuckle, which I knew was an annoyed one. I took in a deep breath. I needed to do something to calm her down. I didn't know how the word pumpkin had slipped out of my mouth. "Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean exactly like a pumpkin. I tried explaining. "You're still mentioning the pumpkin? I knew it. You don't love me any more? I've become an ugly woman. A buffalo, a pumpkin. I knew it," she said, her voice trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. "Damn, what do I do with her?" I slowly stepped forward and took hold of her hand. She was quick to jerk it away. "Don't touch me. Your wife is a pumpkin," she said amidst tears. "No, you're not. I'm sorry." I took hold of her hand once again. This time around she didn't object, but her face was turned toward the other side. "I love you," I whispered, hoping to break through her guard. "It won't move me," she retorted, her voice still choked with emotion. She was playing hard to get. "You don't love me?" I questioned, lifting up my brows. "All right, then." I released my hold on her wrist and proceeded to walk away when she held me back. By all means, I wanted to laugh at the way she held my arms, or should I say the hem of my shirt, but I kept a calm face. "I didn't say I don't love you," she muffled out. "You need to change out of this outfit. You've been wearing it since morning. It's unlike Logan Nero to wear an outfit for so long. Follow me." With that, she dragged me away towards the bedroom. "Oh my God, what is this you're wearing?" Olivia burst out with laughter for the 10th time. She was even clutching her stomach while laughing at my outfit. I hissed and threw her a glare. "Who gave me these clothes if not you?" I stared at my reflection in the mirror. "You look like someone who came out from the farm." Olivia's laughter echoed through the room. I watched her through the mirror, thinking of how to get back at her. I hadn't laughed at her outfit. She was even hurling insults at me for calling her a pumpkin, and yet she's laughing at me. Great. I pulled off the shirt and threw it at her. "I'm not wearing it again," I hissed out, aiming for the door. Olivia was quick on her feet. "Where are you going?" she asked, her eyes raking my naked chest. "To get a more fitting clothes." "In this hour of the night? And also like this?" she questioned, pointing a finger at me. I took a step forward, folding my arms across my chest. "Why? Can't I walk around naked?" I took another step, and Olivia took a step back, her eyes slightly widening. "My wife is laughing at my outfit, so I've got to go out and look for better ones." "But all the shops are closed," she muffled out. "I don't mind driving all the way to the city like this," I stated, and her eyes grew even wider. I took another step, and she took another, but there was no escape any more. Her back collided with the door. "Can you give me a way to pass? I have a long journey," I teased her. Her brows creased in confusion at my words. "You don't mean it?" "I mean it. You can laugh however you want." She heaved out a laugh before lightly pulling me off her. I had to laugh because... And she burst into another fit of laughter. I knew it. She wouldn't back down. "Seriously, I should take a picture of you to show the family." She grabbed the shirt from the bed where I had thrown it and tossed it at me. "Wear it." "You must be joking. You want the family to make a portrait of me and hang it on the wall." "I would love that," she grinned. "Go on. Wear it." She ushered. I didn't answer her and instead marched toward the bed and hopped on. Olivia shot me a questioning look. I patted the empty space next to me. "Come here." She rolled her eyes in return, but I could see the blush on her cheeks. My cute wife. "And do what?" she said in a low voice. "I want to feel your warmth and our baby's warmth." Her lips curved up. "Well, since you insist, I have no choice." I couldn't help but shake my head at her behavior. Olivia hopped into bed and occupied the spot. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her close to my body. "Stop playing hard to get," I whispered, leaning forward to plant a kiss on her forehead. I had to. To tempt you, she answered, snuggling more into my body. I'm sorry for laughing at you. You're not looking bad, though. Your husband always looks good in everything. She lifted her head to meet my gaze. No matter what, we are in this together, she said. Definitely, I kissed her briefly on the lips. Let's sleep. We have to wake up early tomorrow to open up your grandma's restaurant. Olivia nodded her head and snuggled into my body. Good night, Logan.
Chapter 62, He's Sweet. Olivia, can we get 2 plates of fried shrimp? A customer's voice echoed through the room. Yes, they'll be with you shortly, I responded loudly from behind the counter, then turned to Logan, who was busy in the kitchen. You really shouldn't be shouting like that. It's not good for the baby, Logan chided as he skillfully prepared the shrimp. Well, I have to if we want to make enough money for Grandma, I retorted, earning a chuckle from Logan. You're something else. What does shouting have to do with making money? If only he knew. Do you have any idea how much we've made so far? You underestimate the magic of your cooking skills. Keep going, I urged, taking the 2 plates and heading out to serve the customers. There were still more orders to take. When Logan and I decided to open the restaurant, we initially planned to offer just one menu, noodles, as it was the easiest option. However, to our surprise, customers started pouring in. Some were regulars who inquired about Grandma's whereabouts. I hadn't realized my grandma was practically a neighborhood celebrity. Hello, the customer in front of me waved, snapping me out of my thoughts. I held his order on a plate. Sorry, sir, please, I mumbled as I set the plate in front of him. These single women nowadays have no shame getting pregnant. Then they blame society for not treating them fairly. His words struck a chord with me. I bit my lip before turning away. He had already started eating his noodles. I snatched away his bowl, taking him by surprise. Excuse me, sir, you should apologize, I demanded. What are you doing, woman? He spat at me, a look of fury in his eyes. I didn't want to make a scene, not just yet. But it seemed the man didn't understand the implications of his words. I heard what you said. You should apologize, I repeated, drawing the attention of others in the restaurant. He scoffed. Apologize? For what reason? Did I lie? Single women like you are always fooling around with men. In the end, you'll cry and blame the man for ruining your lives. Honestly, being a housewife suits women better. He chuckled, further enraging me. Listen here, man, since you can't respect yourself, I see no reason to address you with respect. Women are not objects or tools for men to play with. We are all unique individuals with our own perspectives and life choices. Just because you see a pregnant woman doesn't mean she didn't follow the right path. It doesn't mean she doesn't value her life. It might. Did you follow the right path? He interrupted, cutting off my words and igniting my anger. Get out. Logan appeared beside me, gripping a small towel tightly in his hand, a clear sign that he was on the edge. And who are you to interfere? The man's eyes scrutinized Logan from head to toe. Ah, the cook, right. Things escalated quickly, and the room filled with gasps as Logan grabbed the man by the neck. I kindly asked you to leave without causing a scene. So if you value what's left of your life, get out of here. We don't welcome scoundrels who pursue married women and someone's daughter for their selfish desires. Logan's grip tightened, and his words shocked the man, his eyes wide with fear. The man choked and clutched his neck when Logan released his grip. I won't tolerate anyone insulting my wife, Logan declared, his voice ringing out for everyone to hear. For anyone harboring any ill intentions, she is my wife. We are legally married, Logan proclaimed, causing me to blush as if it were the first time he had said it. There was something different about today. Logan turned back to the stunned man. And you, get out of here before I call the police for the charge of sexually harassing my wife. He warned, his tone sharp. The man shot us both a venomous look, cleared his throat, and walked away. Everyone, get back to your meals. Logan clapped his hands together, dispersing the lingering tension in the room. Later, as we closed the restaurant for the day, I couldn't help but tease Logan, saying, I had no idea my husband was so good with words. A small smile played on the corner of his lips. I couldn't let him disrespect you. The man clearly lacked sense. He wanted to insult the wife of Logan Nero. He would have ended up spending the rest of his life behind bars. I stopped walking, and Logan paused too, looking at me with concern. "What's wrong?" he asked. I remained silent, staring at him. My grandmother's words came rushing back to me. I might not understand why she insisted on me leaving Logan, but regardless of the reason, I had made up my mind never to leave him. He was my world. "Are you okay?" he inquired, taking my hand. I took a deep breath before surprising him by wrapping my arms around him. "I don't know, Logan. Just promise me you'll be with me forever," I whispered. He took a deep breath too, maybe concerned that something was wrong with me. He patted my back for a while before gently pulling away. "Why would I even think about leaving you? Just the thought terrifies me, let alone doing it. I'd lose my sanity if that ever happened." Tears welled up in my eyes. "See? That's why I call you a crybaby. Now look at you," he said. I sniffed back my tears. My arms were still around his neck. "You always manage to get me emotional with your words," I admitted. He brushed his thumb over my cheek. "I like making you emotional. And I like seeing you blush when I tease you." He winked, playfully pinching the bridge of my nose. "And I love the way you love me," I said, leaning in for a kiss. But our moment was interrupted by a voice. "Get a room." Logan, and I chuckled as we noticed a young man on a bicycle. He waved at us, and Logan intertwined our hands as we continued our journey. "Are the people in this neighborhood all so carefree?" Logan asked. "Didn't you see the number of people asking about my grandma? She's practically a celebrity here. If I stay a few more days, I'll be the talk of the town," he said. I replied with a look that was more of a glare. "Don't get too ahead of yourself, Mr. Logan. What could possibly make you the talk of the town?" "My cooking skills, of course. We made that huge amount because they loved my food," he retorted, a proud smile on his lips. I was left slightly open-mouthed at how confidently he spoke of himself. But to be fair, he wasn't entirely wrong. I could vouch for his cooking skills. "I like that idea. Why don't you consider opening a restaurant here? I'm sure it would become popular in no time," I suggested, thinking it would be a good business move for him. If Father could cope up with an idea to start up a coffee venture, I'm sure if Logan will put his focus on this, it will bring him a reasonable percentage. "You think so? But then I'd be busy managing the office and taking care of you and our baby. When would I find the time to run a restaurant down here?" I blushed a little at his words. Logan had a way of making me blush. He always made my heart flutter. And I loved it. I cherished every moment we spent together. "You're going to turn into a tomato soon," he teased, and my smile instantly faded. I pulled my hand away from his. "Just say I'm as round as a tomato." I knew it. "I noticed how you were looking at me earlier at the restaurant. You kept smiling. I must be too fat, right?" I pointed my finger at him, squinting my eyes playfully. "As long as you didn't hear me say it myself, then we're good. Whether you're fat or not doesn't matter. What matters is that Olivia Reed is mine. My wife," he stated, making me feel more confident about myself. "Well, you're not that bad," I mumbled playfully, rolling my eyes as we entered the hospital. "I'm perfect," he emphasized, throwing me a playful look. I retorted, knowing he couldn't do much to stop me. "Uh-huh. Perfect my foot." I charged back. Logan threw a warning look my direction. "You can't do anything to me, you know. So I advise you to cool off your mind." I retorted. We finally arrived at Grandma's room, but exchanged glances when we heard voices coming from inside. "Doctor, I told you I don't want a transplant. Just let this old woman go. I have no one left to live for." Grandma's voice pierced my heart like ice. "You have your granddaughter," the doctor replied. "I don't. I've already made myself clear. I won't get a transplant, and that's final. Let me die," Grandma declared. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I couldn't take it anymore. I pushed the door open. "Grandma."
Chapter 63, A Favor. Logan. It's a pleasure to see you again, Logan. You haven't been visiting. Should I say the last time we spoke was 6 months ago, or even going on a year? Mr. Norman remarked as we sat in his office. It seems you've been keeping track. I don't really keep count, I replied. Mr. Norman made a call. Please bring 2 cups of coffee to my office, he requested before turning his attention back to me. Well, I can't forget you just like that. Anyways, what brings you here? I'm sure this meeting isn't just about seeing an old face, although I must say it brings back memories. I understood what he meant by old memories. In the past, that remark might have soured my mood, but now it didn't affect me like it used to. Mr. Norman was my mother's personal doctor. When she left my father's house, she lived next door to Mr. Norman's house, and he was the one who treated her illness. He knew about everything, even though I was with her for only a short while before my father took custody of me. That's how I knew him. A knock at the door was followed by the arrival of a young lady. "Sir," she said, placing the tray with coffee on the desk. I didn't waste any time in reaching for a cup. I suddenly felt quite thirsty. "Thank you," I muttered, loud enough for her to hear. Her reaction almost made me chuckle. She was visibly flustered. If Olivia were here, she will probably throw a fit. Maybe I should tease her about it later. Dr. Norman's voice brought my attention back. "Heard you got married." I wasn't expecting him to lead with that question. "Yeah, it happened," I replied, taking another sip of the coffee. "It wasn't that bad." "She's a good person," I added. I wasn't sure why I said it, but it wasn't a lie. Olivia was indeed a good woman, inside and out. Thinking about our time together unknowingly brought a smile to my face. "Judging by the smile on your face, I don't need to ask further. She makes you happy," Dr. Norman observed, and my smile widened. "Trust me, she does." I nodded in agreement. "So, do you still experience the complications?" I sat up straight. The main reason for this meeting wasn't to discuss my health issues, but since I was already here, and Dr. Norman knew about my situation, it made sense to address it before moving on to the main reason for my visit. "Sometimes," I replied after a moment's pause. "Do these episodes affect you like they used to? You know, the way they used to keep you awake all night?" Dr. Norman inquired. I hadn't experienced those complications for a while. I still took my medication occasionally, but I didn't struggle with anxiety anymore. Ever since Olivia entered my life, she gave me reasons not to worry about the things that had triggered me in the past. Maybe she didn't realize it, but I believed she had helped cure me. "They don't. Sometimes I even forget that I once went through a severe bout of depression," I admitted, leaning back in my chair. Dr. Norman raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "And what do you think might have contributed to that?" "My wife," I confessed straightforwardly. There was no need to beat around the bush. A small smile formed on his lips. "Right. How did that happen? Is it that she helped you through it, or—" "She doesn't even know I was suffering from depression. Like I said, ever since she came into my life, I stopped experiencing anxiety. She has changed me. I don't know how or when, but she brought light into my life." It was strange for me to be sharing this with him, something I had never spoken about before. Funny enough, Olivia didn't know about my little struggle with depression. Even Amelia had constantly warned me about taking excess medication. I didn't even remember when I stopped taking them. "I would like to meet this woman who has had such an impact on you. I'm glad you don't experience anxiety anymore, but I would still like to examine you," Dr. Norman said. "Just say you've missed treating me," I teased. He finally took a sip of his coffee. "Well, I missed the payment I used to get from our sessions." "You won't get paid now. I'm not here for a session," I replied with a light smile. A frown appeared on his face. I had already calculated what I would do with the money. I was even thinking about taking my wife out for dinner. "You can't be serious, Dr. Norman. What does my visit have to do with you going out for dinner with your wife?" "It would have a significant impact. I know you'd pay a substantial sum. Anyway, I'm glad you're all better now, Logan," he said, his expression turning serious. "Thank you. That's not the reason why I'm here." I leaned forward, taking a deep breath. "My wife's grandmother is sick and needs a kidney transplant. I want to ask you for a favor, Dr. Norman. I know you're the only one I can turn to. The hospital isn't processing things fast enough." My thoughts drifted back to earlier at the hospital. The way Olivia cried had shocked me. When her grandma said she doesn't want the transplant, I could understand her to some extent. She might think because she's old, it would be a waste. However, health doesn't discriminate based on age. She still has a chance, and it would be foolish of me not to help when I know I can. Money isn't an issue. It wasn't easy to calm Olivia down. She gets emotional easily, but sometimes it gets overwhelming. Thankfully, her friend Jamie arrived on time, and I was able to leave the hospital while she was still crying in her grandma's arms. As you know, finding a compatible donor can be quite challenging. There are certain criteria to meet, Dr. Norman explained, intertwining his hands on the desk. We need to consider blood type compatibility, tissue and antigen match, and the health condition of both the patient and the donor. Both must be in good health and meet specific medical criteria. He was right. There were strict requirements to meet. What do we do now? How quickly can we find a matching donor? Why don't you examine me to see if... You're not thinking about giving your kidney? He cut me off, raising his brows. Trust me, I can, I answered. If it meant saving Olivia's grandma, I didn't mind donating my kidney. I knew the pain of losing someone dear, of feeling helpless to save them. Dr. Norman took a sharp breath. Look, Logan, you don't have to go to that extent. We'll find a donor quickly. You know how I work. His tone carried a hint of pride in his profession. I trust you, and that's why I'm here. I know you'll work things out fast, but we can still test mine, just in case. Just say you want to donate your kidney. Do you want to risk your life? Does donating one kidney significantly increase the risk of dying? I questioned. We locked eyes. If it's my destiny, I'll face it. I won't have any regrets. I explained. At this stage, I wanted nothing more than for everything to turn out well for Olivia and her family. My phone chimed on the desk, diverting Dr. Norman's attention. He smirked as he looked at it. Looks like the madam is missing her husband, who's contemplating selling his kidney. I shot him a glare. Don't make it sound like I'm doing something terrible. Mind you, she's pregnant. I realized I hadn't shared any details about Olivia with him. Really? His eyes widened. Let me answer the call before I become a suspect in a kidney-selling operation, I said with a chuckle as I accepted the call. The first thing I was greeted with was Olivia's loud voice. Where the hell are you? You've been out for more than 2 hours. Did you leave without me? A chuckle escaped me at her outburst. I decided to put the phone on speaker mode so Dr. Norman could hear how dramatic my wife could be. I cleared my throat. I can't hear you. What did you say? I said get back here. Don't even think about abandoning me and my baby. I won't go easy on you if you even attempt it. Dr. Norman and I exchanged amused glances. He was struggling not to burst out laughing, and a smile played on my lips. Are you done? I asked when the silence persisted. Yes. Her voice was now softer. Okay, what was the reason for calling exactly? I'm out, but we'll be back soon, I explained. Must I have a reason to call my husband? And where did you go? You don't know anywhere around here, she retorted. Dr. Norman and I exchanged another amused glance. He shook his head slightly, clearly enjoying our playful bickering. Just then, the young woman who had brought the coffee earlier stepped into the room. Sir, she began, but Dr. Norman raised his hand, signaling her to wait. Her eyes darted between the two of us, and she couldn't help but form a faint smile. What voice did I just hear, Logan? Is that a woman's voice? Olivia's voice cracked with curiosity. Perfect. I could use this to tease her. A woman's voice? Oh, yes. What's her name? I mouthed to Dr. Norman. Eliza, he mouthed back. Eliza, she's... Her next words not only made me burst out laughing, but even Eliza couldn't help but join in. Logan, get back here right now, and I'm starving, she exclaimed before abruptly ending the call. I chuckled and shook my head. Well, it seems like I have a hungry wife waiting for me. Thanks for your time, Dr. Norman. He smiled, looking genuinely pleased. Anytime, Logan. Just remember, you have to take care of yourself too, especially now that you have a baby on the way. I will, and I'll keep you updated about Olivia's grandmother's situation. We exchanged farewell before I left his office back to the storm that awaits me.
Chapter 64 Stunt. Olivia. Logan won't see the good side of me today, I muttered, staring at my phone. I was certain I had heard a female voice on the other end. Where could he have gone? He doesn't know many places around here. Cut that poor man some slack. Must he always be with you 24 hours a day? Jamie hissed as she took a sip of her lemonade. We had stopped at a restaurant, and I was suddenly craving the hungry man-size meal we had last time with Logan. I was still eating when I decided to call Logan and ask if he wanted me to order takeout for him. But that's when I heard the female voice. Yes, he's supposed to be. "He's my husband after all," I replied, tossing her a glare. Jamie's visit had been sudden, but it came at the right time when Grandma was playing hard to get. The way I had broken down in tears earlier had touched her deeply. I didn't understand why Grandma was being so stubborn about not wanting the kidney transplant. I had even begged the doctor to let me be her donor. I just want my grandmother to be fine. Thankfully, she hadn't directed her anger at Logan, possibly too overwhelmed by my crying. Then Jamie had burst through the door, and we both cried together. "I don't know how Logan handles an emotional woman like you. The way you cried earlier, one would have thought you lost your baby," Jamie remarked. "Whatever. It still won't change the fact that you like me as your best friend that way." "I don't like you," she retorted, rubbing her palms on her stomach. "I'm damn full. This restaurant should get an award." A smile crept onto my face. "I know, right? These are the kinds of places the government should support. Anyways, it can't beat my husband's cooking skills." Customers swarmed the restaurant earlier today. "Really? Why doesn't Logan open a restaurant down here? I'm sure he'd be popular in no time." I suggested that to him too. But he said he won't have time, probably due to work and taking care of me. I emphasized the last word, tucking my hair behind my ears. I received a glare from Jamie in return. She shook her head, clearly amused. "Are you trying to mock me? As the only single woman, you've been calling him my husband this." I chuckled at her statement. "If you're angry, go get married. I see this pregnancy has changed you in many ways. I will definitely get married one of these days. Just wait and see," she warned, pointing a finger at me. My laughter widened. I enjoyed pushing her buttons. "Make me your bridesmaid." "How can a fat pregnant woman be my bridesmaid?" "Nah, I don't want to spoil my wedding." "Are you calling me fat too? You want to be like Logan. He called me a pumpkin and tomato." "Are you calling me fat too? You want to be like Logan. He called me pumpkin and tomato." The next thing that followed was her laughter. "I swear if you don't shut it, I will pour this water on you." I threatened, reaching for the glass. She knows very well I can do that. "Okay, I won't laugh. But did he seriously call you that?" she asked. There was still a hint of smile on her face. "Seeing you up close, you look like one." She added, her eyes accessing my body. "Jamie," I yelled out, grabbing the glass cup. Jamie jolted up and aimed for the door. "Get back here." I was about to pour the glass of water on her when it splashed on a different face. Logan's familiar face greeted me, his eyes shut as the water soaked into his skin. "Oops, wrong move," Jamie spoke from the door. "I'm heading back to the hospital first. See you guys," and she ran off. My eyes shifted back to Logan, who by all means seemed quite upset. Well, he had every right to be. I had splashed water on his face. I began to apologize, but he cut me off. "Is this why you called me?" he asked calmly, though I knew deep down he was holding himself back. "Not really. I tried to explain before I remembered I was supposed to be angry at him." "Yes. Who is she?" "Who was who?" Logan asked, wiping his face with a handkerchief. We walked out of the restaurant. "The woman you were talking to, what was her name?" "Oh, you mean Eliza," he replied, his lips curving up. I stopped walking and squinted at him. "Don't give me that smile or I will kill you," I warned, which caused his eyes to slightly widen at my outburst. "You want to be a widow so badly," Logan teased. I rolled my eyes and continued walking. "Wow. A widow with a baby bump," he added, appearing next to me. I didn't answer him or even cast a look his way. "This is actually a rare occurrence," he went on again, making me look at him, or more accurately, pass him a glare. "Don't talk to me," I shot at him, but his smile only widened, further irritating me. Can't he see I was pissed? Yet, he was using his charming smile to try to calm me down. "If I don't talk to you, who will I talk to?" "You're the only person I have and know here," he said, his voice sounding softer, which made me let my guard down. He was right. He had left his work and followed me all the way here. The least I could do was appreciate the gesture. I stopped walking and opened up my arms. "Come here." Now she's acting sweet, he mused, getting into my embrace. I ran my palms on his back. I'm sorry for reacting that way on the phone and for splashing water on you. I know you have a lot of work back in the city, but you left it to be with me. I really appreciate that, Logan. What would I do without you in my life? Absolutely nothing. We stayed in that position for a while before Logan pulled away. I spoke to the family on my way here. They're already back at home. They're extending their greetings to you. Really? They really enjoyed their trip. Definitely. All thanks to you. We'll call Amelia later. For now, let's go see your grandma. He intertwined our hands, but I held him back. Are you sure you can handle her wrath? She doesn't want you around. Don't worry. I know how to melt her heart. Just trust me. I couldn't help but chuckle. All right then, lead the way. Grandma, we're back, I announced as we entered her room. Must you sing it like a song? Grandma shot me a glare. I shot a dirty look at Jamie, who was holding herself back from laughing. She wouldn't like what I was going to do to her later. What are you eating without me? I asked, sitting on the bed. Why do you care? You're busy going around with that troublesome man, Grandma said, looking at Logan. I know I have a troublesome husband, I giggled. The look Grandma gave me was enough to make me compose myself. I signaled Logan to come forward. How are you feeling now, Grandma? He began. Damn, if only I could get a picture. For the first time, I got to see a nervous Logan. Grandma cleared her throat before answering him. As you can see, I'm doing well. You still don't want to listen to me, acting all stubborn, she said, casting him a sidelong glance. I'm not as stubborn as you, Grandma, Logan replied, causing my eyes to widen. Jamie and I exchanged looks. What? Are you trying to say I'm stubborn? Her voice was now raised. Because I allowed you to enter this room, right? Did you hear the person you call your husband? He wants my blessing, yet he lacks respect. Grandma, you didn't. She cut me off by lifting her hand. I don't want to hear any excuses. I know you will defend him. See, he's even smiling. She added when Logan's lips curved up into a smile. I now understood when he said he knows how to melt her heart. He sure knows how to handle the situation. Logan stepped forward and signaled me to give him space to sit. I wasted no time in complying. Maybe he would manage to talk some sense into her to go ahead with the transplant, and maybe he might win her heart over and get her blessings. What are you doing? Grandma shot when Logan occupied the space I sat before. It looks like Logan wants to have a word with you, Grandma, I said with a light smile. I don't have anything to say to him. Leave. I'm not moving an inch from here, Grandma. And you're going to listen to what I have to say. Her eyes widened at his words. You. Yes. I'm determined to make you. Olivia and Jamie, can you excuse us, please? Logan ushered. Sure. Jamie stood up from where she was sitting, while I leaned over to his ear and whispered. Don't go easy on her because she won't go easy on you either. Make me proud. All the best. What are you whispering to him? Grandma smacked me on my back. I grinned in return before sauntering to the door. See you in a bit, Grandma. Take care of my husband. I waved before closing the door. I hoped things would go smoothly.
Chapter 65, Grandma's Blessing. Logan, if you're not going to talk, then leave. The woman's voice cut through the silence. I took in a deep breath. I don't know why I was getting so nervous, maybe because of the look she was giving me. I hadn't felt this nervous in a while. I think even if I went for a job interview, I wouldn't be this nervous. Grandma, first of all, I won't beat around the bush. I'll be straightforward with you, I began. She raised an eyebrow. I continued, You should be thankful that you've had the chance to still be alive at this stage of life. Some people your age are battling with incurable conditions. The doctor didn't say you're suffering from cancer or a deadly disease. You have a chance to stand up on your feet. If you're trying to preach to me, it won't work, she spat. Call it whatever you want, but I'm going to change your mind. You're going to get the kidney transplant. You shouldn't be selfish. You're the only family Olivia has. You saw how she cried earlier. I don't think you should even think twice before agreeing. I've promised myself that I won't let her shed tears of sadness again. I'll give her the happiness she deserves to pay the price of her kindness. A small smile found its way to my lips. I don't know what your reasons are for not wanting to see me with Olivia, but I want you to know that she has become a part of me. I can't see my life moving forward without her. She has brought a lot of changes not only to my life, but also to my family. I love your granddaughter so much, and I would appreciate it if you give us your blessings, I concluded, focusing my full attention on the woman. Something flickered in her eyes, a mixture of sadness and fear. I hoped my confession would move her, not only for the blessing, but also for her agreement to the transplant. I heard her exhale. "You've left me speechless," she said, a light chuckle escaping her lips. I joined in. But the smile on her face lasted barely 2 seconds when sadness clouded her face. Olivia is my precious granddaughter. I know what she went through when her parents left her in my care. I had my reasons for reacting that way toward you. I had wanted not to tell Olivia because it would break her. However, after seeing the way you two have been around each other, the way you stood by her side, it made me realize that the truth will not change anything. What truth? I don't know if it's just me, but Olivia is the strongest woman I've ever seen. She deserves to know the truth. It's up to her if she can handle it or not, I voiced. The woman's eyes suddenly welled up. Grandma, She lifted her hand, stopping me. I'm fine. They are tears of joy, she said. I was caught off guard when she reached for my hand. The warmth from her hand instantly enveloped me, and not only that, it reminded me of how my mother used to warm me up whenever she held my hand. I blinked my eyes to stop myself from getting emotional. I'm sorry for how I treated you in the past. I don't harbor any hatred towards you, and you're right. Seeing Olivia happy will make me happy too. I think she has found her happiness. For someone to go to such lengths and leave everything behind to support a woman, they truly love her. You don't have to try hard anymore. We're family, she said, rubbing her thumb on my hand. Only if she knew how soothing that was, how the gesture warmed my heart. It felt as if I was seated together with my mother. Does that mean you've given us your blessings? I lifted a brow. Did I speak in riddles? She retorted, making me chuckle. Just promise me you won't make her sad. I won't hesitate to burn down your whole family's house and Nero's company. That widened my smile even more. That means you've agreed to get the kidney transplant. When did you hear me say that? She jerked my hand away. I lost the warmth I was enjoying. It doesn't matter. You have given me your blessing. I'm giving you an order as your new son-in-law. You're getting the transplant done. You don't have to worry about the donor and the payment. It will all be taken care of. That's why you have a rich son-in-law, I teased, winking at her. In return, I received a glare from her. Who is rich? For that mirror company? I'm sure if Nero was here, he'd be feeling himself. Wait, Grandma, why do you keep calling my father by his first name? Do you guys? I trailed off, hoping she'd fill me in. I recalled her earlier reaction when Olivia and I first arrived, where she mentioned that she didn't want Olivia involved with my family. Then she had said it would break Olivia if she knew the truth. Did my father offend Olivia's parents in the past? I asked again. Given how my father had handled things in the past, it wouldn't be surprising if he had been involved with Olivia's parents. The calmness that had once been on the woman's face was replaced by something else. I think I should let you guys know, even though it's not really something big. I had promised not to let her know, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's up to her, as you said, whether she will be able to take it or not. Can you call her? Sure, I replied, taking out my phone and texting Olivia. I took in a deep breath as silence filled the room. What could my father have possibly done to Olivia's family? I hoped it wouldn't create a rift between me and Olivia. The thought scared me. You guys are done talking already? Olivia asked as she walked into the room. It seems so. Grandma wants to talk to both of us. Grandma and I exchanged looks. At some point, I felt like the woman was nervous. Really? Did you manage to melt her heart, Logan? Olivia teased as she occupied the bed, while I took the stool. I had done more than that, I answered, forming my lips into a thin line. The woman cleared her throat. Olivia! Logan, she called out, making us focus our attention on her. If I want to, I can hold it inside me forever. But after much thought, I realize you need to know the reason for my behavior towards Logan. Are you willing to share it now? Olivia asked. Yes. I'm not going to share it not to create any misunderstanding between you two, but because it is the right thing to do. Logan, you're right. I know your father personally. Olivia's father had worked for him before. Olivia and I exchanged a look. I won't say they were best buddies, but they got along. Nero trusted him with his business. Reed's everyday conversations were about how kind Nero was towards him. However, you know, in the business world, we fail and we lose. Reed somehow got into trouble and used the money given to him by Nero to keep. That was how the misunderstanding started. Nero humiliated your father and chased him out of his company. At some point, Nero didn't do anything wrong, since he trusted him and gave him that sum to keep. But then again, the humiliation shouldn't have happened. Since then, your father had lost his job and also had gone through a tough time raising you. It took me some time to process the woman's words. I know my father doesn't handle business lightly, but I didn't expect him to behave in such a way, to the point of humiliating someone because of a mistake. It might be he needed the money for something urgent. It might sound silly since I wasn't the victim, but I was there, which was why I reacted that way when you introduced yourself as Nero's son. I didn't want to be reminded of the past and was afraid of my daughter getting involved with people who don't value humanity. However, I guess not all people are the same. You are not your father. I don't know whether I was supposed to find comfort in her words, but they did strike something in me. Olivia was still silent even at that time. Fear crept into me at the thought of her reaction to the revelation. "Olivia," Grandma called. "Huh? Are you okay?" she asked. Olivia cracked a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Yeah, I guess this is one shocking revelation. I didn't know this was the reason why you were being hard on Logan." She shifted her gaze to me and offered a smile. "What happened was between them, and it was in the past. It can't define our present or future. What I know is Logan will take care of me. He loves me so much. You don't have to worry about anything, Grandma." If I say I wasn't taken aback by Olivia's words, I would be lying. I was worried she would tell me to leave her. I didn't know when I took hold of her hand and placed a light kiss on them. "Logan is my husband. I am not leaving him just because of a little problem from the past. Just give us your blessing and wish me a safe delivery," she retorted, placing a hand on her big bump. A smile broke at Grandma's lips. "I have already given my blessing. The way he was sticking around you, I had no choice." Olivia chuckled in return. "We are inseparable, Grandma." "Without Olivia, there would be no Logan," Olivia retorted. "And without Logan, there's no Olivia," I added, placing another kiss on our intertwined hands. "You have no shame, kissing in front of me," Grandma hissed, smacking me on the back. "We will be careful next time. Why don't you get some rest while Olivia and I take care of your restaurant? We made quite a reasonable amount at the first opening. The luck that comes with your son-in-law." I didn't forget to wink at the end. Before she could smack me for the second time, I jumped up together with Olivia, and we charged towards the door. "I love you, Grandma. Get well soon and scold your son-in-law well," Olivia said with a giggle before we made our way out.
Chapter 66, Devil's Call. Olivia. 3 plates of fried shrimp for table 2. Jamie's voice boomed through the crowded room. "Coming," I yelled back from the counter, and then made my way into the kitchen. "I've told you countless times about shouting," Logan scolded. 3 plates of fried shrimp for table 2. "Looks like Grandma will just have to hire you." "People are liking your fried shrimps," I said with an amused smile, brushing off his first statement. Trying to dodge the topic by using sweet words on me, right? I raised an eyebrow. Did I? "If I don't shout, how would the customers hear me?" I voiced out. Logan dished out the shrimp onto 3 plates. "If they can't hear, they should fuck off. They can't stress my wife." That made me blush like a fool, and I didn't try to hide it. "Easy. At least no one is flirting with your wife." I mused. "They won't even dare." Logan winked at me, making the situation even worse. I was sure he could see right through my blush. "You guys should wait till we're closed, then you can flirt however you want." Jamie's sudden voice resonated. Logan cleared his throat, and I rolled my eyes. I was about to grab 2 plates when Logan beat me to it by holding my wrist, stopping me. "Take 1 plate. Jamie, take the rest." Jamie's mouth hung open. "Why do I sense mockery here? You guys are taking advantage of me because I'm single, right? I will take you all by surprise." She pointed a finger at Logan and me before sauntering out. I chuckled at her outburst before following suit. It wasn't easy, but the 3 of us managed the restaurant, with Jamie and me going back and forth with customer orders, while Logan took charge of the kitchen as the chef. Even though Logan kept monitoring my every move and sometimes didn't allow me to take customer orders, asking Jamie to do it instead, I don't blame him. It only made my love for him more special and stronger, seeing the way he takes care of me. As the last customer left, Jamie changed the sign from open to closed before we collapsed onto one of the tables. I haven't had such a tiring day in a while, Jamie sighed, stretching her legs. Stop being lazy. We didn't do that much, I retorted, giving her a playful look. Point of correction. You didn't do that much. Logan kept switching the orders to me. My cheeks heated up at the memory of how he reminded me not to raise my voice or walk too fast. Well, he knows how to take care of his wife, I mumbled, tucking my hair behind my ears. What are you ladies gossiping about? Logan approached us and placed a mug in front of me. What's this? I examined the contents. It wasn't coffee. It smelled like a mixture of honey and lemon. It's herbal tea. I heard it's good for the body. I couldn't help but marvel at how sweet my husband was. I glanced at Jamie, who was busy rolling her eyes. Her action made me let out a light laugh. Find yourself a man, my dear best friend, I teased, taking a sip of the tea. The warmth and taste immediately filled my senses. Not bad. How did you get it? I inquired. Logan took his seat. It's a secret. What? When did we start having secrets between us? Logan's smile raised a red flag. Better spill it out, I warned. Or else. Wow. You're even challenging me. Or I will. A wince escaped me when I felt a pain on my lower back. What's wrong? Logan asked, touching my arm. I bit my bottom lip. The pain didn't come again. Nothing serious. Just a slight pain in my lower back. I think it was due to all the walking around, I explained. Seriously, Logan. I told you I'm fine. I don't feel any more pain. You're worrying over nothing, I tried to explain. After what happened at the restaurant, Logan didn't allow me to be in peace, and we had to come to the hospital so the doctor could check my condition. I knew the pain was due to the stress of going to and fro at the restaurant, which I didn't even do much. I won't rest assured until the doctor tells me you're okay himself, he said, holding my wrist firmly. I will be in Grandma's room, Jamie announced, entering the room. Logan, I don't want to hear any excuses, he deadpanned. I heaved out a sharp breath. Well, he wouldn't back down. Although I like his caring side. As we stood in front of the doctor's office, Logan knocked on the door. The doctor's voice sounded from the other end, ushering us in. Mr. Logan, I was just about to call you. The doctor started as he shifted his eyes from the computer screen. Oh, really? Is everything okay? Logan asked. Yes. It's regarding Mrs. Elizabeth. What is wrong with my grandma? Have you found the donor? I charged towards his table. Can you calm down, Olivia? Doctor, before we discuss anything, I want you to check her up. She has been experiencing pain in her lower back. It was just once, I corrected him. He wanted to make it sound as if the pain was happening all the time. He was getting worried unnecessarily. And I don't feel the pain anymore. It was probably due to stress. You are not the doctor to predict what caused the pain, Logan answered. You haven't done any scans since your arrival here, the doctor chimed in. He was right. What I knew was I'm in my last month. However, I hadn't prepared anything. Funny enough, we didn't know the gender of the baby. The last time she went to the hospital was close to a month now. I think she should get everything done here. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes when the doctor announced that I would do a scan. Logan was about to leave the room when I called out to him. Don't tell me you're going to leave me. Come and stay and watch how your baby is growing inside, I said. I didn't miss the smile that curved up his lips. He knew when to make my heart flutter. Logan sat on the stool next to me on the bed while the doctor scanned my stomach. I felt a warm hand intertwining with mine. It seems like it's the baby kicking in, the doctor said. See? I told you. You're getting worried over nothing, I muffled out. But Logan's gaze seemed to be focused on the ultrasound machine. Can you see our baby? I said again, noticing the way his hand tightened around mine. Yes, I can't wait. Doctor, when should we expect her delivery? His eyes shifted to the doctor. You shouldn't worry. She should be in labor within a week or two. I gripped his hand, making him look at me. I could swear I saw moisture in his eyes. Olivia. You don't have to say anything, Logan. I'm as excited as you. We have a lot to plan. We shared an emotional moment before the clearing of the doctor's voice snapped us back to reality. Why don't we talk about Mrs. Elizabeth's condition, he said. Right. I had even forgotten about it. Logan helped me down from the bed before we grabbed our seats. Before that, you didn't ask me about the gender, or do you know already? Logan and I shared a look. I want it to be a surprise, I replied back. If you ask me what my choice is, I don't really mind. Whether it's a boy or a girl, I'm okay with both genders. All right then. Regarding Mrs. Elizabeth's, we have processed the paperwork. She came to me earlier. I shot him a questioning brow. Fret not. She came to tell me she'd go ahead with the transplant, he proclaimed, letting out a smile. I didn't know when I let out a sigh of relief. Finally, she had let her guard down. She didn't only give Logan and I her blessings. She was willing to go ahead with the transplant. We'll be able to get feedback before the end of this week, and then we'll prepare for the surgery. Your grandma will be all better, he assured. Thank you, doctor. What now? I said as we left the doctor's office. What now? Logan repeated. I squinted my eyes at him. You didn't say anything when I told the doctor I want the gender of the baby to be a surprise. He formed his lips into a thin line. I'm okay with whatever you decide. You're whipped, I teased. Logan leaned forward and snaked his hands around my waist, pulling me in. I'm whipped in your love. I don't have regrets, I giggled in return. Logan pressed a light kiss on my lips. When are you going back to the city? You can't leave your work pending, I had been wanting to ask him. I'm sure his brothers have resumed back at the office. I don't have a reason to go back when you're here. Forget work. My brothers will take care of it. Besides, you have already cracked father. He told me not to worry and to take better care of you. My eyes widened at his outburst. Father said that. Logan nodded. You don't know how much change you have brought to my family. You don't know how lucky I am to have you in my life. I wrapped my arms around his neck. And I'm grateful to have met a sweet and caring husband like you. I can't wait for our baby to arrive. Me too. We rested our foreheads against each other. If you guys are done showing off your love to the world, you should come and meet me. The familiar voice of Grandma resonated through our eardrums. The sound of the door shutting was what we heard next. The devil is calling, I chuckled as Logan and I pulled apart. Chapter 67, Blessed Beginning. Olivia. Grandma's eyes were fixed intently on me and Logan. Nervousness crept over me as I awaited what she had to say. I shifted in my seat when she cleared her throat, and her gaze shifted to Logan. So, what plans do you have for my granddaughter? She asked. My brows creased in confusion. What plan, Grandma? Logan and I are married. She threw me a glare in return. Are you his mouth? I'm talking to Logan, not you. I formed my lips into a thin line. Sure, go on, I urged, using my hand to indicate that she should continue. I didn't even want to look at Logan, knowing he might become nervous. My plan is simple. I'm going to make her the happiest person alive. Heat crept up my cheeks at his words. Logan always knew how to warm my heart and make butterflies erupt in my stomach. I was sure lucky to have someone like him in my life. I would say he was like an angel sent to me to shower my life with love and happiness. I was snapped back to reality by Grandma's words. You have a way with words. You have convinced me enough. I know I cannot separate you two no matter how hard I tried. I see the love for Olivia in your eyes. I pray you won't disappoint me. Olivia has a fragile heart. Little things make her emotional. An amused smile found its way to me at my grandma's words. This was the first time she complimented me without hurling insults at the end. However, Logan took charge. And I would add, she's a crybaby, Logan added. What the hell? I turned to him with a glare. Who is a crybaby? Grandma, am I a crybaby? I directed my question at her. The smile that occupied her lips indicated she agreed with Logan's words. Don't tell me you believed him. Don't test my patience, Logan. You know how I will get to you, I warned. Logan shrugged his shoulder. Nothing I'm not used to. I squinted my angry eyes at him, and was about to hurl the spare pillow at him when Grandma held it mid-air. Don't even try it. I'm sure it wasn't easy handling you. Now that you're pregnant, it'd be even worse. And yes, you're a crybaby. Logan didn't lie. Give me a high five, Grandma, Logan chirped, pushing his hand forward. My mouth hung open as I saw her actually giving him a high five. When did you two become friends? I thought you didn't want him around here, I teased. It's all in the past. And we have sorted things out now. Are you sure? I pressed on again playfully, getting another glare from her. I have a rich son-in-law. Why would I play around with the opportunity? Oh, I see. It's all about the money. I squinted my eyes at her. Logan nudged me on my shoulder. Don't rile Grandma up. I don't mind spending all my fortune on her. You see, he said it himself. So don't disturb me. I shook my head with a smile. I'm glad the two are slowly getting comfortable around each other. I saw the smile on Logan's face, a genuine one. It made my love for him grow stronger. Logan, won't your family be worried with you leaving your work to come here? Grandma asked in all seriousness. I had asked him the same thing, and he told me not to worry. Maybe Grandma will be able to convince him. I don't want to be the reason for his slacking off at work. I know Scott and Bernard are there, but at least he should fulfill his own part of the work. Don't worry, Grandma. Logan reached for her hand and began running his thumb over them. Seeing the mixed expression on his face made my body weak. At some point, I felt like he was getting emotional. Maybe he was reminded of his mother. Work will be taken care of. You should just get better. You mean you're staying here until I get the transplant done? She asked. Yes. I have spoken to a family doctor. We would be able to get the donor fast. This hospital isn't processing things fast. Hopefully, by the end of this week or the beginning of next week, you'd get your transplant done. And the next thing, she was in tears. Grandma, Logan and I said at the same time, standing up from our seats. I don't know what to say anymore. Thank you, Logan. Logan and I spared each other a glance. I thought it was something serious. I promise you, Grandma, I won't allow any harm to come to you and Olivia. Her family is mine. You will be up on your feet soon. Grandma flashed him a smile. I trust you. You have passed all the tests of being my son-in-law. I didn't know when a giggle escaped me. Thank you, Grandma. Get well soon if you don't want my baby to come into this world and see my grandma sick, I muffled out. He won't dare. Wait, what's the gender of the baby? We haven't checked yet. I want it to be a surprise. And I'm giving birth here at this hospital so you don't have to worry about anything. She reached for my hand, and Logan and I intertwined them together. The same moisture was back in her eyes. I wish you a happy married life. You should take care of each other. Logan and I flashed each other a smile. Thank you, Grandma. I will make sure I don't make her sad, Logan replied. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, like he won't. By the way, I heard you guys are making me money, she raised a brow. Of course. All thanks to Logan with his magic hands. I advised him to open up a restaurant down here. So, my own restaurant will go down the drain, right? She threw me a dirty glare. No, I don't mean it that way. Your restaurant is still the most popular one in the whole neighborhood, I retorted. She cleared her throat in return. Logan, I called. Baby girl, he answered, planting a kiss on my forehead. We had retired back home after staying at the hospital for the rest of the afternoon. Jamie insisted we head home, that she'd stay with Grandma. I didn't object because I was exhausted. The same went for Logan, who had been busy in the kitchen. So we retired back to Grandma's house and hopped into bed immediately without even bothering to change out of our clothes. Do you think Grandma will be fine after the transplant? I was worried about the whole transplant thing. No one had ever gone through that in my family before, not even people close to me. So, everything was new to me. Why not? The transplant will be a success, don't worry. I shifted myself in bed so that I was facing him. "What's with the look?" He raised an eyebrow, playing with a strand of my hair. I didn't know why my heart was thumping loudly inside. I didn't know why looking at him at that moment brought out all shades of emotions in me. I blinked my eyes to prevent them from welling up. "I love you, Logan," I confessed. His furrowed brows relaxed. He leaned forward and planted a kiss on my lips. "I love you more, Olivia." "Logan," I called again. "Yes, my wife. My one and only troublemaker." A chuckle erupted from me. "What sort of nickname is this? It seems you're looking for trouble for yourself." "I dare not to. I promise Grandma I will never make you sad." I pushed my lips forward. "But you're doing that. You're calling me a troublemaker." His laughter followed. I punched his chest. "You're even laughing. I'm leaving. I don't want to sleep with you again." I slipped off the bed covers and proceeded to get off the bed when I felt strong arms engulf me from behind. My body instantly reacted to his familiar scent. I melted in his touch. "You know I can't sleep without you by my side," he whispered in my ears, which didn't fail to warm up my heart. "Of course you can." "How did you sleep before?" I said, forming my lips into a thin line to prevent myself from laughing. I wanted to tease him a bit. Logan slowly whirled me around and cupped my face with both of his palms. "The past is different from now. I have never told you this before, but I have suffered from anxiety and depression." Shock filled me up. "How? When? Are you okay now?" I bombarded. "It's all a long story. Taking medication was the only way to get me to sleep at night. Amelia even advised me not to take them again as they had begun affecting me emotionally. But ever since you came, Olivia, things have changed. I don't know how the anxiety managed to subside, but I don't get them anymore. You are an angel sent to me to change my life. There was no way I would let go of your hand. I can't live without you because you are already a part of my life. You are my world, Olivia. I love everything about you." I didn't know when the tears welled up. Logan had ignited all the emotions in me. I didn't say anything. Instead, I wrapped my arms around him. "You've been through a lot, Logan. But you don't have to worry anymore. I'm here for you. Always," I muffled out, rubbing my palms on his back soothingly. We broke free from the hug, and Logan held my hand. "You see the reason why I said I can't sleep without you by my side, right?" I nodded my head and then reversed back to bed. I lay on my back and pulled him to his position. "Let's sleep." "I want to kiss you first," he said, rendering me speechless. "Then do so." "What are you waiting for?" "Unless you want to do more than 𝐎𝐻𝐿 me," I teased. Logan's eyes darkened. "If I do that, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for the night because I will behave like a lion hunting for his prey." I giggled, shaking my head. "Or a wolf hunting for his mate," I added for him. "I can't wait for this baby to come out so that we would have sex freely." I grinned. "You are a girl. A bad girl for a naughty boy." Logan lay back, and in a moment, his lips were on mine. I wasted no time in parting my lips to give him more access. The kiss was slow yet held a lot of promise and love. I cupped Logan's face, deepening the kiss. We kissed for what felt like hours before Logan finally broke the kiss, but he leaned his forehead on mine. "You're driving me crazy, Olivia. I know you're mine already. But I want you in every single moment of my life. I can't wait for our baby to come out into this world." Our eyes were fixed on one another. I saw nothing in his eyes but his love for me. I know how much Logan loves me. I trust he won't make me sad, as he promised Grandma. I interlaced our hands together and planted a lingering kiss on them. "I am already yours. We are in for a forever ride, you me." I trailed off, placing our hands on my baby bump. "And our baby." Logan's smile widened. "I like the sound of that. I'm excited." "Likewise me." A wince escaped me as I felt a sharp pain in my stomach. "Logan." I called out. Logan sat upright. "What's wrong? Are you okay? Is the baby kicking in?" He bombarded, helping me up. But my whole body felt weak, and the pain kept increasing. "I don't think I can move." I held Logan's hand tightly. He got off the bed, and I bit my bottom lip. Why the pain all of a sudden? And in the middle of the night? As my eyes looked down to the floor, I was met with a liquid dangling from my legs onto the floor. I gripped his hand. "I think my water broke, Logan," I exclaimed, biting my bottom lip even more. I was sure it would leave a mark. Logan's eyes darted left to right, thinking about what to do. He was confused. "Logan, take me to the hospital," I yelled out. And the next thing, he scooped me into his arms and sauntered to the door. I began hurling insults at Logan even before we reached the hospital. It was all his fault I was going through such pain. I didn't know how or when we arrived at the hospital. What I knew was that Logan was going to pay if I didn't get out of the operating room alive. "I will kill you if something happens to me," I warned. "You will be fine, Olivia. Don't panic. Remember, it is not the end of the world." Jamie's reassuring words resonated in my ears, but I was too far in pain to store her words in my brain. "Tell Grandma to forgive me for troubling her. I will never forget her kindness and support. And you, Jamie, I'm sorry for teasing you to get married. Don't even get married. There's nothing special in it. In the end, they will leave you to suffer with the pregnancy." My body was being transferred to a stretcher, and that was when the real panic visited me. Is this how giving birth is? You would be left all alone, with pain and fear. "Nurse, please call my husband. I want him to be by my side," I said to the nurse who was rolling the stretcher towards the operating room. "Don't worry. Your husband will be with you after delivery. No one is allowed inside while the operation is going on." I was in pain, but it didn't stop me from hissing and hurling insults at the nurse. Do I care? He was the one who put this in me. He has to be there to witness what he caused. I didn't miss noticing the smile that curved up her lips. "You're laughing. You're taking me for a joke. Call my husband in. Arg. Ma'am, you have to stop talking if you want to deliver safely, and if you want to see your husband." I swallowed my saliva and gripped my side tightly. Just before the door slid open, I held the nurse's hand. "Please, in case something happens to me, tell Logan that I love him." The nurse nodded her head in response. "I will do that." And then I was taken inside. I didn't know how I ended up on the main bed with the doctor urging me to push. "I can't," I screamed out after pushing several times. My whole body was weak. I didn't know giving birth wouldn't be easy. "Push." His voice came through again. I gripped the bed covers tightly, biting my bottom lip. "I swear after this, I will kill Logan." I gathered my strength and pushed harder. "Doctor, why didn't you operate and remove the baby instead?" I pushed again. "Why do I have to experience this pain?" I pushed again. "You're getting there. I can see the baby's head. Let's do this." One more push. As the doctor mentioned seeing the baby's head, it somehow gave me strength. I thought of all the weeks and months I've gone through carrying the baby inside me. I thought of my family, Logan, my grandma, and the whole Nero family. I had to do this, not only for myself but for the entire family. Summoning the remaining strength I had in me, I pushed harder, my voice echoing all over the room. The next thing that followed was the cries of a baby. My head fell back on the bed in exhaustion. "Congratulations, Mrs. and Olivia. You have given birth to a bouncing baby boy," I heard the doctor say, yet his voice sounded distant, and my vision blurred as my eyes began to close. My eyes reopened to familiar voices. "She's awake," I heard someone say, a voice like Amelia's. I slowly shifted my eyes from the ceiling to my side. "How are you feeling now?" Logan's warm hands engulfed me. "My head is heavy." "You will pay for this later." I threw him a dirty look. "Are you sure you are the one who gave birth a few hours ago? Why are you glaring at Logan?" "Wait." Sarah's voice. My eyes scanned the room, and I almost let out a gasp seeing Sarah and Amelia. "You guys are here," I croaked, my eyes stopping on Amelia. She sat on the bed. "We had to. Logan was worried and decided to call and inform us. So we rushed here. Congratulations. The Nero family finally has a male heir." "Congratulations, Olivia. I'm proud of you." "You're finally a mother," Jamie uttered, flashing me a smile. "Thank you, Jamie. But don't get pregnant. You will suffer." The ladies burst into laughter. "Here," Sarah said through the other side. Tears welled up in my eyes as I saw her holding the baby. With shaky hands, I collected the baby from her embrace. "Hi, baby, welcome to the world," I muffled out, touching the baby's cheeks. I turned to Logan. "Our baby is finally out, Logan," I choked out, tears streaming down my face. I could swear I saw the same tears in his eyes. "I know, right? We are officially parents," he chuckled, and we stared at our sleeping baby. "Where is Grandma?" "I didn't see her around," I asked, my eyes roaming around the room. "She's in the IQ. She's undergoing surgery." My heart literally dropped. Chapter 68, Home Calls. Olivia. "Olivia, please take a seat first." Amelia held me by the shoulder and tried to make me sit. I had given birth barely up to 5 hours, but the tension inside me showed no signs of calming down. Not when I knew my grandma was battling for her life in the IQ. "I don't know, Amelia. I'm scared. What if something happens to her? I can't." I choked on my words. Sarah joined in, and both of them placed comforting hands on my shoulder. I had been pacing around the hallway of the IQ, waiting for the doctor to show up while I left Logan and Jamie in the room where I had been admitted with the baby. "You shouldn't stress yourself, you're not strong. She'll be fine. The doctors are skilled, and the operation will be a success," Sarah reassured. I took a sharp breath and nodded my head, not because of anything but to ease their worry. 30 minutes turned into an hour before the doctor finally emerged. I rose to my feet and rushed towards him. "Doctor, how is my grandma? Is she okay?" My heart hammered in my chest as I bombarded him with questions. "Mrs. Elizabeth is safe and sound." "Does that mean the surgery was a success?" Amelia asked. "Yes." I released a sigh of relief, holding on to Amelia's wrist tightly. "Can I see her?" "I suggest you allow her to rest. The nurses will move her back to her room." "Excuse me." "See, I told you. Now, let's go back inside. We'll check up on her later." My eyes glanced at the closed door before I allowed Amelia and Sarah to lead me to the room. "You guys should not bother calming her down. She's still going to worry," Logan remarked the moment we stepped inside the room. I didn't miss the glare that Amelia shot at him. I had yet to make amends with him. "Why wouldn't she be worried? Let her be," Amelia shot back. "Don't mind him. I will deal with him later." "Let all the stress subside," I muttered. They helped me to the bed. "You heard what the doctor said, that she shouldn't stress herself. Yet she ran out of the room without thinking about her condition. Even when I told her the surgery would be a success," Logan continued to express his frustration. "And so, is she your grandma or mine?" "Olivia," Sarah exclaimed, but I didn't back down. "Do you expect me to sit and watch her die? Could you bear it if your mother was battling for her life, your only family?" I didn't know what had come over me, but suddenly I was hyperventilating. Something flickered in Logan's eyes. "I see what this is about. No problem then. Do what you like." With that, he passed the baby to Amelia and walked out of the room. Realization hit me. Maybe I had gone a bit overboard. I ran my hands through my hair in frustration. "Why do you have to talk to him that way, Olivia? He's only worried," Jamie said, taking the seat Logan had vacated. "Do I care?" I hissed out, folding my arms across my chest. "Of course. He seems angry as he walked out. I don't know why I feel like sometimes you're being too hard on him. You know how sensitive talking about his mother is. Remember, he left his work to come stay with you here. You don't even know the effort he put into making sure your grandma gets the transplant done. And now you're saying you don't care. Sometimes the little things we think won't hurt our partners are what hurts them the most." If I say Amelia's words didn't touch me, I would be lying. I knew I had gone overboard. I shouldn't have attacked him that way. I got off the bed and slipped on my shoes. "Where are you going?" Sarah asked. "I can't let him stay angry with me." That's what I said without looking back as I walked out of the room. I inhaled and exhaled deeply as I caught sight of him seated on the other side of the room. I approached him, my heart filled with regret for my actions. I took the empty seat next to him and placed a hand on his lap. "I'm sorry," I began. "For what? Did you do anything?" he replied, not meeting my gaze. I knew when he didn't want to show his emotions. "Look at me," I urged. His gaze was still casted down. "Please, Logan. I can't bear it when you give me the cold shoulder," I pleaded, pushing my lips forward while I shook his legs. I heard him let out a sigh. "Why would I even stay angry with you? I can't even if I want to. Seeing you sad is as painful as touching a part of my body. I know you had a lot going on, which is why you reacted that way." I knew he hated to see me in tears, but at that moment, I couldn't stop myself. "See what I'm talking about? Now you're crying. I hate to see these tears in your eyes. Come here." He pulled me to his embrace. The familiar scent of his body engulfed me. I breathed out a sigh of relief. This was what I needed. To have him wrap me around his warm embrace. To feel his hand roam around my back and tell me everything will be okay. And that was exactly what he did. "I love you too much to allow any strand of your hair to get hurt. So don't think I left the room because I was angry. It was because I don't want to make you sad." I break free from the hug. "You don't have to hold yourself back. If I did something wrong, feel free to scold me. I'm a human being. We make mistake." But I shut him up by placing my index fingers on his lips. "I know you promised Grandma that you will make me happy, but at times I might give you a headache." Logan squinted his eyes at me. "Are you admitting that you're a troublemaker?" he asked, his tone deemed visible of tease. My eyes darted left to right. "Well, not all the time. If I'm a troublemaker, you're a naughty man too," I remarked. Logan chuckled in return, taking a hold of my hand. "Thank you for giving me such priceless gift." I was over the moon when I held our baby in my arms. "By the way, we haven't thought of a name for him. What do you think of Tristan?" My brows creased. "Tristan. Is that the first name that came to your mind?" "Yes, I thought of it yesterday. If it's a boy, I want to name him Tristan, and if we had a girl, we will name her Annabelle." "You don't like the name Tristan?" At some point, I felt guilty for not discussing it with him first. Logan wrapped his arms over my body and planted a kiss on my forehead. "I'm okay with any name you come up with. As far as the name doesn't signify anything trouble." I pulled away again and threw him a glare. "What do you mean? Tristan will not be a troublemaker. Only if we don't pamper him too much. Because I'm going to do that. He's my little prince. I don't want us to pamper him too much. I will discipline him. Don't even try it. From now on, he's my one and only." I was quick in jolting away at his words. "What about me? Are you shifting your love from me to Tristan?" I pouted, folding my arms across my chest. "Why not? He's the only baby we've got, so he's my one and only. Then we should make another." Logan raised his brows in amusement. "I see. Who was the one hauling insult at me for putting the baby inside her? Now you want another baby. Let's get back home first, we'd definitely make another. I want more of Tristan," he said, resting his forehead on mine. We gazed into each other's eyes. "I love you," he whispered, sending a familiar warmth down my heart. This is the man I fell in love with. The man I didn't expect destiny to bring to me. I had thought breaking up with Alex is the end of my love life. I didn't know the end of it was the beginning of a new journey in my life. It brought Logan into my life. "I love you too, Daddy Tristan." "Say that again." "Daddy Tristan." I repeated and giggled when Logan leaned and planted a kiss on my lips. The clearing of voice interrupted our little moment. "If you guys are done with kissing each other's face, Grandma is awake." Jamie's voice cut through. Logan's hands held mine tightly as we stood in front of Grandma's room. Jamie was holding Tristan while Sarah and Amelia were by the side. "Take a deep breath." Logan hushed to my ears. I did as he said before my shaky hands pushed the door. Logan knew I can break down in tears. He circled his arms around my body and we stepped in. Grandma was in a seating position. As soon as she saw me, her eyes shifted down. "Come here," she said. Her voice was low, but I was able to hear it. Logan released his hold from around my body, and I slowly trekked towards the bed and got into her embrace. "I'm fine now," she mumbled, rubbing her palms on my back. "And congratulations. I'm seeing the little baby," she said. We break free from the hug. I wiped off the tears that had threatened their way out. Jamie passed the baby to her. "He's so cute. He has your father's eyes." "How did you notice? For a 1-day-old baby?" I asked. "Come here, Logan," she said, instead ditching my question. Logan pushed forward, grabbing the stool, and sat down. "Congratulations to both of you. I wish you two a happy married life. May you stay happy always." That has to be one of the best support I had gotten from her. "Thank you, Grandma. Hope you are not feeling any pain anywhere?" Logan asked. "Apart from my lower belly. I'm all good. I can even start working at the restaurant." I squeezed my face at her reply. "You won't leave this hospital until the doctor confirmed everything is all good." "Olivia is right, ma'am. You should get completely better before leaving the hospital," Sarah chimed in. "And who?" Grandma trailed off as she assessed Sarah and Amelia. I sat up. "Meet Sarah and Amelia. They came all the way from the city to be with me. They're Logan's brother's wives." "Wow. Thank you, Sarah and Amelia, for showing your support towards my granddaughter. I can finally be at peace now, knowing she's in good hands." "Don't mention it, ma'am. We're all family. Get well soon. You guys shouldn't worry about me. It's time you return back home. I can manage here." "We will leave only when you've healed completely," Logan chirped in. "No, I won't allow that. You've been here for how many days now? I want you to go back home and be with your family. It's an order. By the way, what did you name the little boy?" "Tristan," I announced. Even the rest didn't know the name we had decided. "Tristan, is it? I love the name." "Bless you, Tristan," Grandma said, kissing Tristan's forehead. "So where are we heading now?" Amelia asked as we made our way out of the hospital. Logan had left to book our flight back to New York. Grandma had insisted that we fly back home today. Although I had wanted us to stay for a day or two, she was adamant. We had no choice but to comply. "Where do you guys want to go?" "I have a place in mind." Excitement bubbled inside me at the thought of the particular place. "Shoot," Sarah exclaimed. "Do you guys remember the restaurant I told you about that has the best noodles? Jamie can testify. Don't tell me we're going to waste more time without stopping there." Sarah raised an eyebrow. "Trust me, we won't. Let's head there." I led the way, and they followed. The restaurant owner was happy to see I had brought customers to her restaurant. Because Sarah and Amelia ate more than I did. It was as if I had lost my appetite. They kept praising the woman for having magic hands. I waited until she was out of sight before I attacked them. "You guys should not forget my husband got an award for his cooking skills." I threw a playful glare at the three of them. No one is saying Logan doesn't know how to cook. "But," Sarah started, only for me to cut her off. "No buts. I'm jealous seeing you praising someone other than my husband." I pouted. "Wow. Amelia, did you hear her? If only we weren't married, it would have pained us." "Jamie, I hope you're not taking her words to heart." Sarah turned to Jamie, who shrugged in return. "It's nothing I'm not used to. She told me not to get married, that I will suffer for it." I said that, when? I don't remember telling Jamie not to get married. She must be exaggerating the situation. "Maybe you were out of your mind at that time," Jamie teased. "I'm sure I was. Because I can't remember what happened or how I ended up in the labor room." "It's a normal thing. It happens," Amelia chimed in. "I had even forgotten she's a doctor. By the way, you guys didn't give me the details of how the Costa Rica trip ended for you," I asked, recalling how Logan and I had left Costa Rica without enjoying it to the end. I didn't miss the smiles that appeared on Sarah and Amelia's faces. "Don't worry. Let's get back home first. We will give you all the details. And show you the things we bought." "Damn, you guys went shopping without me." "Well, we didn't buy anything big, just a few things." "You did. I don't trust you. Going shopping with you ladies is as good as spending all the money." I'm sure Scott and Bernard will get a dent on their credit card. The three burst out with laughter. You're funny, really. I pray Tristan won't be a troublemaker like you. I want him to be, but I don't want him to be a naughty boy like his father, I replied. Then my phone buzzed with a message from Logan, informing me that everything was all set for our journey back home. I turned the phone screen to face them. Ladies, home calls, I cheered. Now that we were preparing to leave, excitement bubbled up inside me. I couldn't wait to get back home, where the heart resides.
Chapter 69, Freedom at Last. Logan, it feels so good to be back at home. I've been away for just a few days, yet it felt like months. The aura of the house somehow feels strange, I uttered beside Liam. I know, right? He answered. I grabbed my seat on the living room couch. Liam followed suit. Thank goodness work has been easier these days. Why? I questioned, sparing him a look. Maybe Father has decided to free us. Scott hasn't been at the office for 2 days now. He's following your footsteps. My lips curved up. You guys should thank Olivia for stepping up for you. Her presence in this house has really made an impact. Liam nodded his head in agreement. You're right. You know, I don't know whether I should say this, but I had a crush on Olivia when she first came to this house. My surprise was visible as I stared at Liam. Don't attack me. I've worked on my crush. I'm not ready to get killed by you, especially since we found out you two got married. So don't panic. I'm not planning on stealing your wife away, not with the way you two love each other. I envy you a bit, he said with a wink. Maybe if you loosen your guard a bit, you'll find your true love too. Liam rolled his eyes. I don't think I'm lucky with women. They always betray me one way or the other. They want what I have, not me. Fake love. I patted him on his shoulder. Not all of them are the same. Trust me, you'll find one. But don't toy with their emotions too. The way you did with Tiffany? I didn't know when a hiss left my lips. I had even forgotten I once dated a woman called Tiffany. Tiffany is my past. I'm glad things didn't work out between us. I wouldn't have met Olivia. She is a blessing to my life. You whipped brother. Love has changed you. Trust me, you'll come to me one day and lament about how a woman stole your heart. We both ended up laughing. It was actually the first time Liam and I had a conversation that went smoothly as brothers. I'm glad things have changed in the family. The bond that wasn't there before is beginning to bloom, all thanks to Olivia. What are you guys laughing about? Scott's voice sounded from the stairs. I'm giving Liam tips on how to court a woman. You know he's the only single bachelor who is yet to settle down with his own wife, I explained, earning a glare from him. Don't forget there's Collins. Forget Collins. That one is not serious about relationships. Are you sure he's not gay? I've never seen or heard him talk about a woman before. He's always confined in his own affairs. I had that thinking too, but you'll be shocked when he comes back home with a woman one day and claims her as his wife. Just like Logan took us by surprise, Scott added. I didn't answer them, but instead cleared my throat. But seriously, Liam, it's about time you settle down. You're not getting any younger. You see, we have an additional heir. Logan has joined in. Now it's just you. You guys should free me. I will take you all by surprise. He pointed a finger at the two of us. Scott and I shrugged. This is something you said 5 months ago, or was it a year ago? We haven't seen results up to now, I retorted again. Liam heaved out a sharp breath. You know what? I'm out of here. You guys won't kill me with interrogation. Scott and I chuckled as he stormed out. So you're finally a father. Scott broke the silence that had prevailed in the room, making me lift my brows. Is that a new thing in this family? No, it's not. I'm happy for you. I noticed the expression on Father's face, although he didn't show it. I noticed it, too, when he held our little penguin, Tristan, in his arms. How are things going at the company? Liam told me you haven't been at the office for 2 days. Yeah, decided to take a break. Not like there's much work. You're following in my footsteps, right? I completed for him, lifting my brows in amusement. You are not serious. I'm checking up today. I don't want to get used to slacking off. He dropped his hand from his chest and proceeded to walk away. I rose up too. There's no harm in cutting yourself some slack, although I would say you got all the free time during the trip to Costa Rica. Don't remind me of that trip, he said, sparing me a glance. Why? I raised an eyebrow. I want to go back there again. That was the best moment of my life. All thanks to the ladies, most especially Olivia. You're right, Olivia has really made an impact in this house. We have to organize an unforgettable party for her to appreciate her efforts properly. I didn't know when a smile found its way out of me. The way my brothers were praising Olivia made my heart swell with happiness. We parted ways in the hallway. Scott left for their room, while I made my way to mine, where Olivia had moved into my room. I wanted her to be close to me. I knocked before pushing the door open. My legs came to a halt, and a smile curved up on my lips when I saw the scene before me. Olivia was holding Tristan while she paced around the room. She didn't seem to notice me until I cleared my throat. "Babysitting already?" I teased, closing the door behind me as I walked toward her. "You're supposed to be the one doing this. You know how stressed I get during the night," she said, squeezing her face. I grabbed him from her hand and scooped him into my arms. "Go take a rest. I will handle him," I said. "Olivia doesn't get enough sleep at night." It was the time Tristan decides his own trouble by crying. "Are you sure you will be okay?" Olivia asked, her voice filled with worry. "Don't worry. Just try and take a rest. Our little prince is safe with me," I assured her. I watched as she hopped in bed, pulling the covers up to her body. A smile found its way to my face, thinking about how our lives had changed in the span of a year. I can't believe 1 year has passed already. If someone told me I would find true love back then, I would have laughed it off. Heck, I didn't even want to attend my cousin's wedding in the first place. I would say destiny had brought Olivia and me together. The same destiny that had stopped me from getting married to Tiffany. I stared at Olivia's sleeping form. She had fallen asleep in barely 5 minutes. Tristan seemed to be enjoying resting his head on my shoulder. He was so tiny to hold. The sound of my phone vibrating in my pocket snapped my attention from Olivia. I slowly made my way out of the room, careful not to wake Olivia up. I picked up the call and answered with a hiss. "You know how to call at the wrong time," was the first thing I said. "Why? Are you too?" He trailed off. "You are crazy, Brian," I hissed out again. "I see you have my time now. You didn't even bother to check up on your best friend." "I thought you said we're not best friends," he shot back. Tristan stirred in my arms, making me lower my voice. "Whatever. I don't have your time." Silence followed for a few seconds before his voice came through again. "You know, there's no way I would abandon my best friend. I was practically the reason behind your love story. If I didn't convince you to attend the wedding back then, you wouldn't have met Olivia. Anyways, that's not why I called. How's the little prince?" Brian and I hadn't been in touch since our trip to Costa Rica. However, I texted him the moment Olivia delivered safely, so he wouldn't blame me later on. I know how Brian can be. He was right. If he hadn't convinced me, maybe I wouldn't have met Olivia. But I wasn't going to let him feel the satisfaction. "Stop feeling too highly of yourself. Whether you convinced me or not, I was destined to meet her. As for the little prince, he's here with me. Olivia is taking a rest." What I didn't expect was for Brian to fill my ears with laughter. "What's funny in what I said?" "I can't believe you're babysitting this early. He's not even up to a week old yet. You should have stayed back at the hospital for some days first for Olivia to recover properly. I can't believe you've turned into a nanny. If only you weren't far away from me, I would have smacked you on the back." "If that's the reason you called, then I don't have anything to tell you. Olivia is a strong woman. She doesn't need days to recover. And don't you dare set foot in my house." With that, I ended the call without waiting for his reply. "Just wait until I get a hold of you, Brian," I mumbled. The door to Scott's part of the room opened. The two couples walked out. "Logan, Father wants to talk to us," he said. "At this hour? Olivia is taking a rest. What do I do with him?" I gestured to the sleeping Tristan. "Don't worry about him. Hand him over. I will hold him for a while before I take him to feel his mother's warmth," Amelia said, grabbing Tristan from my arms. "Thank you, Amelia." She flashed me a smile. "Babysitting suits you," I heard her say as I turned to leave with Scott. "I'm not trying it again," I said. "You have no choice. You will experience more of this," she replied. I swallowed hard and decided to drop the topic. First, it was Brian. Now, Amelia had joined in. Scott and I made our way to Father's study room. I wondered what he wanted to say to us. I didn't expect to see Liam and Collins present. "Are you guys going to keep standing there?" Father spoke. Scott and I took our seats facing Liam and Collins, while Father occupied the master seat. Silence prevailed. I shared a look with my brothers. It seemed they had no idea about what Father had in mind. Father finally cleared his throat. "I know you guys are wondering why I called you all here," he began, intertwining his hands. No one answered, eager to hear what he was going to say. "I want to thank you all for the immense effort you have put into making the company the success it is today. I know I haven't been appreciating all your efforts in the past, but lately I sat down and thought of how much the company has achieved and grown. Without you guys, it wouldn't be the top company it is now. So, on that account, I'm giving you guys the freedom and opportunity to choose the path you want. Meaning, if you have any career you want to pursue apart from taking care of the family business, I won't stop you." It was an unexpected piece of news I had heard in a while. What had actually changed his mind? We all shared a look with each other. Obviously, they were as taken by surprise as I was. Scott was the first to speak up. "Father, you don't have to worry. The company is the strength and backbone of the Nero family. As for me, I don't have any career to pursue. I love working at the company. I don't know about the rest." "Can I speak up first?" Collins raised his hand. "Go on." "I really don't have a problem with working at the company too, but I'd like Father to give me the opportunity to open up a gaming hub. That's the career I want to venture into, and it's related to the company since we deal with technology." Father nodded his head. "I like your idea. You're free to do that. But be careful. We will discuss the gaming hub later." "Thank you, Father." I didn't miss the excitement that clouded Collins's face. "What about you two, Liam and Logan?" he pointed at us. I cleared my voice first before sitting upright. "I don't have any problem with working at the company too, but I want to ask for a favor." "A favor?" he repeated. "I'll get straight to the point. I'm sure you know a man named Reed. He's Olivia's father." I explained everything from the beginning, just the way Olivia's grandma had told us. I chose to say it in front of my brothers because I felt like there shouldn't be any secrets within the family anymore. Father went silent as he processed my words. "So, Reed is Olivia's father? What a coincidence. Karma indeed has a way of getting back at us. So, what favor do you want from me?" "I'm not asking for much, but I want you to reflect on your actions. You don't have to do anything big. I want you to renovate her restaurant. Her restaurant is one of the best in the neighborhood. I'm sure if it gets the support, it will be renowned all around the countryside in no time. Think of it as compensation for what happened in the past between you and her family." I could see the surprise on my brother's face. Father went silent as he stared into space. He lifted his head up and heaved out a deep breath. "You're right. I know I made a mistake in the past. I'm ready to reflect on them. So we will work on her restaurant. I will go there myself and meet her." Relief washed over me at his confession. The guilt of what my father did had been eating me up ever since I learned about the truth. I know the compensation will not measure up to the humiliation they had to bear, but at least it will put Olivia's grandma's heart at peace. "Father, I don't have much to ask. I want to pursue my own career, or should I say dreams. I want to open up a wellness center, but I will still be checking up on the company." "When did you dream of opening up a wellness center?" I found myself asking, which was to tease him a bit. It had always been my ambition. I had to discard it because Father wanted us to follow in his footsteps, but now that we have the opportunity to choose what we want, I had to grab it with two hands. I shook my head and smiled. "I like that. At least I won't get headaches from asking you for the missing reports." "Definitely you won't," he replied with the same amusement. "So, since we've all reached a decision, I'd like to talk about the new addition to the family. What do you guys have in store for Olivia? We need to organize a party or something like a baby shower." I couldn't believe Father had changed in just a few days. Was it because of Olivia's appearance, or had he sat down and thought about all the mistakes he made in the past and decided to reflect on them? I glanced at each of my brothers as they busied themselves with giving their ideas. We were once strangers in our own house, but now things have changed. I hoped it would stay that way, and that our bond would continue to get stronger in the Nero family.
Chapter 70. One Big Family. Olivia. 3 months later. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. I saw a different woman. I knew I had changed both physically and emotionally within the span of a year, from the time I met Logan up to this stage. I couldn't be thankful enough. I had a good set of people in my life, and a caring, loving husband like Logan. Words couldn't express how grateful I was for having him in my life. Every day was a new discovery of him. Our love grew stronger with each passing day. And then came our little prince, Tristan. My eyes traveled to his sleeping figure on the bed. 3 months had gone by so fast. Logan was actually serious when he said he'd pamper him. That was exactly what he did. Sometimes I used to feel guilty when he stayed awake with me as we tried to put Tristan to sleep at night. But Logan would still insist that he doesn't mind. He wanted to be there for me and our baby. As for the family, they showed immense support too, especially Amelia, who made sure to check my health every week. She had turned into my personal doctor. The bond of the family had also grown stronger. We laughed and conversed at the dining table. No more strict orders. Father played around with his grandchildren. The once boring Nero household had turned bright. I knew I had done a great job. My efforts and determination hadn't gone to waste. A knock sounded from the door, followed by Logan's head popping in. "Are you still not ready?" he asked as he stepped in. The family had organized a party with only family members. No one informed me about it. I woke up and found a bouquet of flowers on the bedside with a card. Later on, Amelia and Sarah came to the room with shopping bags that contained a new set of clothes. I literally got emotional and shed tears. I was really taken by surprise because I knew how much money was spent on the last event, which was Tristan's baby shower 3 months ago. It was a memorable day that would forever be engraved in my heart. The way I was showered with love. Grandma also showed up. Logan was the one who made that possible. He didn't tell me about his plan. We shared laughter and joy. Logan's father and grandma seemed to have reconciled, judging by how they bonded during the event. "I'm done. I'm just reminiscing the past," I confessed. Logan wrapped his arms around me from behind and rested his head on my shoulder. I placed my hand atop his. "What were you reminiscing about?" he hummed. Logan broke free from the hug and spun me around. "You look breathtaking," he said, leaning forward to plant a kiss on my forehead. The gesture I had gotten used to and would never get tired of. "Our journey together. And thank you. You're not looking bad yourself. How is the preparation going downstairs? Are all the family members ready? And I'm still angry at you for not telling me about the party. Not even a hint." I withdrew my hand and sat at the vanity mirror in fake anger. His chuckle resonated in my ears. "I love it when you pout." I whirled my head and threw him a glare. "Suits you well." "Well, you better calm down. I know you're faking it." I had to play along with the family's plan. They want to surprise you. "But we had a party before. I don't want to stress them out. You have done so much for me." Logan folded his arms across his chest. "Are they complaining? Do I complain?" He reached for my hand and took them in his while also boring his eyes into me. "I don't mind spending all my money on you and Tristan. You two are my responsibility. So, stop saying I have done so much. This is literally nothing. You deserve all the love. You have brought light into the family. Allow us to appreciate your effort for bringing light to the Nero household." He cupped my face and ran his thumb on my cheeks. "Thank you for coming into my life, Logan," I said, melting into his touch. "And thank you for giving me a priceless gift," he added, his eyes shifting towards Tristan. I followed suit. "Look at how he's sleeping peacefully as if he isn't the same person that deprived us of our sleep at night." Logan chuckled in return. "It'll get better. Let's head out before Amelia or Sarah follow us up and accuse us." "Accuse us of what?" I raised a brow. The smirk that dangled on his lips tells me he was going to say something naughty. I scooped Tristan in my arms. "For, 𝑘𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 or maybe having sex," I completed for him. "Just say you want to kiss and have sex with me," I added. "Don't let my devil show up. We'll end up not leaving the room." I grinned at the way his eyes darkened. I walked past him towards the door. "You won't get it on a silver platter. You have to beg for it. See you downstairs." I waved. I didn't get to close the door when I felt his hand grab mine. Not when we are tied together. "Everywhere you go, I follow." We made our way downstairs. Soft music played in the background. The night was still young, and everyone was elegantly dressed. I shared a hug with Amelia and Sarah. Jamie and Brian were also invited. An idea suddenly formed in my head as I saw the two standing side by side. Amelia had taken Tristan from my hand. My son had won the family members' hearts, especially Amelia's. Maybe it was because of how much Quinn liked him. She calls him her little brother. What do you think about pairing Brian and Jamie? I whispered to Logan as I pulled him to the side. He cast a look at their direction. I don't think it would work. Jamie will literally kill him. Brian has a big mouth, Logan answered. That would be interesting. Jamie also has a big mouth. They can kill each other. Let's pair them up. I nudged him on the arm. What do you want me to do now? Get Brian on board. I will get Jamie on board from my side, I said before walking away towards Brian and Jamie. Thank you for coming, Brian, I greeted. Never mind. If Logan hadn't sent me the invite, I would have kicked him in the gut, he replied. My eyes widened playfully. I know you wouldn't do that. He's your best friend after all. By the way, did you two come together? I see you're standing together, I questioned, purposely pointing a hand at the two. My brows creased in curiosity, seeing the way the two passed each other a look before turning their faces around. No, I don't even know him, Jamie answered. I don't know her either. A smile curved up on my lips. This is getting interesting. I didn't get to say anything further when my attention was diverted by Amelia, who had dragged me away. I didn't get to interact with the two, but I had my eyes on them. Logan seemed to be trying to create something between them. The party went on. Since it was only for family members, there wasn't much noise. We enjoyed ourselves, laughter filled the house. Quinn and Molly played games of hide and seek. It was a heartwarming memory I wouldn't want to forget. Hey baby, let's get out of here. I heard Logan's whispered voice straight into my ears. He grabbed my wrist and was about to drag me away when I stopped him. What about Tristan? Don't worry. Amelia will watch over him. He hushed again before I allowed him to take me along with him. I thought we were heading upstairs, but instead, Logan led us outside to his car. He opened the door and ushered me in. I waited until he entered his side of the driver before I bombarded him with questions. Where are we going at this hour? What if Tristan starts crying? We won't stay for long. And it's a surprise, he replied with a wink before he ignited the engine to life, and we drove out of the house. Let me play some music so the journey won't be boring. He broke the silence that had once prevailed. Soft music played in the background. I rested my head on his shoulder and intertwined our hands together while he drove with the other. Logan, I called. Thank you for renovating Grandma's restaurant. I realized I haven't thanked him properly. He had done so much for me and my grandma. Well, it's nothing. I'm not the only one involved. All credit goes to Father. You are a blessing in my life. And you are an angel sent from above to lighten up my dull life. Logan drove for about 15 minutes before his car finally came to a halt. I was about to get out of the car when he stopped me. Allow me, he said, getting out from his side. Acting like a gentleman, I smiled and sat back down. Logan unlocked the car and pushed his hand forward. Allow this handsome gentleman to lead the way, he remarked. My smile widened. I placed my hand on top of his and stepped out of the car. What are you doing? Logan covered my eyes with his palms. Like I said, it's a surprise. Just keep on walking, he answered. What could he be up to? Be careful with your steps, he hushed out again. I didn't know where I was stepping or where Logan was leading me to. We walked for about 5 minutes before Logan stopped. Have we arrived? I asked, getting impatient already. Hang in there a bit. Logan pushed forward again, and I found my legs stepping on something like we had entered somewhere. Don't panic, he said, withdrawing his hand from my eyes. Darkness greeted me. Where are you, Logan? Where is this place? Panic rose inside me as I tried to make out the surroundings and also locate Logan. Say something, please, Lo. I didn't get to complete my statement when the room lit up. A gasp escaped me seeing the surrounding before me. Logan. Yes, did I manage to surprise you? He questioned, a smile widening on his lips. I was in shock. The surroundings was decorated with flowers. But this isn't my animal clinic, I said, shifting my gaze back to him. Yes. But it's all yours now. And then he fished out keys from his pocket and handed them over to me. Logan, you're spoiling me too much. I didn't care whether he would be seeing me in tears. I allowed them to gush out. I scanned the surroundings. It was bigger than mine, with all the quality stuff inside. It even had a reception section. My heart swelled up with emotion. I'm short of words. I don't know what to say anymore. I choked on my words. Logan went down on one knee, making me look at him in surprise. He can't. Olivia, I know we started on the wrong foot. Our journey wasn't easy, but we managed to pull through it. Your presence in my life has brought a lot of happiness and warmth into my life. Not only that, you have cracked the strong walls of my family with your kind heart. I can't thank you enough. Damn. I'm not good with words, he said with a chuckle. My face was already wet with tears. I promise to make you the happiest woman in the world. I cherish each and every moment spent together with you, and I will continue to. Together with our little devil Tristan. It was my turn to chuckle. Logan fished out a box. Will you give me the chance to sweep you off your feet once again? Will you marry me, Olivia? My heart almost stopped beating when Logan opened the box, and a ring surfaced. And then his words. Yes, I will. I will marry you, Logan. Even though we are already married. That one was due to pressure. I want this to be real. He slid the ring onto my finger. It fit perfectly. Tears clouded my vision as I trailed my fingers on the ring. I wasted no time in wrapping my arms around him. I love you so much, Logan. I can't wait to be your wife again. I love you more. And I can't wait for us to have our second baby. I pulled away from the hug and playfully hit his chest. Why are you bringing up another topic to spoil this sweet moment? Having a second baby is also a sweet moment. Aren't you the one who said you wanted us to have more babies? I cleared my throat. He was right. I did say that. I don't mind us having 2 or 3 more kids. I wrapped my arms around his neck and stared into his eyes. He stared back intently. Thank you for coming into my life, Logan. I muffled out enough for him to hear. Thank you for being a kind-hearted person. I flashed him a smile in return. Now kiss me. I ordered. Logan rested his forehead on mine. You don't have to ask. And then he connected our lips together. And that was how we sealed our love with a passionate kiss in each other's arms.
The end.